In the classroom, 8-year-old Rin Uchiha sleeps on his desk, actually sneaked into his Goldfinger chat room for the dead of the heavens. At 2 of the Skirters. The Skirters inside were all dead people in the heavenly world, except for themselves. For example, the first-generation Hokage Senjukuma, the second-generation Hokage Senjukuma, as well as Ace of the Pirate World, Whitebeard, and Ichimaru Silver of the Shinigami world. These old immortals have nothing to do in the netherworld, and they like to inquire about what is happening in this world here in Uchiha Rin. In particular, most of them are still shadows of a village. Therefore, I pay special attention to the subsequent development of my own village. Not to mention that it is now the time of the Second Shinobi World War. These dead old men can send 99 plus messages in a minute. The forced Uchiha Rin had to turn on the shielding function. Originally, Uchiha Rin also planned to open the shield today, so that these real dead ghosts would not bother themselves. But today he heard about an interesting thing: the Thousand Hands clan is going to the front, and Tsunade's younger brother, Senja Ropaki, is in the ranks. If nothing else, the Thousand Hands rope tree is going to confess to this battle. Rin Uchiha suddenly realized that an opportunity had come. Senjukuma really fake, I'll post the skirt commission right away. Comrade Xiao Rin, you must save my grandson. Received a response immediately. Uchiha Rin rubbed his little hands excitedly. The heavenly chat room has a variety of functions. One of them is that you can get paid by completing the skirt clerk's commission. And in this group of old immortals, Uchiha Rin's most hungry abilities. The wooden dun between the 1,000 hand pillars is definitely second to none. Mad beat Uchiha Baba, the forced king, and the strongest tailed beast of the 9 tails like his grandson. Senjukuma, wait big brother. What ability does this kid have to save the rope tree? Just then, another skirter spoke. It is a Senjuma who is prejudiced against Uchiha until death. Uchiha Rin pouted secretly. Mater almost succeeded, this churning stick between 1,000 hands. As a person who has fought against Uchiha all his life, Senja does not want his eldest brother's unique skills to fall into Uchiha's hands like this. God knows what Uchiha Rin will do after he gets Muduen. Uchiha Rin, ouch, it's worthy of being a selfless second-generation Hokage-sama, and when I hear the news that my grandson is going to die, I am busy dissecting it. I don't care, it's a big deal to open a live broadcast when I attend your grandson's funeral for you two to see. Uchiha Rin stirred the method down, and the Bodhisattva's heart between the 1,000 hand pillars was really anxious. 1,000 hand pillars, don't stop me. I would never watch the rope tree die. The Senju, who was in the pure land of bliss, was silent for a long time and spoke. Senjukuma, Uchiha's little ghost, the eldest brother's wooden dun must not be given to you, but as long as you save the rope tree, I can teach you my water dun poof. Uchiha Rin in the classroom almost laughed when he heard Senjuma's words. Rin Uchiha, Nidame, is this your attitude of asking for people, and you send it for food? What do I, a Uchiha clan, want to do with the water? He didn't like Senju's condescending attitude. Ask for someone to take out a bit of an attitude of asking for people, all a dead person, you pretend to be forced by Nima? At this moment, another skirt clerk spoke. Uchiha Senna, haha, well said, boy, I will say that the 1,000 Hands clan has nothing good, and their grandson is going to die and put this bargaining on hold. Yes, ancestors. However, it was also within Uchiha Rin's expectations. If Senju is the most staunch anti-Uchiha activist, that Uchiha Senna is the most staunch anti-Senju activist. Uchiha Senna, boy, I'll post a skirt commission, leave the kid named Rope Tree dead or alive, I'll give you my kaleidoscope. When Uchiha Rin heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded, ding, the skirt Uchiha Senna issued a commission, sit back and watch. Mission content, sit and watch the Senju Rope Tree die in battle. Mission reward, kaleidoscope Sharinan, Uchiha Senna version. Seeing the news released by the skirt commission, Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Lying groove, worthy of the ancestors, generous. Senju Kuma, Uchiha Senna. You are crazy. 1,000 hands who were also in the netherworld were shocked. As a qualified politician, on the first day of his career, he kept thinking about using this chat room. To be precise, it is to use Uchiha Rin, who is the only living skirt clerk in the chat room. Although he is a Uchiha clan, after this period of observation, Senja discovers that Uchiha Rin and Uchiha are completely different. Uchiha belongs to the type of hero who wants to lead a family to dominate the world, and Uchiha Rin feels much smaller and is completely egoist. In that case, you can take advantage of it. If you use it well, you may be able to borrow his hand and make Konoha great again. Therefore, he felt that he could not give Uchiha Rin too much sweetness at once. It's about giving at the right time, so that he would not feed his appetite too much. However, Senjuma never expected Uchiha Senna to be so chaotic. Just give the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Rin at Uchiha Senna, uncle, this commission is too simple, so that I am a little embarrassed to take advantage of you, or I will kill a few people from the Senju clan to dissipate your anger? Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, the faces of several skirters of the Senju family and their skirts fused. A month later, a piece of news from the front shook Konoha. No, it could even be said that it shook the entire ninja world. The army of the Thousand Hands who rushed to the frontline battlefield straight into the trap of the enemy army and suffered heavy casualties. And Senju Rope Tree, who is the eldest grandson of Senju Zuma and Tsunade's younger brother. It's even more because of straying into the detonator trap. There is not a good piece of meat left when the body is fried. Today is the day when the Senju Rope Tree is buried in the ground. His name will also be engraved on the memorial tablet. And Uchiha Rin turned on the live broadcast function of the chat room to find something to see for these dead ghosts who stayed in the netherworld with nothing to do. Brother Rope Tree is my senior, can I come and put incense on him? Uchiha Rin, who came to the cemetery, asked aloud. Tsunade, who was dressed in black, with red eyes and tear stains on both cheeks, was stunned when he heard this. After a few seconds, he silently moved away and said thank you in a faint voice. And just when Rin Uchiha was putting incense on the Senju Rope Tree, a tone for the chat room sounds, ding. Complete skirt member Uchiha Sena commissioned, sit and watch. A skirt reward has been issued to the skirt staff Rin Uchiha, Kaleidoscope Sharinan, Uchiha Sena version. And inside the skirt, the atmosphere is also a rare state of dead silence. Uchiha Sena, although he was happy to see Senju's look of anger. But it didn't fall into the hole at this time. Ace, it's a pity that this kid is so young. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, what are leaders doing? How can such a young child be allowed to go into battle? Between the Thousand Hand Pillars, Rope Tree, its grandpa is not good, grandpa didn't protect you well. Senjuma, don't cry, big brother, it's not your fault. Uchiha Sena, that is to say, it is obviously the fault of Senjuma. If he wasn't stingy, how could your grandson die between Senju Jukuma? Senju Kuma, you TMD, shut up for me. Uchiha Sena, didn't you put that fuel on the fire before? The two wrongdoers scolded each other in their skirts again. Senju secretly thought in his heart whether he could entrust this kid Uchiha Rin to avenge Rope Tree. But if you want to instruct this kid to do something, it is necessary to pay for it. However, the general remuneration may no longer satisfy this kid's appetite. Do you want to take out the Flying Thunder God? The Thousand Hands of the Netherworld secretly frowned. If the Flying Thunder God is given to Uchiha Rin, plus the Kaleidoscope Sharinan that he already has now, so what if he wants to rebel in the future? His own apprentice ape flying to the sun, Shinura Danzo, and others can block it? Just when 1,000 hands are tangled. After incense, Rin Uchiha walked to Tsunade's side. Small hands clapped on her shoulders. Tsunade-san, Setsuna, brother Rope Tree is in that world, I definitely don't want you to be so sad. Tsunade didn't answer, just looked at the picture of the smiling face of the Rope Tree on the tombstone. I couldn't help but cry again. Uchiha Rin didn't say anything more, took out a tissue next to him and helped Tsunade wipe his tears. For a while, the atmosphere in the chat room was a little strange. Whitebeard, goo la la, it's the first time I've seen this kid so gentle. Ikijin Maru, indeed, he was never nosy before. Dior Brando, Lord Bendio has a guess. You said that this kid could not be this woman. Ace, no way, two people are more than a decade apart, right? Dior, boxers and boxers. What is a teenager? The woman I've slept with is 100 years younger than me. Senju Kuma, shut up. Kyunshao's face turned black. I can't wait to be resurrected on the spot and strangle Uchiha Rin, the little king bastard. Soak the old husband and granddaughter in front of the old man, right? You are also worthy of this Uchiha sinful species. The Thousand Hand Pillar did not say anything, pinching his chin thoughtfully. He suddenly felt that if the pair of Ozuna and Uchiha Rin could be made, it would seem to be good. The two represent the future of Senju and Uchiha, respectively. If they become a couple, in the future, everyone will live in harmony and strive for the development of Konoha together. Isn't that great? Thanks. At this time, Tsunade also realized his gaffe. He quickly got up, turned his face to the other side, and wiped the tear tracks on his face with the handkerchief handed by Rin Uchiha. Tsunade-san, who killed brother Rope Tree? Rin Uchiha asked. Pepperfish Hanzo, it's that guy's detonator trap. At the mention of this, Tsunade almost crushed his teeth in anger. Hanzo is arguably the shadow-level powerhouse in the ninja world who is best at using detonation charms. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Tsunade turned around and smiled angrily. Speaking of which, it seems that you can defeat Hanzo with you. Tsunade though desperately wants to avenge his brother, but without losing his mind. She and Jiraiya and the big snake pill can only be said to have barely touched the threshold of the shadow level at present. And Hanzo is an old fritters who have stepped into the shadow level for many years. To be honest, it's really right, the odds are really small. But what can an 8-year-old imp with Uchiha do? Uchiha Rin didn't say much, just closed his eyes and suddenly opened them in the next second. In the black eyes, the three Gujads suddenly converged into a human shape. It is the kaleidoscope chakra eye of Uchiha Sena. This is. Tsunade was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. She is the princess of the Thousand Hands clan. Of course, I heard the story of Kaleidoscope writing Wheel Eyes from my own grandfather. But I didn't expect that Uchiha had been dead for so long, he could actually see it in an 8-year-old child. Now do you think I'm qualified? Tsunade-san, Uchiha Rin teased. Tsunade was silent for a long time. After a full half-minute, he took a deep breath and asked again, why help me? Is your relationship that good with Rope Tree? What a fart! The two were 4 years apart, and when Rin Uchiha entered school, Senju Rope Tree graduated in a year. Don't say that the relationship is good, I haven't said 2 words. Uchiha Rin blinked and smiled lightly. Our relationship can only be said to be good, but I want to help you. Hear the next 4 words of Rin Uchiha. Tsunade's heart subconsciously accelerated by 3 points. Quickly turned around and pouted with some stuttering. Say what, you little brat? What if you have a kaleidoscope chakra? It's an 8-year-old brat. With that, Tsunade quickly left the cemetery. Uchiha Rin smiled slightly and beckoned to Tsunade's back. Minger will see you at the gate of the village in the morning, set off together, don't forget. And seeing this scene through the live broadcast, the chat room exploded directly. Dior, hahaha, I'll just say it, this kid really has the idea of creating with this girl, not bad, this woman is of high quality, and my lord Dior has never slept with such a high quality woman when he was alive. Whitebeard, goo la la, people are not merry teenagers. Ace, wow. More than a decade older, Rin's appetite is a bit heavy. Hearing the voices of these dead ghosts, Uchiha cursed. Ace, a fart. You are still a Tsunade to death. Ace, what do you say? I just didn't have time. Senju Kuma, stinky boy. If you dare to make a move on Ozuna, the old man will never let you go. Uchiha Rin, ouch. 2nd generation Misama is so angry. I would like to know why you don't let me go. Can you still hit me in the sun along the network cable? Uchiha Senna, hahaha, brat, I'm sticking with you. It's better to make that little girl's belly bigger and let her give us Uchiha a few more big fat boys. Senju Kuma, Uchiha Senna. The old man fought with you. The chat room was once again a mess. At this time, the 1,000-hand pillar finally spoke. Senju Kuma, Rin, do you really like Ozuna? Rin Uchiha, as long as it is a beautiful girl, I like it, and I also want Sunset Red, Hinata, Samui, Terumi. 1,000-hand pillars. Well, even if he has a virgin, I kind of can't help but want to hit Uchiha Rin. For days later, the border area of the Land of Rain. Tsunade, what are you bringing such a little ghost for? Seeing Uchiha Rin entering the barracks with Tsunade, Jiraiya was also confused. Tsunade's lips opened lightly, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to explain them. Looking for an 8-year-old child as a foreign aide? It's a bit humiliating. It's really strange that Uchiha would actually walk with Senju. The big snake pill also walked up at this time, half-jokingly. Tsunade-san, I'll go out for a meeting, and call me when it's time to officially start a fight with Hanzo. Uchiha Rin waved his hand and walked out of the barracks. At present, the big snake pill has not become a pervert who is neither male nor female, but Rin Uchiha still didn't want to get too close to him, and although Zi Lai is a good person, his position is biased towards the ape flying sun to cut down those old foxes. Rin Uchiha also didn't want to be too social. Tsunade rolled his eyes and ignored it. I thought it was a child, and I like to bounce around like a monkey. Tsunade then channeled a slug, placing it on Uchiha Rin's shoulder. Easy to contact at any time. But Uchiha Rin does not plan to fight with the Sanshin on the battlefield and the army of Yuin village. He was only prepared to participate in the battle when Hanzo came out of the horse. Let this shadow-level ninja nicknamed Demigod become a whetstone for his kaleidoscope chakra eye. By the way, you can also get a wave of Tsunade's favorability. Boss, have a bowl of ramen, put more noodles, more green onions and more meat. In the blink of an eye, months passed. Rin Uchiha ran far away again and ordered a bowl of ramen. No way, the food in the barracks is too bad. As a hedonist, Rin Uchiha couldn't bear it. Ouch, little friend, you have to add so many things, don't you just ask for 2 bowls? The shop owner said with a wry smile. Petty, Rin Uchiha chatted with the shop owner without saying a word. Boss, the war will affect this side at any time, you still don't run? What's the use of running? My life's work is this store. If you don't run, you won't necessarily be killed. If you run, you will starve to death. The shop owner smiled wryly as he looked down. Uchiha Rin shrugged and didn't say anything. It's just that an extra bill was added when paying. He is also not the virgin and does not like to be nosy. Occasionally showing kindness is the limit. Ahahaha noodles. The owner served a large bowl of noodles with bitter pleasure. And just when Uchiha Rin opened the disposable chopsticks and prepared to eat. But I found that outside the store, a thin petite figure was standing at the door stunned. Messy light blue bangs cover your eyes. But Rin Uchiha could still judge that this little beggar was looking at himself. Little brother, leave it alone, now the country of rain is full of people whose families are broken and people are wandering. The shop owner is not surprised by this. This little beggar, could it be? Uchiha Rin touched his chin, and an idea surged in his heart. Immediately, Uchiha Rin beckoned to the other party and motioned for her to come over. The little beggar was visibly taken aback. He saw Rin Uchiha waving to him again. Wei Wianyo hesitated for a while before plucking up the courage to enter the store. Eat. Rin Uchiha pushed his face in front of the other person. The little beggar sitting on the opposite side was snorting, and did not dare to move his chopsticks. If you don't eat me again, it's all mushy anyway. Uchiha made a gesture and wanted to throw the bowl in the trash. Don't. The little beggar was startled, quickly picked up the chopsticks, and gulped down. It's a girl. Through the voice just now, Rin Uchiha judged the gender of the little beggar. What's your name? When the girl finished eating and lowered her head, Uchiha Rin asked. Xiao, Zionin. The girl promised. Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth hooked slightly. Come with me, I won't let you go hungry. Rin Uchiha got up and walked outside the store. Xiao Nanzenjin looked at the other party's back. After a few moments, trot hard to keep up. 3 hours later, in the Konoha barracks. You come and teach her how to condense chakra. Uchiha Rin brought Konan, who had finished taking a shower and changed into his own clothes that were obviously one size bigger, to Tsunade and said, Look at this 5-year-old loli with her head down and a shy face. Tsunade's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth outlined a dangerous arc. Good boy, still kidnap a child bride back? No, it's not. I just. Xiao Nan hurriedly explained, but he couldn't explain why. Uchiha Senna, haha, laugh me to death. If you see it, your granddaughter's expression is like seeing the mistress. I actually like a little ghost who is more than a decade younger than himself. The woman of the Thousand Hands clan is unexpectedly deceived. Senju Kuma, Uchiha Senna. Want to fight, ha? Uchiha Senna, do you think Lao Tzu is afraid of you? Back then, I was just careless, and I didn't see through your flying thunder god. Whitebeard, according to Lao Tzu's experience, the yellow-haired little girl doesn't like Rin boy, she just feels that her own things have been robbed. Ace, wow daddy, do you understand so? Nearly half a year has passed. Konoha finally invaded the jurisdiction of Yuyin village. In this way, Hanzo can no longer watch the excitement in the rear. You have to go out yourself. The decisive battle of Konoha vs Yuyin. Imminent. Tsunade arrives at the barracks where Rin Uchiha lives and finds the kid lying on lowly Konan's lap, asking the other party to massage his head while feeding fruit. Resisting the urge to slap him, Chiang sneered, You kid enjoys it. I'm recuperating. Under Hanzo's poison gas attack, Konoha's side was completely destroyed. The only ones who remained standing were Tsunade, who had not yet obtained the title of Three Shinobi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. I didn't expect I would be forced to this extent. Hanzo stood above his psychic beast Pepperfish, and said condescendingly, Let's stop here. If you continue to fight, you will only lose both. I give you the name, Konoha 3 Shinobi, and the victory or defeat will be reserved for next time. Hanzo felt that it would not be good for him to continue fighting, even if he can kill the 3 young people in front of him. But you also have to face the attacks of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. He really didn't want to waste any more energy, and Hanzo felt that the 3 of Tsunade would agree to his proposal. After all, they were able to resist their poisonous gas until now, relying on the slug summoned by Tsunade for timely treatment. Do it, lecherous fairy. However, at this moment, a childish voice echoed on the battlefield. Hanzo's face changed suddenly. Only then did he discover that Tsunade had summoned a slug. A little ghost who was less than 10 years old actually jumped out. Don't call me lecherous fairy, stinky boy. Jiraiya yelled in protest, quickly sealed and unleashed ninjutsu with the few chakras left. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The roaring fire dragon head slammed into Hanzo. This level of ninjutsu can't help me. Hanzo's face did not panic in the slightest, and he made a seal with one hand. Water escape water instantaneous technique. Hanzo's instantaneous speed is probably only better than 1,000 hands, and the country of rain rains all year round. In such an environment, with the water instantaneous, I am afraid that only a few years later, the Wei Feng Shui Gate that fully comprehended the flying thunder god could cure him. However, Rin Uchiha has a different approach. Uncle Snake, the position of 80 meters away at 10 o'clock. Uchiha Rin spoke again. When Orochimaru heard this, he pressed one hand on the ground without hesitation. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Countless large snakes gushed out from the cuffs of the big snake pill, rushing towards the position that Rin Uchiha said. And when the sea of snakes arrived, Hanzo, who used water instantaneousness, just appeared, trapped by endless pythons. Nanny! Hanzo's face fused, and he looked at Uchiha Rin in disbelief. So, why did that imp know where I would appear? So, those eyes are. In the next second, Hanzo's face fused again, because he saw the human pupils of Uchiha Rin's eyes. Okay Tsunade-sama, you can take revenge. Uchiha Rin wrote lightly. Without saying a word, Tsunade rushed forward, enough to blast a strange fist chiseled through a small mountain straight at Hanzo. Well, Hanzo, bombed by a python, hisses and calls out to his psychic beast. In heavy rain, the speed of the pepperfish is also jaw-dropping. one step faster than Tsunade blocked in front of his master, opened his mouth, and spewed out a deep purple poisonous mist. Toxic mist spray. Oops, Tsunade. Zila's face fused, but just when he wanted to make a move, he stumbled and fell to the ground. No way, his physical strength and chakra have bottomed out. The voice of the big snake pill sounded indifferently, "Don't worry, someone has saved the beauty for you." Hearing this, Zilai also looked up. I saw that Uchiha Rin had rushed forward, his left eye was closed, and the pupil of his right eye was dilated. Tick, a tear of blood overflowed from the eye socket. The furious black flame gushed out of thin air, covering the poisonous mist that hit Tsunade head-on. Amaterasu. In an instant, the huge range of poisonous mist was instantly engulfed by the black flame. Immediately afterwards, the immortal flame continued to rush towards the big baby fish and the master behind it unabated. In the next second, the screams of the man known as Demigod echoed over this battlefield. It's wonderful, this is the power of the Sharingan. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru carried the head of Hanzo of the pepperfish, licked the corner of his mouth, and looked at Uchiha Rin with an eager expression. Uchiha Rin's goosebumps were all over the place. Maid, wouldn't this force the idea of bringing filial piety to labor and management 20 years in advance? If he dared to do anything, he had to kill him. Immediately, Rin Uchiha raised his hand to wipe the blood and tears from his right eye. Don't use your hands, beware of infections. At this time, Tsunade squatted down and wiped his right eye with the disinfectant tissue he carried with him. How? Vaguely smelling the bloody aura emanating from the other party, Uchiha Rin smiled mockingly at Tsunade. Count you kid awesome. Tsunade barely held back a sentence. Then how do you repay me? Uchiha asked with a smile. Why, in the next second, Uchiha Rin only felt a soft touch on his forehead. Zilai also shouted in grief next to him. As soon as Hanzo died, he returned to Konoha with Tsunade. As agreed in advance, Tsunade worshipped the rope tree with Hanzo's head, and also to report the battle situation to the ape-flying sun. Hanzo is dead. When he heard the news, Ape-Fei Riko, who was not yet 50 years old this year, was so frightened that he almost jumped up from his stool. Tsunade, who was in charge of reporting, was expressionless, and just slashed the head in his hand towards the ape-flying sun. Then he left without looking back. Previously, it was because of the mistake of judgment of the high level of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hinata. This led to many Senju people, including the rope tree, falling into Hanzo's trap. The vitality is greatly damaged. This also became the trigger for the relationship between Tsunade and Sarutobi to gradually drift apart. Unexpectedly, after Uchiha, there is another kaleidoscope of Uchiha writing wheel eyes. Sarutobi Hinata holds the frontline report that Tsunade just sent. From this, I learned that it was when Uchiha Rin's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye was hammered. The joy that was originally brought by half hiding and dying was instantly washed away by half. Because he had witnessed the scene of Uchiha being steered with the power of a kaleidoscope. It was simply a haunting nightmare for his life. What should I do with him? Ape-Fei Ri crossed his hands, his eyebrows locked together. In the Konoha cemetery, Tsunade cremated Hanzo's head in front of the rope tree tombstone. Rin Uchiha stood behind her and silently opened the dead man's chat room. Rin Uchiha at Senjukuma, your two precious apprentices must be thinking about how to deal with me now. Uchiha Senna, I think so, knowing that Rin boy, you have the Sharingan, those apprentices in the room are scared to pee, right? In other words, you are not afraid that they will target you, but I heard that after the establishment of Konoha, my eldest brother was miserably targeted by Senjukuma. Uchiha's existence is a time bomb, I'm just a reasonable precaution. Rin Uchiha, don't worry for now, there are still old Mito women holding them. That's right, the reason why Rin Uchiha is so brazenly showing the kaleidoscope Sharingan. And he is not afraid that the Civil War Kings of the Konoha Elder Group will target him. It is because of the original Lady Hokage, Uzumaki Mito is not dead. With this big guy in town, the ape-flying sun chopping them did not dare to do too much. Even if he is a member of the Uchiha clan, and he is still kind to Uzumaki Mito and helped her avenge her grandson, it was impossible for her to allow the ape to do to herself when she was alive. Not to mention that he still has the relationship of Tsunade. Rin Uchiha, there are still a few years to go. I just need to become stronger to the extent that those old foxes can't help me. Senjukuma Xiao Rin, you seem to have a big opinion about the Japanese slashing them. I think you are prejudiced against them. This is not good. Rin Uchiha, haha, I'll let you see what the four of them have done to the inheritance you left behind in 2 years. To be honest, don't say in the Hokage world. Looking at the entire quadratic, a sparse leader like the Konoha Elder Group who started with a good hand and played a good hand. It is also an extremely explosive existence. In the later stage, a large snake pill almost wiped out Konoha. If the thousand-hand pillar saw that the foundation he had created would also be slashed like this, I don't know if I will vomit blood. At this time, Tsunade stood up and walked out of the cemetery with Uchiha Rin, and suddenly said, I'm going back to the front, do you want to go together? Don't. Uchiha Rin refused without hesitation, stretched out, and yawned. I went because of you before. I can fight for you, but I'm not interested in fighting for Konoha. Tsunade's fair and pretty face flashed a faint blush. Cut, smelly boy with a slippery tongue. After leaving these words, Tsunade walked quickly towards the main entrance of the village. Suddenly, he stopped again, half-turned his head, and his beautiful eyes were shining. You wait for me to come back. Tsunade struggled for a long time before he could barely hold out these words. Senju in the chat room felt his blood pressure higher. Uchiha Senna, haha, it seems that the little girl of the Senju clan is just around the corner for us. Uchiha's day when the big fat boy is just around the corner. Then, it was again Uchiha Senna and Senju who sprayed each other in their skirts. I'm exhausted, Zionin, knee over and let me lie down. After returning home, Uchiha shouted weakly. Xiaonan Lori's face was slightly red, but she still picked up her short skirt and knelt down, letting Uchiha Rin pillow on it. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes on the surface in fake sleep, but in fact entered the dead man's chat room. Uchiha Senna and Senju are still spraying each other. Rin Uchiha at Whitebeard at Ace, can you discuss something? Ace. Whitebeard. Uchiha Rin, 9 times out of 10, I will cross into your world, and when the time comes, I will kill Blackbeard to avenge you. In exchange, how about you two give me the tricolor domineering and the ability to burn fruits, respectively. Although Uchiha Rin is more hungry for the wooden escape between the 1,000 hand pillars, but there are 1,000 hands between this stirring stick, and I feel that I can't get it for the time being. Uchiha Rin could only hit the idea on the father and son of Ace and Whitebeard first. The shock fruit Uchiha Rin is not gluttonous, the thing is more suitable for those muscular men in Union Village. His own fighting style is more inclined to Uchiha's battlefield rose flowing style. Burnt fruit is more suitable for yourself. Whitebeard, gula la la boy, you don't know how long it will take for you to go to our world, so early to ask for it will inevitably lead to the lion opening his mouth, right? Ace, if you don't make a move, Luffy will definitely defeat Tiki. Lion Groove, these two goods are unexpectedly not good to fool ah. Uchiha Rin pinched his chin and thought for a long time before saying, Uchiha Rin, I will definitely make a move against Wang Luffy in the future. Ace, as long as you give me the ability to burn fruits, I promise to keep him alive. How about it? Ace, what are you going to do? Where did Luffy offend you? Ace was clearly heard angry from the tone. The second dimension is really full of disciple control. Uchiha Rin, because I want to rob Nami Robin, so I have to clash with Wang Luffy and if you want to blame his crew for being too beautiful. Ace. Whitebeard. Uchiha Senna. 1,000 hand pillars. For Uchiha and the grudge between Senju, it is only through the perspective of Uchiha Rin and the mutual spray between Uchiha Senna and Senju, but not much interest. After all, they were not from the Senju or Uchiha families. Just be a melon-eating crowd to watch the excitement. However, when Uchiha Rin says that the future is likely to travel to their world, and he plans to attack Wang Luffy Ace was instantly calm. He was relieved of his death. Even for whether he can find Tiki to take revenge. It also responds with a Buddhist attitude. But Wang Luffy is undoubtedly his counterscale. The degree of control of this product is not inferior to Yushibo's filial piety. Rin Uchiha at Portkas D. Ace, how, Ace, there will be no such shop in this village. As long as you give me the ability to burn fruits, I promise that no matter how Wang Luffy provokes me, I will definitely keep him alive in the future. Uchiha tirelessly induced Ace. Although the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is strong, the side effects are too strong. I haven't taken Susanoo out yet. It was only in the previous battle with Hanzo that he used foresight of the future and Amaterasu. I feel that my excellent vision has improved to about 200 degrees. If Mad uses Susanoo to come out, I'm afraid he will raise it to 500 degrees in one go. 2 TMD Pit. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Rin felt the need to develop new abilities, and the Burning Fruit and the Flying Thunder God are undoubtedly blocking the most suitable abilities for themselves. As far as Senjuma's attitude towards Uchiha, Flying Thunder God Uchiha Rin no longer had any hope. I can only hit Ace with the idea. Ace, this. Ace of the Underworld secretly gritted his teeth and fell into a tangle. Although he is now in soul form, there are no teeth to bite him in. To be honest, he was already a dead man. It is also useless to keep the ability to burn the fruit. Give is given. But the problem is that he is afraid that after he gives it, Uchiha Rin will not keep his word. Use your abilities to deal with Luffy. On the other hand, wasn't he hurting Luffy? Ace, Whitebeard, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, and other non-Hokage world skirters joined the chat room. It's also been a while. I basically have a preliminary understanding of Uchiha Rin's forced character. There are 3 things you like: strength, beauty, and freedom. Or rather, lawlessness. In general, a little conscience, but not much. Whether he can trust this guy or not, Ace really doesn't know in his heart. After all, he was already in Blackbeard. Marshall M.D. Titch suffered a loss once. Rin Uchiha, I admit that I'm not a good person, but I'm a person who does what I say, so think about it. After at Ace again, Rin Uchiha went offline. Ace is still in a tangled state, and Ichimaru Silver, who has been diving, silently sees all this in his eyes and thinks. In the real world, Rin Uchiha gets up from Konan's lap. Then he took her little hand and said, "Let's go, take you to the entrance exam." Konan, 6 years old this year, is exactly the entrance age for new students at the ninja school. For such a little loli with shadow level potential, Rin Uchiha wouldn't let her be a vase maid who would only serve herself tea. I'll come on. I got along with Rin Uchiha for more than half a year. Zionen's character is also gradually closer to the gentle and virtuous self when the original book first appeared. And unlike when he met Uchiha Rin at the beginning, he was like a Hinata second generation, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. "Rin, are you going out? The weather is nice today. There are fruits that have arrived newly from the country of rivers, would you like to try them?" "Rin, I heard you. Nothing, go out and stay safe." Walking on the streets of the Uchiha clan, but all the clansmen who collided greeted him with a complicated expression. That expression, there is shock, there is yearning, there is envy, but more is awe. This is for Uchiha Rin, a former family little transparent. It's hard to imagine. The reason is simple. The story of his awakening of the kaleidoscope chakra eye has spread throughout the family. After the Uchiha brothers, decades later, there was actually another owner of a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and he is not yet 10 years old, and the future is immeasurable. The playground is already full of new students preparing to enter school, as well as their parents. Uchiha Rin, who had brought Konan here, looked around left and right, and did not find any familiar figures. The same as himself are the fathers of the original 12 Xiaoqiang, such as Wave Feng Shuman, Uzumaki Jishine, and Nara Shikaesa. And it is said that Uchiha Rin knows, Kimu 5 Open, Sunset Red, Medi this generation. He has just been born. Therefore, Zionen's entrance age is more embarrassing. Just between these two generations, I don't feel like anyone worth making friends with. Long time no see, Rin. At this time, a voice came from the side. Uchiha Rin and Konan turned to look. Two white-eye came into view. Here came a teenager about 13 or 14 years old, and a white-eyed loli about the same age as Zionen, about 5 or 6 years old. Oh, it's Hayashi Sr., long time no see. Rin Uchiha greeted. Hinata Hayashi, a year older than Senju Rope Tree, happened to be in the graduating class when Uchiha Rin enrolled. The two didn't talk much, but they knew each other. This is. Rin Uchiha looked at the white-eyed loli next to Hinata. This is my fiancé, Hinata Hikaru. Hinata said, a little embarrassed. Okay guys, that's about 10 years younger, right? Uchiha Rin said that Hinata Hayashi was very punished, but I feel that I am not qualified to talk about people. After all, Uchiha Rin is still hungry for Hinata, who is more than 20 years younger. It is said that if Uchiha Rin said to Hinata Hayashi, if the public does not abandon, Rin wishes to worship as his father-in-law, will Hinata Hayashi fight with herself? But this is fine. Uchiha Rin immediately let Konan, Hinata Hikaru, get along well. After all, we will all be a family in the future. You really awakened the kaleidoscope Sharinan? Taking advantage of the two little loli getting to know and play together, Hinata Hayashi seized the opportunity and asked Uchiha Rin in a low voice. Oh, it seems that this matter has spread inside Konoha. Uchiha Rin smiled like a smile. Hinata opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment, at least judging by Uchiha Rin's answer. This thing is true. The reason why he took the initiative to greet Uchiha Rin, who was not familiar with him, it is because he is the heir of the Hyaga clan. It is necessary to have a good relationship with the strong in the village. Although Hinata and Uchiha are not very close, at least they are not as confrontational as between Uchiha and Senju. Everyone be quiet, and then Naruto-sama will give a speech. At this time, the instructor standing on the podium shouted. I saw that his hair was not completely white, and the ape under the age of 50 flew up to the podium. After a dry cough, he said with a kind face, where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. This is the will of fire. Here it is again. Uchiha Rin showed an expression of great disgust. Damn, every time a freshman enters the school, the ape flying sun chop is going to run out to brainwash these children. Zionen, you should fart these words, don't listen to them. Uchiha Rin bowed his head and reminded Konan. Mad said that the other gods were the strongest illusions, and in the eyes of Uchiha Rin, a traverser, this will of fire was the strongest illusion, right? So many people in Konoha were fooled like fools. Although Konan, he didn't understand why Rin Uchiha said that, but for the other party's words, she will definitely do it. He nodded obediently. Senju at Uchiha Rin, I think the monkey is right. Xiao Rin, why do you have such a big opinion? In the chat room, the 1,000 hands between the pillars at Deo. Uchiha Rin, it's really okay to say this from your or Senju's mouth, but in the mouth of Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, it's simply a big joke. The will of fire thing is also very simple to explain. It is that the older generation should dedicate themselves to becoming the soil of the younger generation and pave the way for them. Even if Uchiha Rin didn't like Senju at all, he had to admit that he did implement it. When he was chased and killed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, it is enough to prove that he is obviously not old, but he still chose to sacrifice himself to let 8 Fei Ichop and others escape. And the Thousand-Hand Pillar is not to mention. But what about the ape flying and the Shimura group hiding these people? TMD is the complete opposite. Let the younger generation sacrifice themselves and become the nourishment for their consolidation of power. White Fang, 3 Shinobi, Wave Fang Shuman, Uchiha Shui. So many young strong people die and go away. As far as the 4 old immortals of the Konoha Elder Group are concerned, they have tightly held the supreme power of Konoha for nearly half a century. By the time of the 12-strong period, a big snake pill almost wiped out Konoha. You know, one of the above strong people is still in Konoha. Wait until the ape flying sun chops on the podium and babbles a lot of words. The opening ceremony officially ended. Konan, Hinata Hikaru, and other freshmen who have just entered the current class. According to the previous class list, they entered the teaching building one after another, looking for their respective classes. Rin Uchiha turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly spoke up. Rin, wait. As soon as these words came out, many parents also stopped and looked at the side. Among them, there are many members of large families such as Inyazuka, Inyaga Butterfly, and Oil Girl. Can you talk about it? The old man loves to chat with you young people, Sarutobi asked with the smiling face of a signature kind old man. Next time, Naruto-sama, I made an appointment with Mito-sama. Although the current Ape Flying Sun Chop is not as frustrated as the future, Uchiha Rin still chooses not to be aggrieved. Staying in a room with the old foxes of the elder group, he was disgusted and wanted to vomit. The corner of Ape Fei Riko's lips that kept smiling couldn't help but twitch fiercely. I didn't expect this kid to be so faceless. However, he could not find a reason to refute it. After all, Uchiha Rin moved out of the big Buddha of Uzumaki Mito. Even though Sarutobi has been a Hokage for nearly 20 years, he doesn't dare to rob people with Uzumaki Mito. Then take your leave, Naruto-sama. Uchiha left without looking back. The ape flying sun slash secretly clenched his fists in the rear. Keep reminding yourself internally. Endure, endure. Anyway, Uzumaki Mito didn't have a few years to live. At that time, it will not be your own world? And Hinata Hayashi silently watched the scene. I wondered if I should stay away from Uchiha Rin. This is also too bad to give Hokage face, right? Even if Rin Uchiha is now on Uzumaki Mito. But how many years does that old lady have to live? In the next few decades, it will not be the ape flying sun to take power. However, Hinata Hayashi could not have imagined anything. Uchiha Rin is preparing to raise his strength to a height that the elder group does not dare to act rashly in the past few years when Uzumaki Mito is still alive. Uzumaki Mito certainly didn't have Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin said that just now, purely because he didn't want to see more of the monkey face of the ape flying sun. However, he still went to the fruit store to buy a basket of fruit baskets and walked in the direction of the Thousand Hands clan, planned to pay a visit. In other words, it is basically impossible for the Uchiha people to enter the land of the Thousand Hands clan, but because now the whole clan knows that Uchiha Rin helped their eldest young master take revenge, so no one stepped forward to block it without being interested. And into the land of the Thousand Hands, Uchiha Rin found the entire Senju clan lifeless. It is no wonder that the battle in which the Thousand Hand Rope Tree died in battle before, not only the Thousand Hand Rope Tree who was the eldest young master died in battle, most of the young adults of the entire Thousand Hands clan also died. This vitality injury, in 20 or 30 years, will definitely not recover. This also led to a near break in the relationship between Tsunade and Sarutobi. Leave that blind command on the enemy's side. Uchiha Sena at Senjukuma Senjutsuma, did you say that your baby apprentice did it on purpose? Good fellow, the ancestors began to fan the flames again. Not surprisingly, the Thousand Hand Pillar has not yet answered. Senju had already begun to spray at him. Every time Uchiha Rin enters the skirt, the news can reach 99+, and these two are indispensable. However, Rin Uchiha personally believes that the ape flying sun chop should not be intentional. After all, Uzumaki Mito is still there. Even if the elder group looks at the Thousand Hands unfavorably, they don't have the guts. It should be purely because their command ability is too dish. After all, judging from the original book, this group of people is also a little combat power. In addition to engaging in infighting, the talent in other aspects is simply inferior to pigs and dogs. I don't know how Chien Shao was blind and chose them as heirs. Grandma, eat a peach at Uzumaki Mito's house. Uchiha Rin handed the cut peaches to Uzumaki Mito, who is now in his 70s and has a wrinkled face. Hee thank you Xiao Rin. Worthy of being a husband and wife, Uzumaki Mito's name for Uchiha Rin is the same as Senjukuma. And see the wife, sister-in-law, who is now dying. The thousand hand pillars and the thousand hands in the chat room couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even Uchiha Senna was a little embarrassed. What about mine? And sitting next to Uzumaki Mito, a red-haired large-faced plated loli blinked and looked at Uchiha Rin. She is none other than Rin Uchiha's classmate, who is about to inherit the second-generation pillar power of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Jushine. Currently staying by Uzumaki Mito's side, preparing to become the next Nine Tails pillar force. Ghost, big-faced plate, you are not my grandmother-in-law, Uchiha Rin said with a look of disgust. Rin Uchiha, I fought with you. Uzumaki Mito hates people calling themselves tomatoes the most at school. Many male students laughed at themselves like this, so Juzine beat these people violently and earned the nickname Blood Red Hot Chili Pepper, and the big faceplate was obtained by Rin Uchiha for Jushine. She hates it too. Okay, stop making trouble. Uzumaki Mito stopped it in time. Juzine did not dare to be presumptuous and sat back. Rin, do you really like Ozuna? Uzumaki Mito collected his previous kind smile and asked seriously. Rin Uchiha also straightened his face and nodded. Juzine cut in his heart. Just this unorthodox person actually wants to pursue Tsunade Sr.? After Uzumaki Mito was silent for a long time, he slowly spoke, so, shall I give you Ozuna? In fact, before Uchiha Rin came, Uzumaki Mito had considered this problem. The Thousand Hands clan is now greatly injured and needs to have a dependency. And I don't have a few years to live, so I have to find a new one to rely on. Uchiha Rin, who awakens a kaleidoscope before the age of 10, is undoubtedly a good choice. It's that Uchiha's origin is a bit troublesome, but what if they are married? Wouldn't it be perfectly solved to solve this problem? And Uzumaki Mito can also see from Tsunade's attitude that his granddaughter is also quite fond of this little one. At least more reliable than Jirei, right? However, unexpectedly, Uchiha Rin showed a look of embarrassment and spread his hands. Grandma, it's okay to fall in love, but it's not very appropriate to get married, unless Tsunade-san can allow me to take a concubine. Uzumaki Mito. Looking at the one hanging in the center of Uchiha Rin's collarbone, it was given to his granddaughter by her husband Senjukuma. Then the pendant that was transferred to Rin Uchiha by his granddaughter. Uzumaki Mito fell into a huge tangle. She suddenly wanted to get the pendant back for her granddaughter. What kind of scumbag is this? But fortunately, the cultivation of Uzumaki Mito is still very high, and he did not scold it. With a smile on his face at the end, he sent Uchiha Rin away. And Jushina directly exploded, pointing at the back of Uchiha Rin and shouting, Grandma Mito, this guy is really ignorant. With Tsunade-senpai, he actually returned, and thought about other women. No, don't face. Juzine couldn't find an adjective to scold this product. He just speaks what a lot of men really think. Now Uzumaki Mito has also calmed down. If you think about it, there is nothing surprising about Uchiha Rin's behavior. Not to mention that in the Warring States period, because of the sparse population, the major ninja patriarchs were all playing with their lives to give birth. Her husband has 3 brothers. It is said that Uchiha is even more exaggerated over there, 5 brothers. And the current environment, although much better than the Warring States, but of those who are powerful, which is not a herd of wives and concubines? I like this kind of boy. I don't know how Tsuna will live in the future. Uzumaki Mito rubbed his temples in distress. She was a little afraid to die. The next day, ninja school. Long time no see, Rin. As soon as Uchiha Rin entered the classroom, a yellow fur that was not inferior to him showed a bright smile and took the initiative to step forward to say hello. The official future of the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Fang Shuman. He is also one of the few people in Uchiha Rin's class who can speak. That's right, Rin Uchiha hasn't graduated yet. Before going to the front line with Tsunade, he just asked Bo Fang Shuman to help him take a leave, and then left directly. This walk is half a year. To be honest, when he came out of the Senju clan land yesterday, Sarutobi actually sent someone to inform him to go to the ninja school, which really scared Uchiha Rin. He also thought he had been expelled long ago. After all, as soon as I missed class, I missed half a year. And seeing Uchiha Rin's arrival, the class was also in a commotion. Apparently, they have also heard some rumors from their parents. Watergate, stay away from this scumbag. At this time, Juzine also walked into the classroom and pulled the Wave Feng Shui door to sit in the corner of the classroom. I was afraid that the Wave Feng Shui gate would be damaged by Uchiha Rin. Rin Uchiha shrugged at this. Anyway, I don't care what Juzine thinks of himself. I didn't see her as a target. Mainly as the second old ape, Uchiha Rin's eyes were raised by a large number of beauties in the second dimension. He is only interested in the kind of top beauty with a score of 95 or more. What Tsunade, Terumi, Hinata or Nami, Robin, Hancock. Like Juzine's 88 points, he is not interested. Ichimaru's silver at Uchiha Rin, can you talk? Seeing this news, Uchiha Rin was stunned for a moment, because since entering the skirt, Ichimaru Silver has basically not spoken. Many times Uchiha Rin forgot that there was such a person. Suddenly at myself smoked what wind? Rin Uchiha, what's going on? Ichimaru Jin, you like beautiful women, don't you? Then can I ask you to protect someone? Rest assured, it's a beauty. Ichimaru Silver didn't say it through, but Uchiha Rin had already guessed who the man was. Matsumoto Messi, the vice-captain of the Grim Reaper World Guardian Team 13 in Juban Team. He is also Ichimaru Jin's childhood sweetheart. It can be said that the reason why Ichimaru Silver has been lurking by Lan Ran's side for 100 years is to help Matsumoto Runja regain the part of his soul that was taken away by Lan Ran. But hearing Ichimaru Jin's words, Uchiha Rin's expression was a little strange. Is this begging himself to take the initiative to green him? Belch. Actually, it doesn't count. The main thing is that Ichimaru Silver has heard about the current situation in the Corpse Soul realm through Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku. The man named Yuabak led the army of the Exterminator Division to capture the Corpse Soul realm, killed countless gods of death, and even Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, the strongest god of death, died at their hands. At that time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi entered the skirt heavily, but he scared Ichimaru Silver a lot. So, what about the chaotic jury? Is Kaiju okay? Ichimaru Silver is really afraid of when he will meet Kaiju in this skirt, and after hearing that Rin Uchiha may be able to enter other worlds in the future, Ichimaru Silver thought for a long time, thinking that he might be able to entrust him with protecting Kaiju. As for whether the two will develop that kind of relationship, to be honest, Ichimaru Silver didn't care that much. Even he felt that it would be okay if Kaiju had a new man and forgot about himself. That would be better for her. After listening to Ichimaru Jin's elaboration, the whole skirt fell silent. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, Ichimaru Silver, at the beginning, the old man only thought that you kid was cheating and slippery, but I didn't expect to be an affectionate person. Whitebeard Gulala boy, I can see that you like the girl called Chao-Ju Uchiha Sena. I thought you were a mute, but I didn't expect to be a lover. Rin boy, what do you think? Give him a hand. Ichimaru Silver ignored the ridicule of the other skirters and at Uchiha Rin again. Ichimaru Silver at Uchiha Rin, how is it? If you promise, I will give you my slashing knife and spear. Although Ace, Senjukuma, and the others did not know who Heel was, but according to what they know about Uchiha Rin, you can roughly guess the reason for his words. It's nothing more than that Uchiha Rin doesn't like Matsumoto Mesiku, he prefers that Haribal. Ichimaru Silver was even more speechless by lay. Good fellow, he sacrificed his childhood sweetheart. As a result, the goods are not yet visible. You must know the premier beauty of Kaiju and Team 13 of the Guardian Court, right? Ulquiorra, can Virtual do that kind of thing? Rarely, like Ichimaru Silver, he has not spoken since he entered the skirt, and Ulquiorra, who has been in a diving state, has come to complain. Rin Uchiha, just try it and you'll find out. In other words, I remember that the location of the virtual hole in Haribal is more embarrassing. It shouldn't be a problem though. After all, there are still 2 holes, aren't they? Ichimaru Silver at Uchiha Rin, you. Seriously. Rin Uchiha, haha, just kidding, I'm actually very hungry for your abilities. Although Ichimaru Jin's divine gun is comparable to Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku's flowing blade, and the blue-dyed mirror flower water moon and other effects are against the sky, it feels a little far away, but it's definitely enough. If he could, of course Rin Uchiha wanted to. Rin Uchiha then explained why. Uchiha Rin, it's just that I didn't plan to go to your world for a short time. There are too many masters over there, I won't rush to die. In the Dead Fire Sea world, the combat power of the god of death is undoubtedly the highest. Especially the Invisible Empire is a lot of perverts. Until he reached the 6th level, Uchiha Rin would not consider going there at all. Rin Uchiha, at least for decades, I won't go to your world, and in front of that pervert of Yuhabak, I am not sure to protect you well, and I will not lie to you to give me the knife, and when I am confident to go, you will issue a commission. As soon as Uchiha Rin's words came out, the mentality of everyone in the chat room couldn't help but change slightly, because in the eyes of many of them, Uchiha Rin can completely fool Ichimaru Jin's ability, and then regret not fulfilling his promise? Why don't you eat ducks that reach your mouth? Uchiha Rin explained indifferently, I am the most honest person in doing business, recognize ability, and not recognize people, give me ability, I will help you do things, and will never be deceived. After so long, Uchiha Rin also understood his golden finger ability. It's not so much a gold finger as a legal transaction. Maybe at the beginning, he could pit a few abilities by stealing and slipping, but after that? After losing your integrity, who do business with you with these big guys in the skirt? Therefore, Rin Uchiha also made up his mind that as long as he took the job, he would do it. And the commission proposed by Ichimaru Jin, it's something he can't do at the moment. That's why he chose to refuse. And hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Ace also suddenly said, Portkar D.Ace at Rin Uchiha, you said earlier that as long as I give you the ability to burn fruits, even if I snatch the 2 crew members of Luffy's ship, I will never kill Luffy. Is this promise still counted? Uchiha Rin, Luffy wants to be One Piece or want to liberate the world or something. It's none of my business, I just want the 2 beauties on his ship. Uchiha Rin at Ace, since you are looking for me, you have to give it if you do it or not. Remember, one less son, I will never let one Luffy Ace. The atmosphere of silence froze for about half a minute. The voice of the chat room system suddenly sounded ding, Skirt Keeper Portkas S.D.Ace's mandate, don't kill my brother. Mission content, after entering the pirate world, the skirter in Uchiha cannot kill Monkey D. Luffy. Mission reward, ability to burn fruits. It's okay not to kill, but Nami Robin Hood Cook I can take it right. I don't know why, I feel that the robbery has become one Luffy's crew member of Nami, inexplicably feels more exciting. What's going on? The moment you hear the system tone, Uchiha Rin's arm emitted a roaring sound of flames. I saw 10 centimeters a day, and flames suddenly burst up from his elbow, but unexpectedly did not set fire to his clothes. It's so hot. Rin Uchiha himself was taken aback, immediately calmed down. The originally uncontrolled flame was gradually extinguished and calmed down. What's that? And Bofeng Shuman, who was sitting in the back corner of the classroom with Juzine, happened to see this scene. Eyes widened in amazement. Ace at Uchiha Rin, the thing has been given to you, let's say okay, you are not allowed to kill Luffy. In fact, to be honest, Ace wants to release a Uchiha Rin who is not allowed to make a move on Luffy. Even let him assist Luffy in his quest to become One Piece. But Ace himself knew it very well. If he really issued such a task, Rin Uchiha would never take it. Uchiha Rin, don't worry, although I don't like One Luffy, since I accepted your order, I will keep my promise. Rin Uchiha felt that he had never found Ace so bad before. It took him a long day to put his mind down. Bell 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 finally, today the bell rings for the end of school at the ninja school. Zionin, how do you feel? Rin Uchiha walked to the door of the first-year classroom and smoothed the blue hair on the top of Lori's head and asked. It's too simple compared to what Tsunade's sister taught. Xiao Nan was full of confidence. After all, there is shadow-level potential. This answer did not surprise Rin Uchiha. I don't want to waste any more time here, go apply for an early graduation. Rin Uchiha decided. In the original work, it is not said how old Juzine became a human pillar force, but through yesterday's conversation with Uzumaki Nito, he knew that the Konoha High Level planned to wait for Jushine's physical development to be perfected and to carry out the transfer of the 9 tails when he was close to adulthood. If you are lucky, within 7 or 8 years, the elder group will not dare to make any big moves. But who can guarantee that Uzumaki Nito will live to that time? As soon as the Second Shinobi War in the original book ended, Tsunade immediately left Konoha. If Uzumaki Nito was still alive at that time, in the face of an elderly grandmother, Tsunade will go so crisply? Rin Uchiha felt safe. He should have acquired the power during World War II that those old foxes did not dare to covet. There is no time for mushrooms at school either. Ha, Rin, did you decide to graduate early too? Coincidentally, Bofeng Shuman walked up with Juzine at this time. Also, Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly. Yesterday, the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama approached me and said that he hoped that I would graduate early, and he planned to transfer me to the front line and become a disciple of Jiraiya-sama. Speaking of this, Bofeng Shuman said with a grateful expression, Madame-sama is so good to me. Seeing Bofeng Shuman's grateful expression, Uchiha Rin secretly said in his heart, Watergate, I probably won't kill you in the future. In the later stage, Konoha Sanshin seems to have nothing to do with Sarutobi Hinata, although Zi Lai also despised some of the actions of the elder group. But when it came to the critical moment, he absolutely did not hesitate to stand on the side of the 8th Flying Sun. And the same is true of Bofeng Shuman, who will become a disciple of Zilei. In the original, after he became the 4th generation of Hokage, he was actually able to allow the 8th Flying Sun to obey the government. It's also enough. If he had changed to himself, he would have kicked this old immortal out and told him to get out. In the future, 99.99% of myself will work with the elders. If the time comes, Bofeng Shuman will stand on their side. Don't blame me then. After leaving this sentence that made Bofeng Shuman and Juzine quite puzzled, Rin Uchiha left the ninja school with Konan. Is that how you came up with it, Day Chop? Meanwhile, in the Konoha Supreme Conference Room, Tuanzang sat opposite the 8th Flying Sun, and a flash of disdain flashed on his face. Also sitting in the seats were Koharu and Mizuto Minion. The topic of discussion of the gathering of the 4 people. It is a containment plan against Uchiha Rin. The plan given by 8th Flying Sun Chopper is to cultivate Wave Feng Shui Gate. He had observed it through the art of telescopic. Bofeng Shuman is a civilian but has excellent talent and proper shadow-level potential. And more importantly, the personality is simple, obedient enough, and simple is good to fool. Sarutobi wanted to cultivate him. Create another genius to contain the teenage genius of Rin Uchiha. And Tuanzang felt that the method of ape flying sun chopping was really TMD. Wouldn't it be okay to just transfer the kid from Uchiha Rin into the roots of the old man? The old man will watch him to death. Tuanzang, who was not yet blind, showed a greedy expression. A kaleidoscope chakra eye capable of killing Hanzo. He drooled. Oh, you're naive, Tuanzang. Ape Flying Sun said with a smile, do you think he'll say yes? If he doesn't agree, do you want to use strong? Will Mito-sama say yes? Tuanzang, who sent 3 consecutive questions, was speechless. Indeed, no matter how rampant he was, I didn't dare to ignore the meaning of the Empress Dowager Uzumaki Mito. The kid who was a damn boy really walked shit luck, and fell on the line of Uzumaki Mito. But don't get carried away too soon. Fuck it. Did Ape Flying Sun behead this old king bastard deliberately want to take me to the front line to die? 2 days later, Konoha Ninja School. When he heard Uchiha Rin's words, there were a group of Konoha ninjas around, including Wave Fang Shuman. They were all scared into a cold sweat. I'm going, so don't give Naruto-sama face? The Wave Fang Shui Gate, who had just tied the Konoha ninja's forehead to the brain door, secretly said. This can be found by the brace on his head and on Uchiha Rin's hand. The two have managed to become Konoha's official shinobi. Early graduation exams didn't make much of a splash. After all, one is the Kaleidoscope Sharinan owner who assisted Sanchin in killing Hanzo of the Pepperfish. The other is the genius that has firmly dominated the school's top honor students since entering the school. Many readers came in less than time, and Uchiha Rin and Wave Fang Shuman got the forehead. And the reason why Uchiha Rin cursed just now, because as soon as he got the protective amount, the examiner told the two to go to the front line immediately to report. This is what Naruto-sama meant. Rin Uchiha said that it was really a day. How can anyone send to the front line just after becoming a shinobi? This old immortal is afraid that he didn't deliberately send himself to the battlefield to die, right? Uchiha-senna, no, I think that old monkey thinks that although he can't do anything to you in a short time, he still wants to squeeze out the last bit of your value as much as possible. Senju Kuma, Uchiha-senna. Don't you live in a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart? Uchiha-senna, boom, just the virtues of your apprentices. Do you think it is still the Warring States period? Should imps under 10 years old be allowed to go into battle? Uchiha-senna's words silenced Senjuma. That's right, his eldest brother's original intention for creating Konoha. I just don't want children to be involved with war. And now, Ape Flying Sun Chopper has let 2 9-year-old children go into battle. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, the old man, is puzzled. Since there is a shortage of people on the front line, then why the Ape Flying Sun, who is a Hokage, can't cut himself up? Good guy, the captain killed the game with a word. That's right, since there is a shortage of people at the front, then why don't you Konoha elders go by yourself? Rin Uchiha almost burst out laughing. Thinking about it carefully, the foursome of the Konoha elders had experienced the first 3 major battles, but basically sit and enjoy the success in the rear. The first Ninja World War, they were a group of little-ass children who followed behind the Senju but to eat experience. This is understandable. After that, there was no battle. The second Ninja World War relied on the White Fang banner Mushuo Shigeru and Konoha Sanshin. The third time is the same, obviously only in his early 50s, fully capable of going to the front line in person. But in time, 5 open, leap soil these 12-year-old imps sent up. Don't go either. Completely rely on the Wave Fang Shui Gate to play the life belt on the front line. The 4th time. The immortals fight, so don't say anything. But Koharu and Mito Manitas still retired in the rear. I'll sell lots to your mom every day. What is the use of your elders? 1,000 hand pillars. Senju Kuma. The Senju brothers were also silenced by the words of the captain. No matter how much they want to help the Ape Flying Sun cut the 4 people to exonerate, I really can't find any excuses. Enough, Rin, it's Naruto-sama's order. As a Konoha ninja, you only have the part to execute. At this time, a serious voice came. Uchiha Rin turned his head to look, and the corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Ouch, Uncle Zhenhong, how are you? Sunset is really red, Konoha's premier illusion ninja. Sunset Zhenhong came over and said, I will serve as the command captain of the 2 of you in this operation, responsible for taking you both to the front, go back and prepare, and leave at dawn. Uchiha Rin spread his hands. Forget it, going to war is not entirely a bad thing. After all, cultivating against a wooden stake in the training ground is not as effective as using a living person to practice hands, right? Uncle Zhenhong, I heard that your daughter was born, congratulations. As he left the ninja school stone, Uchiha asked coldly. Ha, oh, thanks. Sunset Zhenhong nodded stunnedly. And more than 10 years later, Sunset Zhenhong expressed the thing he regretted the most in his life. It was for Uchiha Rin to meet his daughter. After all, what old father can tolerate his son-in-law having more than 1 daughter and 1 woman? Grandma Mito, Zionin has been in trouble with you for a while. Subsequently, Uchiha Rin led Konan to the clan land of the Senju clan. Are you so worried about killing them every day? Uzumaki Mito's face was squeezed into a cloud and asked. She has lived for so long, what big scene has she not seen? Uchiha Rin did this because he was afraid of what the elders would do to Konan. They are a bunch of scum. Uchiha Rin scoffed disdainfully. Aren't you? Juzine rolled her eyes and asked. I'm just a scumbag. Uchiha Rin straightened his chest and tummy. Tsunade. Okay guys, you're pretty proud, aren't you? Uzumaki Mito sighed, and finally agreed. But the thought of not daring to die intensified. Because Uzumaki Mito had a hunch. Once he dies, Ape Flying Sun Chop and the others will no longer be restrained. And Rin Uchiha will also show his fangs. Many people came to see them off. For example, Sunset True Red's wife and Sunset Red, who is holding her in her arms and is still a baby. Jushina and Konan, who sent bento boxes to Uchiha Rin in Wave Fang Shuman. And the one who occupies the bulk is still the Uchiha family. There is no way, mainly because Uchiha Rin, who awakened the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, is the fragrant food of the Uchiha family. Many people think that he will become the first Uchiha to become a Hokage since Konoha was founded. Rin, you have to be careful. Run when you encounter an enemy you can't cope with. I'm sure you can make a great contribution. By the way, this is a picture of my daughter, you think about it. Uchiha Rin, who was surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside the clansman, had a black line on his face. Mater Labor and Management are not interested in the position of Hokage at all, right? Instead of becoming a man who is a Hokage, it is better to be a man of the Hokage. Originally, the Second Shinobi War was started by Hanzo. As a small country sandwiched between 3 countries, Hanzo felt that he had to find a way to strengthen the country of Rain, so he started a war. And as soon as Hanzo dies, the land of Rain will naturally not fight again. But even so, the war did not simply end. Because the land of Wind Sand Hidden Village also has the same idea as Hanzo. Nestled in the desert, most crops cannot be grown, and the Wind Nation, which relies entirely on imports, has long coveted the fertile land of the Fire Nation. Don't underestimate the country of Wind in this period. Although in Naruto's time, they had long become the bottom of the 5 major powers. But at the moment, Cheyenne Village is in the strongest stage. The second generation Wind Shadow Shaman Treasure Deo is not old, and the chief puppeteer Cho is also troublesome. There are also 3 generations of Wind Shadows who invented the art of Iron Sand and have already reserved the position of the next Wind Shadow. And although it cannot perfectly control the Shower He, it can also use a part of the power of the tailed beast to share blessings. There are 4 shadow levels. With such capital, Sandyen is fully qualified to compete with Konoha. On the way to the front, Sunset Shinhong explained the situation of the battlefield to Uchiha Rin and Wei Fang Shuman. Bo Fang Shuman listened attentively, for fear of missing a detail. And Uchiha Rin asked coldly, can you put me in Tsunade-san's team? Sunset is really red. Labor and Management want to give you 2 nests. 4 days and 3 nights later, the 3 successfully arrived at the Konoha barracks located on the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Long time no see, Shuumao. Sunset Zhenhong reached out and slapped the shoulder of Chimu Shuumao, an old fellow who was the commander-in-chief of the front. Kimu Shuumao nodded with a smile, his gaze swept towards Bofang Shuman, and said approvingly being sent to the battlefield by Naruto-sama at such a young age is commendable in the future. Lord White Fang has passed the prize. Bofang Shuman responded a little nervously. Born as a civilian, under the condition of no blood succession limit, the Konoha White Fang, Chi Mushuo Shigeru who has reached the peak of the shadow level. That's his idol. What about the other? Kimu Shuumao turned his head to look around, but did not find another figure that he was interested in. Under the age of 10 awakens the legendary genius of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. The corner of Sunset Zhenhong's mouth twitched wildly and pointed diagonally to the opposite side. Kimu Shuumao looked in the direction of his friend's finger. Tsunade-san, did you miss me? I feel that your shoulders are a little stiff. Come, I'll help you press. You kid is quite kind. You still want to take a concubine, right? Tsunade smiled and reached for Uchiha Rin's neck. Give me back the pendant. How can there be a reason to take back the things that are sent? Uchiha Rin gave a wicked smile while dodging. Say Grandma Mito told you, will you marry me? Ghost, who is going to marry you? Although Tsunade's tone was desperate to death, there was still a flash of blush on his fair face. The blood pressure between the 1,000 hands and the chat dress couldn't help but rise. And the 1,000 hand pillars looked very happy, and occasionally couldn't help but show their aunt's smile. The scene snorted CP belongs to yes. Kimu Shuumao, who silently watched this scene in his eyes, was silent for a long time, and reluctantly gave an evaluation. This kid. It's quite personal. You'll know right away how much trouble he is. Sunset really redhead headache caressed the head. Half an hour later, the main tent is in. As the commander-in-chief of the front, Kiki Shuumao stood in front of a map and said to everyone, "Let me tell you about the current battle situation. The first thing to pay attention to is the Cheyenne stormtrooper led by the Crane Guard, Zuli Fenfu." Just when Chi Mu Shuumao explained the situation on the battlefield to everyone, Jiraiya leaned over to Uchiha Rin, frowning and saying, "Boy, you have a rival. You know, it is better to be careful, otherwise you will have a little green on your head at any time." After looking at Kato for a while, Uchiha Rin couldn't hold back his laughter. "What are you kid laughing at? Aren't you afraid of dyeing your head green?" Ji Lai asked. This kid robbed the person he had a crush on for more than 10 years, but he really wanted to give some eye medicine to this kid who didn't have any hair. "What am I afraid of? Do you really think Tsunade will take a fancy to this kind of goods?" Uchiha Rin looked teasing. "Clams." In Jiraiya's puzzled eyes, Uchiha Rin said calmly, "Is he handsome with me? Is he as strong as me? Does he have my background? If Tsunade is like before, and there is only a pervert like you LSP and Orochimaru, it is indeed possible to be deceived by this little white face. Now with a man as good as me around, can she fancy a man with a little white face attribute?" Uchiha Rin said this. Not only Ji Lei, but also the big guys in the chat room were also speechless. At first glance, you'll think that this kid is really narcissistic. But if you think about it, it seems that Gen Nima has some truth. Throughout Konoha's history, the only person who can compare with Uchiha Rin is the Wei Feng Shui Gate standing on the other side. In fact, as early as in the previous life, Uchiha Rin was very strange. With Tsunade's appearance and strength, how could she look at Kato-shun in addition to her face barely qualified? In other aspects, is it a weak chicken that can't find a little brilliant? And after crossing, Uchiha Rin can be regarded as understanding. The main thing is that the man next to Tsunade is too frustrated. I don't say this kind of voyeurism from a young age to the women's bathhouse. The big snake pill is also longer and more crippled. Kimu Shuumao is quite good in all aspects. The problem is that you get married early. Now Tsunade is only in his early 20s, and he has white teeth and babies. Under such circumstances, Kato broke the leak. And now, he still wants to pursue Tsunade? Dream it. If the Wei Feng Shui Gate fights, then Uchiha Rin can still be afraid of it. Kato broken? Why should he? By virtue of him being weaker than me, or is he uglier than me? Ahem, a dry cough came. Rin Uchiha and Jiraiya looked up. I saw Tsunade staring at them with murderous eyes. Well, mainly Rin Uchiha. And the expressions of the others present were also inexplicably embarrassed. Can't you two whisper quietly? Oh, Tsunade-san blamed Jiraiya for this forced insult to you with low eyesight, so I was in a hurry to explain it to him. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Uchiha Rin stepped forward 2 steps and held Tsunade's jade hand comfortingly. Don't touch me. Tsunade couldn't break free from the other party with even a few throws. I was afraid that I would hurt the other party with strange force, and I could only let the other party hold it in desperation. Jiraiya almost cried. I haven't shaken hands for more than 10 years. Why did this kid do it so simply? And even more sad is Kato broken. Mad Uchiha Rin really devalued him this time, but it doesn't seem to be wrong. Although he became a shinobi at the age of 20, he can be regarded as excellent. At least it can't be compared with Uchiha Rin, Kimu Shuumao, these demons. Kimu Shuumao couldn't help but rub his temples. Toot toot. Just when Kimu Shuumao secretly lamented that the teen was not easy to bring, the sound of sirens suddenly echoed in the Konoha barracks. Enemy attack. Sunset True Red Face Fusion shouted. All first-level combat readiness. As the Supreme Commander, Chi Mu Shuumao's face suddenly changed and shouted, grabbing his short blade and walking out of the camp tent first. Jiraiya-sensei. Because it was his first time on the battlefield, Bofeng Shuman's breathing also became rapid. Don't be afraid, just think of it as a task with more enemies, follow behind me. Although it is an SP on weekdays, it is still very reliable at critical moments. There is danger to hide behind me. Tsunade pursed his lips and said to Uchiha with an awkward expression. She is not good at saying such things. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and hooked his finger at Tsunade. What for? Curious, Tsunade bowed down and approached Uchiha Rin, thinking he was going to whisper something. However, what Tsunade never expected was that Uchiha Rin suddenly raised his hand to hold her side face. Then Tsunade felt a softness coming from the corners of his lips. Dead boy, you're dead. It took half a minute before Tsunade finally came to his senses. The mother Tyrannosaurus chased the back that had long since slipped away. Zi Lai only felt that his heart snapped and split in half. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind xiao xiao. Under the leadership of Kiki Shuo Shigeru, Konoha's army rushed to the battlefield. Then I didn't see the shadow of the Sandian army. The yellow sand tsunami that was tens of meters high rushed towards this side. This trick again, a bunch of bastards playing in the sand. At the moment of the great enemy, Tsunade did not have the heart to settle the score with Uchiha Rin, biting his pink lip and cursing in a low voice. Looking at the sand waves of this natural disaster level, Uchiha Rin, a traverser, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The attack range of this sand has exceeded my AI Luo during the 4 world wars, right? Not surprising though. The second generation Wind Shadow Shaman, who is currently the supreme ruler of Cheyenne Village, is playing with sand. He is also one of the developers of puppetry. In addition, the power of the pillar who can control part of the power of the crane is blessed. And the next 3 generations of Wind Shadows. Counting down, there were 3 shadow levels playing with sand in Cheyenne Village during this period. Therefore, it is not uncommon to be able to use sand techniques on this scale. Kimu Flow Deo method. Thunder lightning. In the next instant, I saw Kimu Shuumao take the lead and suddenly pull out his short blade. The whole person turned into a blue and white flash and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell like a meteorite from the sky, directly split the sea of sand that tens of meters high in 2 like tofu. And the army of Cheyenne, who was originally hidden behind the sea of sand, also exposed their location under this knife. 2. It's awesome. White Fang Sr. Bo Fang Shui Men's eyes shine brightly. The other Konoha ninjas also cheered. As long as Lord Shuumao is here, the wind and shadow are blessed or something. It is not worth mentioning at all. Everyone, kill sand and end the war. Go and die, old woman Cho. Kimu Shuumao's blow to Cheyenne's head gave Konoha Fang great confidence. Compared with the surrounding group of fellow villagers who seemed to have beaten chicken blood and were passionate, Uchiha Rin's expression was as calm as ever. This group of people who are now kneeling and licking their white teeth is probably the same group as the gang who shouted for him to die later. Listen to the words of the wall, don't take it seriously. In less than a minute, thousands of people on both sides fought fiercely on this sea of sand. As the current number 1 combat force in Konoha, and possibly even the first combat force in the ninja world, Kikishuo Shigeru, one person resists the second generation and the third generation of Wind Shadows, 2 shadow levels. But even so, Tsunade also has 2 shadow levels, Cho and Fenfu. Tsunade and Jiraiya, 2 shinobi who had just touched the threshold of the shadow level, resisted respectively. Orochimaru is currently guarding another battlefield, not here. And Uchiha Rin's goal was not placed on these shadow-level powerhouses from the beginning. He's not an idiot. I came here to find sandbags to level up, and I am not interested in cutting Ape Flying Sun as free labor. Therefore, from beginning to end, Uchiha Rin's goal was to focus on those sand shinobi whose strength hovered over the elite level of special upper shinobi. This kind of opponent who does not have the strength to threaten his life and can put some pressure on himself in battle. It's the best experience pack. Do you want to dance too? Rin Uchiha trampled a shinobu under his feet. When he said this sentence condescendingly, he instantly activated the PTSD between the 1,000 hand pillars and the 1,000 hands in the chat room. Boy, the battlefield is not a place to come to your home. Suddenly, a shinobu rushed from behind and stabbed Uchiha Rin's abdomen. Rin, not far away, the face of Bofang Shuman, who was fighting with a sand-hidden ninja, fused. Whew! However, in the next second, including the Wei Feng Shui gate, there were many Konoha and sand ninja nearby. Only a strange whistling sound of flames was heard. When he looked at it, he found that Uchiha Rin's abdominal cavity pierced by the shinobu was actually ignited with flames, and all the way along the blade of the knife, burning to the body of the shinobu. Aha! Feeling the burning sensation of high temperature coming from his hands, Sand Shinobu subconsciously exclaimed and quickly released the knife handle. What is this, pillar of fire? Uchiha Rin's understated voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding sand sea floor with a diameter of 10 meters changes from light yellow to dark red due to the high temperature. The eyes of the sand people in the range widened in amazement. However, they have not yet taken any action. Poof! The rushing flames rose abruptly from the reddened ground. It turned into a pillar of fire that was more than 10 meters high. The screams of more than a dozen sand shinobi in pain were particularly harsh on the battlefield. Good, so powerful, is it Uchiha's fire secret technique? Bo Feng Shuman also widened his eyes in amazement. Poof! Suddenly, a landing thump came. Bo Feng Shuman turned his gaze and saw a ninja who was hit hard by the sand-hidden pillar force blessing with the arm of the guardian crane. After flipping in mid-air, he stumbled to his knees. Seeing this, Fenfu once again immediately manipulated the sand to condense into the arm of the crane and launched a pursuit. I want to strangle each other to death. In the future life, AI Luo will also use this trick. Be careful. Bo Feng Shuman didn't think much about it, and directly threw his shuriken towards the arm of Shower He. Shurikens turned into dozens in mid-air, turning into rainstorm pear blossoms and falling. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger. This is currently the strongest move of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, which is only at the middle ninja level. However, where did it hurt the slightest blessing as a shadow level? Seeing that Konoha Ninja was about to be strangled, Wave Feng Shui Gate was helpless, and could only shout at Uchiha Rin, who was still brushing his experience. Rin, save him, use your kaleidoscope to right wheel eyes. When Uchiha Rin heard this, he glanced lightly to this side, and then keep brushing experience. If it's Tsunade, that's another story. But let yourself open a kaleidoscope to reduce your eyesight and save a dragon set that you don't even know the name? Look at the hand of Moritsuru, who is getting closer and closer to him. The 14 and 15-year-old Konoha ninja who collapsed to the ground hissed in fright. Seeing that Uchiha Rin had no intention of making a move at all, Feng Shuman gritted his teeth and rushed over. However, it was not yet waiting for the wave of Feng Shui Gate to step out of the two. A blue light flashed away, and the arm of the crane split in two. Lord White Fang, seeing the back standing in front of him, Feng Shuman exclaimed in a lost voice. Damn White Fang, almost gave the son of Hokage to. Fenfu couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and took 2 steps back in jealousy. Although they are all shadow level, Kimushuumao's strength is not something that he can touch porcelain, a person who can only control part of the power of Shower He. Are you all right, Shinashuk? Kiki Shuumao glanced down at the young ninja who was frightened just now. No, it's okay. The boy who was called Shinashuk quickly got up and glared at Uchiha Rin with resentful eyes. Although he was scared stupid just now, he also saw it clearly. That little ghost of the Uchiha family actually couldn't save himself to death. Fenfu, are you okay? At this time, the second-generation Winged Shadow Shaman also rushed to Fenfu's side and asked, I'm okay, Kazekage-sama. Fenfu said in a low voice, it's a pity that I was almost able to give the son of the ape flying Sunday. Shaman raised his hand to signal that he didn't need to care, it's okay, the main thing is that I couldn't stop him, this guy is too fast. As it is, that Lu-san is the eldest son of ape flying Sunday. Uchiha Rin glanced at the little Mizo who was staring at him, and said secretly in his heart, although the strength is not great, killing him can indeed greatly damage Konoha's morale. At least it can also disgust the ape flying son. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The first battle after Rin Uchiha arrived at the front. The intricacies of Konoha and sand continued from noon to dusk. In the end, both sides lost both. The days when the war ended were repaid indefinitely. I remember whether the 4th Ninja World War was fought for only 3 days or 4 days. That's too far away, right? But it's not surprising if you think about it. After all, the situation of the 4 battles is really shadow level everywhere, and the super shadow is not as good as the dog. What really affects the war are those 6 levels. Whoever wins will decide the outcome of the 4 battles. Others are soy sauce makers. That's why the 4 wars ended so quickly. Why didn't you save me then? As soon as the army returned to the barracks, Sarutobi Shinashuk rushed to Uchiha Rin, pointed at him and scolded. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Konoha, including Kikishuo Shigeru, Jiraiya and others, were attracted to it. Why should I save you? By virtue of your dad being a Hokage. Compared to Sarutobi Shinashuk's anger, Uchiha Rin's face was full of teasing. Since you go to war, you must be prepared to die at any time, and this consciousness has not been put aside for this moral kidnapping of labor and capital. Uchiha said with a strange mockery, I see you don't stay here, hurry home and live your rich second-generation life. I heard that your brother was also born, didn't you? Just in time to go back and drink your mother's milk. Zi Lei, Feng Shuman was so frightened that his eyes were almost glaring out of his eye sockets. Good fellow, this mouth is poisonous enough. Kato even had the illusion that Rin Uchiha had a pretty good evaluation of himself at noon today. You step on a horse dash. Sarutobi Shinashuk's inarticulate voice, his face turned red, and he wanted to punch Uchiha Rin. However, a large hand blocked his fist. It's Kimushuumao again. Facing Kimushuumao, who just saved his life today. Sarutobi Shinashuk is no matter how arrogant and domineering, he also has to give the other party a face. After retracting his fist, he turned away with a few of his own ape flying doglegs. You could have saved him today. After Sarutobi Shinashuk left, Kiki Shuumao turned around again and said to Uchiha with a solemn expression, why should I save him? Uchiha Rin said the reply to Sarutobi Shinashuk just now with a funny look to Kikishuo Shigeru. Everyone is Konoha's companion. Shin Yu Shuumao's expression was even more solemn. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Rin let out a pompous Joe-style laugh. I feel like it's the funniest joke I've heard since I crossed over. And companions, I really hope that in 2 years you will think so when you are scolded by your companions to commit suicide. Ouch, I'll sleep here later. After returning to the tent, Uchiha Rin lay lazily on the slightly humble bed. There was also a faint smell of sheets and pillows. Stinky boy, give me up. However, as soon as Uchiha Rin lay down, Tsunade roared and rushed in to kick him down. This is the old lady's tent, right? Grandma Mito has recognized our relationship. What's wrong with sleeping together? Uchiha Rin half opened his eyes and said lazily, are you still embarrassed to mention Grandma? I'm just telling what every man really thinks in his heart. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade, even if I have other women, you are the main palace, and those concubines are at your disposal. Uchiha Rin pulled Tsunade's slender hand and chuckled. Tsunade only felt that his low blood pressure was about to be cured. This dead boy is quite proud, right? After taking several deep breaths in a row, barely suppressing the fire, Tsunade sat down and said, when Sarutobi Shinashuk has an accident today, you should at least act as such. If he didn't change the subject, Tsunade was really afraid that he would be unable to resist fighting this kid. Uchiha Rin's decision not to save Sarutobi Shinoshook, Tsunade agreed. Not to mention that her relationship with the master of Ape Flying Sun Chopper has long been a break. And Tsunade also learned from Rin Uchiha that the use of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes has a risk of reducing vision and even blindness. Therefore, Tsunade also felt that Uchiha Rin did not have to spend so much money to save a white-eyed wolf. But the problem is that Sarutobi Shinoshook is the son of Sarutobi Hinata. Tsunade believes that if not saved, at least it should be present. And Uchiha Rin didn't even want to pretend, and even directly insulted the behavior. It will definitely be cut down by the ape flying sun in his heart. Cut how tired it is to live like that, I'm too lazy to engage in those virtual things. Uchiha Rin lay on his side, resting on Tsunade's rounded thigh. The groove is really exaggerated, and Tsunade's face cannot be seen from this angle. Because of the relationship that was obscured by the pair of cafeterias, Tsunade did not notice the change in Uchiha Rin's face. Instead, it was rare to show the gentle tone of a confidant big sister. Now that there is grandma holding them, those old foxes dare not do anything out of the ordinary. But how many more years can grandma last, if they want to do something to you then? Tsunade, as a top-level medical ninja, is quite clear about Uzumaki Nito's physical state. Follow her speculation. Uzumaki Nito will last for 4 or 5 years at most. By then, Rin Uchiha would be 14 or 15 years old. Don't look at the ape flying sun chop has gradually been corrupted by power. But it is also the strength of the shadow level high level. And Rin Uchiha wants to reach the shadow level at the age of 14 or 15. Tsunade really didn't think much of him. After all, his grandfather Thousand Hand Pillar and his old enemy Uchiha are at this age. I am afraid that they are not at this level. Not to mention that there are several old foxes such as Shimura Danzo, Koharu and Mito Minion behind Sarutobi, as well as the entire Sarutobi family and Kanaha's ninja clan large and small who support him. Tsunade was persuaded by a knowing heart, but after a long time, he didn't see Uchiha Rin reply, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "Hey, why don't you talk all of a sudden?" After a few seconds, I still didn't hear this kid's response. Tsunade couldn't help but look down, moving away from his cafeteria and continuing to look down. Then he saw Uchiha Rin's expression of regret. Now, how could Tsunade not know what this dead boy was doing just now? Get me out. In the next second, the official Uchiha was ruthlessly driven out. In desperation, Uchiha Rin can only go back to be roommates with Bofeng Shuman. Maid, wait 2 years for the little brother to be able to use, see how I clean you up. Back to the double military tent who lived with Bofeng Shuman. Uchiha Rin lay on the bed and opened the dead man's chat room that had just been closed. I am not a pervert, and when I am not interested in making out with my own woman, I am watched by a group of dead ghosts. And it happened that when Uchiha Rin opened the chat room, the system prompt sounded after a long absence. Ding, new skirt staff turtle immortal into the skirt. New skirter Klin into the skirt. Groove. Uchiha Rin's eyes lit up. Here are 2 fierce people. But to be precise, it is not them, but their apprentices and friends. Senjukuma, oh, a new skirt friend is here again? Let's talk together, I like to hear stories from other worlds the most. Uchiha Senna, when was the last time a new skirt mate came? Dio Brando, I remember the dead old man named Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, and the guy named Ichimaru Jin. Their world is quite interesting, and Lord Bendio is interested in playing with that friend Habich. Senjukuma, don't mess with vampires, you are the bottom of the skirt's combat power, and Uabak will destroy you with one face. Dio, roar, do you also want to try my power to smash Valiato? Turtle Immortal, what's going on? I must have been killed. Could it be that Bulma found Dragon Ball and resurrected me? But apart from the consciousness being able to communicate with you, the eyes can't see the body and can't move. Klin, teacher Wyushin, is this the underworld? Rin Uchiha, everyone be quiet, let me explain the situation to the 2 new skirt clerks first. Turtle Immortal, it's really strange. Klin, although I don't have a body that is a little unaccustomed, it feels good, it feels like living in another form, that is, there are fewer things that can be done. After Uchiha Rin's explanation, the Turtle Immortal and Klin also basically figured out the situation. White-bearded Turtle Immortal at Klin, Gulalala, now that you have figured out the situation, let's talk about your affairs. Recently this smelly boy Rin has been busy looking for women, and he is bored to death without live broadcasting. Ace, yes, can't wait. Whenever a new skirter enters the dress, the first thing is to tell the old skirter the story of his world. The main thing is that this group of dead ghosts who only have souls left are too bored all day. Without a body, they can't even pass the time. In the past, it was also possible to let Uchiha Rin open a live broadcast for their entertainment. However, this forced Tsunade to get involved. It's not much live anymore. Now that new people have finally come in, the moldy old skirt clerk who has been idle will naturally not let them go. Turtle Immortal, my experience is actually nothing to say, that is, I want to seal the Vic Great Demon King failed to be killed. Is there a beautiful young lady in this dress? Even if you don't have a body, let's talk together. Klin, I'm even worse, I was killed by one of Bike's men, Gaku, you want to avenge me? Because of the idol relationship, the Turtle Fairy and Klin also told the Whitebeard about their experiences in that world. And Uchiha Rin, who silently peeped on the screen, also secretly listened to the description of the two. It can be inferred that the Dragon Ball timeline should be in the Vic Great Demon chapter. Vic is still the original Great Devil, not the exclusive nanny of the Sun family later. The Turtle Immortal tried to seal Vic alone but was killed. Klin, on the other hand, was even more unlucky and was directly killed by the opponent's subordinates. Ace at Klin, you are also too weak to be killed by the Demon King's subordinates, and I feel that the Demon King is not bad, Daddy's words, will definitely be able to solve him easily. Uchiha Rin at Ace, speak respectfully, Ace, this is the strongest man in the universe in front of you. The strongest man in the universe in Uchiha Rin's words really scared everyone in the skirt. Even Klin himself was stunned. The strongest in the universe? Are you that awesome? However, in the next second, Rin Uchiha answered 3 more words, GU. As soon as these 3 words came out, all the skirters suddenly had black lines. Do you step on the horse and don't talk and only say half of it? But even so, it still scared many people. Ace, the strongest in the universe, are there other creatures in the universe? Although the pirate world has the concept of universe, it is only a concept. Uchiha Senna, the person who can make Rin give such an evaluation, this is the first time I have met, is that person still alive? I don't know who is stronger or weaker than my eldest brother. Turtle Immortal, what is GU? Klin at Rin Uchiha, what you said. Could it be Gaku? But he's just better than me. Hearing Klin's words, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the early stage was at least during the 22nd Tangzia First Martial Arts Association. The gap between Monkey King and Klin is not big. However, in the 23rd Budokai, especially after entering the Namek Star, that's not a dimension at all. But if you let Uchiha choose, he thinks it's not bad to be Klin. The Earth is in danger, and there are friends ahead. I only need to be a melon-eating mass in the rear, and I can also be on the number 18 beauty in the Dragon Ball world. A proper winner in life, right? Uchiha Rin at Turtle Immortal, Mr. Turtle Immortal, can you share the use of Chi and the Turtle Immortal stream martial arts? Rin Uchiha is not in a hurry to spoil, and it is not good for himself. Turtle Immortal, little friend, I already have 2 apprentices, and I don't plan to accept new apprentices, so why is there no female skirter in this place? Alas, it's really boring. I'm going to sleep for a while first. I hope Gaku and they can find Dragon Ball and resurrect the old man. Well, it's worthy of being the premier old ghost of the second state. I feel that compared with him, I have to go back a little. This is arguably one of the most commonly used skirt features in dead people's chat rooms. The main use is to share fragments of one's own memories for other skirters to see. Because there is no body, only soul consciousness remains. This group of dead ghosts prefers oral narration. After all, it is more fulfilling to say it yourself than just to share the memory. But the dictation is still not as convincing as the video. Therefore, skirters still often use this function. For example, the old man Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku shared his battle with Yuhabak. Oh no, to be exact, it's a video of the battle with Lloyd of the Cross Knights of the Cross with the impostor of Friend Habich. Until now, it is still regarded as a war that is the ceiling of the skirt civil war. Rin Uchiha himself rarely shares memory videos. Most of the time he still runs live streams. Although it was only a Turtle Immortal, many people in the skirt still downloaded the skirt file out of curiosity to watch. Ellie will never admit that person is Ellie's father. At the beginning of the video, it is a young girl about 16 years old, with a double ponytail, but her figure is bumpy. With a look of disgust on his face, he shouted to another black-haired girl next to him who was also hot with great disgust. Senjukuma, did this girl have a conflict with her father? Alas, educating children is very hard, sometimes harder than fighting. As one of the few married people in the skirt, Thousand Hands Pillar chatters about his parenting experience. However, after only 5 minutes, he was speechless. Because he saw that the heroine's father, Chuyu Zayasen, took out a spray and sprayed it on Ellie's face. After Ellie fell asleep, Kozo also showed the kind of smile that all men moved. The next plot. If you write it, it won't pass the review. Ace, groove. Groove, groove. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, what world is this Chuyu Kozo? The old man was going to chop him. Senjukuma, what a beast. Don't let the old man meet this scum. Whitebeard, actually to his daughter. Even a stepdaughter is unforgivable. Rin Uchiha said calmly. Can't stand this? If I would show you some more Night Sickness, School Day series. Are these old antiques afraid to be angry to death? In other words, Makoto Ito won't enter the skirt in the future, right? Even if it's not to be killed. Oh no, he's dead. Uchiha Rin it came immortal. Old man, are you still satisfied with this little bit of Junior? After D said this, the Turtle Immortal did not reply for 10 minutes. Rin Uchiha thought to himself, this LSP can't be faint, right? But it's not right. How can you faint if you don't even have a body? It's just an eye addiction. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but sympathize with this gang of dead ghosts. Both were forcibly castrated. Turtle Immortal at Uchiha Rin, young man. You are so talented. Turtle Immortal, whether it is Ellie's change of attitude towards Kozo from disgust to obedience, or Shina's contrast in the face of her boyfriend being forced to play poker, psychological resistance and physical obedience, it can be called a stroke of God. The god of martial arts, who has always been disliked by his apprentices in Bulma and others, watched this masterpiece. I can't help but feel that there is someone in the world who understands me. Rin Uchiha, it's really good that you like the old man. In addition to this kind of unethical theme, there are various types such as minotaurs, evil depravity, sexual turning, small horse-drawn carts and so on. Rin Uchiha, like the man of the Tachibana family, Akane polluted by picking. Even so, I still love my wife, are also masterpieces. Turtle Immortal, really, you are such a malleable talent. Quick, send it quickly. Uchiha Rin, oops, these are all very cherished collectibles of juniors. Old man, don't you want to leave for free? Ding, the skirt clerk. Turtle Immortal sent exclusive red envelopes to the skirt clerk. Uchiha Rin. Turtle Immortal Flow Cultivation Method, Turtle Sect Kigong Cultivation Method, Turtle Immortal Stream Martial Arts. A series of exclusive red envelopes came down. As a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, Clin looked stupid. Groove. Just for these colored things, my master really took out the bottom of the house. As for? But Clin seems to have forgotten. At the beginning, the Turtle Immortal only planned to take Sun Wukong alone. He himself relied on Xiao Lu Bei to bribe the Turtle Immortals, and he reluctantly entered the Turtle Immortal genre. Turtle Immortal at Uchiha Rin, okay. The old man can give it all to you, hurry up and send it. In other words, is there a follow-up to Ellie's Good Daddy? The old man can't wait. See the interaction between Rin Uchiha and the Turtle Immortals. All the big guys in the skirt were numb. Clin, who heard about Uchiha Rin's various deeds from Ace and the others, couldn't help but scratch his bald head. Oh no, he has no head. However, he really felt that Uchiha Rin and his master, the Turtle Immortal, really stinked. 1 LSP, 1 XSP. Turtle Immortal, wow, I don't know that the story of the fire dance and the 3 children is also wonderful. In other words, are children developing so well now? From time to time, the sound of the Turtle Immortals commenting on those works sounded in the skirt. Listening to Eklund, Ace, these people who have not tasted meat are itching. Can't help but stretch out his sinful hand and click on the skirt document. I didn't expect that Li Fan, who I watched in my previous life, would actually come in handy. Uchiha Rin, who exited the chat room, couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation method of the chi of the Dragon Ball world provided by the Turtle Immortals, as well as the Turtle Immortal Flow martial arts. Although compared with those big moves that destroy the world in the later period, it seems that some are not enough to see. But in the future, if he comes to Xian from Sun Wukong, he will have a physique. If you want to climb to the height of the top powerhouse in the universe, what the Turtle Immortals give themselves today can undoubtedly help them lay a good foundation. That's right, Uchiha Rin will not be satisfied with the cultivation method of obtaining chi and the Kamizenrya martial arts. What he wants is his cheap senior brother Sun Wukong's Xian physique. Now his favorability in the hearts of the Turtle Immortals has basically exploded. After he is resurrected, he should say a lot of good things to himself in front of Sun Wukong when he goes back. When Sun Wukong died, he fooled the Xian physique. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Heck, the future is bright. Rin, has something good happened? Noticing the smile on Uchiha Rin's face that couldn't be hidden, roommate Bo Feng Shuman asked out of curiosity. I am even more determined to find more lovers. Rin Uchiha put his hands behind his head and held Jiro's legs. After all, he is going to become a Super Saiyan man in the future. Although Tsunade has good combat effectiveness, he definitely can't withstand his own impact. It's normal to want to find him more sisters to share, right? Alas, how considerate I am. Bo Feng Shuman heard a black line on his face. I couldn't help but sympathize with Tsunade. I thought to myself, what is Tsunade-sama looking for? A long time to come. In the Konoha barracks on the front line of the battlefield, you can always see a terrifying scene. The sun has not yet risen above the horizon. A teenager about 10 years old, carrying a huge tortoiseshell on his back, constantly ran back and forth around a camp the size of 2 football fields. Run laps start at least 3 digits. Uchiha Rin was carrying a turtle shell and sweating like a rain of weight-bearing training. Let all the Konoha ninjas in the barracks be in awe. Originally, he was a genius who awakened a kaleidoscope under the age of 10, and he was still so rolled. And let others live. But it's not so much awe, feeling the real feelings of more people, or fear, because what they see in Uchiha Rin's eyes is bottomless ambition. After a day of training in Kamizenryu, Uchiha returned to the tent sweating. Tsunade frowned. You're a bit miscellaneous, aren't you? If you have a kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, you should focus your cultivation on ninjutsu and illusion, and not Mat Dai. Why do you put so much energy into the cultivation of physical arts? A mage uses the cultivation method of a tank. It feels strange no matter how you look at it. Rin Uchiha raised his index finger and shook it with a chuckle. You don't understand, the prerequisite for wanting to have the power of super racing is that your physique is enough to withstand it. But even so, Rin Uchiha doesn't intend to be a power crusher like Kakarot or Vegeta. However, Sun Wukong should not be considered a pure power crushing flow. He should belong to a balanced stream of strength and skill. Broly, that's the real power crushing stream. Uchiha Rin's current cultivation reference object is the true skill flow Super Scientenix. To be precise, it is a big special from the future. Although Uchiha Rin's own personality is also quite waves, it does not prevent him from appreciating this only super match who does not wave. Date's fighting style is indeed good looking, and it is also very suitable for Uchiha Rin's appetite. For a long time to follow, the battle between Konoha and Tsunade fell into a stalemate. In the case that Uchiha Rin did not show his true ability, the comprehensive combat power of the two sides was indeed in a state of comparity. During this period, it was basically Cho and Tsunade who were fighting. Cho researches new varieties of poison that poison a large number of Konoha ninjas. Tsunade, on the other hand, quickly researched the antidote and constantly detoxified. After another war, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Rin, who was in his military tent, and said angrily, "You're fishing in the rear again today, aren't you? It has been a long time since the Battle of Yuin Village and the Revenge of the Rope Tree. It is no exaggeration. Tsunade is the one who knows Rin Uchiha best in the Hokage world. How can you not see that this guy is passive every time he goes to the battlefield? It's strange to say. Every day Uchiha Rin gets up early to practice, and that is called a volume. It feels like it's all about practicing for the purpose of killing yourself. So much so that every night Tsunade had to use medical techniques to help him repair damaged muscles that had exceeded the limit. However, it really came to the actual combat battlefield. This kid is like a different person. Just stay in the rear, kill a few random people and hand over the errand. To be honest, there was a time in these battlefields when Uchiha Rin went all out. Konoha's army is afraid that it will not advance to the territory of the Land of Wind earlier. Whitebeard and Ace watching the live broadcast. It felt like Uchiha Rin's way of fighting was like a navy they met when they were alive. What good is it for us if the war ends early? Uchiha Rin let out a good laugh and came to Tsunade's side, and put his arm around her slender waist. Princess Senju blushed slightly. Trying to struggle but not breaking free, he could only let him just hold it. In other words, this kid has grown a lot taller. Tsunade muttered secretly inwardly. When they first met in the past, when they took revenge on the rope tree, it was barely to the position of his own moon mouth. Now it's almost to the tip of his nose. Uchiha Rin easily explained his thoughts to Tsunade. First of all, he was not in the mood to use the ape flying sun as a gun. More importantly, ending this war early would not benefit either himself or Tsunade. As long as Konoha is in a war situation, the old foxes of the elders had to rely on Tsunade's medical skills and themselves. But as soon as the war ended, then they can be unscrupulous and do whatever they want. It's just like the late stage of the Third Ninja World War. At that time, Konoha also needed Uchiha's power to fight them. However, as soon as the three wars ended, peacetime came. That wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, really didn't blink. In the final analysis, it is the truth of the cunning rabbit dies, the lackey cooks. Therefore, the longer this war drags on for Uchiha Rin, the better. This way you have more time to become stronger. To be honest, Rin Uchiha still wants to let Tsunade release the water and feel the fish together. Unfortunately, Tsunade's moral level is obviously much higher than hers. Even if the relationship with the ape flying sun is like a break, but still dedicated to yourself. The main thing is that she still has a lot of feelings for the Konoha village founded by her grandfather. It is said that Yuin village seems to have elected a new leader, called Ju. Feeling Uchiha Rin's increasingly unruly dog paws, Tsunade slapped it hard and changed the subject. Clams. Hearing this name, Uchiha Rin looked confused. Break off? Is it that absolute? Arya is covered in a mixture of pitcher plants and aloe vera. If it is really that absolute, there is definitely a yin-bai of Uchiha behind it. Not surprising though. The blackened leap earth has controlled the mist-hidden village by manipulating the fourth generation of water shadows. What's the big deal for Lao Ban to control a rainy hidden village? I just don't know what the future of Nagato's kid will become. Forget it, anyway, he has already saved Xionin from the sea of suffering. The rest are too lazy to care. I'll sleep tonight, okay? After 3 rounds of words, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Don't even think about it, Tsunade retorted without hesitation. There are so many people in the barracks, what do you kid want to do? I'm not going to do anything. Uchiha Rin looked innocent. What is that treadmill against me? Tsunade glared. On the other side, in a dark underground cave, Madara-sama, the disobedient guys in Yuin village have all been killed. Only half of his face came out of the wall and reported to the white-haired old man sitting on the dead tree chair. You can know it from by Ju's words. Rin Uchiha was right in his guess. Yuin village is already under the control of Uchiha. What happened to the kid who called you to investigate? Old Madara, who was stretched over his legs with his hands on his legs, his sideburns were white, and even his teeth had lost his teeth, asked in a low voice. Well, to be honest, it's really surprising that someone can actually awaken the exact same kaleidoscope chakra eye. Baiju's only left half of his face showed a rather interested expression and continued to report that kid named Uchiha Rin has a kaleidoscope that is really exactly the same as your brother. The battlefield on the border of the Land of Winds. The powerful pillar of flame fell heavily. Seeing this, the Fenfu below hurriedly raised his hand. The size of the Xiaojuru is comparable to that of the crane guard, which fends off from below. For a while, the flame giant pillar and the quicksand arm collided together. At this moment, most of the body of Fenfu had been invaded by Xiaoer He, revealing a hideous expression. It is the relying on the body mode that AI Luo used during the later life of the Zhongnan exam. In this state, the human pillar force can borrow more power from Xiaoer He. Further is the complete animalization. However, the fit between Fenfu and Xiaoer He is obviously not as good as AI Luo. Relying on the body is already his limit. To become full, he doesn't have the ability. The stalemate lasted about 4 or 5 seconds. Suddenly accompanied by a booming explosion. The giant pillar flame suppressed the arm of the crane, together with the blessing at the bottom, crashed into the local ground. Boom! After the explosion sounded, several seconds passed, and the smoke gradually cleared. A deep crater with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on this battlefield, and the Fenfu lies in the center. Blessed! The second-generation wind shadow who resisted the white fang shouted sharply. Whoops! A large amount of sand falls off the surface of the body. Fenfu supported the ground with his hands, took a few deep breaths, and barely stood up, breathing shortly. Old man is fine, Lord Wind Shadow. At this time, Uchiha Rin also fell back to the ground from the sky. Quite interested. Oh, sand armor, I didn't expect to meet here. Rin, now the strength of the Ichigo man is very weak, control him with your chakra eye to help Konoha add another human pillar power. Jiraiya, who was busy dealing with 3 generations of Wind Shadow Iron Sand, shouted and reminded. The sand of the crane, which was originally attached to the surface of the body of the blessing, also fell off a large number along with the armor of the sand. This can be seen that Fenfu is now in a state of running out of oil and lamps. There is no need to use a kaleidoscope to right wheel eyes, which can be easily controlled. Then get back Konoha, and get another tailed beast after the 9 tails. How Uchiha Rin sneered. If Tsunade is the Hokage, then it is not Jaibo Feng Shui Gate as the Hokage. He probably doesn't mind being a favorite. But now it is the group of old foxes of the elders who are in power. Why do you want to help Konoha strengthen your combat power? Help them become stronger to deal with themselves? Therefore, whether public or private, it is impossible for Uchiha Rin to do what Jiraiya suggests. Even if he beats Fenfu to death on the spot now, he also wouldn't have captured Morizura back to Konoha. However, the grievances between Rin Uchiha and the elders, the shinobu side did not know. After hearing Jiraiya's words, both Shimon and Cho's faces fused. Without thinking about anything else, he quickly rushed towards Uchiha Rin's side. It goes without saying how important the tailed beast is to the shinobi village. If it is snatched away by Konoha, it will not only mean the defeat of this war, it is also equivalent to losing a weapon. Just as the two sides were about to enter a big melee, rumble, there was a violent tremor on the ground. Before waiting for the many shadow-level powerhouses on the scene to react, the battlefield cracked and cracked at great speed, and continued to spread around. Help! Save me, what's going on? Grab my hand. Damn it, our guys fell. The shadow-level powerhouses have not yet reacted, let alone those nobodies. The sudden earthquake caught many ninjas below the upper ninja level off guard, and their bodies were crooked, and they fell directly into the endless abyss between the cracks. Fenfu used the last bit of strength to control the flowing sand, dragging several sand ninja around him like floating clouds, floating in the air. The turtle immortal, who was originally concentrating on admiring Uchiha Rin's newly uploaded "Sorry husband, but I really want to play poker," saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Oh, I didn't expect that sand actually has this usage, a bit like a muscle. At the time of the earthquake, a crack appeared directly below Uchiha Rin. He also lost his footing and fell. Rin, Bo-Fang Shuman shouted in silence. But Tsunade, who should have cared most about Uchiha Rin, was very calm. He can't die. That's right, as Tsunade said. As soon as Uchiha Rin fell 5 or 6 meters, his body seemed to freeze in midair. The turtle immortal gave a thumbs up again. Are you already able to use the dance void technique? He is worthy of being my number 3 disciple. Uchiha Rin, the principle of dancing air art is not complicated. As long as you are proficient in chi, take it in sensei. Uchiha Rin's name for the turtle immortals has also changed. Now in the skirt, he is the most compatible with the other party. If the turtle immortal were Xian, Uchiha Rin would have gotten it in his hands long ago. Just as Rin Uchiha was about to perform a dance technique and fly back, Uchiha Rin subconsciously showed an expression of "you are sick when you step on a horse." However, after seeing the other party's face clearly, he suddenly felt not strange again. The special white absolute in front of him is exactly the future possessed by Uchiha Obito. The spiral face that helped Madara, who turned the leap earth flickering together, was white. But the name is too round. Let's call him Afe first. The character of this product is funny. In Uchiha Rin's previous life, many readers even suspected that during the Shippuden period, the early stage of Obito was played by Afe. Seeing Uchiha Rin staring straight at him, Faye spread his hands and said, "Oh, if you don't come with me, I will have a headache. Originally my plan was to take you away after you fell into the ground and fainted. Who would have thought that you would actually fly?" Uchiha, that old Yinbai won't shift the target from leap soil to himself, right? Uchiha Rin's brain racing. Go, or not go. This is a major decision that will determine the future of oneself, and even the entire ninja world. Lead the way. Rin Uchiha didn't dwell for long. Now that Madara has set her sights on herself, then even if he kills Afe here, he will still send a new Baiju to stare at him, instead of going on endlessly. It's better to take the initiative to see what the old immortal wants to do. With a kaleidoscope writing wheel I plus burnt fruit and then plus the embryonic turtle fairy flow, Uchiha Rin didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a Lois that had been buried to his forehead, and the eyes of reincarnation were all giving people age spots. Tsunade-sama, it seems that Rin hasn't come out yet. Bofang Shuiman frowned and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade's brows furrowed, standing in front of the cliff and looking at the bottomless ravine. I also find it strange. Indeed, this is too long, right? What's the situation? Isn't that kid flying? 2 days ago, Rin Uchiha also showed the art of dancing like Tsunade. This ability in the Dragon Ball world is an extremely rare existence in the Hokage and Pirate worlds. So far, Tsunade has learned about ninjas with the ability to fly. There is only the old man of the Earth's Shadow in Yin Village, who is a few years older than the ape-flying son. It can't be a defection, can it? Sarutobi Shinnishuk said with bad intentions. As soon as these words came out, many people around secretly frowned. After all, these 2 words are not something that can be said casually. He just chose to rebel, and he can't defect. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk with a domineering look. The second generation of pustules who watched almost fell and ate. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly pulled Sarutobi Shinnishuk to the back. Again defection and rebellion. Besides, I am afraid that the war is not over yet, and Konoha himself has begun to fight among himself. Let's go back to the barracks first, I'll find someone. Zai also clapped his hands and made a peacemaker, then bit his finger and summoned the toad to start searching around. Although Tsunade felt that it was impossible to hurt Uchiha Rin to the extent just now, but I really can't imagine where he will run at this time. Let's hope nothing happens. That night, the central iron tower of Yuin Village, which originally belonged to Hanzo and was controlled by Nagato, but seeing the old man sitting in the center of the Iron Throne, Uchiha Rin said with empty eyes, "It's really you who took over Yuin Village." And sitting on the steel seat, the old man with white hair also slowly raised his head, and his left eye, which was not covered by his bangs, looked at Uchiha Rin. The moment the other person reveals his face, the Senjukuma in the chat room, Senjukuma and Uchiha Senna were all stupid. Uchiha Senna, big brother, yes, is it big brother? Thousand hand pillars, Madara. Can't go wrong, definitely Madara, he's still alive, he's actually alive. Senjukuma, what's going on, big brother? Wasn't he killed by you in the Valley of the End with your own hands? Didn't you say that you were repeatedly sure that he was dead? The whole skirt became a pot of porridge, and Uchiha Rin didn't have the heart to chat with these dead ghosts now, and stared at Uchiha intently. What are you looking for me for? When he said this, Uchiha Rin did not relax in the slightest. Secretly clenched his fists, ready to activate the ability to burn fruits at any time, while the 3-hooked jade in his eyes rotated wildly and turned into a human shape. Without the Eye of Reincarnation, Uchiha should not be able to control the golem battle of the outer path behind him. However, in the original book, this old thing also used Susanoo when he was blind. How many whole cards there are? Even Uchiha Rin, who is a traverser, is not sure. Sure enough, same eyes as Izuna. Uchiha's wrinkled face passed by with a touch of remembrance inside. I really didn't expect that among the increasingly decaying Uchiha clan, there would be people who could awaken the same eyes as Izuna. Uchiha Senna, big brother, that's what I gave him. Uchiha Senna in the chat room complained. He was still strange before, he still had the annoying Senjuja Pillar and Senjukuma all in the chat room. Why is his eldest brother not there? Now the answer is finally revealed. Because he's still alive. It's a simple, yet unimaginable answer. Rin Uchiha took the initiative to throw out the topic. Ha, guessed my identity. Uchiha's only remaining left eye flashed with a strange look, and his curiosity about Uchiha Rin increased by 3 points. An old man with chakra eyes lives in seclusion in this kind of place, and since the establishment of Konoha village, there has been no rebellion of the Uchiha clan, and then speculate based on the age of appearance. Uchiha Rin seemed to be possessed by Dichuan, and after analyzing it, he stared and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to believe, but there is only this one speculation, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha is the only Konoha rebel so far." After listening to these words, age spots, the corners of the mouth are slightly upturned. "Oh, good boy, with vision. But to be honest, I want you to be stupid." Age spots sighed. "It's hard to fool if you're too smart. Let's be blunt, what are you? The old guy who survived the battle in the Valley of the End from the hands of the original Hokage? Bring me here." Uchiha Rin didn't mean to follow the rules in the slightest, and sat down directly on a giant water pipe next to him. "You don't seem to be doing well in Konoha. You awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and those disciples in the room must be very wary of you, right?" Age Spot still did not rush to get to the point, but began to pull home like ordinary old men. "Senjukuma, this guy has really changed a lot. He would never sit and chat calmly like this before. Senjukuma, something shady must be brewing again. Uchiha Sena at Senju, can you meet people with those things you do? I see that those 4 disciples of yours are so inferior that they learn from you. The whole of Konoha seems to be under your watch." Uchiha Rin glanced at the white Jew hanging in a row at the lower end of the golem of the outer Dao. There is no need for Baiju surveillance at all, just from the personality of the current Hokage and his deputies. Age Spot said slowly, "Now because of Mito, you can still be unscrupulous, but I don't think she will live long. It is clear that they are all members of Konoha, but they have to fight each other, and Haxi's ideal dream of entering the shinobi village era is just empty talk in the end." When the 1,000-hand pillars in the chat room heard this, their hearts were quite uncomfortable. "But, I found a way." Suddenly, Age Spot's tone became excited, and his voice suddenly raised a lot and shouted, "A world without struggle, a world without love, a world where everyone can be happy." Uchiha Sena's eyes in the chat room blinked. "I feel that the image of the eldest brother I knew before my death is completely incompatible. Gotta get it, don't say it, don't say it." Uchiha Rin raised his hand to make a gesture to stop it, pretending to be confused. "I don't know what you want to do, don't want to know either. But I guessed roughly that you wanted me to run an errand for you, right? I'm sorry, I'm very happy now, and I'm not interested in your so-called perfect world at all." Age Spot's tone was low, and he said with his only remaining left eye, "Now you can't grasp it, but one day you will understand that reality is hell." As soon as these words came out, from Uchiha Rin's body, an astonishing killing intent burst out. Because in the original work, Uchiha BA died after saying this sentence. And feeling the change in the momentum on Uchiha Rin's body, Uchiha and Baiju also changed their expressions suddenly. What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly release such exaggerated killing intent? Uchiha Rin said coldly, "You hate Senjima because he killed your brother, but in my opinion, you are very similar to him, and you are very good at intrigue. I've already said that I'm not interested in what you want to do, but if you want to use any trick to force me to comply, it will be your worst decision." Uchiha continued with a smile, "There aren't many things in this world that can shake me, and at the moment I think it's just Tsunade and Konan. You won't plan to do something to them, right?" Age Spots, slightly heavy eyes. In my heart, I sighed again that this kid was too smart. "Then I'll leave the words here first. Once something goes wrong with them, whether it's you or not, I will count this account on your head." The same kaleidoscope of Uchiha Sena in Uchiha Rin's eyes slowly rotated. "How? Make an agreement. I don't care what you want to do, don't bother me and my people, don't interfere with each other. How?" Uchiha Madara transplanted someone else's left eye. Sharingan I looked directly at Uchiha Rin. The two sides stared at each other for more than half a minute in this atmosphere full of slaughter. This kid is not easy to control. Age Spots shook their heads secretly inwardly. Watch as Uchiha Rin fades away, shrinking more and more into a sesame dot, until his back disappears completely. Baiju Afei asked the Age Spot, "Can you guarantee that kid keeps his promises?" In the end, the two sides still did not fight. In the face of Rin Uchiha's proposal for non-interference between the two sides, Age Spots finally chose to nod in agreement. But in vain, they felt that there was a piece of music. After all, Uchiha's original plan was to find a puppet to support him, wait for Madara to die and wait for the opportunity to resurrect him. The whole plan spans decades. What if Uchiha Rin repents halfway? Just look at the look in his eyes, he won't backtrack. The wrinkled Age Spots raised his eyes slightly, and his tone was determined. After so many winds and waves, Uchiha thinks that his level of viewing people is still online. And even if that kid repents halfway? I didn't tell him about the Moon Eye plan. What can he do when it is implemented later? Will he be the reincarnation of Izuna? Uchiha thought of another question and said to himself with a low gaze. The reason why he agreed to Uchiha Rinto's proposal so simply. There is also a personal factor, and that is that Uchiha Rin has the same eyes as his younger brother Uchiha Sena. If Nohara Rin was the trigger that led to the blackening of Obito, that Uchiha Sena's death was the turning point for Uchiha to embark on the road of no return. When he saw the pair of kaleidoscopes in Uchiha Rin's eyes that were exactly the same as Uchiha Sena, Uchiha Spot, which has reached the age of antiquity, the heart was shaken. Senjukuma, it really scares me to death, How did that Madala guy survive back then? I had already double-checked that he really lost his breath before leaving. Senjuma, that guy is obviously planning something shady. Senju Kurama at Uchiha Rin, you shouldn't have saved this just now. You should have found a way to set out Madara's true purpose. Uchiha Rin, pull down you keyboard man, if you know, he can let me go so easily? Uchiha Rin wondered if Senju's brain had degenerated after death. The reason why the Konoha my king let himself go so simply, it is because he feels that he does not know the specific implementation plan of the unlimited monthly reading plan. Otherwise, if he let this forced king know that he had crossed over, he knew every step of his next plan. This product is to fight that old bone, and it is impossible to let yourself leave easily. Of course, the identity of the crosser, Uchiha Rin has not told the people in the skirt so far. He is different from the other chat protagonists. It will not be like someone else revealing his identity as a traverser and a reborn. The main thing is that there is no benefit to doing that, and it will only make others guard themselves. Although sometimes Uchiha Rin really wants to tell these dead ghosts about some strange future, then look forward to seeing how they react. For example, tell Ace that your brother is actually a sun god. Well, when he thought about this, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly I felt that Ace was such a clown. Flames shield the sun god from magma. The degree of strangeness is not inferior in the slightest, and the group hides bitterness without thorns. If you don't help him block the war, it is estimated that Wang Luffy can evolve into Wang Nika 2 years in advance. By the time Rin Uchiha returned to the camp of Konoha's army, it was already the time when the sun was about to come out the next day. Why did you go? Seeing that familiar figure, Tsunade shouted angrily. Went to meet your grandfather's old lover. Uchiha said with a wicked smile. Clams. Tsunade suddenly revealed the same husky emoji. Don't worry, sit down and I'll talk to you slowly. Rin Uchiha did not intend to hide this. As he lay on Tsunade's hands and legs, he recounted what happened yesterday. You, Uchiha Madara, no way that everyone knows that he was killed by my grandfather in the Valley of the End, and, if he is still alive, how old is he? After listening, Tsunade's whole body was dumbfounded. After all, this kind of thing is really too scary. In the Uchiha clan, only a very few people know about the forbidden art, Izanaga, but I'm more curious about how he made that blind eye shine again. Uchiha Rin shrugged. Will he want to do something to Senju? Tsunade was terrified. After all, her grandfather Senjujima's relationship with Uchiha's old enemy is known to the world. The second grandfather Senju and Uchiha also have a lot of contradictions. Don't worry, that guy doesn't have much obsession with Senju anymore. Even if he wants to start, it should be aimed at Konoha or even the entire ninja world. Wouldn't that be worse? Tsunade didn't have a good airway. It doesn't matter, I'll shoot. Uchiha Rin wrote lightly. In other words, he doesn't like to be nosy. But Uchiha Rin does not approve of Madara's unlimited monthly reading plan. Everything you want can be obtained through reality. It took a while before Tsunade could barely recover from the horrific truth that Uchiha's old guy was still alive with his grandfather's contemporary. Then something came to mind and asked, do you want to tell Grandma about this? Uchiha Rin thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, Grandma Mito is so old, don't let her worry anymore. Originally, Uzumaki Mito was very anxious about the fact that after his death, the two gangs of Uchiha Rin and the Konoha Elder Group could fight at any time. If only she knew that Uchiha was still alive. The old man did not slow down in one breath, and it was not impossible to drive Hexy directly. As the war continued, it's not just Tsunade who knows Rin Uchiha the best. Even Shi Mushuo Mao, Zi Lai is also these shadow-level masters, as a classmates Wei Feng Shui Gate, and even the enemy Sand Ninjas. They all found that Uchiha Rin's strength became more and more terrifying. In the past, when he first entered the battlefield, Uchiha Rin was only training with enemies of that special level of ninja, then gradually transitioned to the upper ninja level, the upper ninja elite level. After that, even for the shadow level of Shang Fenfu, he seemed calm and comfortable. It's only been less than 2 years, so it's been too fast, right? Rin Uchiha said small scenes. This group of people had never seen the deserter Wankabi. In 2 years, from a weak chicken with less strength than ordinary people, he reached the strength of a general candidate in one breath. Compared with this one, Uchiha Rin felt that his growth rate was slow. However, while marveling at the terrifying growth rate of Uchiha Rin, there are also more and more people who find out. This kid really can't contribute. For example, he obviously has several opportunities to kill or capture the enemy's shadow-level powerhouse. But it's just not a dead hand. Alas, labor and management just don't kill, labor and management just play. How can you drop me? Ace in the chat room couldn't help but complain. You actually don't have the surname Uchiha, your surname is Baru Salino, right? Caught it. 2 snake-shaped quicksands suddenly burst out of the earth and wrapped around Uchiha Rin's ankles. And in the blink of an eye, it quickly spread throughout his body, covering Uchiha Rin's entire body. The second-generation Wind Shadow Shaman looked pleased. His left hand was sealed with one hand, and his right hand was clenched into a fist. Sandstorm Funeral, accompanied by the gesture of clenching fists with Shumen's right hand. The sand that wrapped around Uchiha Rin's body squeezed inward. If you change to the body of an ordinary person, it will definitely be squeezed together with the internal organs. And yet, a relaxed laugh suddenly came from the quicksand. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The sandstorm funeral of Shumen was blown apart from the inside, and Uchiha Rin, who was originally in it, did not move a step from beginning to end. Just his hands were clenched into fists, and an invisible wave of chi continued to overflow from his body. The white clothes and the slightly long black hair on the top of his head whistled. Turtle Immortal, Rin's use of chi is no less than mine, and among my disciples, only Gaku can compare with him, and Klin has been thrown further and further away. Klin, teacher Wyushin, I'm still in my skirt, can I save some face? This kid is growing too fast, right? As an enemy, Shumen can deeply understand the horror of Uchiha Rin more deeply than Jiraiya, Bofang Shumen, and others. 2 years ago, when Rin Uchiha first went into battle, in the face of the strength of the shadow level strength, he will also choose to avoid its edge. Direct your attention to Kimu Shuumao and others. However, now I can single myself out without pressure. And it seems so easy. It's like playing a game. Your sand is not as good as I love Luo. Uchiha Rin suddenly spoke, saying something that made Shumen scratch his head. Who is I love Luo? However, at the moment when Rin Uchiha said this, Shumen was surprised to find Uchiha Rin, who was originally standing opposite, disappeared. Next moment, Shumen only vaguely saw a fiery red shadow rushing towards him at great speed. The brain doesn't even have time to think. Out of an instinctive reaction to a crisis, Shumen clapped his palms on the ground. A wall of sand that was 10 meters high and below rose violently. It is also one of my Iluo's moves. Fought with Shinobu for so long. Uchiha Rin also discovered that the combination of Shumen and Fenfu's moves is the peak of my arrow. In the eyes of the beholder, I only saw the blazing explosion that was difficult to catch with the naked eye slamming into the sand wall. The violent explosion caused the sand wall to explode violently. In just a split second, Shumen judged that his sand wall could not stop Uchiha Rin. Hurry up and urged the whole body chakra. It was originally the battlefield of the desert, and more than 70% of the yellow sand formed a sea of sand and rolled towards the blood-red demon star that attacked him. Quicksand waterfall, and the raging flames, without flinching, faced the attack. Flame vs wild sand. The two elements with an extremely wide attack range seemed to occupy half of the heaven and earth, and they did not give in to each other. They both want to devour each other. The extremely impactful scene made many people on the battlefield subconsciously stop the action at hand. Great Yanja, Yandi. Uchiha Rin's calm voice came out of the flames. The flame, which was originally only the size of a meteor, expanded rapidly. The volume of a planet completely suppressed the sandstorm back. What kind of fire is this? There were also many Konoha ninjas who were good at fire, such as Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan, and the Sarutobi clan. However, after seeing this scene, they recalled the fire in their cognition. I can't help but feel ashamed of myself. Boom! The flame planet fell. The flame fuses with the wind pressure. It spread out in all directions and occupied everyone's field of vision. Some weaker ninjas were even blown out directly. It took more than a minute for the aftermath to subside, but not yet before anyone else opened their eyes. I heard Uchiha Rin shout in a remorseful tone, Gan, if you accidentally push too hard, don't die. Hearing this, neither Konoha nor the ninja of Sand Hidden knew what expression to show. What is this weirdness? What about the war? You are not happy that the enemy is dead? Cho was the first to react and shouted sharply. When the red-haired man standing next to Cho heard this, he quickly controlled the puppet with a chakra line and rushed over. He will lie on the ground in a classic position of Yamcha, and he will be picked up by Shumen, who is already dying. In front of Cho, who is far less than Tsunade, but is also a medical expert, Cho hurriedly bent down to examine the shaman who was severely burned all over his body. And save. Cho's face was delighted, but the guard in his eyes did not relax by half a minute, and he waved his hand and shouted, full cover. I escorted Lord Kazekage back to the village for treatment. As soon as these words came out, the blessing was divided, and many sand ninjas such as the future third-generation Wind Shadow hurriedly blocked in front of Cho, covering them to leave with the second-generation Wind Shadow. Don't let them run. Pursuit. As the commander-in-chief of the Konoha front, Kikishuo Shigeru shouted fiercely. Konoha's army was boosted in morale, brandishing their weapons in the middle of their way, like a hungry beast frantically pounced on a lame rabbit, and Rin Uchiha was unmoved. Yawned, as if walking after dinner, leisurely following the tail of the army. Highlight the attitude of a Buddhist worker. Night. Almost killed the second-generation Wind Shadow. As soon as he dies, Sun's morale will be devastated, and the end of this war is just around the corner. In the barracks, Kimu Shuumao punched the table with a remorseful punch. It's almost that you can kill Shumen yourself. If it weren't for someone's passivity, the war would have ended a long time ago. Sarutobi Shinnishuk meant something. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Uchiha Rin, who looked interested. You're positive, so how many enemies did you kill? Ape-flying young master. Uchiha Rin half stared, and did not shy away from glancing at Sarutobi Shinnishuk, his tone containing endless disgust. The strength is so weak and you still run forward. If it weren't for the White Fang seeing that you are the son of the third generation of Hokage who has been covering you, you wouldn't know how many times you died. What did you say? Sarutobi Shinnishuk was furious. Hey Shinnishuk little brother, calm down. As the best relationship between Konoha Sanshinu and Sarutobi Hinata now, he is also the only apprentice who still has some feelings. Jiraiya quickly pulled Sarutobi Shinnishuk to become a peacemaker. In today's battle, we lost 422 people, but thanks to the performance of Uchiha Rin, the other side lost at least more than 1,000 people. As long as we continue to maintain this situation, we will definitely be able to win this war. Sunset Zhenhong also stood up in time to change the topic. Although Uchiha Rin's passive sabotage has caused some people's dissatisfaction, but have to admit, every time he goes into battle, he is the one who kills the most enemies. Therefore, whether it is Kimushu Umao or Jiraiya, for his various behaviors, he basically turned a blind eye. There is also only the ape-flying family represented by Sarutobi Shinnishuk. I don't know if it's because Uchiha Rin didn't save his relationship before, or did he inherit the fine tradition of his old son's jealousy of virtuous ability. Anyway, it's not good to see Uchiha Rin. Hiden Kato. Oh no, is Kato broken in it too? Uchiha Rin noticed that Kato had not come to the meeting and asked with some curiosity. Shinobu Kato broken. Heroically killed in this war, his name will be inscribed on the memorial tablet. Sunset Zhenhong said sadly. Oh, how pitiful, how could such a good comrade die young? Uchiha sighed fakely to death. The corner of Tsunade's eye twitched wildly next to him, because she noticed the corners of Uchiha Rin's crazy upward mouth. Kongming crying Zhou, right? It's a pity that after working hard for a long time, I still didn't squeeze out a single tear. Uchiha Rin simply didn't pretend, and looked straight at Sarutobi Shinnishuk and smiled. I don't know who will die next. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face was extremely gloomy. I can't wait to draw my sword and rush over to fight Uchiha Rin for 300 rounds. Jiraiya once again held Uchiha Rin in time and whispered in his ear, don't be impulsive. If it weren't for the fact that your dad is an old man of ape flying, he might have found an opportunity to take you. Saying that, Zai Lai also made a gesture of wiping his neck. Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked at Jiraiya incredulously. After being stunned for a while, Sarutobi Shinnishuk lowered his voice and said incredulously, how dare he? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. Sarutobi Shinnishuk is too far from his Lao-Tzu's political wisdom. After such a long time, I actually noticed that Uchiha Rin's eyes looked at you, just like a tiger sees a fat pig. Want to swallow you in one gulp? At this moment, there was a commotion outside the military tent door. Don't wait for everyone to go out and check it out. I saw an old man wearing a dark gray vest leading two dark ninjas wearing masks into the camp. But if it's someone who knows the dark parts, a glance at the mask reveals from the slightest detail that this group of people is not a dark part, but a root. Not to mention, the old man who walked in the front was the head of the root, Shinmura Danzo. Danzo-sama, is there something going on from Konoha to the front line? Kimushu Umao quickly stepped forward and asked for instructions. The old man has come to relay the order of the sun. Shinmura Danzo looked around at everyone at the scene and said, and his eyes obviously stopped on Uchiha Rin for 2 more seconds. Although I tried my best to hide it, I could still find the greed hidden in my eyes. Gee, a member of the Order of Elders addressed Hokage not Hokage-sama but by his first name. Rin Uchiha couldn't help but want to laugh. Ape-flying sun chopping is also strange, and he raises 3 uncles for himself. Shinmura Danzo continued, this is the Super S-Class mission personally issued by Riko, assassinate the second-generation Wind Shadow Shaman. Although everyone present was accustomed to Uchiha Rin's unspeakable and death-defying personality. But when I heard these words, my heart couldn't help but beat twice. Even Shinmura Danzo looked at Uchiha Rin with incredulous eyes. Good guys, how direct. Perform a super difficult mission like assassinating Wind Shadow. Naturally, you have to send elite-level squads. The strength of Kikishu Umao and Uchiha Rin naturally does not need to be said. Don't say Konoha himself. Even hostile countries are shocked by their prestige. And the wave Feng Shui Gate is not bad. After officially worshipping Zile as a teacher. After such a long period of observation, Zai Lai also judged that Bo Feng Shaman was indeed a good seedling who inherited the will of fire and was suitable for being a fire shadow. And last year, he returned to Konoha and asked Sarutobi to seal it in the Book of Seals, and the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage Senjutsu. That was not even the ape-flying sun / had not learned advanced space-time ninjutsu. Who would have thought that Bo Feng Shaman would be proficient in a year? Although now he is only at the level of the upper ninja elite. But with Flying Thor, you can wrench your wrist with a shadow-level ninja. And Sarutobi Shinnishuk, Well, less than 20 years old to qualify for Upper Ninja. It's not bad, but compared to the previous 3 demons, that's a 108,000-mile difference. Not to mention the Super S-level mission of assassinating Wind Shadow. It's not like this to brush your son's battle merits, right? Uchiha Rin said in disgust. The reason why Ape Flying Sun Chopper arranged this was simply Sima Zhao's heart. Just want to brush his son's records. This happened often in the history of the Dragon Kingdom and Uchiha Rin's previous life. For example, the Li Guang, who was difficult to seal in his life. Several times Emperor Woody of Han couldn't stand it, so he went to the battlefield to brush up on military merits. But I just didn't grasp it. And the current Sarutobi Shinashuk is in a similar situation. Obviously, he has no ability, but his father is trying to give credit to his son. However, compare Li Guang with Sarutobi Shinashuk. It's really insulting. Excuse me, this is the meaning of the sun, do you want to disobey? Shinmura Danzo said with a gloomy face. To be honest, he was kind of expecting Uchiha Rin to disobey the military order. In this way, he can find an excuse to crush Uchiha Rin into prison, and look for opportunities to seize his kaleidoscope. Not really, but I need to wake up to our Hokage-sama. Uchiha Rin pointed at Sarutobi Shinashuk, disgusted to the extreme. If this guy drags his feet by then, I won't save him, I will watch him die. Shinmura Danzo was a little shocked by this sentence. What a dare! Dare to say in front of the public that he will not save the son of the Hokage? Even Shinmura Danzo did not dare to say such things publicly. Even if you think it, you can't say it. After a brief shock, Shinmura Danzo sneered inwardly. It turned out to be a silly boy with empty strength and no brain. I really think that Uzumaki Mito, who has not been able to live for a few years, can still protect you. When she dies, the old man will be the first to gouge your eyes. Don't worry, I'll tell Hinata. After leaving these words, Shinmura Danzo sneered and strode away with his 2 subordinates. I'm back to sleep, let me know when you leave, Captain. Uchiha Rin waved his hand and left the tent as well. Qin Yu Shuumao sighed again and again. It's not easy to bring this team. Whitebeard, this kind of task is too difficult for Sarutobi Shinashuk. Sarutobi is too unqualified as a father, and he should not let his son try the risk. The chat room began to discuss again. Whitebeard thinks that the Ape Flying Sun chopping is very irresponsible, because Whitebeard himself once did not stop Ace from hunting Blackbeard, which led to a series of tragedies later. In his opinion, the Ape Flying Sun chopping now is very similar to himself at that time. Uchiha Rin, Ape Flying Sun slash is not as much as you think. He just thinks that the people of the Sarutobi clan have not made any great achievements in this war, and let his son participate in this mission to brush up his sense of existence. Uchiha Senna, I really haven't seen the leader who didn't go to the front in the war. What valuable things did you find as an apprentice? Senjima, who is Uchiha Senna's nemesis, is speechless this time. Indeed, the frontline ninja world war is in full swing. However, his 4 disciples, who were the supreme rulers of Konoha, sat and enjoyed their success while drinking tea in the rear. According to the intelligence found out in the dark part of Konoha, the 2nd-generation Kaze Kage-shaman was seriously injured in the previous battle. At present, he has returned to Cheyenne village for cultivation. Ancho, who is good at medical ninjutsu, also took her son and daughter-in-law back to the village and stayed by Shaman's side. At present, the frontline commander of the Cheyenne army is held by the 3 generations of Wind Shadow. Since you want to assassinate, you must fight quickly. The day after the Tenzo relayed the order, Kiki Shuumao called the 3 of Uchiha Rin and set off without stopping. In order to avoid the eyeliner of the sand cover, Kimu Shuumao decided to take a long detour, head north to the land of rain, then enter the land of wind through the land of rain. The land of the wind, the sky is full of yellow sand. Ordinary crops are almost impossible to grow in such an environment. Therefore, when it comes to food, the country of wind can only rely on imports. It's no wonder they've been coveting the fertile lands of the Fire Nation. Each shinobi village has different defensive measures to prevent foreign invasion. For example, Konoha had the Yamanaka clan and the Hinata clan jointly establish a surveillance enchantment that covered the entire village. Once a stranger enters the village area, the perception ability of the Yamanaka clan and the clairvoyance function that comes with Hinata's white eyes can immediately lock onto each other. This was evident when Pain invaded Konoha. It's just that whether you can find an intruder or not is not the same thing as whether you can resist it. Compared to Konoha's enchantment monitoring, Cheyenne village is much more primitive. Simply using yellow sand to build a huge mound nearly 100 meters high, enveloping the entire village. Only one entrance is left, and every few meters at the top of the mound, a sand ninja is set up to guard it. It feels like a low-end version of the Great Wall. Lord Shuumao, how are we going to get in? On a huge rock about 2 miles away from Cheyenne village, looking at the 100-meter high barrier standing outside the village, Bofeng Shuman frowned and asked Kimu Shuumao for instructions. At least he couldn't sneak silently into the enemy village under such circumstances. Kim Shuomao stared at the only entrance and exit of Cheyenne village in the middle of the earthen barrier, and after a few seconds, he spoke. Send one person to attack head-on to attract the attention of the guards, and the others take advantage of the chaos to blend into the village. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Bo Feng Shuman was taken aback. Rough estimates put it at least a few hundred people standing on the city wall in charge of guarding, and that's just the number of people near the main entrance. Once the alarm sounds, plus the shinobu who rush to reinforce, he could easily break through 1,000 people. So you need to find someone who can be responsible for this bait with 1,000 enemies. Kim Shuomao took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'll come, I'll attract the attention of the enemy army, and while the situation is chaotic, the three of you will sneak into the village and assassinate the second generation of Wind Shadow. Bo Feng Shuman was difficult to accept for a while, but he was speechless. After all, he knew that he did not have the strength of one enemy and 1,000. And his own killer Flying Thunder God is not a move suitable for group fighting. Forget it, I'll do it anyway. Uchiha Rin shook his hand and patted the sand scraped on his body and got up. Rin, Bo Feng Shuman's face changed again. My moves are better suited for group fights than yours, aren't they? Uchiha Rin looked at Kiki Shuo Shigeru. It's dangerous. Kiki Shuo Shigeru did not deny Uchiha Rin's words. Indeed, his own Thunder Flow sword attack scope is far inferior to Uchiha Rin's self-created flowing fire. At least in terms of attacking ninjutsu on a large scale, looking at the entire ninja world. In addition to the tailed beast Jade of the human pillar force, Kim Shuomao felt that no one could compare to Uchiha Rin's fire. At present, in addition to you, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and some old thing hiding in the shadows, there is no one in the ninja world who can make me feel dangerous. Uchiha Rin twisted his neck and made a click sound, and walked leisurely towards the main gate of Tsunade village. Oh yes, remind you, just after taking 2 steps, Uchiha Rin turned his back to Kiki Shuo Shigeru as if he remembered something. If someone drags his feet, you'd better not hesitate to give up on him directly, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. After leaving these words, Uchiha Rin continued to walk forward leisurely. Sarutobi Shinishuk's face was livid. No matter how low his emotional intelligence is, how can he not hear that the so-called dragging back in Uchiha Rin's mouth is himself? If he were to change to an ordinary person, he would have been forced to pull it up earlier. But in the face of Uchiha Rin, whose strength has obviously entered the shadow level class, he really didn't have the guts. Even his labor management Uchiha Rin is not in his eyes, not to mention him as a son. And Kiki Shuomao did not take Uchiha Rin's reminder to heart. Inheriting the will of fire, he believes in the life philosophy that those who do not follow the rules are waste, but those who abandon their companions are waste and waste. But Kim Shuomao would not have thought of it. This will be the last words he will say to Rin Uchiha. Stop, what man, you have to show your pass to enter the village. When he saw the figure walking in more and more in the distance, a guard guarding the gate of Cheyenne village shouted. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and removed the cloak that covered the upper half of his face on the top of his head. The raging flames covered the entire right arm. You are, I saw that burning arm, and the 3-hook jade that slowly rotated in the pupil. The many sand ninja guards guarding the main entrance were frightened and stupid. Fire Fist, the iconic super-wide flame. With billowing black smoke, the main gate of Cheyenne village rose into the sky. It immediately attracted the attention of the whole village. Mother, are you free now? Would we like to take a family photo with you and the scorpion? In the Wind Shadow building in Sand Hidden Village. As soon as Cho came out of Kazeki's office, his son hurried up and asked. Cho frowned. Because the condition of the second generation of Wind Shadow is not optimistic. Originally old, he was severely damaged by Uchiha Rin's fire in the previous battle. Even if he survives, he may not have the ability to fight. Fortunately, the successor to the position of Wind Shadow has been decided. Even if the second generation of Wind Shadow abdicates the throne, the third generation of Wind Shadow who is on the front line can immediately take the throne. But in the case of losing the second generation Wind Shadow, it is impossible to continue this battle. Hear your son's request. Cho, who was in a bad mood, had planned to refuse. But when he heard the name of his grandson Scorpion, he relented and agreed. Grandma Cho. Cho and her son come to the photo studio. A red-haired Shota who was a year or two younger than Uchiha Rin and Wave Feng Shuman shouted with a smile. See the innocent smile of my grandson. Cho's mood finally improved. Cho-sama, please stand to the right of the child. The photographer began to signal the family of 4 to change positions. However, just as the photographer was about to press the shutter, rumble! The deafening explosion startled the puppeteer's family of 4. Cho turned his head and looked out through the window. I saw that in the direction of the main gate of the village, the flames burning on the city wall dyed the sky crimson. Soaring black smoke hung over the village, as if entering the night ahead of time. What is that fire? Cho's pupils shrank dramatically. Almost instantaneously, I guessed why. Toot toot. Just then, a shrill siren sounded throughout the village. A large number of sand ninjas gathered towards the entrance of the village. What's going on? Although there was already speculation in his heart, Cho stopped a shinobu and asked, Cho-sama, Rin Uchiha is making trouble at the main entrance. How many centaurs came? According to it, it is said that he is the only one. Nani? Cho's expression changed drastically again. One person attacks the enemy stronghold. Where did he get the guts? Think you're Senjukuma or Uchiha? You two are optimistic about the scorpion. I'm going to meet this kid. Cho ordered his son and daughter-in-law, and immediately led the army to the entrance of the village. Although I don't know what medicine is sold in Uchiha Rin Gourd, but if there is no shadow-level powerhouse present, maybe you really can't take him. It's okay, Scorpion. The mother of the scorpion crouched down to comfort her son. The scorpion, who was less than 12 years old, nodded obediently. However, in the next second, the scorpion found several figures flashing quickly in the distance. Dad, Mom, what's that? The young scorpion raises its hand to the opposite side. The scorpion father and the scorpion mother turned their heads to look. I saw 3 figures quickly shuttling through the roof of the village, and quickly rushing to the wind shadow building located in the center of the village. In the village of Cheyenne, which is full of yellow sand, the white hair and yellow hair are extremely conspicuous. As for the last blue-haired one, well, I don't know. It should be a follower. Would Konoha white fangs and golden glitter? The face of the scorpion father and the scorpion mother fused. That's when they reacted. This horse is a trick to move the tiger away from the mountain. Scorpion, don't run around here. The scorpion father only left this sentence and chased after his wife. And this also became the last words of the scorpion parents and him. The main entrance of Cheyenne village. The endless yellow sand has been completely replaced by a sea of fire. 3 puppets with Sang, Buddha and Dharma written on their foreheads gathered together and stood in a triangular pose. Together, a violent tornado erupted. Puppet art 3 treasures crush. This is exactly Cho's iconic puppet. Near the 10 crowd. What a thing! Uchiha Rin clapped his hands together. The hands with 10 fingers interlocked slowly open like blooming flowers. Fire Dharma. Dark green high-density green flames flew out of the unfolded palm, and the tornado collided. Boom, 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 boom. A violent chain of explosions sounded. I was about to blow up those 3 puppets together. 3 more puppets rushed up and opened their arms to form a protective shield to resist, but even so, 3 puppets responsible for defense, and 2 of their arms were blown up. Turtle Immortal, this is Ace Kid's move, right? Obviously, it takes time to charge like the Turtle Sect Kigong, but the attack speed is too slow. Flashy. Rin, don't use this move in the face of the real strong after the triple bombardment of Rin Uchiha's Ribbon plus Honko plus Neon Sensei. The Kame Sento has completely regarded Uchiha Rin as a member of the Kamizen Ryu, often help give guidance when he fights. Although in the later stage, he was thrown further and further away by his apprentice Super Sai Sun Wukong, but the vision of the god of martial arts is still not covered. Uchiha Rin, I understand, take it in sensei, Ace that guy just like this kind of bells and whistles to die at the hands of Akainu. Ace, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Although he got the ability to burn fruit, Uchiha Rin did not simply go to Kas Ace's trick. Instead, the ability to burn the fruit is combined with the Sharingan infused with the Turtle Fairy Flow. Ha! At this time, Uchiha Rin noticed 3 figures rushing towards this side. And not only Uchiha Rin, Cho, and a large number of shinobi also noticed. Konoha White Fang. When did they get in? Cho and the others were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How, did you finish off Shaman? Immediately, Uchiha Rin's next words frightened Cho's group into almost cardiac arrest. Failed, just a little. Bofang Shuman looked remorseful. Faced with Uchiha Rin's humiliation, Sarutobi Shinashuk bit his lower lip. I wanted to refute but had nothing to say. Failure is failure, and it's not a big deal. Uchiha clapped his hands nonchalantly. Let's go back first. There is so much sand here that I dare not take a big breath, and I am panicking. Rin Uchiha himself didn't care if this mission was successful. Anyway, whether it is war or mission, as long as it is provided with a place for him to practice and brush up experience, and it is enough to let yourself have some understanding. As for success or not, that was Konoha's own business. Is Cheyenne Village a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? Cho was furious, and controlled the 10 people of Kanmatsu, leading a large army of Tsunade around him to rush towards the 4 of Uchiha Rin. Rin Uchiha still maintained a relaxed smile on his face. Facing the rushing army of Sand Ninja, raise his hand and wave. Phew, the wall of flames that was tens of meters high was like a natural danger. Split the 2 sides in 2. The white beard in the chat room inexplicably felt that this scene was very heavy. It reminds him of the experience when he split Marin Vando in 2 to cover the escape of his sons during the war. Abominable, abominable. Facing the wall of flames that resisted in front, Cho was helpless for a while. After all, there are few people in Cheyenne Village who are good at water escape. If you have time to chase us, why don't you go see your son and daughter-in-law? Cho's wife. Uchiha Rin's teasing voice came through the wall of fire. Cho's expression fused when he heard this. Quickly turned around and rushed towards the village. It was less than 50 meters away from the Wind Shadow building. Large swathes of the bodies of the Sand Shinobi guards were piled up on both sides of the street. From the smooth and complete incision of their throat, you can tell who did it. In the entire ninja world, there is no second person with such a sharp sword technique. And just when Cho arrived at the door of the building, lying at the end are the two people she cherishes the most besides her grandson Scorpion. No! Cho's roar of liver sausage resounded through the village of Tsunade. Damn Konoha White Fang! And when I saw the throat of my son and daughter-in-law, I almost split the skull and neck in two, leaving only a layer of terrifying incisions connected by skin. Cho gritted his teeth and let out the same roar as the original. The Super S-Class mission awarded by Hokage himself failed. The four people who were the executors naturally wanted to return to Konoha to report. Except for Uchiha, Rin still talks and laughs freely as always. The other three were not in a much better mood. Kimushu Umao and Bofeng Shuman missed the great opportunity to assassinate the second generation of Fengying and completely end this war. Sarutobi Shinashuk is afraid of taking responsibility, because this mission failed, entirely because he dragged the whole team back. Originally, the foot strength of the above patients could reach the distance in 4 days and 3 nights. It took nearly a week to reach Konoha. I haven't breathed the fresh air of Konoha for a long time, Uchiha Rin stretched. I'll go to the ninja school to pick up Konan. First go meet with Naruto-sama to report the results of the mission. Kimushu Umao's tone was dead. Uchiha Rin shrugged his shoulders and said okay. Failed? 10 minutes later, in the Hokage office. After listening to Kimushu Umao's report, Ape Fei Ri frowned. Naruto-sama, the failure of this mission is all due to my poor command. Please punish me. Kimushu Umao bowed. Lord White Fang, it's not your fault. Bofeng Shuman couldn't bear to say. Whose fault is it not his? Could it be the fault of young Master Ape Fei? No way, Hokage's son also makes mistakes, or is it this unforgivable and major misstep? Uchiha Rin laughed strangely. Bofeng Shuman was speechless for a while. Sarutobi Shinashuk, on the other hand, bowed his head and pretended to be dumb. Ape Fei Riko inhaled 2 puffs of cigarette stick hard, exhaling a thick puff of smoke. The other 3 did not dare to speak. Uchiha Rin walked to the window with a look of disgust and raised his hand to fan. The corner of Ape Fei Ri twitched violently twice, and after half a minute, he slowly spoke. This task is inherently difficult, and failure is expected, so go back and rest first, don't think too much. Thank you Naruto-sama. The 3 bowed in unison in response. Rin Uchiha jumped out of the window directly. Choke the ape flying sun. Have you heard? A Super S mission personally issued by Naruto-sama before, because of the relationship between the White Fang, led to a complete failure? Really fake. What kind of mission is it? I don't know, but I heard that if it succeeds, it can completely end this ninja world war, but because of White Fang's misjudgment, the mission completely failed, and now Cheyenne has sent more troops to attack us. No wonder my husband was temporarily transferred to the front yesterday, the abominable White Fang, all blame him. I was blinded before I thought he was suitable to succeed the 4th generation Hokage. If he still has a little sense of responsibility, he should cut his belly and apologize. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Rin Uchiha took Konan's small hand and was preparing to go home. Ace, this that I don't understand. No one should blame White Fang for the failure of the mission. Clin, to put it bluntly, if you need to find someone to be responsible, it shouldn't be what it's called. Is Shinashuk in charge? Lion Beast, human thinking is really different from us Digimon. Compared with the young and older fritters who looked confused, they could see through the reason at a glance. As the most staunch anti-Senju, Uchiha Senna did not miss the opportunity to mock his old enemy. Uchiha Senna at Senju Kurama, if you want to say that this matter is not fueled by your precious apprentice, I don't believe it. Whitebeard, if you really have to be responsible, it should indeed be the responsibility of that Sarutobi Shinashuk, but his father is the leader of this village, so naturally he needs his subordinates to take the blame. Dior, humans are so ugly, so this Dio is not a human anymore. Thousand Hand Pillars, monkey, how did you fall here? Apparently, the old fritters and the skirt can be seen. There is definitely an ape flying sun behind this, trying to put all the blame on Kimushu Umao. After all, he couldn't let his own son be wronged. Not to mention if the son of Hokage made a big mistake, then the reputation of the Hokage himself will also be implicated. Not to mention the reason why Sarutobi Shinashuk was able to participate in such an important mission, or because his Lao Zi wants to help him brush up on battle merits. So many factors add up. It is destined that the ape must find a scapegoat to carry the pot for his son. So who is suitable? It's nothing more than 3 candidates. The 3 who carry out the mission with their son, Kimushu Umao, Uchiha Rin, and Wei Feng Shuman. Uchiha Rin didn't act together at all, and felt that even if he wanted to, it would be difficult to rely on him. And this kid's personality is too difficult. It's like a barrel of dynamite, and it's likely to be at one point. Sarutobi thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate. And Kimushu Umao and Bofeng Shuman are both honest personalities. Good bully. Just choose one of them. After being entangled for a long time, Ape Fei Ri chose Kimushu Umao. There are two reasons for this. One is the apprentice of Bofeng Shuman Zilaya. It is equivalent to the apprentice of the ape flying sun slashing apprentice. The relationship is closer than Kimushu Umao. The other is that Kimushu Umao is too popular and has too much credit. It is necessary to suppress it. After all, Kimushu Umao has made a lot of achievements in this ninja world war. There are even many villagers who say that their third generation of Hokage can retire and let Kikishu Umao succeed to the position of the fourth generation Hokage. Is this worth it? You must know that although Ape Flying Sun Chopper has been a Hokage for 20 years, he is not yet 50 years old. I haven't tasted power enough. He thought he could do it for another 20 years. How can one tolerate the emergence of a fourth generation Hokage at this time? Suppress. It must be suppressed. And so it evolved into the current situation. Kimushu Umao became the one who carried the pot. The skirt friend in the chat room, after listening to Uchiha Rin's analysis. It was also rare to fall silent. There were no words for a long time. Ace, fortunately, I didn't listen to Old Man Carp's words to join the Navy, otherwise I would have to face this kind of deception every day. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, the leader of this village, is too small-minded, cronyism and jealousy, but it is a taboo as a commander. Whitebeard, if there is any son on the old man's ship who can surpass the old man, then I will only be happy for him. First Hokage, these disciples of yours are indeed too small-minded. Uchiha Senna, hahaha, I'll just say that the Senju family is not a good thing. The disciples they cultivated are also a group of seeds. Senju Karama, when the Hokage position was first established, a stipulation should be added that each Hokage could not serve for more than 10 years. Senju Kyuma at Uchiha Rin, can you help persuade Hinata? Seeing this news between the Senju pillars, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. Advise? Just this ape who has been completely corrupted by power is flying in the sun. Even if the Thousand Hands pillar is resurrected to persuade him, it may not be useful. Can you do this? He is not Naruto himself, and he has a mouth. Rin-san, Konan, learn to cook a few dishes from Mito's mother-in-law, and I'll make it for you in the evening. After coming to Konoha, Zionin, who became more cheerful, smiled. Okay, then I'll wait. Uchiha Rin replied with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, he found a familiar figure walking by his shoulder. Kikishu Umao. Hey Uncle Kimu. Well? Uchiha Rin subconsciously said hello, but when he saw Kimushu Umao's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment, Kimushu Umao's face is like dead ash, like a walking dead body that has lost its soul. The steps are a little stumbling. It is in stark contrast to the mighty Konoha White Fang on the battlefield. Many people in the chat room were also taken aback by Kimushu Umao's state. Ace, wow, it seems that he was hit not lightly. Turtle Immortal, although this young man's strength is good, his mentality is not strong enough. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, human words are terrible, but it is true that as the Turtle Immortal said, his heart is not as strong as his strength. Kimushu Umao's strength, the people in the skirt are still more recognized, but apparently I didn't expect him to have such a bad mentality. Although it was scolded very badly. But not so exaggerated, right? Rin Uchiha, he's going to die. Looking at Kimushu Umao's state, Uchiha Rin guessed that White Fang was going to follow the old path of the original. Thousand Hand Pillars, no, not right? Rin Uchiha, do you look at the look in his eyes just now, like the eyes of a living person? Senju Jima at Uchiha Rin, can you save him? I can fly Thor to you. Senjima is more discerning than his brother. At a glance, I could see that Kimushu Umao was bent on death just now. After being entangled for a long time, Senjima finally decided to take out his box bottom card Flying Thunder God. He still admired the White Fang, especially before White Fang took the initiative to ask for help, expressing its willingness to take on the bait. Let Senshao remind him of himself, who faced the pursuit and killing of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn and took the initiative to be the bait. Such a powerful man who is also dedicated to Konoha. Now he really can't look at the Flying Thunder God. If the Turtle Immortal hadn't entered the skirt yet, he could indeed use the Flying Thunder God as a transitional skill before mastering a more advanced ability. However, now, he has integrated the operation method of Chi. Maybe after a while, Kakarot will come in. What do I want your Flying Thunder God for? You have to throw Ku Wu out first. Isn't the instantaneous movement of labor and management all solved? It is no exaggeration. If it weren't for the fact that Rin Uchiha didn't have administrator or skirt master privileges, he wanted to kick Senju out. After all, this product has no use value for themselves. 1,000 hands are choked enough. I didn't expect the flying thunder god who regarded him as a treasure. It was worthless to be criticized by this kid. And Uchiha Senna laughed at the pig bark. Senjukuma at Uchiha Rin, can you help persuade that young man named Kiki Shuumao? I can give you my immortal cultivation method in Muduen. Oh? Uchiha Rin's eyes lit up. To know. Since the battle with Hanzo, he has not used the kaleidoscope himself. It's because the burden is too heavy. But there is the ability between the 1,000 hand pillars. There is no need to worry about this at all. Why is it the same Kamui Sherinan? Kimu is tired to die if it is used once it is used on 5 days. And leap soil is like throwing bitter nothing, casual use, but not afraid of blindness at all? It is because there are intercolumn cells on Obito. Senjukuma, big brother. This is not appropriate. Senju said anxiously. In his opinion, his eldest brother is so capable. Even if you want to give it, you should give Uchiha Rin a more difficult commission. For example, stopping Uchiha's conspiracy, or protecting Konoha or something. And now he just persuaded Chi Mu Shuumao to give him the 2 big hole cards of Immortal Cultivation Method in Muduen. That's a loss. Senjukuma Omama, I don't want such a promising young man to die because of the selfish desires of the day. The tone between the 1,000 hand pillars was extremely firm, although Kimu Shuumao is a bit glassy-hearted. But in such a time, through Uchiha Rin's live broadcast, Senjukuma saw that Kiki Shuo Shigeru was an excellent ninja who was dedicated to Konoha and was willing to go to the soup for his companions. If he had been born while he was alive, presumably, he will also choose him as the 3rd generation of Hokage, instead of the ape flying sun. The only downside may be that it is a bit glassy, but that doesn't matter. The main thing is to take the heart of the virgin between the pillars of 1,000 hands. He couldn't bear to watch Kimu Shuumao die due to the persecution of the ape flying sun, and he feels that there is a responsibility for this. If they were still alive, they could teach the apes not to be too greedy for power. Maybe they won't be what they are now. Senjuma, big brother. Rin Uchiha, it's okay to persuade, but I don't guarantee success. If you can accept it, you can send a commission. To be honest, this commission request between the 1,000 hand pillars is not very easy to handle. After all, the dominance of this matter lies with Kimu Shuumao himself. Even if I persuade him not to commit suicide today, but what if another Konoha villager sprays him tomorrow and he wants to commit suicide again? Can't you let yourself be a nanny every day and give Kimu Shuumao psychological counseling, right? Senjukuma, well, yes. Senju, no. Big brother, this is too simple, right? If it weren't for the lack of physical reasons, Qianshao wanted to punch his old brother. As long as you persuade, it doesn't matter if you can succeed or not. Isn't this a free gift? However, it was already late, and the 1,000 Hands Pillar had already released the skirt commission task. Ding. The skirt clerk 1,000 Hands Pillar issues a commission task, persuade White Fang. Mission content requires the skirt officer Uchiha Rin to persuade Kiki Shuo Shigeru to give up suicidal thoughts. Whether successful or not, as long as you persuade, you can get a reward. Mission reward Immortal Cultivation Method plus Muduen. Good fellow, Susatoru Debata has arrived. Although Uchiha Rin thinks that the Susa-tailed beast is a little more handsome. After receiving the skirt commission, Uchiha Rin, who was originally having dinner with Konan and Uzumaki Mito, put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Konan, Grandma Mito, I suddenly remembered that I had something to go out ha." Before Konan and Uzumaki Mito could ask what was going on, Rin Uchiha had disappeared into the living room. On Konoha Street. Bastard Kakashi, come and fight with me. Don't bother me, Dad said that he would teach me sword art today, and I don't have time to pay attention to you. Just when Uchiha Rin came to the door of Kiki's house, I just noticed 2 little ghosts of 3 or 4 years old fighting. One of them wore goggles and looked unconvinced. The other pulled the face of the dead fish, covered the lower half of the face with a mask, and had gray and silver hair to meet the man with a dead face this afternoon. Wait and see, my score will definitely surpass you when I take the entrance exam. Finally, the goggle imp huffed and turned away. Just by your crane tail? The mask white hair looked mocking, and then walked to the gate, picked up the key and prepared to open the door. Wait a minute, let's go inside. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin stepped forward to say hello. Kakashi turned his head when he heard this, his expression startled. Are you Yan? Just like the White Fang of Tankishuo Shigeru, Tsunade Jiraiya Orochimaru's 3 shinobi. In this ninja world war, the 2 of Uchiha Rin and Wave Fang Shuman also received their nicknames. The nickname of the Wave Fang Shui Gate is the same as his original, Konoha's Golden Flash, and Uchiha Rin is Emperor Yan, although he doesn't think it's good. Well, the first meeting, I'll find your father, open the door. Rin Uchiha motioned for Kakashi to open the door quickly. Oh, probably the first time I met such a big man. Wu Liukai, who was less than 4 years old, looked a little nervous. It took several twists of the key before he could barely open the door. Dad, I'm back. The 2 entered the Jenkin together, and Kakashi shouted inside while turning on the light. Subsequently, when the two entered the living room, it happened that Chi Mushuumao was kneeling on his knees, holding his short blade that had killed countless enemies against his abdominal cavity. It happened to be the moment when Rin Uchiha and Kakashi walked into the living room, stabbed it hard. At this moment, Uchiha Rin deeply understood what Meng Tian, who witnessed Fusu's suicide, felt like. Mad usually does big things, and I don't see you so active. To let you die, you rushed fast enough. Things still have a turn, are you in a hurry? To be honest, although Uchiha Rin has always seen Sarutobi unpleasantly, but he shouldn't want Kimushuumao to die. After all, a shadow-level peak powerhouse. No matter which shinobi village, it's a treasure. The reason why Ape Flying Sun Chopper hired the Water Army Black Flag Mushuumao, it is nothing more than because the merit he has made is too great, and the Ape Flying Sun is afraid of affecting his status. It should not be enough to want to kill Kimushuumao. However, who would have thought that Kimushuumao blasts heart to such an extent? The dead man's chat room was also silent. Even top powerhouses such as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, Turtle Immortal, and Whitebeard were stunned. It seems that he didn't expect Kimushuumao, who has good strength, to have such a poor mentality. Just being scolded by a village for a few days and rushing to die. Big brother, are you right? The boss with his mouth open among the 1,000 hand pillars in the pure land of bliss. The mood between the 1,000 hands is more complicated. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. When he was happy, because of this, Uchiha Rin couldn't get his eldest brother's immortal body and Yu Duen. The sadness was naturally due to the greed of Yu's own disciple, which led to the innocent death of a Konoha talent. After a short silence, Uchiha Rin glanced at the body of Kiki Shuumao, who was still holding a knife in the center of the living room, and Kakashi, a teenager next to him who had been frightened and fainted. After thinking for a few seconds, Rin Uchiha lifted Kakashi and placed him on the sofa, immediately walked out of the door, casually twisted a passing Konoha Nakasen, under the other party's fearful eyes, said in an indifferent tone, "Go and inform the ape that the ape is dead." Half an hour later, Bofang Shuman, who was originally resting at home, rushed to the door of Chi Mu's house. I saw that at least hundreds of people had gathered here, and there was a lot of discussion. After a while, the Konoha medical ninja carried a stretcher out. See the iconic silver hair that appears at the top of the white cloth. Wave Fang Shuman was almost frightened and fainted like Kakashi. Shuo, Senior Shuumao. After all, he is still a teenager who has just graduated from elementary school. When he saw Kimushuumao's cold body, Bofang Shuman was also so frightened that he stumbled and almost fell to his knees. Konoha White Fang Kiki Shuo's death caused an uproar in Konoha. Well, not much of a silver hair. Mainly because before White Fang died, his reputation had already been stinking under the deliberate guidance of the Konoha elders. So even if someone hears about his death, most people will just say indifferently, "Oh, that unruly waste is dead?" That's all. Standard keyboard man. I completely forgot how much credit Kiki Shuumao had made for Konoha's birth and death in the past. Even, Kimushuumao's name has not been engraved with a memorial tablet. At Kimushuumao's funeral, there were only a few scattered people. In addition to hearing about his death, his friend Yuri Zhenhong and his wife, who quickly returned from the front line, and his daughter Yuri Hong, who is only 4 years old and has some stuttering words. The good relationship is Wanyan Shinobu Mat Dai and his son Mat Kai, and Bofang Shuman, who once carried out the assassination mission of Wind Shadow together. Who would have thought of the funeral of a shadow-level peak powerhouse? It will be shabby to this point. Rin. Just as everyone was preparing to bury Kimushuumao's body, another familiar figure came to the cemetery. It was Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin didn't say goodbye to Kimushuumao like he did with Fang Shuman. Only holding a white flower, he placed it in front of the tombstone of Kimushuumao, and then stood on the side, quietly watching. "Thank you for sending Shuumao on the last ride." Sunset Maka nodded gratefully to Uchiha Rin. Whitebeard, is this the birds are exhausted, good bows are hidden, rabbits die, lackeys cook. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, although there are reasons behind it, this kind of thing is prone to happen when there is a mismatch between heart and strength. Uchiha Senna, I just said that the people of the Senju family are hypocritical liars. The same goes for their disciples. In order to retain his power, he abandoned his subordinates without mercy. There was no speech between the 1,000 Hands Pillar and the 1,000 Hands Pillar, but it is enough to think that their mood at the moment is definitely not better. Ding new skirt staff, Kiki Shuo Shigeru joined the chat skirt. While the skirters were chattering about the death of the White Fang, anyone didn't expect it. But the Lord entered the skirt at this time. Kiki Shuo Shigeru, this, where is this, me, am I not dead? The atmosphere in the entire chat room suddenly froze. In the next second, Kiki Shuumao became everyone's object. Uchiha Senna at Kiki Shuo Shigeru, you are a trash. Since you want to die, why not kill those villagers and die again? Whitebeard at Kiki Shuumao, have you forgotten that you still have a son? You don't deserve to be a father with such behavior. Ace at Kimu Shuumao, uncle, you are too glass-hearted, right? Just scolded 2 sentences and committed suicide. I don't even know how many times I was scolded when I was a child. In other words, Ace, you don't seem to be qualified to mock him. When you are in the war, if you are not provoked by the red dog in 2 words, 9 times out of 10, you and Whitebeard won't die. Kimu Shuumao, who was bombarded with information from more than a dozen skirt staff, was dumbfounded. I don't know the current situation at all. At this time, the peacemaker stood up as a 1,000-hands pillar and explained the situation for this junior he admired. Kikishuo Shigeru, no wonder I have never heard of the moves used by Rin. It turns out that I learned it here, and I didn't expect that the first and second generations were also here. Uchiha Senna at Kikishuo Shigeru, I have never seen such a shadow-level ninja like you, who committed suicide after being scolded for a few words. Is it shameful? Kiki Shuumao, I doubt at the time, I just thought it was not interesting to live. 1,000-hand pillars at Kiki Shuumao, I want to apologize to you, Shuumao-kun, I didn't teach them to cut them well. Uchiha Rin, don't rush to apologize. In the future, your precious apprentice will send away one talent after another. Mention this matter, Uchiha Rin, the Traverser, feel funny. The main thing is that the behavior of the ape flying sun slashing foursome is too stupid. Kimu Shuumao, a loyal dog-type powerhouse, if placed in their village, it has to be guarded like a baby. But what did the ape fly and the sun chop this group of people do? Directly forced to death. Through the death of the White Fang incident, they can see it too. His 4 disciples have been completely corrupted by power, but anyone who threatens their position, no matter who it is, it must be the target of purge. Kiki Shuumao was the first, but by no means the last. Senjukuma at Uchiha Rin, can I ask you to protect Konoha? After the Kimu Shuumao thing, Senjukuma felt that it was really time for Konoha to change managers, but Senjukuma is now in a similar mood to his wife Uzumaki Nito, who is still alive. They were all afraid that once the 2 groups of Uchiha Rin and the elders would fight, it was Konoha who was hit hard. The bottom line between the 1,000-hand pillars is that Uchiha Rin wants to be anti, and can also be reversed, but hopefully Rin Uchiha takes over the power of Konoha at the same time. He can also shoulder the responsibility of guarding Konoha. Rin Uchiha, did you misunderstand something? After being in the skirt for so long, do you think I will be greedy for power like your apprentice? Rin Uchiha's favorite things are those 3: power, beauty, freedom. Or the last item can be understood as lawlessness. Power is something he really doesn't interest in. The reason why Uchiha Rin did not deal with the elder group, don't care if they're good or bad, it is because this group of old foxes is too jealous of the attributes of the virtuous energy. It doesn't matter to me how you lose your ape flying son, the problem is that you always come to annoy me when you step on a horse. Uchiha Rin himself has no interest in Hokage's position and Konoha's power. Senjukuma, well, it's my slip of the tongue, can I ask you to protect Konoha? Faced with this plea between the 1,000-hand pillars, after thinking for a moment, Rin Uchiha replied, Sarutobi Konoha, I'm not interested, but if it's Tsunade's Konoha, I can at least guarantee that no one will dare to mess around. Senju pillar, good. Deal. The tone between the 1,000-hand pillars was very excited. Although he felt that Tsunade, who was spoiled by himself, and it was a little unreliable to give his eldest granddaughter who learned to gamble as Hokage. But who said that what Ape-Face Sun Chopper did in the past 2 years disappointed him too much? Ding, the skirt clerk Senju Pillar sent exclusive red envelopes to the skirt clerk Uchiha Rin, Immortal Cultivation Method, New-Done Cultivation Method. Senju Kuma, Big Brother. You this. The people in the 1,000 hands are numb. His current sense of ape flying sun slash is honestly similar to that of 1,000 hand pillars. Instead of letting them continue to chew, might as well let the granddaughter try it. But this is too generous between the 1,000 hand pillars, right? You're posting a delegate task. Isn't it too much to give it away for nothing? What if this kid repents? Uchiha Rin, don't worry, second dame, I'm different from your few disciples who have one set of surfaces and one set of backs, and I do what I say. Rin Uchiha thinks he's not a good person, but at least what he says will be done. It was as if he had made an agreement with Ace before. In the future, when he meets the Straw Hat Pirates, he will only rob Nami Robin, and will also leave King Luffy alive. And Ichimaru Silver also wants to use the magic gun as a bargaining chip. Hire Rin Uchiha to protect Matsumoto Runju, but Rin Uchiha didn't agree, because he also knows, my current self is not able to fight against Yhwach. If you change to Tuanzang's two-faced and three-knife personality, Izuku first verbally promised Ichimaru Silver, flick the gun into your hand. In the end, he backtracked and turned his face and did not recognize people. Senju suddenly stopped speaking, because he also understands in his heart, his own disciples. I really became that kind of person. During this time, two major events occurred in the ninja world. One is the death of the White Fang. It's ironic. This incident did not cause much trouble in Konoha. Instead, it caused an uproar in the outside world. After hearing this, many enemy countries such as the Country of Wind and the Country of Thunder couldn't help but applaud. After all, Konoha is too strong now. Even if you don't count the ape-flying son who drinks tea and eats melons in the rear, and Shinura Danzo, White Fang, Sanshin plus the new generation of Uchiha Rin, Wave Fang Shumen. Damn, Konoha's shadow-level powerhouses are almost through 10. Tai Nima was fierce. In such cases, the death of the White Fang, of course, will make the enemy country more excited. In other words, is the Konoha elders really not undercover? Why do they like to persecute their geniuses so much? And the second thing is that the second generation of Wind Shadow Shaman passed away. That's right, although the assassination mission failed, Shaman died. Originally, he was not young. He was badly damaged in a previous battle with Rin Uchiha. After being sent back to Cheyenne village, the rescue was ineffective, and he was killed. But the battle between Konoha and Tsunade did not end with the death of White Fang and Shaman. However, the fight became more intense. Cho, who acted as Kaze Cage, was because of the death of his son and daughter-in-law. That command called a hysteria, playing with his life and storming, vowing to avenge his son and daughter-in-law. This is the case with Cho now. In order to avenge her son and daughter-in-law, she can be said to have completely fallen into madness. Acting as Kaze Cage, she desperately launched a fierce attack on Konoha's army. I feel like I can't get any good. He also insisted on biting off a piece of meat from Konoha. The crazy woman made such a fuss, and the Konoha elder group who drank tea in the rear were a little embarrassed. Hurry up and call back the big snake pill that was originally stationed in the north to guard against the raids of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth. Prepare for Orochimaru to go to the front line of the Land of Wind and take over the position of the commander-in-chief of the front line of the dead Kiki Shuumao. After all, among the three ninjas, the character of the big snake pill is more suitable for sitting and commanding. Then it was to call Uchiha Rin and Wave Fang Shumen. Prepare to send them to the battlefield for the second time. After all, Cho's crazy woman went crazy. The main thing is to come at them. Hokage office. The great snake pill returned from the northern garrison was already standing here. Then Bo Fang Shumen also arrived with orders. Lord Orochimaru, the Wave Fang Shui Gate who came and bowed to the big snake pill. I heard that you have mastered the flying thunder god of the second generation master in Watergate. What a genius. Orochimaru licked his lower lip. That's an advanced spacetime ninjutsu that ape flying son can't learn. I didn't expect to be given by a 13-year-old child. You passed the prize, just lucky. Bo Fang Shumen scratched the back of his head and said modestly, next, only one is left. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. About 5 minutes later, the visitor did not knock on the door, but pushed the door directly. He dared to do so in the Hokage office. You don't need to look to know it, except for the three old foxes who are at the same level as the ape-flying son. Only Rin Uchiha has this boldness. After entering the house, Rin Uchiha did not say hello to the Hokage who slashed the ape-flying son. I didn't say hello to the big snake pill and the Wave Fang Shui Gate. Instead, sit directly on the side of the sofa, half squinting into a state of fake sleep. For Rin Uchiha, even if it is as strong as Mu Duen, it is only a springboard for him. But I didn't expect that cultivating the Yang attribute immortal technique between the 1,000 hand pillars with Yusaibo's Yin attribute physique was so tiring. It feels like asking water Pokemon to learn fire tricks. Tired half dead. See Uchiha Rin's unruly virtues. After the corner of his eye twitched violently twice, Ape Fei coughed twice and quickly explained the reason why he called the three of them. It is to let the big snake pill go to the front line to take over the position of Kima Shuumao. Rin Uchiha and Wave Fang Shuimen, as before, joined the combat unit. Since the front line is so tight, why didn't Naruto-sama go up in person? Uchiha Rin suddenly half-opened his eyes and asked Sarutobi in a lazy tone. As soon as these words came out, Ape Fei's face suddenly became as ugly as eating. Orochimaru subconsciously showed a gloating smile, but he reacted quickly and quickly retracted his smile. After all, his relationship with Ape Flying Sun is not much better now, but far from the point of a rupture. Can't show it too obviously. In the chat room, many skirt staff are also very curious about this question. Ace, I'm also curious, since there is a shortage of people on the front line, why doesn't this Konoha leader go to the front line? At the time of the war, Dad was more than 20 years older than him, and he was still in the front. Dior Brando, the older the person, the less daring. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, the little ghost who is only 100 years old in front. You can't be an old man who didn't hear it. Uchiha Senna, what else is the will of fire? The result is to send young people to the front line to die, and sit at home and enjoy the success. Kiki Shuumao, this doubt the third generation should want to give more opportunities to young people. Uchiha Senna at Kiki Shuo Shigeru, put your mother's fart, you were killed by them and put this wash away? Is he your daddy? The Senju brothers fell into autism again. It's a shame. Seeing that Ape Fei's face was livid, he didn't know how to answer for a while. Uchiha Rin got up and smiled strangely. Oh, it doesn't matter, anyway, I just need sandbags for me to practice new tricks. But I hope that if I lose the war, no one will come to scold me. Although I will not be so glass-hearted that I am scolded for suicide, I will definitely kill the person who scolded me. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, the faces of the three people present were extremely complicated. They couldn't tell that Uchiha Rin was referring to the White Fang incident before saying scolded Sephora. Sarutobi said that he was also a victim. He just wanted Kimushuumao to carry the pot for his son. What was wrong with him? In the final analysis, Kimushuumao can only be blamed for having a bad mentality. Right. There is nothing wrong with yourself. How could he be wrong as Hokage? A few days later, the frontline battlefield located on the border of the Land of Wind. Looking at Rin Uchiha standing in front of a group of pink eyes, Cho shouted hysterically, offensive. In the next second, Cho himself also took out a killer weapon to approach the 10 people of Matsu, rushed with the army of Cheyenne. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was as if he saw grasshoppers in the grass and wanted to catch them so that they could be played with and tortured children. Suddenly, the sharply rotated three-hook jade in Uchiha Rin's pupils connected into a human shape. The arms boiled with crimson flames, under the gaze of the right eye, turned black. Black flame. Tsunade's pretty face fused. So, didn't that kid say that kaleidoscope reduces eyesight? How dare you use that trick? Dark Fire Fist. The astonishing pitch-black flame spread tremendously at the moment Uchiha Rin swung his fist in the air. It almost covers the sky on the other side of Shahide. And the next second, the roar of flames that almost pierced the eardrums echoed in the center of the battlefield. The violent shock waves seemed to shatter the sky. The aftermath of the fury formed a hurricane that swept around, but all ninjas below the upper ninja level. It is basically difficult to withstand this terrifying shockwave. Directly blown out. Some of the stronger Shangnin are protecting their hands in front of them, struggling to withstand this terrifying shockwave. Reluctantly opened his eyes and looked ahead. I saw that two dark energies were constantly colliding. They all desperately want to devour each other. On the left is the dark flame, and on the right is black iron sand. That's right, it's going on now. It is Uchiha Rin, and the 3 generations of Mikazakage who are sure that he will inherit the position of shaman and use the art of iron sand. Impact hurricanes, mixed with iron sand and Amaterasu, continue to spread towards the periphery. Even ordinary ninja-level ninjas did not dare to approach. Anyone who is touched by that thing. Iron sand can scrape off a layer of your skin. Amaterasu can make you lose a piece of meat. After all, that thing can't be extinguished with water. You can only cut off the place where you hit the trick. Sand aim. I'm here to help you. Entering the reliance mode, Fenfu raised his hand to create a huge crane arm condescendingly smashed towards Uchiha. Uchiha Rin raised his eyes slightly. Boom. In the next second, the arm of the crane slammed down. Hit successfully. Did it work? Cho's younger brother, Umi Lao Zhang, shouted excitedly. However, the arm of the crane seemed to be blocked by something. Although it successfully fell, it just couldn't touch the ground. Click. It was as if the knuckles were pulled with a crisp sound. Fenfu only felt a powerful force coming from the lower end of the guardian crane's arm, but before he could see what it was, that force will fly the arm of the crane guard. Everyone stared again. I saw that Uchiha Rin's whole body was covered with a silver-white rib-like shield. That dot, could it be that Grandpa said it? Tsunade's face fused. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had heard what the eldest grandfather said in the Thousand-Hand Pillar. A taboo technique that can only be awakened by opening the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes of both eyes. Susanoo. Huge bone hands then grew on either side of the ribs, and holding a knife-like chakra machete, Uchiha Rin, whose eyes showed the shape of a human, slowly raised his hand. Then wave. Susa's arm armed with a machete wreaks havoc on the battlefield. Every knife goes down. They can harvest at least the lives of more than 10 sand shinobi. It's so strong. That is Rin's true power now. Holding a flying thunder god in each hand, he was stunned to see it. The expressions of the Big Snake Pill, Zi Leia, Sunset Zhenhong, and others were similar. Rush with Rin-sama, and the Uchiha family is undoubtedly the most excited group of people in the entire battlefield. Uchiha Ironfire, who was the same age as Uchiha Rin, roared excitedly and shouted at the surrounding group of pink eyes. As the mainstay of the future Uchiha radicals, he feels that the era that belongs to Uchiha has finally come. The location of the 4th generation of Hokage is going to be decided by Uchiha. I can't keep between the 1,000-hand pillars, I said. Look at this group of pink eyes that are beaten like chicken blood. Uchiha Rin looked at the second goods with an expression. It seems that labor and management have said that they are not interested in the position of Hokage, right? You don't understand, do you? Can't keep fighting. In the sand-hidden barracks, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow slapped the table and shouted. Although Cho's authority and seniority in the army are far above his own, but after today's battle, The three generations of Kaze Cage realized that if Cho's public weapon was allowed to be used privately, he would fight Konoha to the end. The consequences will be sand-hide, no, something that the entire Wind Country cannot bear. Not every shadow is like an ape flying sun, like to raise a grandpa on his head. The three generations of Kaze Cage felt that they had to let Cho know. He is the Wind Shadow. No matter how old your seniority is, no matter how great the merit is, it's just my subordinates. In the face of three generations of Wind Shadows, the prestige behavior, Cho also did not utter the phrase, Kaze Cage, you will regret it, although until this morning, all she thought about was the matter of avenging her son and daughter-in-law. But after fighting this battle, she also gradually came to her senses. Can't fight anymore. After a long struggle, Cho finally chose to put aside his personal grudges for the sake of the overall situation. Follow the meaning of the three generations of Kaze Cage and make peace with Konoha. Cheyenne's peace agreement was naturally sent to the desk of Orochimaru, who was the commander-in-chief of the front. Then it was transferred by the big snake pill to the ape-flying Sun Chop who sit in the rear. Ask him to decide. Is that a peace? It's boring, I want to play for another 2 years. Uchiha Rin looked regretful. In the original work, the Second Shinobi World War seems to have ended when Bofeng Shuiman was 15 years old, and this kid was only 13 2 days ago, the moment when Umi Lao Zhang, who is the representative of Shahide, sent the peace agreement. Everyone in the barracks knew. The Second Ninja World War is over. After all, they are all well aware of the character of the ape-flying sun, a typical ruler. To put it nicely, it's a pacifist. It's hard to hear, it's enough to just want to keep your own acre in 3. And the next development. As everyone expected, the sand-hidden diplomatic group, represented by Kaizozo, soon arrived in Konoha, and sent the peace agreement to Sarutobi's desk. An agreement was reached in less than a day. Konoha and Tsunade sign a non-aggression pact. The Second Shinobi War came to an end. And after this news came back to the front, all Konoha ninjas had smiles on their faces. Pack your bags and get ready to return to Konoha. Survived, can go home. That's the most gratifying thing. Senju-kuma, the war is finally over, peace is indeed the best. In the chat room, through the Skirt Live broadcast function opened by Rin Uchiha, I saw 2 Konoha ninjas with happy smiles on their faces. A smile from the heart comes out of the Thousand Hands pillar in the Pure Land of Bliss. Senjuma, big brother, now is not the time to be happy. The tone between the Thousand Hands was worried. Ape Flying Sun's expression in this war really disappointed him, who was a master. But he doesn't think Uchiha Rin is a good thing either. Of course, Uchiha Rin didn't hide it himself, and he admitted that he wasn't a good thing. Although the foreign war is over, the smell of gunpowder of the Civil War has intensified. Senjuma, who is a first-class politician, cannot judge the current situation in Konoha. How will it develop next? A week later, the main entrance of Konoha village. A large number of Konoha villagers crowded the streets on both sides. Welcome back, our heroes, the war is finally over. Long live Tsunade-sama, long live Orochimaru-sama. Watergate Jun is so handsome, worthy of our Konoha's rising star. Rin-sama, the location of the 4th generation Hokage must be yours. Streamers fluttered over the village. Villagers cheered the names of their admired heroes. Among them, Tsunade, with his superb medical ninjutsu on the front line, saved countless lives. Without a doubt, the most popular one. And the big snake pill that has not yet been perverted, and the Wei Feng Shui Gate with the handsome face of a sunny and cheerful big boy are close behind. Calling out Rin Uchiha's name is basically from his own family. After all, his way of doing things. Unpleasant, indeed. However, Uchiha Rin was not interested in being welcomed by this group of people. Wasn't White Fang also popular before? Isn't the moment of truth still abandoned? As the commander-in-chief of the front, Orochimaru walked at the front of the team and led the team to receive the welcome of the villagers. All the way to the Hokage building at the end. A high-ranking member of the elder group headed by Ape Flying Sunko. I've been standing at the door for a long time. Well done guys. Ape Fei said with a signature kind old grandfather smile. How I didn't do anything, but I was temporarily transferred to fill in the leakage in the later stage. Can I go, Sarutobi-sensei? The big snake pill was extremely uncomfortable with this lively scene. He just wants to go home and study ninjutsu now. In this war, he realized that life was too fragile. Therefore, eternal life is the goal he should strive for. Although the big snake pill was verbally asking the ape to fly the meaning of the sun, but after saying this, he didn't wait for the ape-flying Sun Chop to reply. He turned around and left. And as soon as they entered the village gate, Rin Uchiha and Tsunade left the large army. At the celebration ceremony, only Zi Lei, Bofeng Shuiman, Sunset Zhenhong, and others remained. It seems quite deserted. Ape-flying Sun's face became heavier. He was also aware of his place. I'm afraid it's not very stable. Ding, the skirt bearer turtle immortal is about to be removed from this skirt, counting down 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Ding, the skirt bearer turtle immortal is about to be removed from this skirt, counting down 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Returning home, Rin Uchiha had just untied his dirty robe and changed into new civilian clothes under Konan's service. Just see these two skirt reminders. Ace, by, removed, what's the situation? Ichimaru Jin, I don't know, it's been a while since I joined this dress, or it's the first time I've encountered this situation. Uchiha Rin, who was a traverser, saw this scene, frowned and pondered for a few seconds, and then came to an inference. Rin Uchiha, it should be that the people of their world found the Dragon Ball and prepared to resurrect them, so they were forcibly removed from their skirts. Ace, my mother, are there really beads that can bring the dead back to life? Although Klin also said about Dragon Ball before. But Ace, they never believed it. Beads that can be fulfilled with any wish? That's an exaggeration, isn't it? The big secret treasure One Piece is afraid that it is not so fierce. Uchiha Rin at Turtle Immortal, Klin, senior brother master goes slowly, the next world's first martial arts meeting cheers. As the person who fits in with Rin Uchiha the most. The departure of the Turtle Immortal really made Uchiha Rin a little reluctant. And although there is no communication with Klin, after knowing that you have a beautiful wife, I knew I had made up my mind for this friend of yours. Klin, goodbye everyone, this time has been very good. Turtle Immortal at Uchiha Rin, the old man has nothing to teach you, it's a pity, the old man has not finished chasing after Wanlo homestay. Rin Uchiha at Kami's engine, mentor. Turtle Immortal at Uchiha Rin, sage. Saying yes, Rin Uchiha himself is looking forward to going around other dimensional worlds. Whether it is the gathering of heroes, chasing the deer in the sea, the pirate world like a big wave, filled with all kinds of cute creatures, the Pokemon world that macho men must go to, the world of JoJo's stand-in with weird art style and quirky abilities. Or maybe it's a little difficult for your current self, but it's a world of body shaping that is bursting in masters like clouds. He was very yearning. But the first dimension to open is what the hell is the world of Dragon Ball? It's like you just got the initial Imperial 3 from True New Town. Let you go to the road to the championship to challenge the 4 heavenly kings. Where is it like that? However, after a few seconds, Rin Uchiha regained his composure. Wait, there's no need to rush. After all, speculate the timeline according to the information provided by the Turtle Immortals. At present, the Dragon Ball world should be in the position that the Monkey King has just opened the original Vic Great Devil, and the first generation of Bic has just given birth to the second generation of Bic, that is, the period of the Sun family's nanny. That is, now the Dragon Ball world has at least 3 years of peace, and Raditz has not yet come to Earth to reveal Sun Wukong's Xian identity. Those monsters that explode 1 star in 1 move. It will take at least 7 or 8 years to come out. Therefore, the Dragon Ball of this period can be regarded as an enhanced version of the pirate world. Don't be too jealous. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin completely calmed down. Uchiha Rin at Kamizenrin, Klin, wait, Wushin Sensei, senior brother Klin, I'll go with you. Glancing at the two of them, there were less than 5 seconds left. Zionin, I'm going to go far away, and I've troubled you to watch your house during this time. Uchiha Rin turned his head to Konando. Xiao Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this just coming back? But before Xiao Nan could react, the Uchiha Rin in front of him was wrapped in a white light. The next second, he suddenly disappeared in place. Xiao Nan was stunned. Rin-sama is gone. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Nan, whose reflex arc was a little long, finally reacted and shouted in a lost voice. Another dimension. Dragon Ball World. Shenlong, please revive the fool of the Vic Great Devil. On the island of Kaisenya, Bulma stands with Oolong, Yamcha, and others. He made a wish to the divine dragon entrenched in the heavenly dome. I see Shenlong nodded. The dragon's body gushed out a brilliant golden light and rushed straight into the sky. Then the body returned to the Dragon Ball. And the 7 Dragon Balls also reascended into the heavenly dome, scattered to all corners of the earth. A few seconds later, 3 white rays of light fell from the sky, fell in front of Bulma and the others, and gradually turned into human forms. Dumplings. Tianjin Rice hugged the dumplings excitedly. Great, Klin, you're alive. Yamcha also hugged Klin excitedly. Bulma, let's have a fiery hug too. Seeing this, the Turtle Immortal also shamelessly stretched out his hand and pounced on Bulma. However, what greeted him was a flying kick from the other side. Fuck off, you old lust. Ouch, it's still so violent. The Turtle Immortal raised his sleeve and wiped his nose gushing with blood. Teacher, that is. At this time, Klin pointed to the sky. When everyone heard this, they looked up. I saw another white light cut through the sky and landed on the island. Yo Klin, Teacher Wushin. Uchiha Rin waved in greeting. Is anyone else resurrected to us, old man? Klin, is it someone you know? Bulmata frowned slightly, subconsciously thinking that this was also the person who was resurrected by the divine dragon. Faced with Bulma's question, the turtle immortal and Klin were stunned for a few seconds. Immediately walked up to Uchiha Rin and smiled. Rin, I didn't expect you to really come to our world. Is it alright? You still have a lot of things to deal with over there, right? I look at that Hokage and seem to look at you very badly. Uchiha Rin smiled. Don't worry, Grandma Mito is calm. They don't dare to do anything, not to mention they won't be able to bounce around for long. I saw the three of them talking happily. Bulma looked at Tianjin Fan, Yamcha and the others in confusion. Several people also looked confused. Apparently did not know this young man either. Hey, it doesn't matter if you want to reminisce, can you explain the situation to us first? And this little brother, who are you? Bulma came up and interjected. Uchiha Rin smiled when he heard this. There was also no deliberate concealment of the chat room, which took about 5 minutes. The reasons for the incident are briefly recounted. This is also incredible, right? After listening to Uchiha Rin's explanation, Bulma's whole person was dumbfounded. A chat room where dead people from different worlds come together to communicate? If it weren't for the turtle immortal next to him, he nodded his head again and again with Klin's assurance. She could never believe it. And the expressions of Yamcha, Dumplings, and others in the back are also no better. Speaking of incredible, the Dragon Ball in your world that can grant any wish is equally incredible, isn't it? Uchiha Rin asked with a chuckle. Reasonable. Bulma scratched the side of her face. Don't waste time. By the way, Rin, can you get Wanlo Homestay out? The old man hasn't finished watching it yet. The turtle immortal rubbed his hands in anticipation. Uchiha Rin spread his hands and said, Sorry, Wishin-sensei, you are not a member of the chat room now, naturally you can't watch it. Turtle immortal, how so? As soon as these words came out, the turtle immortal suddenly had a skeptical expression of I feel that I will not be happy anymore, and happiness has nothing to do with me. It seems that those heavy flavor books that Uchiha Rin gave him, how can those little Liu Bei in the room who have at most due point satisfy him now? From thrift to luxury, from luxury to thrift. Speaking of little brother Uchiha Rin, what are you coming to our world for? Bulma wondered. What for? The question Bulma asked stumped Uchiha Rin. Just now, he just felt that he had finally opened the dimensional passage of another world, and the Dragon Ball world during this period was at peace. So let's take a look. There's really no specific purpose. After a long while, Uchiha Rin said with a smile on his face, I want to meet the strongest man in the universe. Located further above the Karen Tower, almost close to the atmosphere, the Temple of the Celestial Temple. This is where the gods, the creator of Dragon Ball, live. At the same time, it is also the current practice place of Sun Wukong. In order to face the second generation of Bick who will be revived in 3 years, Sun Wukong is practicing under the guidance of the immortals. At this moment, on the temple of the heavenly god, Sun Wukong's slightly short body carried a large stone with a volume of 1 cubic meter on his back. The right hand is supported on the ground with one hand, only the index finger is propped up on the ground, doing one-handed, oh no, one finger push ups. While sweating like rain, he also chanted words in his mouth, 501, 502, 503. At this moment, a landing footstep interrupted Sun Wukong's thoughts. Before he could look up to see who it was, I heard a teasing sound in my ears. It's really hard work, senior brother Gaku you are? Sun Wukong still maintained a one-handed index finger on the ground. Confused looked at Uchiha Rin who walked in front of him. I was going to fly up directly, but the cat downstairs had to climb up, otherwise he wouldn't show me the way, which was really rigid. Rin Uchiha spread his hands, get up and talk? Sun Wukong shook his head and said no, the immortal said that you need to do 1000 to start the next practice. Saying that, Sun Wukong began to do push ups on his own again, and continued to mumble in his mouth, 504, 505, 506. Yes, another dead brain. Uchiha Rin didn't dwell much on it, but walked to the other side, sat down cross-legged with his hands crossed and his fingers pillowed at the lower end of his abdominal cavity. Start absorbing natural energy. A warrior, a mage. In this way, each of them practiced in their own way. Immortal, that person is. At the entrance of the temple not far away, Bobo asked the green-faced god. Souls that do not belong to this world. Well, he has a certain evil thought in his heart, but not much, let's observe it first. The god of heaven was entangled for a moment, and finally did not choose to make a move. 998-999-1000. After Sun Wukong finally completed the amount of training given by the heavenly god, he stood up sweating. Turning his head left and right, he noticed Uchiha Rin, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, trotted up and asked, So, are you looking for me for something? It's nothing, I just want to meet my senior brother. Uchiha Rin stretched out his hand to Son Goku. I'm Uchiha Rin who recently joined the Turtle Immortal stream, and we can be considered to be from the same family. Did teacher Wu Tian accept disciples again? I don't even know. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, and then he shook it with Uchiha Rin. I'm Sun Wukong, just call me Wukong. Listen to you, have they been resurrected by Grandpa Turtle Immortal? The two exchanged pleasantries at the same time. The group in the chat room was also observing this, obviously 2 years older than Uchiha Rin, but the height is half a head shorter. Ace, this is the strongest man in the universe, feeling surprisingly ordinary. Whitebeard, don't take people for their appearance, Ace, but at least for now, the old man thinks that he can't bear the title of the strongest in the universe. Kikishuo Shigeru, I didn't expect that this skirt would not only allow us dead to get together and chat, but also allow people here to travel to other worlds, but only Rin is a living person here, which means that only he can go to other worlds, right? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, if only he could help defeat Yuhabak. Kurosaki Ichigo feels that it is still a little worse. Interested in his show, Gaku. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rin Uchiha quickly got to the point. Face the strongest man in your own cognition. The blood in Uchiha Rin's body couldn't help but boil. No problem, I haven't fought in a long time. Sun Wukong, who has the blood of the first fighting nation in the universe, does not have any nonsense. For the Xians, fighting is like eating and drinking. It has been thoroughly integrated into their blood. The moment the two put on a fighting stance, boom, Sun Wukong rushed out. Only a small vapor wave is left in place. 80% of the people in the chat skirt have not reacted. Just hear boom, with a thump. Uchiha Rin was punched out by Son Goku. The soles of their feet dragged out 2 long parallel ravines on the ground, pushing out more than 20 meters away before stopping, and the Susa armor on the body surface also cracked a broken mark. I've never seen your moves. Sun Wukong's eyes became more and more excited. Uchiha Senna, this kid broke Susanoo with his fist. Uchiha Rin's expression was equally excited. The right arm ignited a raging flame, turning into a human-shaped right-eye pupil glance. The crimson flame instantly turned black. Dark Fire Fist. The huge black fire giant pillar with a diameter of more than 10 meters roared forward with the air burning out of the heavenly god temple. Sun Wukong's face became more and more solemn. He could feel it. If I encounter this thing, it will be very troublesome. At the moment when the black fire fist was about to hit, the figure of the Monkey King suddenly disappeared. Like an arrow flying at great speed, it rushed to the side. Almost clinging to Amaterasu, he rushed towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin rolled his gaze in a kaleidoscope. The dark fire fist abruptly turned around and pursued Sun Wukong. But no, too fast. Amaterasu's flames can't catch up. I'm coming, Rin. Sun Wukong rushed towards this side while lifting it, although it was not large. The white clouds that had originally gathered around the heavenly god temple had long been washed away without a trace. The heavenly god temple, which was not too large, was also in ruins at the moment. There are countless large and small potholes, mixed with cracked ditches. In the middle of the ditch, you can still see that the black flame has been burning continuously. About half a minute or so has passed. 2 figures climbed out of the deep pit on the left and right of the heavenly god temple with difficulty. None of the clothes on his body can be regarded as clothes, but 2 balls of rags, barely covering the Armstrong Swing Acceleration Jet Armstrong gun at the lower end. Boom, boom. However, the 2 had just crawled out of the pit, and he fell straight forward. Uchiha coughed hard twice, feeling the toughest battle since he crossed over. I'll go, the physique of the Xian is really perverted, this TMD still won't fall? And the Monkey King on the opposite side was also exhausted, slumping his tongue at the corner of his mouth, and gasping for breath like only Erha. Well, so tired, never been so tired, whether it was fighting with Klin, Tianjin Rice, or fighting with that guy from bike.call.fu. No, but I won. Sun Wukong tried his best to stand up. However, as soon as his ankle softened, he fell directly on his face to the ground and ate. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh out loud. What do you say? In fact, even if this battle is won, there is no benefit. I simply wanted to fight with Sun Wukong, so I started. This kind of behavior without purpose and simply enjoying the battle. Unexpected banding. He. At this time, the Monkey King on the opposite side couldn't help but laugh out loud, showing his big white teeth and saying, "You're very strong." Uchiha Rin was stunned when he heard this, and then sighed, but it still didn't win you. Although I know that this guy in front of me is an existence standing at the top of the 2-dimensional battle. But Rin Uchiha, who is a traverser, also has his own arrogance. Crossing over to the present, I am not lazy. I still didn't win. It's more or less regrettable. Uchiha Rin took out the bag tied around his waist and took out 2 fairy beans. One was thrown into his mouth and one was thrown to Sun Wukong. This was when he climbed the tower yesterday, and he finally came from the cat who can read minds, the Karen Immortal. I have to say that this thing is really strong. As long as you eat one, even if you are beaten with only 1 breath left, it can also drag you back from the ghost gate. Uchiha Rin, who only had a cloth covering his bird, stood up again. Seeing this, Sun Wukong asked, "Huh, are you leaving? Well, we'll see you when you're dead." Uchiha Rin stretched and prepared to leave. "Ha!" Sun Wukong looked confused, obviously did not understand the meaning of Uchiha Rin's words. "Do yoon?" Uchiha Rin threw his head back and shouted. An orange-yellow cloud crossed the night sky and flew in front of Uchiha Rin. "Ha, do you have it too?" Sun Wukong blinked his eyes twice. "Well, the thing from the cat of the Karen Immortal, in addition to this bag of fairy beans, there is also this somersault cloud." Rin Uchiha reached out and touched the somersault cloud. It's a pity that he touched his hand. Just passed through the somersault cloud. No way, not a pure mind. The main thing is that if the Dragon Ball world wants to become stronger, it can basically only rely on self-cultivation. There are no opening props such as the Nika fruit in the pirate or the tailed beast in the Hokage, so there aren't many things that can be served. Just a bag of fairy beans and mussels. Uchiha Rin got it from the Karen Immortals after a lot of old salivation. It's a pity that for the same reason as the Turtle Immortals, I can't use it, but when they come, they can't go back empty-handed. Goodbye then, Gaku, we'll meet again when you die. Uchiha Rin stretched out his fist towards Son Gaku. Okay, goodbye. For Uchiha Rin's words, Sun Wukong still couldn't hear the second monk, but in the end, he still punched the other party, to show that the two recognize each other. After watching the battle between Rin Uchiha and the Monkey King, Ace, who originally thought that the little man was just like this, was already too scared to speak. "Ace, this is too exaggerated, right? Whitebeard, such a small body contains such a terrifying power. This battle is no less than the battle between the old man and Roger's Peak." Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, is it the old man's illusion? I always feel that after the human child named Monkey King ate that bean, his breath became stronger. Hearing Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku's words, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but secretly sigh that he was the current combat power of the skirt. I actually saw it. This is where another perversion of the Saiyans comes in. Every time you cross the death line, you gain more power. After eating fairy beans, if the two fight again, that must be the one who loses. When Rin Uchiha returned smoothly from the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Nan, who had been waiting in the courtyard for several days, saw his current state. His face turned red with fright, and he hurriedly reached out to block his eyes. But if you look closely, you can find that the fingers of this little girl are open. The two small eyeballs glanced down without blinking. Ha! Uchiha Rin glanced down at his current state. Sendu can heal trauma, but cannot restore clothing. Not to mention that after fighting with Sun Wukong, he was covered in mud. Zionin, put me a basin of bath water. Uchiha Rin grinned, casually reached out and adjusted the lower ballistics. Look at Xiao Nan's head straight above steam. Half an hour later, Rin Uchiha stretched his hands on either side of the barrel. Xiao Nan was on tiptoe, her two small hands constantly kneading his shoulders. While giving him a massage, he told Rin Uchiha that he was not in these days. What happened in the village? The first is the funeral of the ninjas who died in this war, including Senja Rope Tree, Kato Shu, and many ninjas of the Senja clan. After the funeral, Jiraiya left Konoha, expressed his intention to embark on his writing journey. The big snake pill became more and more gloomy, and locked himself in his home all day. I don't know what I'm doing. Tsunade is similar, spending almost all day with his grandmother, who died soon. Oh, and the ninja school is starting to prepare for this new class. One of the most talked about freshmen is the son of Kiki Shuumao. It seems to be called Kakashi, right? Xiao Nan remembers that when he went to school today, he heard this name. By the way, Rin-sama, Tsunade-sensei came to see you yesterday, but you are not there. Do you want to come over when you have time? Xiao Nan remembered something again and asked. Wait a minute. Uchiha nodded thoughtfully. After changing into clean clothes, Uchiha Rin then took Konan to the land of the Senju clan. The passers-by looked at Uchiha Rin's gaze, more or less fearful. After all, compared to the way Feng Shui gate whose attribute is sunny and cheerful, big boy, Uchiha's rewarding personality is simply the other extreme. Grandma Mito, we're here to disturb. After entering the house, Uchiha said with a smile. Good boy, come in, dinner has just been prepared. Uzumaki Mito looked kind. Haven't seen it for more than a year. I feel that this original nine-tailed man has 3 points of vicissitudes. In other words, the Uzumaki family seems to be known for their long life. Today, Uzumaki Mito, who is under 80, is not too old. How did it come to the time when the oil ran out and the lamp dried up? Maybe it's because suppressing the 9 tails consumes too much energy. Where did you fool around yesterday? After everyone took their seats, Tsunade took the initiative to find a topic. Went to a very pure world and fought with a very pure guy. Uchiha Rin said with a faint smile on his face. What a mess. Tsunade raised his eyebrows slightly. Only when Uchiha Rin was talking nonsense. And on the wrinkled vicissitudes of Uzumaki Mito's face, a touch of solemnity flashed. She has experienced the Warring States period and seen countless winds and waves. Precisely, from the 4 words I am deceived in Uchiha Rin's words, detect a hint of something unusual. Xiao Rin, can I call you that? Uzumaki Nito suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks. Seeing Uzumaki Nito's solemn look, Tsunade, Xiao Nan also subconsciously stopped the movement of his hand. Of course, Grandma Mito, Rin Uchiha responded humbly. For Uzumaki Nito, she is still very grateful. After all, if it weren't for the other party protecting him, Uchiha Rin also did not dare to use the kaleidoscope without obtaining the immortal art between the 1,000 hand pillars, and the ability to use the kaleidoscope without restraint. Such unscrupulous doing whatever he wants. Xiao Rin, I plan to. When to do it? Uzumaki Nito's eyes were solemn, and he sat opposite Uchiha Rin's 4 eyes. She was completely sure. Rin Uchiha was planning to attack the Sarutobi 4. However, those 4 served as her husband's disciples. It was also Uzumaki Nito who grew up watching. Even if they have changed long ago, Uzumaki Nito still has feelings for the 4. In other words, the palms and backs of the hands are meat. So Uzumaki Nito is very difficult. As soon as the White Fang dies, I won't be afraid of people in Konoha, but if Jiraiya Senpai and Orikimura Senpai, as well as Watergate and those Konoha ninjas, are on their side, it's still a bit of a headache. Uchiha Rin was only stunned for a second, and then said without hiding his ambition, I want to cultivate a few strong people who are completely loyal to me and then take them down in one go. Uchiha Rin doesn't like tug-of-war like the Second Ninja World War, which lasts for years at a time. What he liked was the feeling of the Fourth Ninja War. As Tenance, who is responsible for scene appearance, said the so-called battle should be divided into victories and losers in one go. Uzumaki Nito was silent for a long time, and finally said nothing, just let out a long sigh. If the inter column is still there, how would you feel when you saw Konoha become like this? Konan, what do you think of this Konoha? On the way back, Uchiha asked coldly. Xiao Nan was stunned when he heard this. He was a little caught off guard by the question asked by Uchiha Rin. Don't think too long, answer me with your first feeling when I asked you this. Uchiha Rin reached out and rubbed Konan's gray-blue hair, signaling her to relax. It sucks. After pursing his pink lips, Xiao Nan gave 3 simple and powerful words. She is an orphan who has been at the bottom of society since childhood. Before he could master the ability to be self-reliant, he encountered the war between Konoha and Yuyin. If it hadn't been for meeting Rin Uchiha, I'm afraid I'm already dead on the battlefield. I thought that I would be able to live a good life with Uchiha Rin, Konoha. I didn't expect that there was a hidden secret, and the intrigue was no less than the battlefield. Can't everyone sit down and calmly slash each other? Haha, that's right, come here, give labor and management a kiss. Uchiha Rin held Zionan's little brain melon with a red face, and took a bite on her forehead. Uchiha Rin put down Xiao Nan in his arms back and stretched. Girl, you work hard to cultivate. When you are a little stronger, we will kill the ape flying sun, Chimera Tuanzang, and those 2 advisor old things to kill and snatch the village over. Yay! As soon as the words fell, a scream was heard from the side of the road. Xiao Nan couldn't help but give Uchiha a blank look. Can you stop saying such rebellious remarks on the street? Uchiha Rin disagreed. Shouldn't he be Sima Rin's heart if he wants to capture Konoha, and everyone knows it? What is there to hide? However, out of curiosity, Uchiha Rin still glanced in the direction where the scream came from just now. I saw 2 little loli about 4 or 5 years old who were collapsing to the ground, shivering, apparently frightened by Uchiha Rin's rebellious remarks just now. Who in the family understands? Today I went out and met a rebellious man. Nohara Rin shouted madly in her heart. It was supposed to be the entrance exam day of the ninja school. She thought of asking her girlfriend Shiri hung out and chatting and relaxing together. Who knew that just after going out and not taking 2 steps, he met Uchiha Rin and Konan, who came out of the land of the Senju clan. I also happened to hear his unabashed rebellious remarks. Hey, these 2 little girls are. Rin Uchiha stepped forward and looked at the 2 little girls, who were about 4 or 5 years old. I recognized their identities at a glance. Sunset Red, needless to say. I just saw it at Kim Ushuumao's funeral some time ago. Another little girl with a light purple tattoo on her face. Although there are not many scenes in the original work, it causes the blackening of leap soil and indirectly triggers the key to the 4th Ninja World War in Nohara. We didn't hear anything. Noticing Uchiha Rin's gaze at the 2 of them, Nohara Rin was so frightened that she shivered and tried to summon up the courage to shout these words. Konan, who was following behind Uchiha Rin, couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you didn't hear it, you should just leave. Say such things. Isn't there no silver 300 taels here? Rin Uchiha couldn't help but laugh too. Don't say that these 2 little girls can't make any waves. It is the ape flying sun, and Shimura is hiding here. He also does not hide his true thoughts in the slightest. If it weren't for the sake of giving the old man Uzumaki Nito a little face, Rin Uchiha has long since caused Ta-sensei to kill Mitsuki Ota. What kind of plan? Directly crush it violently. But teasing these two little lowly feels quite interesting. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin pretended to have an annoyed expression and said with a black face actually exposed, "No way, since you have heard the secret, I can't let you live." Uchiha Rin said as he reached out and grabbed the two. "No, don't, wow, father, mom, save me, woohoo." The two lowly were frightened on the spot and cried. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin had to withdraw his hand. Gee, not funny at all. Stop crying, open with you. Well? Rin Uchiha was about to explain when he suddenly smelled a fishy smell. Look down in the direction where the smell is coming from. Below the two little lowly, there is a ticking water droplet sound. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Half an hour later, Uchiha Rin was at home. It's a little bigger, but it should still be able to be worn. Xiao Nan gently handed two folded pants to the two younger sisters in front of him who were a few years younger than him. Thank you, Sister Xionin." Sunset Red and Rin's Nohara faces were so red that they could almost drip blood. Lost the dead. Don't be afraid, Rini-san was just joking, Xiao Nan explained with a hint of helplessness on his face. It's so bad. Nohara Rin was like a little frog, and her face puffed out angrily. Then he said that he would give several adults from the elder group. Shirihong recalled what she had just heard and subconsciously asked. Oh, that's the truth. Xiao Nan nodded calmly. Since Uchiha Rin himself felt that it was harmless to say it, that Xionin is also rare to pretend. Sunset Red. Xionin. Good guys, don't you all hide for a while? Being looked at by the two little guys with shocked eyes at the same time. Rin Uchiha also held his cheek with one hand, observing the two little ones who had not yet entered school. The future fate of both is sad. With a big belly, Asma's unreliable pit goods were killed. Not to mention Rin Nohara, a little girl who was originally very good-hearted. In the end, he was just a pawn arranged by Uchiha to blacken the soil. Girl, when you grow up, pick a man and remember to pick a stronger one. Uchiha Rin patted Lowly Hong's little brain case and instructed seriously. I feel that Sunset Red and Tsunade are picking men's eyes, which can be called crouching dragon phoenix chicks. All chose a short-lived ghost wheat chicken. And then put yourself in for the rest of your life. Lowly is red with question marks. Wondering if there is something wrong with this person's thoughts? Why did it suddenly come to picking men? Well, let's find a way to become stronger first. Uchiha Rin then rubbed Lililin's brain case again. But unlike Lowly Hong, she couldn't give any good advice to Lililin Uchiha Rin for a while. After all, her situation is much more complicated than Sunset Red. Originally quite a kind little girl. In the end, it was reduced to a tool for Uchiha to blacken the soil. Rin Uchiha still doesn't understand. What does that kid with Obito read for an infinite month? After you control Nagato, cost a handful of sugar 3. Come with a wave of resurrection. My lover, isn't it enough? When coming out of Uchiha Rin, Lowly Hong and Lililin are still in a state of confusion with the second monk. Nohara Rin was the first to speak. I don't think Mr. Rin is a bad person. Although she also couldn't understand Uchiha Rin's words. As always, Age Spot sat on the steel throne. The back is filled with catheters connected to the golem of the outer way. Same as his contemporary, Uzumaki Mito. His body has also reached a period of running out of oil. If it weren't for the energy of the outer path golem to forcibly continue his life, he could become a member of Uchiha Rin's dead chat room at any time. Madara-sama spiral-faced Afe emerged from the wall and reported to Uchiha Madara. The disciple of Sarutobi Hinata also took Nagato and his little friend Yahiko as an apprentice, because Hanzo was killed by Uchiha Rin in advance. Before the Second Shinobi War, Jiraiya did not meet Nagato, but it could be the corrective power of the world. Or maybe there is providence in the underworld. The war ended 2 years early under the influence of the storm set off by the butterfly of Rin Uchiha, and Zille also embarked on the journey 2 years ahead of schedule. Passing by the land of rain, he still meets Nagato and Yahiko, accept them as disciples. Hearing by Ju's report, Uchiha didn't care too much. Originally, he planned to arrange for someone to teach Nagato ninjutsu so that he could use his eyes more skillfully, in order to resurrect himself in the future. How's it going over there in Konoha? Have any good seedlings been found? Uchiha was more concerned about the situation on Konoha's side. He felt that he was dead and that it was not safe to leave only one Nagato. I also want to choose another believer as a second insurance. Originally, he wanted to choose Rin Uchiha, who had the same eyes as his younger brother Izuna. But that kid didn't give him the face of this old ancestor in the slightest. I found one, Yako, who doesn't feel very smart. Faye scratched his head. Age Spot smiled. I want to be stupid. Wasn't the reason why he didn't let Uchiha Rin as a second layer of insurance because that kid was too smart? The dumb point is better and easier to control. Madaraza, there's another thing. The body Baiju leaned out from the other wall and reported, Union Village has identified the candidate for the next 8-tailed human pillar force, an 8-year-old imp named Kiribi. Age spots don't care, this kind of trifle, don't report it in the future. In his opinion, the 9 tails was just a casual dog. How old is Yaoi? On the other side, Konoha Village. Because Zionin went to school, there is only Rin Uchiha in the family. And today, an unexpected guest suddenly visited. It's really unexpected that you will take the initiative to come to me, Senior Orochimaru. Rin Uchiha stretched out his hand and motioned for the other party to sit down. Neither of us is a waste of time, I'll have something to say, Rin-kun. After Orochimaru sat down, he went straight to the point with a single knife. Have you heard that Union Village recently elected the 8-tailed human pillar force alternate? The corners of Uchiha Rin's eyes were slightly raised. The reason why Union Village, which has a fierce village style, did not participate in the Second Ninja World War, it was because they were busy with the whole Yao thing at that time. After a day and a night of fierce battle between Yao and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, 1 man and 1 beast passed out due to excessive consumption. It happened during World War II. That battle also left scars caused by the hell spurt in the mouth of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow Moon. The current 8-tailed man, Zulai, is a young ninja named Burabi. However, he could not control Yaoi, and repeatedly stormed away by forcibly suppressing it by 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. So? Rin Uchiha asked rhetorically. I once heard Sarutobi-sensei say that when he was young, he saw with his own eyes that Uchiha used a kaleidoscope chakra to control the 9 tails and engage in a fierce life and death battle with the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world. Orochimaru smiled and said, as a Uchiha who also possesses a kaleidoscope, isn't Rin-kun eager to restore the glory of his ancestors? Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he got the Mu-Duen, Uchiha Rin always felt that the great Buddha of Susatao was not as handsome as the Susa-tailed beast. Moreover, with his current comprehension of Mu-Duen, he can't make the great Buddha of Susatora. The 9 tails are currently inside Uzumaki Mido. I can't take it out and try it. And the character of the 9 tails is too difficult. Uchiha Rin thought he didn't have Naruto's mouth. And he was not interested in working as a counselor for this big fox. In comparison, Yaoi is much more convenient. This can be seen from the fact that it can play with the living treasure of Kiribi in the future. Although the strength is a little worse than the 9 tails, Uchiha Rin does not care. Wait until you get abilities like Flowing Blade Fire or Sin Physique. Don't talk about the 9 tails, it's useless when the 10 tails come. Senior Orochimaru, what is your purpose? Uchiha asked with a smile on Orochimaru. He didn't think that the big snake pill would send him information for free. Orochimaru also did not hide it, revealing an expression as excited as Uchiha Rin. I want to study the secret of the tailed beast's immortality. That's right, eternal life. This is something that Orochimaru has been pursuing now and in the future. And what is currently in the ninja world that can live forever? That's the tailed beast. Tailed beasts are creatures that have existed since the history of fighting ninjas. And even if the human pillar force dies, they will die. Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that in the original work, Orochimaru had attacked the current 8-tailed man, Zuli. The broken left corner of the 8-tailed strip was taken down by the big snake pill. But remember that it was in the early days of the Third Shinobi War. At that time, the 3 generations of Lei Ying, as well as the future 4 generations of Lei Ying AI and other strong hands, all stretched out on the front line. This gave the big snake pill the opportunity to steal the chicken. And now is in peacetime. So many Union masters stayed in the village. If he wanted to attack Yaoi, he naturally needed a helper. However, it has to be said that Kiribi is really a genius when it comes to being a pillar of strength. He only became a human pillar force in the early stage of the Third Ninja World War. In the later stage, he will be able to initially control the power of the 8 tails and fight a few rounds with the peak wave Feng Shui Gate. Rin Uchiha, Orochimaru. These 2 of Konoha's most dangerous presences walk side by side on the streets of Konoha ready to leave the village. When he was about to reach the door, Uchiha Rin suddenly noticed a familiar petite silhouette. Lin, are you going home? Rin Uchiha took the initiative to greet. Rin-sama. Big, Orochimaru-sama. Lilin was taken aback, and quickly bowed her head in response. I went to the ninja school to register, and this year I am also of school age. When greeting Uchiha Rin, he dared to look at each other. When he faced the big snake pill, he was so frightened that his face was about to shrink into the moon. No way, although both of them exude a dangerous aura. But who let Rin Uchiha still have a handsome face? Don't worry, you'll be fine, come on. Uchiha Rin crouched down and encouraged. Thank you. Nohara Rin nodded gratefully, thinking that Rin-sama was indeed a good person. Rin-sama, is this going on a mission with Orochimaru-sama? Out of curiosity, Nohara Lin asked casually. After all, Uchiha Rin plus Orochimaru, this combination is really rare. We're going to catch Yao. Uchiha Rin chuckled. Rin-kun. Orochimaru frowned and snorted. Then he turned his head left and right to make sure that no fourth person heard this. You know, this is no small matter. If it's a wild-tailed beast, that's fine. But Yao is the tailed beast of Union Village, one of the 5 great powers. As a Konoha ninja, Rin Uchiha and Orochimaru went to catch him privately, which was a crime. Even if one is not done well, it may become the fuse of war. Oh, don't worry, Rin is a good boy and won't say it. Uchiha Rin shrugged. He himself felt that it didn't matter if he said it. After all, didn't Union Village do something similar? A few years ago, he tried to kidnap Juzine, and then used her as Union's human pillar power. It almost sparked a war between Konoha and Kumahito. However, the Konoha elders once again adhered to their administrative style of making promises to the outside and attacking hard internally. In the face of this behavior of Union, stunned, I didn't dare to put one. Teacher 8 Fei is an instigator, but the 3rd generation of Lei Ying is not. Orochimaru felt that this matter had to be kept secret. He just wanted to study the tailed beast, and didn't want to start a war. After all, he is not as frustrated as he is in the future. However, he also admitted that his teacher was an instigator. Lulalin's small-mouthed boss. I feel that every time I meet Uchiha Rin, he will say something that is not surprising and deadly. Last time it was to rebel, this time it was to capture Yao. So what's next time? Destroy the world? Lin, can you help us keep it a secret? Uchiha Rin asked Nohara with a smile on his face. Well. Nohara Rin was entangled for a moment, but after 2 seconds still nodded and agreed. After all, she is such a little transparent without any background. It's better not to get involved in the disputes of these big guys. Just don't see it. Rin is such a good boy. Rin Uchiha stroked her head again. On the way to the land of thunder, the two shuttled through the forest trees. The big snake pill suddenly spoke. Does that little girl really keep secrets? If Sarutobi-sensei knows, we will be in trouble. Uchiha Rin said calmly, don't worry, I see people very accurately. How are we going to get Yaoi? You said you were going to sneak into combat, right? I'm not good at that. The big snake pill took out a small medicine bottle and explained, this is a pill that I developed that can plunge people's pillars into chaos and cause the tailed beast to run away. I'll sneak into Union Village and let the 8-tailed man pillar Bubi eat it, and when the 8 tails storm away, it's time for you to appear. But your moves are too recognizable, can you handle this? Hearing this, Uchiha Rin blinked his eyes twice, and the corners of his mouth outlined a malicious smile. That night, a certain black market on the border of the land of fire. Rin Uchiha wore a mask on his face that was specially custom-made, orange-red overall, with spiral lines, and only one right eye exposed. If there are other crossers here, recognize at a glance. Isn't this the mask that you wear when you take the soil to fool people in the future? Masks, it's okay, it's better than rushing in with swagger. In the chat room, the Senju brothers from the Hokage world, Uchiha Senna and others were numb. Just hearing Rin Uchiha's phrase, my name is Uchiha Madara, they guessed what Rin Uchiha wanted to do next. Thousand hands, this kid, his own ancestors are all pitted. Senju Kyuma, haha, I've already started to look forward to what Madara's expression will be when she knows about this. Uchiha Senna, Rin boy, you are not authentic, since you are already able to go away, why don't you pretend to be a thousand hands pillar? Rin Uchiha, how can I impersonate Grandpa you? A few days later, the outer boundary of Union Village in the land of thunder. Konoha's method of preventing outsider invasion is the enchantment, and the sand hide is the earthen barrier. Union Village, on the other hand, is a huge canyon. Just wait here for Yaoi to go away. Orochimaru stopped and half-turned his head to Rin Uchiha wearing a mask. At this moment, both of them were covered with a layer of black coats, and their hoods covered the upper half of their faces. A look that travels back from the set of Assassin's Creed. Uchiha Rin clasped his thumb and forefinger together and made an okay gesture to Orochimaru. It's better to leave this kind of thing to professionals. Throughout the ninja world, no one can snatch the great snake pill with the infiltration skill. That's how white can compare. While waiting, Rin Uchiha entered the chat room again, noticing the situation on the side of Rin Uchiha and Rin Nohara. Another little loli came up. Sunset Red. Adults talk, children don't interrupt. Uchiha Rin waved his hand in motion for Lori Hong to go away. Rin is as old as me. Sunset Hong puffed up her little face unconvinced. Loli Hong was very unconvinced. She felt that she was obviously more beautiful than her best friend. How did she feel that this guy Uchiha Rin had a much better attitude towards Rin than herself? Well, this is mainly a matter of the difference in aesthetics between men and women. In terms of appearance, Sunset Red is indeed a little better than Nohara Rin, but that's just a little. The main thing is that Nohara Rin's personality has a big advantage. The facial features are sweet but not ostentatious, coupled with a gentle water-like personality. Let's use an analogy. Sunset Red belongs to the type of school flower that is unattainable in school. This kind of girl is too much to expect for the average boy. In the end, it was basically soaked away by the rich second generation of officials. and that's exactly what happened. It was obtained by Asuma, the second generation of shinobi, and Nohara Rin is more like a childhood sweetheart who lives next door to your house, white moonlight. It's very poking the XP of the straight man. It is no wonder that after the death of Rin Nohara, Leap Earth was on the road to blackening. Now announce the successful freshman of this year's admission. First of all, the first place in the overall score, Kiki Kakashi. At this time, the invigilator walked out and called out one name after another with a list: Ape Flying Acemud. I don't know about the fire Genma. Rin Nohara. Obito in the ranks clenched his fists fiercely. Uchiha Obito. When he heard his name, Uchiha Obito almost couldn't hold back his arms and shouted. The other watermelon head looked frustrated. He fell off the list. Although the physical test is that he is much stronger than Obito, but the ninjutsu test and the written test are crotch-pulling. This is fatal for ninjas. It's okay, Kai, there is still a chance to make up the exam. Youth is always accompanied by failure, isn't it? Another watermelon head next to him patted his son's shoulder and said, Yes, father. Good. As a rehearsal practice for the make-up exam, let's run 200 laps around the village today. Yes. Uchiha Obito was not in the mood to pay attention to these two goods. Hurriedly looked through the crowd for the angel who had just given him encouragement, and different from the joyful atmosphere of the ninja school. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage office was extremely heavy, and there was even a faint hint of killing intent. Isn't Mr. Tsunade laughing with his old husband? Ape Fari asked with a black face to Tutai, who was standing in front of him as the representative of the Union Envoy Group. He felt that he was afraid not to tell himself a story. Uchiha attacks Union Village? Snatched the Yaoi? And it's still Mu Duen? UTMD said that the 1,000 hand pillars are resurrected, and they are all more credible than this. Naruto-sama thinks we're here just to joke with you. Tsunade said coldly, we have found out that Yao, who is now in a release state, is entrenched in the border area of the Fire Nation. Su. At this time, an afterimage flashed beside the ape flying sun. Bo-Feng Shuman suddenly appeared. This scene saw AI's face suddenly change as he stood next to Tutai. This speed, I'm afraid it's not inferior to my dad. Naruto-sama. Now a member of the Shangnan army, Bo-Feng Shuman was pasted next to Sarutobi and whispered his findings. As Tsunade said, Yao is indeed in a wild state, lying in the southeast seaside of the land of fire basking in the sun. Ape Fei Chop's face was a little ugly. Is Yao really in the land of fire? That's undoubtedly a hot potato. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Konoha, Ape Fei's son shouted in a deep voice. Tsunade replied without showing any weakness, Uchiha is Konoha's rebel. Since he attacked Union, Konoha should be responsible for this. Sarutobi Hinata, everyone knows that Uchiha has died in the battle between the Valley of the End and the First Hokage. Tsunade, that's when Senju Kyuma missed and didn't kill Uchiha. Whether it's Sharingan or Mewtwo, it's Konoha's ninjutsu, and you must be responsible for it, or do you want to solve it with war? As soon as these words came out, it was really difficult for Ape Flying Sun to find a reason to refute it, especially when you hear the word war. The momentum of the Ape Flying Sun slash was obviously much weaker. The second Shinobi War has not yet ended. To fight again? Although Konoha is ostensibly a victorious country, the losses are not small. The 1,000 hands were hit hard, and White Fang died. If it weren't for the great cause of the Konoha family, these 2 points alone would be enough to be fatal. Not to mention that there are countless nameless ninjas like Rin's parents who are not even worthy of being remembered by future generations. And Union did not participate in the Second Ninja World War. In its heyday, this is going to fight. Ape Flying Sun Chopper really has no confidence in winning. What do you guys in Union want? Ape Fei barely suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked with a dark face. We need Konoha's assistance in capturing Yaoi, and then provide compensation for the damage caused by Uchiha's attack on Union Village. 3 billion taels. Tsunade holds up 3 fingers of his right hand. Standing next to the Ape Flying Sun, Orochimaru, one of the masterminds behind the scenes, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Mate's outrageous conditions, who will answer? Well, just when Orochimaru thought so. In the end, this Ratat, oh no, internal hard and external soft negotiation, with the Ape Flying Sun chopping this sentence put aside for the time being. Tsunade said they would stay in Konoha temporarily. Hopefully tomorrow, Ape Flying Sun Chopper will give them an explanation to Union Village. Otherwise, it will be solved with war. After Tsunade and his group left Hokage's office, Ape Flying Sun Chopper immediately ordered, let your 3 old guys come to the conference room to discuss how to deal with this. After Orochimaru left, he glanced at his teacher's squint. I couldn't help but bring a little contempt. This is also too bullying to be soft and afraid of hard, right? Ha 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 ha. In the land of the Senju clan, Uchiha Rin burst out laughing, which attracted the eyes of the past Senju clan. I don't know what happened. It can make this ant laugh so exaggeratedly. At this moment, in the courtyard of the mansion, Uchiha Rin and Orochimaru sat opposite each other. Orochimaru relayed what had just happened in Hokage's office to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha's stomach hurt. Even more than him, Dior Brando in the dead man's chat room is in similar state. Dior Brando, hahaha, that's too much, isn't it? Lord Bendio has really never seen such a strong man. Ace, this old man of the ape flying sun can really endure. If it were me, I would have already killed the opposite side with a fire fist. Uchiha Senna, I want to laugh, it's too frustrated, right? Should the enemy still consider such conditions? If you were slapped together, you still want to bring the other side of your face over and let the family hit again? It won't be learned from you, will it? Haha. Dilamuto, there are such stupid monarchs in other worlds, what an eye-opener. Senjukuma, this. Nikai won't necessarily say yes, will it? Uchiha Senna at Senjukuma, hehe, in terms of the instigating character of your apprentices, do you believe this yourself? Senju had a black face. Although he also likes to play intrigue, but it's definitely not a shame. If only he was sitting in the Hokage's position now. Tsunade dared to make such demands on himself. 1,000 Hands promised that he would slash his head with a flying thunder god. Monkey, you scoundrel. Do you know that the teacher has now become a joke of the whole skirt because of you? On the other side of the courtyard, Tsunade, who was teaching Konan ninjutsu, listened to Orochimaru's relay. The expression was also synchronized with her second grandfather in the chat room. She has long seen what kind of tumultuous operation Ape Flying Sun is doing, but this time, she really couldn't bear it. Medea simply disgraced his own grandfather who founded Konoha. Taking a step back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and Tsunade got up and walked outside the gate. She wanted to go and beat the Union Envoy group first, and then go to pack up the group of Elder Group's bags. Ozuna, come back, Uzumaki Nito shouted. Grandma, can you endure this? Those old immortals simply lost their grandfather's face, Tsunade said with a pretty face. Uchiha Rin's expression was a little strange. In this case, it's a little wrong to scold apes flying in the sun and chop them old and immortal, right? Your grandmother is older than them. I'll solve this matter. Uzumaki Nito's face was not good. Obviously, this matter has touched her bottom line. Uchiha Rin and Orochimaru's eyes also flashed with curiosity. This old lady who is almost 80, how do you want to solve it? Noon on the second day. The Union Envoy group, led by Tsunade, came to the Hokage's office again. Unlike last time, this time behind the desk, more than one ape flew to the sun. There are also Shinmura Danzo, Shun Koharu, and Mito Manyan, 3 members of the Konoha Inner Do-ten. Naruto-sama must have already considered it. Do you accept our conditions? Tutai didn't pay attention to the 3 people standing beside Ape Flying Sunko at all. He came here only to fight for greater benefits for Union Village. 3 billion taels, Union is too big a lion, right? Shinmura Danzo stood up and said, in this way, 1 billion taels, and our 2 countries will sign a truce agreement and never invade each other. Old stuff, you sent for food. AI raised his hand to Tuan Zhang and scolded angrily. Tutai raised his hand to stop AI and said coldly, Danzo-sama really likes to joke. Do you know how much damage Uchiha has caused in our village? In this way, 2 billion taels, and Konoha is going to assist us in recapturing Yao. This is our bottom line. Hearing Tutai's words, the 4 members of the infighting heavenly group glanced at each other. Mito Minion whispered, 2 billion is barely within the acceptable range, or don't give 1 or 2. Just then, the office door was pushed open. I saw Mito enter the house in a wrinkled whirlpool, followed by Uchiha Rin, Tsunade, and others. Mito-sama. The 4 Ape Flying Sun slashed the 4 people in fright, and quickly bowed their heads to say hello. Even if this old man hadn't left the Konoha clan for many years, they also did not dare to have a trace of contempt. And Tutai, AI and others, who were still full of arrogance and domineering just now. There was also a clear look of jealousy under his eyes. The wife of the ninja god, the original 9-tailed human pillar force, and also the first human pillar force in the ninja world. Who dares to underestimate it? Uzumaki Nito half-empty his eyes looked coldly at the Union Envoy group. You said that Konoha will solve it by war if he does not come up with reparations, right? Does Union think that we Konoha are afraid of you? After Uzumaki Nito's words, several members of the Union Envoy group were completely calmed. The big snake pill standing behind Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Tuan Zhang was inexplicably amused. As the supreme ruler of Konoha, there is not an 80-year-old lady. At this time, AI, who had the most explosive temper, couldn't help but retort out loud, it's obviously Uchiha Madara of your village. Roar! Before he could finish speaking, a ghostly roar resounded throughout Konoha. The whole village was caught off guard. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction where the roar came from. Boom! At the moment when the whole village turned their heads to look, I saw that the Hokage administration building in the center of the village was cut in 2. A silver-white ghost god giant with only an upper body, holding 2 knives, stood on the top of the building that was only half cut off. Attract Obito and others who have just finished their classes and just walked out of the ninja school. I saw it on the Hokage building that opened a large opening. A silver-white ghost god giant stood in the center of it. Uchiha Rin, who was standing inside, was wrapped around Yuhun with his hands, looking down at the group of Kumo shinobi who were knocked to the ground with a look of disdain. Nohara Rin's pupils shrank suddenly. Rin-sama. Sunset Red was surprised to have a long mouth. Good, so scary. What kind of move is that? Uchiha, who originally wanted to talk to the goddess, also straightened his eyes. Too, so handsome, is that the rumored kaleidoscope of our Uchiha chakra eyes. While excited, Uchiha Obito did not forget to show off with his goddess, shouting, Lin, I'll tell you. That is called Susanoo, a power that we Uchiha can only grasp by those who awaken the kaleidoscope. I'll be able to learn that in the future and become Hokage. Kakashi stood on the other side with a disdainful expression. I thought this crane tail is really amazing. It was obviously Uchiha's hand, blowing as if he had done it himself. But what happened? Actually did it in the village. And look at the subject's attire. It seems to be a ninja of union, right? Uchiha Rin, who showed Susanoo, looked down or knelt down on the crowd of Kumo shinobi. Full of mockery, gave you face. Before the kidnapping of Juzine, I haven't asked you to settle the account, and I actually dare to lick my face and ask for money. AI clenched his teeth and barely stood up in severe pain. Although it is far from the peak of the Fourth Ninja World War in the future, but now he has also touched the realm of the shadow level. It's not over. Don't give Rinya this face, right? Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of disgust. Jumped from the administrative building, which was cut to only half a floor. It seems that you really want to fight with me, Uchiha Rin. Do you have the strength? Uchiha walked past AI playfully. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo's iron fist suddenly burst out. Hit AI on the back and smash it back to the ground like a rice cake, and crush out a deep pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. Stop, AI. She is the son of 3 generations of Lord Liang, also a candidate for the next Thunder Shadow. You attack him again, it will definitely cause a war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. Tsunade braced himself on the ground with both hands, barely getting up from the ground and shouting, Shut up. Uchiha Rin snorted, and Susanoo grabbed it with his other bone hand. It was like an adult pinching a sparrow, holding the earthen platform in his palm. When you sent assassins to arrest people, why didn't you think that it would cause a war? And you said everything, right? Uchiha Rin controlled Susanoo gradually with force. Of the sharp pain of the bones and the whole body being crushed made Tsunade couldn't help but shout, Stop me. At this time, AI, who was covered in blood on the ground, grabbed Uchiha Rin's pant leg and said hatefully, It's kind of coming at me. Ouch, how? Don't dare to fight, isn't it awesome? Uchiha mocked with a crooked mouth. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Uchiha Rin asked Susanoo to loosen the earth platform slightly, and the index finger of his right hand was pointed to the ground. Kneel down for me, call master, and I'll let you go. And you brothers, how about it? AI's eyes widened like copper bells. Good fellow, it's worse than killing him. Seeing that AI did not respond, he only stared. Susanoo increased the force of his palm again. Tsukade's screams rang out again. And around, Uchiha Ironfire, Uchiha Inewo and other doglegs who were the same generation as Uchiha Rin, also had an expression of all evildoers. Pulling out the Taideo or Ku-Wu, he pressed it against the necks of the other Yun Shinobu. These few seconds made AI feel as if he had spent several years in pain. Poof! 2 seconds later, the future 4th generation of Thunder Shadows knelt down as if they were about to smash the ground, and 5 words came out from between their teeth. Yeah, I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. The back teeth in Uchiha's smiling mouth were all exposed, and he slapped AI on the back of his head. You're also a person who knows how to lift up. Susanoo then dissipated, and Tsukade fell to the ground from mid-air. I told you that in the future, as long as you see me and my brother in public, you must call Grandpa, otherwise I will see you once and beat you once. Got it. Uchiha smiled and touched AI's brain. Understood, sir. AI almost snapped out these words with his teeth crushed. Uchiha Rin then threw his hand in the direction of Kanaha's gate, signaled that Union's gang could get out. A crowd of 5-year-old children shrunk in the distance, looking at the lively side. Lori's red eyes lit up and she muttered in a low voice, This can be regarded as a complete evil with Union, right? This Uchiha Rin is so messy. Zyokun's eyebrows furrowed, and he whispered to the 3 people next to him in shock. Orochimaru secretly rolled his eyes. He suddenly felt a bit like he had opened the brains of these 4 old things. Study how their brain circuits differ from normal people. Union stomped on the ground with the faces of several of you. Rin Uchiha helped you out. It's just that I don't appreciate it, and I complain about him. Hinata, Tenzo, Koharu, Minion, your behavior today disappointed me too much. Uzumaki Mito suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, the infighting heavenly group was like a scumbag named by the head teacher, and suddenly bowed its head and said, Water, Mito-sama, we. Could it be that the strategy that Pillar and Kuruma taught you to face the enemy was to endure it again and again? Uzumaki Mito, who has been living in seclusion behind the scenes for many years, really moved his liver this time. She never expected Ape Flying Sun to chop the four of them so intimidated. Union casually made up a reason why Uchiha attacked the village so badly. Can they actually cheat 2 billion taels from them? Uzumaki Mito didn't dare to imagine. If the money is given, then tomorrow Iwayne sent someone to come and say that the 4 taels of their village had also been robbed by Uchiha. The day after tomorrow, Mistyan sent people over to say that their 3 taels had been robbed. Is that all about giving money? Isn't that? Yes, Mito-sama taught him a lesson. The 4 Ape Flying Sun chopping people lowered their heads and did not dare to refute. Look at Uzumaki Mito, who has moved the liver fire for the first time since I met. Uchiha Rin suddenly felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, the old lady left early. If only she knew that it would be another 10 years. Union Village vainly tries to kidnap Hinata in order to snatch the white eye. After being stopped by Hinata Hayashi, he instead demanded that Kanaha's side hand over Hinata Hayashi's body. And in the face of Union's behavior of beating backwards, Ape Flying Sun chopping TMD actually accepted it. What a laughing person. This is equivalent to a robber trying to kidnap a child after being discovered by his father, he shot down. The robbers' families then sued the victims. In the end, the judge actually sentenced the victim's family to compensate the robbers. When Rin Uchiha saw this plot in the previous life, the whole person is stupid. You know, at that time, although Kanaha had already begun to go downhill, but Uchiha is still there. Although Orikimura defected, he still had Uchiha Shisui, a loyal dog powerhouse, who was dedicated to serving as a gunman for the elder group. In this case, the Ape Flying Sun Chop can still tolerate Union squatting on his head and Uchiha Rin said that you weren't quite awe-inspiring when you destroyed Uchiha? How do you act like this when facing outsiders? Xiao Rin. Uzumaki Mito spoke again. Grandma Mito, Rin Uchiha interjected. Yao seems to be still in the land of fire, can you handle this? Heard Uzumaki Mito's words. The corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth couldn't stop turning up, and he clapped his hands and said, a piece of cake. Tuan Zhang's face changed suddenly, and he subconsciously shouted, Mito-sama, if he goes dash like Saratobi Hinata. Danzo witnessed Uchiha driving the 9 tails as a child. If they were taken by Uchiha Rin to the Yao, wouldn't it be more difficult for their group of elders to hold each other? However, before Danzo finished speaking, he was glared back by Uzumaki Mito. Ozuna, go back. Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything more. With Tsunade, he turned and left. Staying here, she felt that her remaining life expectancy would have to be folded for a few more years. Cut sluggish, Tsunade made a gesture of disdain to the 4 that he had learned from Rin Uchiha. The faces of the 4 who had been in control of Kanaha's supreme power for 20 years were dark. Abominable. After waiting for Uzumaki Mito to go away, Xiao Chun kicked on the coffee table on the side. We are all carrying the burden for Kanaha, what do they understand? Calm down, Koharu. Mito Minion comforted, Mito-sama's time is running out, don't lose your sense of proportion at this time. As she prepares to leave Kanaha, Rin Uchiha meets the duo of Rin Nohara and Sunset Red. Rin-sama, are you going out? Lolihon plucked up the courage and said. The picture of Uchiha Rin insulting AI just now had too much impact on her. It's still a little bit uneased. Well, I'll go get Yao back. Hearing Uchiha Rin's answer, Nohara Rin's expression was a little strange. Didn't you catch Yao? To catch it again? By the way, do you want to go and see it together? Rin Uchiha invited. Yes, is that okay? Sunset Red looked incredulous. 2 rookies who have just entered school and are not even shinobi can also participate in the Super S-Class task of capturing tailed beasts? It's just to bring home the dog that is tethered outside, not to fight. Uchiha Rin, who took the 2 lowly, did not rush to the southeast direction that the intelligence said was the habitat of the Yao. Instead, slowly come to the short book street located in the southwest of the Fire Nation. That is where the original Jiraiya and Naruto found Tsunade. Rin-sama, aren't we going to catch Yaoi? What are you doing here? Sunset Red said with question marks. Don't worry, let's eat something first. After giving the money, Rin Uchiha took 2 apple candies from the vendor and handed them to the 2 lowly. Leisurely strolled. Although I don't understand what Uchiha Rin is thinking, but the 2 nearly 5-year-old lowly didn't say anything. Obediently follow behind, eat and play. Wait until dusk approaches. Rin Uchiha left Short Book Street with 2 lowly who had been crazy for a day. Isn't this road back to Kanaha? Rin-sama, we haven't caught Yaoi yet. Sunset Red was again completely destroyed by Uchiha Rin's operation. Didn't you say to catch the tailed beast? How to play one day and go back? Uchiha Rin sighed, thinking that this lowly talk was too much. Uchiha Rin bit the thumb of his right hand and quickly froze. Hai Shen Wei. Uchiha Rin's right hand slammed into the ground. The formation dissatisfied with the black rune spread extremely quickly. The smoke of gunfire, which covers the entire forest, rises abruptly. Yaoi Bull Oni-sama appearance. Accompanied by the sound of out-of-tune rap, a monster with an ox on the upper body and an octopus on the lower body rushes out of it. Eight-tailed. Nohara Rin exclaimed in a lost voice. Sunset Red even puts a small mouthful of grown into an apple. She was completely stunned. What's going on? Why was Yao, who was a capture target, able to be channeled by Rin Uchiha? Yao turned his head to look around and asked with a curious look on his head to Uchiha Rin, Rin, where is the enemy? Why didn't I see it? Uchiha Rin smiled lightly. Looking for you today is not for you to fight, but to inform you to move. In the future, you will live in the back mountain of my house. Although it is smaller, it can better ensure your safety. Yao said rather unpleasantly, your home, Konoha, where the 9 tails were sealed. Please, I don't want to get too close to that stinky fox. He always prides himself on being the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, and we don't like it. Uchiha is still alive. Uchiha Rin's understated 7 words scared Yao into swallowing the rest of the words back into his stomach. Nah, nanny. Uchiha Rin laughed wickedly. If you want to continue to stay in the wilderness and wait for Uchiha to come and arrest you, then I have no problem. Even if Madara's hand is not made, there will be other ninjas from the ninja village who will come to you for trouble and want to reseal you into the body of the new human pillar. Yao's voice trembled in fright, and he waved his hand again and again and shouted, don't say it, don't say it, I go to Konoha, can't I go to Konoha? It finally regained its freedom, and it didn't want to return to the narrow and small inner space of Rensuli. After calling Yao out, Uchiha Rin didn't bother to walk on his own, simply sat on Yaoi and slowly returned to Konoha. However, in this way, it would have been a journey back in the afternoon. It will take at least 2 days of work. The next day at dusk and the sunset, Uchiha Rin, as well as Rin Nohara and Yuri Hong, sat on top of Yao's head and slowly advanced towards Konoha. Looking at the sunset that had disappeared into the horizon in the lower half, Yuri Hong stretched his waist hard and said excitedly while sitting on the tailed beast and watching the sunset, it feels like a dream. Tailed beasts are really amazing. Until yesterday, I always thought they were very scary monsters. I didn't expect them to be so easy to talk to. Sunset Hong turned to her girlfriend again. Nohara Rin said with a smile, Rin-sama is also a magical person, and he can get along with the tailed beast. The girlfriends chatted for a long time, and noticed that Uchiha Rin had not spoken. Rin Nohara couldn't help but ask Rin-sama, what's wrong with you, haven't spoken all the time. Lin, do you want to become a human pillar force? Uchiha didn't scream, and said with a bang. Yao won breaks sharply. Lolilin and Lolihong, who had not yet mastered chakra absorption, were almost thrown off. Fortunately, Rin Uchiha reached out in time and grabbed them. Rin, what do you mean? Yao's tone was shocked, apprehensive, and tinged with a hint of hatred. Calm down Zioba, I'm not talking about you. If you really want to make Lin a human pillar force, I will also catch another one. After Uchiha Rin put the 2 women down, he patted Yao's head. And you don't need to be so excited. Who said that being together with the human pillar force and the tailed beast is unfortunate? This sentence stunned Yao. Who said that the human pillar force and the tailed beast are unfortunate together? The 2 lowly were also frightened. Rin Nohara asked incredulously, Rin-sama, what did you say? With your physical condition, if you want to become stronger, I am afraid that you can only get a physical plug-in. I thought about it, it is the most suitable to become a human pillar force. After these few days of getting along, Uchiha Rin also gradually understood why the kid of Leap Earth was killed and alive by such a little girl who was not a top-looking girl. Civilian ninja family origin. Both parents died on the battlefields of the Second Shinobi War. But the family environment in which both parents died did not make her withdrawn. Instead, he infects everyone around him with a gentle personality. When friends are with her, there will be a sense of healing like a spring breeze. Even a hedonist like Rin Uchiha thought that such a virtuous little girl would die in such a tragic way. I couldn't help but feel a little compassion. But how could it be so easy to escape the clutches of Uchiha's old yinbai? Uchiha Rin thought about it and felt that the safest way was to make Nohara Rin stronger. No matter how strong Madara's old yin is than the peak. Now he is just an old immortal who forcibly continues his life by relying on the energy of the outer path golem. I can only let Baiju help with things as his own brother and sister. If Rin Nohara reaches the shadow level strength, even if it is the Konoha my king, it is not easy to want a yin her. But in this world where bloodline determines the upper limit, Rin Nohara, who has no bloodline, wants to reach the shadow level. The odds are too low. What's more, Nohara Rin is not a ninja of the combat type. Don't think that anyone can be a master. Can also be a nanny and an output. Brother Sakura, that is Kishimoto to give face, Armageddon Airborne to send her 100 heroic skills. Otherwise, she can steal a chicken and punch Kagaya? Uchiha Rin thought for a long time. Keep your small mouth slightly open expression motionless. After a few minutes passed, Nohara Rin calmed down, pursed her pink lips and bowed her head. Rin-sama, why are you so nice to me? Her parents died in the Second Shinobi War. But because of this, she is more likely to feel cared for by others. It was how Rin Uchiha gave her now. You're just having a sympathetic attack on me. Rin Uchiha grabbed her little head and rubbed it twice. Although he likes beautiful women, he really doesn't want to set his sights on a 5-year-old girl. That's crazy. This time it was really a simple compassion attack. Of course, Rin Uchiha also admitted that he was drugged in the face. Isn't Kakashi also quite miserable? People Lao Z died for so long. He didn't say a word of comfort. No way, it's that realistic. I would like. Raising his head to face Rin Uchiha, Lolilin's heart jumped fiercely, and she subconsciously wanted to agree. No, you better don't rush to promise me, go back and talk to Grandma Mito, it's very hard to become a human pillar. Uchiha Rin waved his hand, signaling Nohara Rin not to rush into a decision. After all, being a human pillar is not that simple. Look at what Iai Luo was tortured into in the early stage. And after becoming a human pillar force, you will be tied to the tailed beast for the rest of your life. You think about it, when you play poker with your boyfriend in the future, there is a beast in your stomach watching you two build villains. Isn't that embarrassing? Uchiha Rin said again. Nohara Rin's little face turned into a red apple, and she almost fainted in shame. Rin-sama, how can you say such a thing? Slander, absolute slander, I've never seen people do anything like that. Yao protested loudly. Yao didn't know if he had seen Uchiha Rin, anyway, the Nine Tails had seen it. In fact, Rin Uchiha was also curious. The original Senjukuma and Uzumaki Nito, Wave Fang Mizuman and Jushina and others worked. What kind of mood the Nine Tails are all in? Is there a sense of engagement? It's okay to stay in Naruto's body. At least the male perspective. But what about when he was in Uzumaki Nito and Kushina before? Isn't that a grassy perspective? Gee, I feel like I can ask the fox when I have a chance. Anyway, Rin Uchiha doesn't want his woman to become a human pillar force. He doesn't have a hobby of showing others when he plays poker. Unless 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, or 3 phoenixes. Well, at this time, Uchiha Rin found that Loli Hong was puffing out her cheeks and glaring at herself angrily. What are you mad about? Uchiha Rin asked, puzzled. Why don't you ask me if I want to be a human pillar force? Loli Hong said displeased. She always felt like she was with Lin. Rin Uchiha both showed that they cared more about each other. This made Loli Hong, who has always been very confident in her appearance, quite displeased. On what basis? Obviously I'm cuter, right? Rin Uchiha said that you will not be targeted by Madara's old yinbai. Just stay away from the phoenix man like the ape flying beard. The next morning, the whole of Konoha fell dead silent. There is silence within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, because the size is comparable to the Yao of the hill. He is walking slowly through the streets of Konoha. I don't like the way they look at me, I want to look at monsters. Yao said displeased. You're a monster, right? Uchiha Rin walked ahead and led Yao all the way to the Uchiha clan, pointing to the mountain behind Nanga Shrine. In the future, it will be your territory, remember not to make too much trouble. Yao scratched the back of his head, thinking that this was much smaller than his own territory before, right? However, the thought of Uchiha Madara still alive and eyeing himself, Yao felt that it was still acceptable. It's better than being locked up in the dark and alone, right? And after Yao's figure completely disappeared into the jungle of the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, the surrounding Konoha ninjas, villagers, and Uchiha's clansmen who opened their mouths in shock all came back to their senses. Uchiha held his head and shouted, Rin-sama, so, that's why Aoi, right, the eight-tailed beast ranked 8th among the 9-tailed beasts, right, oh, my god, now Yao is our Uchiha thing. Uchiha Inaba also roared excitedly, even Yao is in our Uchiha's bag. What else can stop me from Uchiha in the future? The 4th generation of Hokage must be Rin-sama. There are also ninjas in the surrounding Konoha villagers. Especially the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans couldn't help but cast a shadow on their faces. Good fellow, our Hokage-sama is less than 50. You began to plan the location of the 4th generation of Hokage in broad daylight. Isn't that too rampant? Uchiha Rin kicked Uchiha Inafai's ass, and didn't have a good airway. Labor and management have said many times, I am not interested in being Hokage, and the position of the 4th generation Hokage is Tsunade's. Uchiha Inao, who fell and ate shit, rubbed his butt and got up and said, yes, the small understands, everyone is a family. Uchiha Inaba said with a fawning look, but the subordinates think that it is also appropriate for the children of Lord Rin and Princess Tsunade to inherit the position of Hokage. After all, this means that the child is of Uchiha and Senju, and the surname is Uchiha. The villagers and ninjas at the scene, except for the Uchiha family, felt that the whole person was not good. Uchiha's group of people is really more arrogant than one. The Uchiha clan say that Uchiha Rin will become the 4th generation of Hokage. Rin Uchiha says that Tsunade will become the 4th Hokage. Who doesn't know about Rin Uchiha and Tsunade's lace news? In the future, let their babies be the Hokage. Anyway, it's all your family who are the Hokage? Ding, the dimensional passage has been opened. and the skirter has been able to enter the dimensional world one piece. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt suddenly sounded. The moment you heard the 3 words One Piece, Uchiha Rin felt that the Minotaur soul hidden deep in his body began to move. To be honest, Ace is dead, Nami and Robin should have become the crew of Luffy Wong. Hancock has also fallen in love with Wong Luffy. It didn't make Uchiha Rin feel lost and inexplicably excited. I don't know what's going on. Travel, the patriarch's mansion of the Senju clan. Hearing these 2 words from Uchiha Rin's mouth, Tsunade's mood was a little strange for a while. Subconsciously remembered that the full ninja world ran around, and the beautiful name was Taking Materials, which was actually writing Xiao Lu Bei's Zilei. Well, it's interesting. Do you want to be together? Rin Uchiha invited. Tsunade frowned slightly, lost in thought. Ahem, at this time, the weak cough of Uzumaki Mito came from the next room. Tsunade's eyebrows suddenly furrowed even tighter, and he shook his head and refused. Forget it, Grandma, I'm afraid she won't last long, and in the last period, I want to accompany her. In the Second Shinobi War, she lost her parents and lost her younger brother. Now Uzumaki Mito is her only relative. This last one of the few times. Tsunade wants to be by the side of his last loved ones. Uchiha Rin touched his chin and said, then or I. If you want to go, you will feel embarrassed to stay here. Tsunade shook his head. Where is embarrassing? I think we get along very well. Uchiha Rin said unconvinced. Tsunade glanced at the dog's paw on his thigh, eager to punch this kid twice. Don't you have a point in your heart when you step on the horse? Is this the only thing you could think about all day? Tsunade didn't have a good airway. I'm not the male protagonist of the Hedgehog Cat, the female protagonist is dragged out and unmoved, that is to be scolded to death, right? Uchiha Rin had no intention of stopping at all, and gradually attacked inside. And although I crave the body of a beautiful girl, but it is also a relaxation and leisure, well, I am not some 8-year-old heroic good boy, my parents have just died on the front foot, and the back foot is all over the world looking for milk to drink. Rin Uchiha sometimes thinks about one thing which is more annoying, the Konoha elders or the Mitsuki family. This question really stumped Uchiha Rin as a traverser. After all, the 2 groups of people are rare representatives of the classic one-handed good hand of the 2-dimensional world. It is also a completely different brain circuit from ordinary people. But to say which side is more disgusting, Rin Uchiha felt that the Mitsuki family was better. The main thing is that Momonosuke's goods are even more against the sky. Your mother desperately sent you to the world 20 years later, and asked you to pull reinforcements to avenge your father. As a result, the milk was addicted all day. Finally, relying on Wang Nika to sit up and kill Teacher Kai. It's as if it's your credit. You TMD in the Battle of Ghost Island, except for the disadvantage, want to surrender and take advantage of Yamato. What else did you do when you stepped on the horse? To be honest, Rin Uchiha is looking forward to this pirate trip. Momonosuke is definitely a great contribution. Stop me, Grandma is still next door. Noticing Uchiha's staring eyes, Tsunade forced his voice and warned the other party in shame. Go to my side. In Tsunade's exclamation, Rin Uchiha picked up his princess, cut through the night sky of Konoha with the art of dancing the air. On the road, Tsunade only felt that something had been holding against him. It is right more and more, and the face that looks like a peach seems to be able to drip water. Early the next morning, watching Tsunade fall asleep, his face still radiating a flush. In the mirror, the facial features are still slightly immature. Inexplicably, 5 words came to mind: small horse-drawn cart. To be honest, he quite likes this kind of subject. The picture of the little boy holding his sister and even his aunt playing poker who is a lot taller than himself. It's very contrasting impact. For example, Summer Rhapsody played in previous lives, Winter Rhapsody and the biochemical series of Mrs. 8 Feet and other books are all like this. The only fly in the ointment is that his current height is basically the same as Tsunade's. The sense of conquest of winning with weakness is a little less. Zionin, what's going on with your eyes? When he left the room, he saw 2 big dark circles on Zionin's eyes, and Uchiha Rin was startled. Xiao Nan didn't answer, just stared at the other party with extremely resentful eyes. Well, got it. The soundproofing of Mater cardboard doors is poor. Zionin, don't go to school today, go to the vegetable market and buy some jiao, red beans, wolfberries and other things for your Tsunade-sensei, I'll go out. Although Tsunade refused Uchiha Rin's invitation to go on a pirate trip because of Uzumaki Mito's relationship, but Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that there were still people who were very suitable for this journey. Decided to take them with you. After all, he is not Hawkeye's kind of autistic man who likes to float around the sea alone in a coffin boat. What's the point of traveling without taking girls? Lunch break, meal time, ninja school. Students find classmates who have a good relationship with them, open bento boxes and enjoy lunch. And Sunset Red is ready to sit with his best friend Rin Nohara as always. Hong, my chef has made too many dishes to finish eating, how about I divide a little for you? However, Lolihong just got up and hadn't taken 2 steps yet. A figure stood in front of him, and his tone was very similar to the Vert Circuit. Sunset Red looked disgusted. Two words inexplicably came to my mind: lick the dog. This was when she listened to Rin Uchiha and Rin Nohara chatting before. The name given to Uchiha Obito. Sunset Hong felt that this word was placed on the head of the ape flying Asma in front of him, and it was unexpectedly appropriate. Suddenly, Sunset Red's face changed slightly. I saw Uchiha Rin appear at the door of the classroom at an unknown time, causing a commotion among all the students. Immediately afterwards, I saw Uchiha Rin hooking his finger inside. Rin Nohara turned her head left and right, and finally pointed her little finger at her chin in disbelief. Seeing Uchiha Rin nodding, Rinke Nohara got up and walked out of the classroom under the curious or envious eyes of the class. On what basis? Lolihong, who saw this scene, was not convinced. After returning from Short Book Street last time, she asked several classmates. They all say that they are more beautiful than their girlfriends. Why is it that every time they meet, Uchiha Rin's focus is on her? Thinking of this, Sunset Hong hurriedly trotted to keep up. Read that. Asma looked at the back of the goddess leaving. Inexplicably, I wanted to warm up with the Leap Earth newspaper group next to me with the same expression. Are you going on a trip with Rin-sama? Outside the classroom, after knowing Uchiha Rin's intentions, Lililin showed a surprised look. Well, it should be able to help you find a plugin that is more suitable for you than the tailed beast. After all, you don't want to have a big turtle or a big octopus watching in your stomach when you make a villain with your boyfriend in the future, right? The two dog-licking duo of Uchiha Leap Earth and Sarutobi Bearded also followed. I said you don't need a plug-in, just stay away from that kid. Looking at Loli Red with a face of I'm following you, Uchiha Rin had a little headache and pointed to Asma. Just caught up. Asma, who happened to hear this, looked confused. Maid, this Uchiha dog is targeting me, right? Do you hate me? Sunset Hong's tone couldn't help but cry, and her eyes were red and she asked with grievances. Still crying in the groove? Uchiha Rin was a little unwholesome. It can only be said that the woman's mood is really the weather in June. Change is change. You actually made Red cry. Quickly apologize to her. Asma swallowed nervously. But in order to win the favor of the goddess, he still plucked up the courage to shout Uchiha Rin. Go away, none of your business. Loli Hong Jiao, whose eyes were red, said. Asma, goddess, I'm helping you out. Okay, don't cry, it's upsetting me, come if you want, anyway, you don't have much. After all, Tsunade didn't plan to come together, only Konan and Nohara Rin followed, still a little lonely. Rin-sama, where are you taking Rin? The Leap Earth that has not yet been blackened does not have the courage to endure the second generation Asma. But the thought of the goddess he dreamed about day and night was going out with another man. He was as uncomfortable as an ant crawling all over his body. Go and rob the people's women. However, Uchiha Rin's answer directly put Obito in order. What's the thing? After deciding to let Konan, Nohara Rin, and Sunset Red go together, Uchiha Rin suddenly remembered that the three of them happened to be students at the ninja school. Simply let them graduate early. Zionin strength is not to mention lower tolerance, and middle patience is not a problem. In the past, the graduation exam naturally did not take her to the ground. Lolilin and Lolihong are a little more difficult. But after Rin Uchiha sent someone to say hello, the examiner turned a blind eye. And when Ape Fei Riko heard about this, he didn't interfere much. After all, these two have no blood and no background. In Sarutobi Hineda's opinion, topping Sky is Uchiha Rin who wants to play with lowly cultivation. If this can make him lose his mind as a plaything, it is too late for the ape to be happy. Alas, it is a pity that he has to maintain his character as a kind old grandfather. Otherwise, he wants to play too. Coincidentally, this class also has a first-year student who applied for early graduation Kiki Kakashi. This is not surprising. After all, after the original Kimushuumao committed suicide, Ryu Kai immediately applied for early graduation. Not to mention that now his dad died 2 years early. It's a pity that Uchiha Rin has already let Konan, Nohara Rin, and Yuri Red form a team, and Mao volunteered to be the instructor of this class. Kakashi should still be able to be placed into an all-adult ninja unit first, just like the original book. Then when Obito graduates, he was put into the Watergate class. But who will fill the vacated position in Rin Nohara? Forget it, don't want to. I don't care about this anyway. This afternoon, after completing the graduation exam, the three daughters who officially received the bracelet came to the Uchiha tribe together. Get ready to set off with Rin Uchiha. However, as soon as I arrived at the door, I heard Tsunade's roar from inside the house. Deadheart, I won't use a Pikachu plug and call you Ash. About 5 seconds later, Uchiha walked out of the house disheveled. The neck of the pajama collar is covered with scratches and strawberry prints. But what is even more striking is the Pikachu tail on his right hand, covered in golden fluff and curved lines. Lolilin and Lolihong looked confused. Rin Nohara, that is. What kind of animal tail? Sunset Red, what is it for? Xiao Nan, who had listened to the corner several times, vaguely guessed something. I couldn't help but scold dog men and women in my heart. Oh, you guys are here, wait for me, I'll take a shower and let's go. Uchiha Rin waved to the three women without a hint of embarrassment on his face, casually put Pikachu's tail in the hallway, and walked to the bathroom. Lolilin and Lolihong kept studying out of curiosity with Pikachu's tail. Xiao Nan, who was watching, couldn't help but cover his face. But at the same time, I couldn't help but look at the diamond cone at the bottom of the tail. If this is squeezed in, will there be a problem in the future? After washing the smell on his body, Rin Uchiha just walked out. 3 loli were found resting on Pikachu's steel tail. I can't help but be full of question marks. How? Do you want to use it too? As Rin Uchiha was about to leave, Ace's voice sounded again in the chat room. Since Rin Uchiha decided to go to the pirate world, I get this at almost every hour. It's exactly the same every time. It is to remind Uchiha Rin not to make a move on Juan Luffy. Because they made an appointment before. Ace gives Uchiha Rin the ability to burn fruits. The condition is that Uchiha Rin is not allowed to kill Juan Luffy. Uchiha Rin, got it, are you bothered? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the right to be a skirt owner and administrator, he wanted to kick this out with Senju Kuma. It feels like Juan Luffy is not your brother, it's your mother-in-law, right? They are all dead and still read so. Whitebeard, goo la la la, is this lawless brat going to us? What happens? It's really exciting. Dio Brando at Whitebeard, old immortal, you said before that you were a pirate-infested world, right? It's really a world suitable for Lord Bendio. Such evil people need the savior of evil people like me to save them. Uchiha Senna, a 100-year-old, is called an old immortal in his 70s. Kiki Shuo Shigeru, it's rare to see Rin so excited. Is that world so interesting? Ace, I don't know if it's interesting. Anyway, there are indeed a lot of beautiful women. Ace suddenly remembered that the world's first beauty, female emperor Boya Hancock, and Luffy also had a good relationship. Lying in the groove, the woman who feels that her brother is going to be robbed. I'm afraid it's not just those 2 crew members. Okay, let's go. In the real world, Rin Uchiha said to the well-dressed loli. After the 3 women nodded, Uchiha Rin shouted through the door again, Tsunade-chan, Yuding put it on the coffee table for you, remember to eat it. Tsunade's weak voice came from inside the house. Senju Kuma, Uchiha's little ghost. The old man is going to kill you. There was a roar in the chat room. Senjuju also showed a polite but embarrassed smile. As one of the few married people in the skirt, hearing the eldest granddaughter's lazy tone with a hint of confusion. How can you not know what happened? But I feel that this kid is quite powerful. After he did that kind of thing with Mito, the other party's tone was not like this. Nostalgia. Alas, the only regret is that Tsunade is not cooperative enough with Uchiha Rin. Forget about the steel tail without Pikachu. Even rolling your eyes and sticking out your tongue is not satisfied. Let's go. Uchiha Rin silently clicked the dimensional channel open button in the skirt function in his heart. Brilliant white light rose at the feet of the 4. After wrapping them thoroughly, it disappeared without a trace in the next instant. It was as if there was no one here in the first place. Wow, here. It's so beautiful. When the white light in front of you dissipates and the beautiful scenery you have never seen before is reflected in front of you, see huge trees that obscure the sky, and soap bubbles floating in the air. Lolihong couldn't help but let out an excited cry. And Xiao Nan and Lo Lilan are also not much better. Such a beautiful place. Even the Land of Fire enjoys the most fertile land and the densest natural forests of the 5 powers. In terms of appearance, it is completely incomparable with here. Compare the 3 hillbilly loli who look like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Uchiha Rin was much calmer. At a glance, it is recognized that this is the end of the first half of the Great Voyage, and the beginning of the New World in the second half. Chambord Islands. Ace, Chambord Islands. I miss it so much. Whitebeard, goo la la la, the old man hasn't been there for a long time. I don't know how Marco is doing. Uchiha Senna, it's true that the scenery of this world is good. I can understand why Rin Kid is so excited. Thousand Hand Pillars at Whitebeard. Whitebeard brother, tell me more about the situation in your world. After all, our group of dead people are too idle. Ace kind of experienced the feeling of hosting, introducing the characteristics of the Chambord Islands to everyone in the skirt. Even Whitebeard talks a lot more. It's like a tour guide to introduce the world to skirt friends. In the real world, Uchiha Rin, who opened Skirt News Do Not Disturb, was too lazy to spend much saliva to introduce the basic worldview of the pirate world to the 3 loli. I'll buy a newspaper to show them later. At this time, passing by the snack street, Sunset Red wanted to buy a marshmallow. However, when she handed the other party a banknote with the face of the daimyo of the Fire Nation, the boss asked with a wary look, little girl, are you counterfeit? Lolihong was stunned for a while before reacting. Mom, I was careless, forgetting that I was in a different world. Teacher Rin, can this world also take on tasks? Because Rin Uchiha is now the teacher of the shinobi squad, the name given to him by the third daughter of Rin Nohara has also changed. Don't worry, there are banknotes all over here. Uchiha Rin laughed heartily. The Chambord Islands are arguably one of the most chaotic islands in the pirate world. World nobility, navy, pirates, bounty hunters, all forces are entrenched here, forming this special illegal place. And in the eyes of Uchiha Rin, the fierce pirates passing by around him, it's a walking banknote. Ha, isn't the money coming? In the next second, Rin Uchiha found an acquaintance. A cape on the top of the head covers the upper half of the face. The tight coat barely reveals a trace of skin, but Rin Uchiha still recognized the identity of the other party through his rare pink skin and long octopus-like mouth. One of the former members of the evil dragon pirates, and the pirate who successfully washed his white, Zyoba. In other words, there are really many villains whitewashed in the pirate world, much more than the Hokage world. Bucky, Dalton, Rob Luge, Bellamy. Even later, a living animal like Caesar could be whitewashed. Well, the premise is to join the camp of Juan Luffy, and this little 8 is also one of them. It is said that Nami can forgive Kohachi for Nima being outrageous. Have you forgotten how your adoptive mother died? How did you yourself be forced to be a thief for 8 years? Even if you forgive not the principal offender but the accomplice, that is enough to go against the sky. Its operation is outrageous, comparable to Naruto's forgiveness for killing his parents. Spare me, I'm not a pirate anymore, I'm just the owner of a takoyaki shop now, I just want to live a peaceful life. 5 minutes later, Kohachi Lien, who was dragged by Uchiha Rin in his hands and dragged to the naval branch base in the Chambord Islands, shouted for mercy. With this bit of eyesight, he followed the evil dragon to bully ordinary humans in the East China Sea. It is soft when encountering slightly harder stubble. Not to mention Rin Uchiha. It's about when you followed the evil dragon to bully men and women in Caucosia village, you should have thought of such a day. Uchiha Rin said with a look of impatience, you just want to live peaceful days. How many people have you people ruined by this group of scumfish people? Peaceful days and you don't have points in your heart. To be honest, compared to whitewashing villains like Zyoba, Caesar, and Obito who later joined the protagonist's camp, he even had a little more affection for Dior, who is also a scum in his skirt. If you want to be bad, you will be bad to the end. Don't step on the horse after doing a lot of messy things, come to a red bean mash private Marseille after the sentence, and then it seems that nothing happened. Isn't it disgusting? You've reformed yourself and lived a good life. Can those you killed be resurrected? You, how do you know? Xiao Ba's pupils shrank sharply. Obviously, he didn't expect Uchiha Rin to still know about Caucosia village. Okay, here it is. Rin Uchiha was not interested in taking care of such a trick role as Zyoba. When he came to the gate of the naval base, he dumped Zyoba to the 2 soldiers who were guarding the gate and were responsible for watching the gate. Seeing this, the 2 quickly pressed Xiao Ba into the base. After a while, a bloated and burly man carrying a big axe walked out. Battle Peach Maru. The little 8 of the evil dragon pirate group who escaped during the previous escort. The bounty is 8 million berry. Orochimaru said, tossing a stack of bills to Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to catch it, thanked him for the gesture, and led the 3 lowly to leave. Oh yes, I want to ask what year it is. Uchiha Rin had just taken a step when he suddenly remembered something and asked. Clams. Orochimaru also had an expression of thunder. Where is this kid from a hillbilly? I don't even know what year it is. The year 1521 of the Heian calendar, but there is still half a year until 1522. As the world's first type man, John Daumaru replied, and then turned around and returned to the base. More than a year since the war on top? Uchiha Rin said secretly in his heart. Also, after all, John Momomaru officially transferred from the scientific combat force to the regular army of the Navy after the war. Girls, you take this money to buy some necessary supplies, food, water, daily necessities, and the like for the voyage, and then assemble on the ship. Rin Uchiha divided the 8 million berry that had just arrived to 3 lowly. As if the captain of the pirate regiment commanded the crew, he commanded. Got it, Riney-san. Xiao Nan, as the eldest of the 3 daughters, nodded sensibly, and then thought of a question and asked, and where is our ship? Hearing this, Uchiha Rin turned his head to look at the naval warships docked at the dock in the distance. Coming to this world, Rin Uchiha never thought about joining the pirates or the navy, or the specific camp of the Revolutionary Army. In fact, it's not so much that Rin Uchiha came for Nami Robin, it is better to say that he came against the lawless system of this world. While in Konoha, Rin Uchiha was also making a lot of noise. But when doing big things, you still have to think about the consequences. After all, the Hokage world is his own home turf. And as an away pirate world, Rin Uchiha was not interested in thinking about this. How cool how to come. However, the second after seeing these warships, Rin Uchiha gave up the idea. Because the warships of the Navy are very large ships that can accommodate thousands of people. For people couldn't move at all. Only look for slightly smaller boats. And so on. Uchiha Rin suddenly thought of something. Then the smile on his face gradually changed. Isn't the Sunny docked in the Chambord Islands now? Before bringing the cattle over, it's not bad to bring the cattle first. Chambord Islands Area 13. A bar called Xia Chi's Bamboo Bar. Coming back so early, there should be half a year before the agreed time between Mon Kiboy and his partner, right? As the owner of the shop, Xia Chi smoked a cigarette and asked the bearded old man sitting at the bar. I don't have much to teach Luffy anymore. The old man shook his head and chuckled, the rest is up to him. This person is the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates who is known as One Piece's right hand and Hades, Sir Baz Riley. If Rin Uchiha is here, it may even be the top group of intelligence traffickers on the Great Route. Naturally, there are all kinds of eyeliners and networks. Among them is the naval branch that sits on Chambord Island. It can be said that Uchiha Rin just gave Kohachi to Orochimaru on his front foot. Xia Chi's eyeliner relayed the news to her. Riley raised his eyebrows slightly, and after a few seconds, he got up and picked up the sword placed on the wall, ready to go out. Are you going to break into the naval branch? Originally, the Navy's behavior of hiding on this island was to turn a blind eye, and if you go, they may send a general to arrest you. Xia Chi reminded. You can't watch Xiao Ba get caught in prison, can you? Renly smiled wryly and shook his head. After all, Zioba can be said to be his lifesaver. Once Renly was shipwrecked, and it was thanks to the rescue of young Zioba that he recovered a life. But what makes people wonder is how a person who can swim from Chambord Island to Daughter's Island can almost die because of a shipwreck. But there is a relationship, that's really good. Background: Wang Luffy naturally doesn't need to say more. The major forces, whether pirates, navies, revolutionary armies, have his network. Zioba can successfully whitewash the line of the deputy of the Shanghai Thief King. However, Renly had just picked up his sword and had not yet walked out the door. The phone bug behind Xia Chi rang again. Xia Chi, who picked up the phone twice, looked shocked again after listening to the other party's words. Mon Kiboy's ship is going to be robbed. Renly's eyes widened. Groove, what's going on today? So lively. Chambord Islands Harbor 44. The Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirate stops here. For a year and a half, pirates, bounty hunters, and even the Navy who want to snatch the ship are in an endless stream. But because of the obstruction of one person, no force has been successful. That is His Majesty the Seven Warriors see Basalomi Siong. For a year and a half, Bartholomew Bear fought off countless pirates who wanted to snatch the Sunny. However, today he overturned. Yikes! A silver-white chakra sword pierced Bartholomew Bear's right wrist. Nail at the trunk of the nearby Yalkman mangrove. Not only his right hand, but also Bartholomew Bear's limbs were inserted into a chakra knife. Sparks ignite from the open wound, revealing mechanical bones made of wire chips. It is as if the two-dimensional version of Jesus was nailed to the branch of the Yarchman mangrove tree. Let you stop being nosy. Uchiha Rin lifted Susanoo and said with a "I really can't stand you" expression. In the past year and a half, Bartholomew Bear has experienced countless vicious battles. The body has already reached the time when the oil runs out and the lamp runs dry. The difficulty of cleaning him up is not much higher than that of Zioba. Uchiha Rin turned his gaze to the intact Sunny by the harbor and nodded in satisfaction. Aha, this ship is very suitable. Isn't that too much? Beat a person who was already seriously injured like this, and still want to rob someone else's boat. Just as Rin Uchiha was about to go up and admire the pirate ship that was about to become his mount, a questioning voice with an unkind tone suddenly sounded from behind him. Uchiha Rin turned around calmly. Oh, it's Quack, Rayleigh. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Uchiha Rin said with a smile on his face. And the opposite side also saw Uchiha Rin's face clearly. Renly's first reaction was so young. Looking at this age, he should be a few years younger than Luffy. Actually able to defeat Bartholomew Bear. You know, though the big bear is scarred now. But it is by no means something that pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million can defeat. And now he was actually defeated by such a boy who was no more than 15 years old by sight. It's incredible. Then hearing the other party's name for himself, Renly frowned secretly. He has two nicknames, Hades and One Piece's right wrist. But what the hell is a quack? However, seeing the Sunny behind Uchiha Rin, Renly didn't care about this for the time being, and said in a deep voice, "Young man, this ship does not belong to you. If you want to embark on a journey, you should find your own ship yourself." After helping Juan Luffy deal with the ship, he also had to go to the naval branch to rescue Zioba. No time to delay. However, it seems that Juan Luffy still has a relatively high status in Rayleigh's heart. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to come and get the boat first, and then go to save people. Joke, the smile on Uchiha Rin's face became even brighter. Isn't the pirate's job robbery? There is a ready-made good ship in front of me, why should I let it go? Could it be that the food that your Roger pirates used to eat was obtained by hard work? Renly was momentarily stunned. When their Roger pirates were in the sea, the money they used was certainly not earned by part-time work. Also robbed. Witness the debate between Rin Uchiha and Renly. The dead man's skirt friends also discussed enthusiastically. Whitebeard, what this kid said makes sense. The old man was speechless for a while. Like Roger's pirates, the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard himself also play black and eat black. That is, to rob pirates of money, not civilians. This way at least a little bit of conscience can be passed. But this is not capital to show off. Because these money is, in the final analysis, still the people's belonging. After you robbed it, you didn't give it back. Ace, Rin, you bastard, didn't you talk and rob only Nami and Robin? Why did they rob Luffy and their ship as soon as they came up? Ichimaru's silver at Ace, isn't that right? I remember the agreement between the two of you not to kill Luffy the Straw Hat, not to say that he was not allowed to grab the ship. Uchiha Senna, this world is really good, whoever has the strength will take the initiative in battle, I like it. Senju Kurama at Uchiha Senna, even if it is only compared to strength, you Uchiha can't compare to our Senju, forgetting that not only did you die at my hands, but your eldest brother also didn't win my eldest brother. Uchiha Senna at Senju Kurama, a quack master who has taught 4 apprentices should not make a big fuss here. Senjuma, what do you say? Well, the real world Uchiha Rin calls Rayleigh quacks, the chat room Uchiha Senna called Senju quack. Symmetrical belongs to yes. In reality. After a short silence, Riley slowly drew his sword. There is no way, then you can only use power to make you give up. Originally, Renly was not on the side of the debate in this debate. In addition, he has not read a book, and his eloquence is not very good. Even if Uchiha Rin was just a pheasant university scum in his previous life, can also cause a bag dragon star, put Rayleigh's mouth cannon speechless. Can't you just switch to violence? But this is in line with the style of pirates. Uchiha Rin smiled nonchalantly, and suddenly raised his palm towards the sunny behind him. A low drink, and invisible air pressure rushing out from the palm, instantly pushed the sunny a mile away. This is the ship that is about to sail this world. You can't be destroyed before you go. What is this move? Even the well-informed Riley was stunned after witnessing this scene. After all, the concept of chi does not exist in the pirate world. However, Rin Uchiha was not interested in explaining it to Renly. The moment he turned around, the originally ordinary black eyes had turned into red pupils and 3 hooks. Okay, let's get started. The moment of 4 eyes facing each other again. An idea instantly rushed to Rayleigh's brain: this kid is dangerous. Without any more hesitation, Renly came out of its sheath and rushed forward. The long sword in his hand slashed diagonally. Call! Uchiha Rin ignited flames with his right hand and returned with his backhand with his fist. The sword pressure fused with the flames, converging into a hurricane flame shockwave that swept around. Set fire to half of the Yarchman mangroves in Area 44. Flames, is it burning fruit? After Ace died, was his devil fruit eaten by you after being reborn? Renly's face changed suddenly. If it is the ability to burn the fruit, with this ability alone, it has not been able to occupy a place in the Great Root. Don't compare me to Ace, who relies heavily on fruit abilities. Ace, who heard this, felt insulted. But before he could complain, Uchiha Rin has a volley barb, burning flames, and Yameji's demonic wind kick, in the posture of hanging an upside-down golden hook, slashed into Rayleigh's brain. Although Uchiha Rin is compared to his senior brother Kakarot, as if the difference between a mage and a warrior. But in order for his body to be able to withstand Xian's physique in the future, Uchiha Rin never gave up the tempering of the flesh. However, Renly's decades of combat experience are not vegetarian either. When Uchiha Rin's flame kick was less than 5 centimeters from his brain, he suddenly released his sword and raised it in an X shape with his hands crossed, and plated with a layer of pitch-black energy to block this blow. Ace appeared, armed, color domineering. But as soon as Ace's exclamation came out, Uchiha Rin, who was in the state of a barb volley, retracted his right hand slightly, and then it strikes again at great speed. A shocking scene happened. It was clear that Yusaibo's fist was still nearly 10 centimeters away from Renly. However, it left a fist mark on the opponent's abdomen, and forcefully knocked it out 10 meters away. Ace, is this the Overlord colored winding that Dad said before? Whitebeard once told him that he would cultivate the Overlord color to the time when the fire was pure. It can be wrapped around the attack to hit the opponent without touching the enemy. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku. No, this is the move of the little kid called Monkey King before the battle of the Dragon Ball World Celestial Temple. Sun Wukong used this move to cut through the air, hit Uchiha Rin inside by Susanoo. I didn't expect to be learned by him. Thousand Hand Pillars is the copying ability of the Sharingan? Did he keep copying when he fought that teenager named Monkey King? Roar! The silver-white chakra ghost god rose out of thin air, and a large knife quickly condensed in his right hand, and it was plated with black immortal flame. Throw a javelin at Riley. Boom! At the same time as the explosion, the black flames that spread out throughout the sky with the aftermath fell like a rainstorm. Covers every corner of Area 44. At the same time, it is also the naval branch base that Rin Uchiha escorted Zyoba over just now. This guy ran once, give me a handshake, don't let him run again. As the highest person in charge of this base, Gendarmerie pointed at Kohachi and shouted at his subordinates. Originally, this kind of little furry thief with a bounty of only 8 million, he didn't bother to care. But the other party has escaped once at the hands of the Navy, then pay attention. If Mater runs again, do you still want the face of the Navy? Boom, suddenly, there was a violent earthquake. It made everyone in the naval base shake for a while. Many soldiers were caught off guard and fell into a dog to eat. Orochimaru stuck the big axe behind his back into the ground as a handrail and shouted, "What's going on?" One of his subordinates barely steadied himself and reported, "Base chief, according to the report of the intelligence department, there are pirates fighting in Area 44. Nanny." Orochimaru looked incredulous. Can the impact caused by being so far away be transmitted here? Truth be told, except for the top war more than a year ago, he had never seen such an exaggerated formation. Click click boom. Area 44. A huge mangrove tree that had been burned by the immortal black flame collapsed with a loud bang. Sue! And at the moment when the huge trunk of the burning black flame landed, the sound of breaking wind sounded. Something hit a tree trunk full of Amaterasu flames. Break it in two at once. And he kept flying backwards, until he hit the trunk of another mangrove tree behind him that had not yet broken in half, and hit a deep pit. Poof! The figure that flew out fell from the tree trunk, and at the moment when his knees hit the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whitebeard, we can't escape the erosion of time, Rayleigh. The Whitebeard in the chat room sighed. Yes, when a strong man buries his neck in Lois, how can you not miss your omnipotent self? On the other side, the silver-white demon god with legs walked out of the sea of black fire under the control of Uchiha Rin, Susanoo third form. However, at this moment, Susanoo's right shoulder is empty and in a broken arm. Don't think about it, this is Renly's credit. However, as the kaleidoscope of human in Uchiha's eyes turned sequentially, the silvery white solid chakra is like a flame algae burning at the broken arm. In less than 3 seconds, an arm grew again. The red-haired Shanks cried with envy. It's too far away from the Monkey King. There was a hint of disappointment in Uchiha Rin's eyes. I kind of doubt that this product did not teach one Luffy Ryu Sakura and Bully Tang is simply because he himself will not. However, you can't be too harsh on an old man who is nearly 80 years old. At the age of less than 70, Sarutobi was filthy in the Fourth Ninja World War. The strength shown is not as good as today's Rayleigh. The other 3 Hokage were pretending. Justy followed the 12 Xiaoqiang to play ninja there. What is the situation? A rather familiar voice came from the side. Look sideways. I saw that Jean Momomaru had arrived with a naval force. See this area burning covered in a sea of black fire. Even the war peach pill that has gone through the top war. I couldn't help but get goosebumps. The unknown is the most terrifying. Oh, commander of the Battle Peach Pill base, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Uchiha Rin immediately lifted Susanoo, and as he walked over to greet Orochimaru, he reached out to Renly. I caught another pirate, please give me the bounty. Orochimaru and his group looked in the direction of Uchiha Rin's finger. I saw the old man kneeling on one knee with a mouth full of blood, so frightened that my eyes almost dropped. Hades. For a moment, Orochimaru even suspected that he was in a dream. The deputy of One Piece, who was able to fight with the Yellow Ape old man 2 years ago, was actually given by this kid. Battle Peach Pill base commander, look there. At this time, one of Jean Momomaru's subordinates pointed to the right front. Orochimaru turned his head and saw an Alchman mangrove tree that was also burning with black flames. Bartholomew Bear as a pacifist Buddha figure, like a decorative doll, nailed to a tree trunk, defeated a legendary pirate and Nanabukai. Gendarmerie felt that just 1 year after his debut, he dared to storm the headquarters of the Navy and make a big fuss about the Straw Hat Luffy who was on top of the war was exaggerated enough. I didn't expect a new person who was more ruthless than him. Bounty. Seeing that Orochimaru had not answered, Uchiha Rin also narrowed his smile, and his expression was a little unkind. Our base doesn't have that much money. Allow me to inform the headquarters. Orochimaru swallowed and spat. Has been transferred to the headquarters of the Navy of the New World, New Marin Fander. Nanny, the cigars in the mouth of the Red Dog, who defeated the Green Pheasant a year ago and took over the position of Marshal from the Sengoku hands, fell to the ground. He even suspected that something was wrong with his ears. Riley defeated? That One Piece's right wrist, the legendary pirate, Sirbaz Riley was defeated? Wait, I don't seem to be so surprised, right? After all, when he was in the war, he also severely damaged the same legendary Whitebeard. It's just that he was forced to rob the head by Blackbeard's dog. Yes, Marshal Sakazuki, it was a teenager who called himself Uchiha Rin. The voice of Orochimaru came from the phone bug on Akaina's desk. Hey, wait, what are you doing? However, before Orochimaru finished speaking, Akainu heard a commotion on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the phone worm changed abruptly. Orochimaru's voice also changed into a teenager's voice that was presumed to be 14 or 15 years old. Yo General Akainu, oh no, Marshal Sakazuki, hello. On Shamboard Island, Uchiha Rin, who snatched the microphone from Orochimaru's hand, laughed. Renly's bounty of more than 4 billion berry. You will follow the rules and give it to me, right? If it is the Konoha Elder Group and Mitsuki Ota are the most typical sparse leaders of the two-dimensional world, who play a good hand. That Red Dog and Jin Wine are the leaders of the second dimension. When doing big things, play life see in front. And then the teammates are either waste or anti-bone boys. But it still feels a little worse for the Red Dog. After all, Jin Wine, no matter how bitter it is, there is at least one vodka around him wholeheartedly to him. Well, provided that vodka is not undercover. What about Red Dogs? Don't talk about useful teammates around Maid. Not even a single obedient one. Lookie's kind of goods are stepping on his head and it's not easy, Akainu-san. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin's tone couldn't help but bring a little sympathy. The Red Dog on the other end of the phone worm looked strange. What happened to Mater? This kid still sympathizes with himself? After a short silence to think, Akainu replied slowly, the Navy can't come up with that much money for the time being. I will apply to the world government for funding. You can wait on Shamboard Island now. Akainu recalled Renly's bounty. It seems to be more than 4 billion berry, right? Oh, the government got some blood. To be honest, it is really a bit of a loss to exchange more than 4 billion for an old thing that has been retired. But the Red Dog is happy to see the old moth bleeding. Refreshing. I like your kind of nonsense leadership. Uchiha Rin laughed. It has to be said that if the leader of Konoha is a Red Dog, Uchiha Rin felt like he was too lazy to rebel. Far away on an island in the New World, on the ship of the World Economic News Agency, the telephone worm in the president's office suddenly rang. Morgans, who was more than 3 meters tall, picked up the microphone. Moses, I am big news. Morgans, the other end of the phone worm, only spoke for less than half a minute. On Morgan's feathered face, his expression instantly turned calm to shock, then to excitement, and finally to ecstasy. Big news. This is really big news. Don't worry, I will definitely report it truthfully. This is really exciting. The redhead of one of the 4 emperors must not sit idly by, right? After Morgan nagged for a while, he hung up the microphone and took several deep breaths before he could barely calm down. In the next second, Morgan slammed open the door of his office and shouted at the crowd of social animals, little ones, collective overtime tonight. This will be the biggest news after the war at the top. On the beach of an island in New World, a ship that is not too large is docked here. But the emblem on its flag is enough to make 90% of the strength of the sea terrifying. Red-haired pirates. On board the Red Firth. Locksta, a drunken red-haired pirate member who had drunk because of yesterday's banquet, walked to the side of the ship to untie his hands. Boom when he lifted his pants. Large sheets of newspapers fell like flowers, filling the deck of the Red Firth. Free, free. When Rocksta saw this scene, the wine suddenly woke up for the most part. Because pirates with a little experience know. Only when something big enough to change the world is happening, newspapers will be distributed for free on every island like this. Lockstar unveils the newspaper. The first thing I saw was a young man who was no more than 15 years old, with handsome facial features but an unusually defiant expression. Then the second photo next to it is an old man with his head bowed and seriously injured. Locksta, who was also a little drunk, rubbed his eyes, feeling that this old man was a little familiar. When he saw clearly, Locksta was completely awakened, and large drops of cold sweat dripped on the newspaper, and his voice was hoarse. Ray, Mr. Riley. Head, Chief, big things are bad. 5 minutes later, a furious overlord color caused the entire island to shake wildly. It shows how angry this domineering owner is. Great voyage without wind, the daughter country of Amazonian lilies. Sister Sama, Mr. Riley. Marie Gorid, the younger sister of one of the 3 sisters of Gorgon, handed the newspaper to the world's first beauty with a shocked look. King of the Daughter Kingdom, one of His Majesty's 7 Wuhei, Boya Hancock. That old man was actually subjected to dot or was given by such an unknown imp. Han Cook's peerless face rarely showed shock. Sister, do we need to do something? Sanda Sonia, the second eldest of the 3 sisters, asked. When the 3 sisters escaped from the Holy Land of Mary Joa, Renly helped. It can be said that there is a great grace to their 3 sisters. Hancock bit his right thumb with his teeth in distress and fell into thought. Shamboard Islands, Area 60. The jurisdiction of the Navy. A naval warship with a bone-biting dog's head as its bow slowly landed. As long as it is a navy, it can be recognized at a glance. It was the exclusive ship of naval hero, Carp. And at the moment, the Kappa ship is full of not shells, but banknotes stacked into hills. Carp, who was standing on the dog's head, looked a little unkind. Because he saw it. Docked by the port, the pirate ship that should have belonged to his grandson, USS Sunny. On the deck of the Sunny, a boy a few years younger than Kirby was lying. None of the three combined ages is more than 20 years old. Blue-haired knees rested on the back of his head to rub his shoulders. The black curly one gave him a leg. The black straight-haired one peeled the grapes next to him and fed them to his mouth one by one. It's not funny. What a horse corruption, Berumber muttered in a low voice. But the heart is envious. When he was the second generation of the army in the East China Sea, he had never enjoyed this treatment. Mr. Carp, is it really that boy who defeated Hades? Renly, Cubby, who was standing on the other side of Carp, looked incredulous. He couldn't believe it. The boy who looked several years younger than himself. It can actually defeat the legendary pirates. Huh? At this point, Cubby noticed that the teenager was waving at him. On the Sunny, Uchiha Rin, who was lying on Conan's lap, smiled strangely. Deserter King, in terms of opening and hanging, I, Uchiha Rin, would like to call you the strongest. P.S. The pirate part wants to write something different from the previous pirate fandom. The other author friends are all attacking Nami Robin in advance, and I want to challenge Nami Robin, who has become a crew member of One Luffy. Few authors should have tried this. Xiaomei feels that this way of writing is also quite interesting. Having seen the Tachibana men, even though I still love my wife, the friends of Triangle. Blue should know what I want to express. It's as if I were to write Conan fandom, my primary goal would not be Ran and Habara. Instead, there are Kiko and concubine Irie, and they have to be mothers. In other words, although there are many dead people in the Conan world, I am still considering whether to join. It feels a bit too much to let a star-destroying combat power run to the daily fan. After that, he met his cheap brother Sun Wukong. I feel that his growth rate is not inferior to his own as a traverser. However, when learning about the growth rate of deserter Wankabi, Rin Uchiha knew. As a traverser, he and Sun Wukong, who is at the peak of his two-dimensional combat power. In front of him, the purity is too low. Mater went from a weak chicken with no chicken in his hands in 2 years, evolves into a general alternate and serves as the heir to naval hero. Niang's certain Lu, those fandom protagonists who are systematic, are not as fierce as you, and the other Momonosuke is even more heavyweight. Overnight, he grew from a waste who only looked for milk to a Kaido level. Damn, Broly will have to shout daddy when he sees you. The 5-star Sky MacArthur, who is far away in the third dimension, also commented, I've seen thousands of open-hanging characters, but open-hanging characters like Momonosuke and Cubby are also quite explosive in the entire quadratic. Hear the words, Deserter King. Cubby and Berumber turned pale. You know, this is the biggest secret hidden in their hearts. Didn't say anything to Carp. Carp kept a calm face from beginning to end, and after coming down the ladder, he squinted and glanced at the Sunny, and said to Uchiha, boy, this ship is. It's exactly the same as when I met in the water capital 2 years ago. The only difference. I am afraid that on the canvas of the ship, the skull wearing the straw hat symbol is missing. In its place is a new skull logo with a ping-pong racket printed on the back. My pirate ship, how's it going, Naval Hero Mr. Carp? Rin Uchiha proudly raised his head to look at the new logo on the sail. I named him Uchiha Sunny. Xiao Nan complained, Rin-san, it's still directly called Sunny, you have a feeling of painting a snake. Carp's face darkened. Ouch, Mr. Carp's face is not good looking, is it to help your pirate grandson snatch the ship back? Uchiha said with a smile. Mr. Carp, please calm down. Cubby, Berumber, and the others quickly came up to persuade. Lieutenant General Carp. At this time, Gendarmerie also quickly came up and changed the topic, these two will be handed over to you. Carp and the others turned to look. I saw Orochimaru holding 2 iron chains and handing them to Carp. And the chains are tied to Renly and Zyoba. Next, Carp will escort them to Imperton, the prisoner under the sea. Riley will undoubtedly be locked up in the LV6 at the bottom, and Zyoba, the top sky is LV1. I didn't expect you to lose to this kind of imp. Carp sighed and sighed. As a naval hero, he and the pirates also have some sympathy for each other. Oh, I'm old, no way. Renly grinned and grinned, you'd better be careful, or you'll be killed by the next generation if you are not careful. As One Piece's deputy, he has some double standards. But not someone who can't afford to play. Since you lost, then obediently go to jail. Ha, the old man is not as useless as you. Carp straightened his chest and said disdainfully. Uchiha Rin almost didn't laugh as he listened. Compared to Renly, who lost to himself, Carp's exit in the original book is even more humiliating. Even because of Cubby's drag oil bottle, he was stabbed by Usixi. You are a warrior and a mage of the green pheasant, but you still can't take it? I thought that among the older generation, the Golden Lion who lost to the domineering One Luffy was already the most humiliating. Unexpectedly, Carp is even more heavyweight. Fight a group of Blackbeard pirates whose captain is not there. It was actually defeated. If Blackbeard is there, I'm afraid he won't use your skull as a urine pot. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to care about the basic love drama of this old thing. He pointed to the buried banknotes on the Kappa warship, which had been piled up into a hill. Boom! Xiao Nan's body instantly turned into countless pieces of paper and scattered. Float over the pile of bills and suck them into your body. Kirby exclaimed, is this elementalization? Carp, Orochimaru and the others also showed surprise. After all, Xiao Nan's ability is too much like nature. Or is this a special superhuman line? Similar to the ability of Big Mom's second-in-command pirates, Kataka Chestnut Sticky Fruit. Although it is not a natural system, it also has the ability to be similar to elemental immune to physical attacks? Riley's bounty of more than 4 billion is too much. Xiao Nan collected for 5 minutes, and he had not finished collecting the money. Just when Rin Uchiha wanted to yawn. Shout, shout, shout. The sudden sound of arrows breaking the wind broke the calm. Those who had cultivated and heard turned their heads one after another. I saw a rain of pink peach heart-shaped arrows like a rainstorm, and pear blossoms fell from the sky. What is this ability? Whether it is Carp as a navy, or Orochimaru, or Rayleigh with his hands handcuffed, they all showed shocked expressions. And Uchiha Rin, who is a traverser, shows a smile that all men understand. In the next second, Uchiha Rin's eyes moved slightly, and he shouted at Zionin, "Come back!" Huh? Xiao Nan couldn't help but look puzzled. The money hasn't run out yet. But even so, Conan obediently flew back to Uchiha Rin. Ugh, boom. Almost at the moment when Xiao Nan retracted his wings and fell back to the ground, a red light sword chi struck from the other side of the harbor as if chopping tofu. Split Carp's dog-headed battleship in two. Moreover, the aftermath of the sword chi also accurately cut off the chains that bound Renly's hands and feet. What a sharp and precise flying slash. Even the well-informed Carp, I have to admit it too, can use such sword chi. The entire sea, no more than the fingers of one hand. And Renly, not to mention, guessed who it was at a glance. Shanks, Renly shouted incredulously. In the distance, the Red Firth and the Perfume Snake are emblazoned with the logos of the red-haired pirates and the Nine Snake Pirates. Speeding towards this side. Aha. Rin Uchiha let out the same maniacal laugh. That's great. Seeing the Red Firth rapidly approaching this side, Kabi shouted incredulously. Uchiha Rin was very calm. At the time of the war, the red-haired pirates were also fighting with Kaido in the New World the day before. Ran to Marin Fando the next day? He seriously doubted that the Red Firth had any rocket thrusters installed. How the fuck did you run so fast? Boya Hancock, what do you mean? Is it to give up the title of Seven Wohei? Orochimaru took the big axe behind him and scolded angrily. The concubine's attack just now was directed at the red-haired pirate group, but it hit you by mistake. Hancock, who was standing on the bow of the Perfume Snake, ruffled the black hair next to his ear and said with disdain. Hearing Hancock's explanation, Uchiha Rin almost didn't laugh. Can Mater play bias to this extent? Tip new corner, huh? Orochimaru's face turned dark. When Mater was in war, this woman liked to launch indiscriminate attacks. Naval pirates fight together. He also sabotaged several of his own pacifists. Orochimaru seriously suspected that Hancock had two hearts, but there is no evidence. Good, so beautiful. Even though they are both women, Zionin's 3 daughters are still shocked by Hancock's beauty. Is there such a stunner in this world? Mr. Carp, reel it at this time, Berumber shouted to remind. Carp turned to look when he heard this. I saw that the chain was cut off by the sword chi, and Renly's hands were covered with armed color at this moment. One of the handcuffs that bound Zyoba's hands was broken. Catch them, Carp shouted sharply. Zyoba, stand behind me. Renly protected Xiao Ba, kicked a rushing sailor into the air, and snatched away the knife that fell from the opponent's hand. Although not as good as his sword, it is not bad as a temporary replacement. You are my lifesaver, rest assured, I will not let people bully you. Renly, who was holding a sword, cast a reassuring look at Xiao Ba. Uchiha Rin, who heard Renly's words, really thought it was funny. It doesn't work for others to bully him. It's okay if he bullies people, right? Cover Mr. Riley. The Red Foss is still a few hundred meters from the coast, but many of the main crew members of the red-haired pirate group have jumped down and stepped on the ground of the Chambord Islands. It is clear that there are not many people, but there is a feeling that thousands of navies are surrounded by the main cotters of these dozen red-haired pirate groups. Sister, let's go. On the other side, on the Perfume Snake, Santa Sonia asked Hancock for instructions. They also came to find an opportunity to save Renly. I didn't expect to meet a red-haired pirate group halfway. The two sides briefly discussed, and finally decided to cover the Nine Snakes pirates. The red-haired pirate group charged as the main force of the rescue army. Just observed it though. There is only one Carp to be feared on the side of the navy. Plus now Renly is freed from his shackles. There should no longer be a need for the Nine Snakes pirates, and continue to stir up the matter, in case it arouses the suspicion of the government. the title of Kaiwo High may be confiscated. Hancock pondered for a few seconds and also felt that it made sense. Raising his hand, he prepared to order all the members to prepare for the return to his daughter's country. However, they forgot about someone, an outsider who is not part of this world. Who allowed you to go? Boom, woo-hoo, accompanied by a teasing voice that rises together. It is a black wall of flame that envelopes the entire sea area within a radius of several miles. Dark flame upper class. A huge wall of fire that is more than 10 meters long. The two serpents driving the perfume snake saw this black flame, frightened and retreating. No matter how the navigators of the 9 snake pirates gave orders, they did not dare to rush over. Unless the ship can fly or dive, it will never pass. Carp, this is Aces. No, it's different. Ben Beckman, this is the ability to burn fruit. Hancock, this flame can actually burn at sea? More than 90% of the people present had participated in the top war. Naturally, he also recognized Ace's moves, but completely different. At least Ace's Yan Shangang could not reach such an exaggerated range, not to mention the black flame that can still burn on the surface of the sea. He defeated Mr. Riley. Shank's gaze was also locked on Uchiha Rin. To be honest, he was also incredulous when he saw the contents of the newspaper. Even if you are in your 80s, your physical functions will inevitably decline, but being defeated by a teenager who is no more than 15 years old by sight is too fanciful. Suddenly, Uchiha Rin's figure disappeared in place, instantly flashed to Hancock's side of the perfume snake. So fast. Now 2 words appeared in the minds of many masters, Shanks, Renly, Carp and others. You. Hancock had just spoken, but Uchiha Rin pressed his right elbow against her waist. In the next second, Hancock was put on the shoulder. The figure disappeared again and reappeared on the sunny. You, let go of the concubine. Hancock, who reacted, scolded sharply. I really came to rob the people's women. Xiao Nan's 3rd daughter was stunned. When she came, Sunset asked Uchiha Rin if she had any purpose for this trip. Uchiha Rin directly replied, robbing people's women. At the time, they thought each other was joking. I didn't expect it to be played for real. Girls, this is a world without rules. There is no so-called ninja village rules to bind you. As long as you have the power, you can have everything. Uchiha Rin carried Hancock with one hand, and his palm pressed unceremoniously against her. As if possessed by some mustache, he shouted, if you see what you want, go and get it, have a blast, enjoy. Feel the amazing softness coming from the palm of your hand. Uchiha Rin couldn't hold back and squeezed it twice. That's great. The tour was amazing. Saijao Mud High Iron Duck Duh. I felt a crispy and numb sensation coming from there. Hancock, who was embarrassed and indignant, was really angry this time. She's going to kill this stinky boy. The beautiful legs of the feet on high heels are covered with a layer of armed color. With amazing flexibility of the body, the whole person rose in the air. A flying kick slashed at Uchiha Rin's side brain. I wanted to kick his head to pieces like a watermelon. It's quite spicy. Uchiha Rin tilted his head slightly. Let Hancock's leg kick almost scratch his scalp, but it just didn't hit. Otherwise, Uchiha Rin's head would have turned to stone. And at the moment when Hancock's leg kicked empty, Uchiha Rin suddenly twisted her wrist and twisted her ankle. Hancock's body in midair was tilted. Hancock's face changed slightly, but with a wealth of combat experience. Before the body completely lost its balance, slender fingers were pointed at the pink lips of another person. A peach heart is drawn between the index fingers, and the right hand is made in the shape of a pistol. Aim at Uchiha Rin's eyebrows. Gun kiss. Bang, little hearts flew out like bullets. However, a silver-white shield rose out of thin air. Eject Hancock's attack away. Poof. In the next second, the world's first beauty fell to the ground in embarrassment. Sister Sama, Sanda Sonia and Marigorid shouted. At this time, the 9 snake pirates had arrived on the perfume snake. Yo, your name is Hancock, right? The relationship with Juan Luffy is good. A bad smile filled Uchiha's face. I think it's strange, that guy was originally very depressed because of Ace's death, but recently he has been very happy. Dead man's chat room. Or. I don't know why, but Grandpa feels that Uchiha Rin's lines are inexplicably familiar to him. Hancock didn't answer, trying to get back on his feet with one hand. However, in the next second, Uchiha Rin twisted her wrist with his left hand, and pinched her snow-white jaw with his right hand. Hancock was caught off guard, and in an instant he only saw that Uchiha Rin was at least 10 times more handsome than Juan Luffy. But the handsome face that he hated extremely quickly enlarged in his line of sight. Then, I felt that my pink lips were blocked by something. Woo-hoo. The two forces below, the naval forces and the red-haired pirate group, which had already fought chaotically, saw this scene. For a while, he subconsciously stopped the movement of his hand. The audience fell into a silent dead silence. After about 10 seconds, he was also plunged into a dead man's chat room. Ace was the first to react and shouted in a lost voice, he did it. The new skirt clerk Kazuma Sato, who has just entered the skirt recently, worthy of Rin. It was easy to do what we couldn't, admirable, it's exciting. Whitebeard, isn't it just a little rascal? Senju Uzuma at Uchiha Senna, this is your Uchiha's virtue. Uchiha Senna at Senju Kurama, ouch, you're quite proud of an old virgin who died in his 40s, right? Senju Kuma, the old man is not a virgin. Just dedicate your life to Konoha. Ha. In the real world, I don't know how long it took. Breathless, Hancock stumbled to the ground. Uchiha Rin folded his hands in front of Yuhan and said with a rampant expression, have you kissed one Luffy? Not yet, right? As soon as the words fell, the corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth were about to grin out of the corners of his eyes, and he clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at himself, making an extremely exaggerated Yanyi expression. Your first kiss wasn't Luffy, ko. No Uchiha Rin. Zai Onan. Sunset Red. Rin no Hara. Loli, who followed Uchiha Rin, was speechless at this time. What? As far as Uchiha Rin's scumbag male personality is concerned, they all know something. Don't talk about that big beauty, they are not strange. But, what the hell is this expression? Coming to another world and letting yourself go, right? Dead man chat room, Dior Brando. Well, I'm relieved. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, can you really entrust the safety of the corpse soul world to this kid? Ulquiera, I can't understand why humans like to exchange saliva. Yoshi, there is no need to continue to stay in this ghost place. Girls, let's go. Rin Uchiha picked up Han Cook, who could only wash his mouth with seawater because he had no mud, and shouted at Lori. Save my sister. Sandasonia and Marigorid, as well as many female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates, saw this and their faces fused. They rushed in. Don't mess around, you are no match for that man. Shanks shouted the combination, swinging his sword and sending out a gust of wind to keep the female pirates behind. A leap jumped off the ship and rushed towards the Sunny. Can't let Hancock be taken away by that kid. Riley also seized the opportunity for Beckman to delay Carp. Run towards Uchiha Rin. It's still a bit stressful to come these two together. Uchiha Rin looked at the two swift shadows rushing up, raised his eyebrows slightly, and bit his thumb. Psychic. The rising smoke caused Shanks and Renly, who were rushing towards the Sunny, to pause at the same time. What is it this time? Renly frowned slightly. As a member of the Roger Pirates who have traveled the world and dominated the Great Voyage, there is almost nothing in the world that he does not know. However, he and Rin Uchiha met for less than 3 days. This kid has already given him too many surprises. Ha! Shanks, who has a top-level insight and can briefly meet the future, suddenly changed his face and shouted, Mr. Riley, back off. Hearing this, Renly did not hesitate and took half a step back with Shanks. It was at this moment. A large hand with a skin color that was very similar to Zyoba, who was shivering behind him, rushed out from the smoke. If it hadn't been for Shanks' reminder just now, 9 times out of 10, the two will be caught. What's that? The others were also attracted by this movement and turned their eyes to look over there. Suabang in the sky, Kuno 8-tailed cow ghost master shines out. Oh yes. The fist wind erupted from the huge arm blowing away the smoke. A huge octopus with a bull's head appeared in front of many strong people on the scene. Sea King? Kabi subconsciously mistook this monster with a body size comparable to a small mountain and a bullhead octopus body for a Sea King. After all, it really does. And to be honest, the Sea King class, which is more exaggerated in size than the 8 tails, has gone more in the Great Voyage. Not to be surprised. But the talking Sea King class is really the first time to see. Oh, the sea is really clear. I haven't seen it. Where is this? Yaoi, who appeared, turned his head left and right and shouted excitedly. As an octopus, Yao says he loves it. If you want to play, wait a minute, Zyoba. Standing on top of Yao's head, Rin Uchiha scored twice and hugged Hancock. First of all, we will start our first battle in this world, and it will also be the first battle between you as a Pokemon and me as a trainer. Yao blinked his white eyes twice, and said with a stunned face, I still don't understand what you call Pokemon and trainers. On the ground, Shanks and Renly looked at each other. Swinging his sword again, he jumped up and rushed. Little 8. Oh no, cow, do it. Rin Uchiha wanted to call himself the nickname of Yao in the Hokage world, but halfway through, I remembered that Little 8 collided with the octopus behind Renly, so he temporarily changed his nickname. This nickname is even more ugly than Zyoba. After Yao complained, the muscles of his whole body tensed together. 8 tails firmly erected. Seeing this, Xiao Nan immediately entered the elementalized state. 2 small hands one by one grabbed Sunset Red and Nohara Rin, and the paper wings spread. Fly high in the air at breakneck speed. Tailed Beast 8 rolls. In the next instant, Yaoi turned his body frantically. 8 long tails erupted with explosive power that each whip could interrupt a mountain. Madness swept around. Bastard stuff, does that guy want to destroy the entire Chambord Islands? Orochimaru roared. Mr. Riley, let me. Shanks sped up to Renly. A violent red electric light filled the famous sword griffin, splitting head-on at the crazy spinning Yaoi. Whitebeard, when I last saw this trick, I don't remember how many years ago, God avoids. The 8 tails, the second-ranked 9-tailed beasts, is a special move. And the sword skills inherited from One Piece Roger. The two sides collided together. This moment. Don't talk about Area 60. The entire Shambordi Islands felt a coercion like a heavenly punishment. It was as if an invisible giant hammer smashed into their brain nerves. Bang! Area 1 auction casino, tens of miles away. Someone fell. Immediately followed by the second, the third, the fourth dot, and then to the second 100, 300, 400. No wonder you can be the world policeman of the pirate world, you have a hand. Rin Uchiha didn't skimp on his praise. After all, in the case of Whitebeard's early death, Auntie's inner ghost, Kaido's forced ban, and Blackbeard being too ugly, Shanks is indeed the face of the 4 emperors. Rin is San. Just as Uchiha Rin was enjoying the battle with relish, Xiao Nan's shouts in the sky attracted his attention. Ha! Uchiha Rin looked up. 2 5-year-old lowly directly pulled by the elementalized form. Rolling his eyes, he tilted his head and fainted in the air. Ah, forgot these 2 heads. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin commanded the Yao under him, Maverick, stop. Hearing Uchiha Rin's order, Yao gradually stopped what he was doing. Glancing at the 3 half-broken tails on his right, he raised his eyebrows. This guy. The accident is powerful, maybe it is still above the guy of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. From Xionin, he took over 2 5-year-old lowly who fainted due to the impact of the Overlord color. Uchiha Rin looked calm and said, it's not strange, if you exclude the level of the 6-day-old man, I'm afraid that only Senju Haxi Hot Mother and Uchiha Madara can win him steadily, and nothing else. Ha, isn't it a little dangerous for you to come into this world rashly? You haven't reached the realm of those 2 guys yet, right? Yao raised an eyebrow. That's why it's fun, not to mention isn't there you now? Uchiha Rin chuckled and asked rhetorically. Shanks. Renly frowned and looked at Shanks. This is by no means an ordinary Sea King class, Mr. Riley. Shanks also rarely showed a solemn look. Not to mention this ordinary Sea King with a body length of no more than 100 meters. It is the Super Sea King class with a body length of more than 1,000 meters, under the knife he just had. It should also be chopped into sashimi. And face this monster with a bullhead octopus body, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Actually cut off only 3 tails? If you don't experience it yourself. The pirate forced the king to believe it. Shanks. Beckman, who was busy helping to fend off Carp, shouted as a reminder. But in fact, you don't need to be reminded by your own deputy. With top-notch insight, Shanks himself felt it, turned his head again. That octopus bull on the head. The boy, who was no more than 15 years old, was covered in silver-white flame-like energy. The human shape of his eyes Susanna rotates wildly. The silver-white aura passed through Uchiha Rin's feet to the Yaoi body surface, and spread rapidly, covering Yao's whole body in an instant. At this time, the 3 tails cut off by Shanks on the right side of the 8-tailed buttocks grew phantom limbs as a replacement, and plated with a layer of silver-white armor. Senju Kuma, can you do it without reaching a kaleidoscope of straight bars? These people from the Sengoku period, Uchiha and Senjima, who were born, used to call the eternal kaleidoscope Sharinan Naoba, but it doesn't matter what it's called. To the shock of Senjima, Uchiha Rin, who only has the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Senna, can actually do the same thing as Madara. Mates Uchiha Senna could have developed his own kaleidoscope to this extent. As for being killed by himself at the age of 30, but in fact, the non-eternal kaleidoscope can also develop Susanoo to a complete body of Susanoo. It's just that thing hurts the eyes too blue. I'm afraid you'll be blind before you reach that realm, but if there is the power of the immortals between the 1,000 hand pillars to guarantee the bottom, then no problem. The best case is Uchiha Obito. Or in other words, a certain 5-5 Kaikai who got Uchiha with a double kaleidoscope of soil. Poof, the terrifying energy came from Yao's body. 2 chakra machetes appear in Yao's hands. Uncle Ben Yao feels full of throwing tiles. Yao raised his 2 swords in his hand, and his whole body was also plated with a layer of silver-white heavy armor. At this moment, the whole sea trembled sharply. Even the king of the deep sea, which is thousands of meters long, hides at the bottom of the sea hundreds of miles away, for fear of being affected. The difficulty of pretending to be a beast. When Uchiha Rin shouted these words, a feeling of dizziness came from his head. Groove. The move of using an ordinary kaleidoscope to make the eternal eye is a little bit difficult. However, I can see the first forced king of the pirate world, the first deserter king of the 2nd dimension, and the shocking sound of the cowhide blowing, and Kapu, who really fights and does not even kill the black group where the captain is not there, sees this expression on his face. It's worth it. And happier is Han Cook next to him. Uchiha Rin didn't bind her with things like Kyla stone handcuffs. However, at this moment, the female emperor was like the two pillars who were frightened and vomited when they first saw the big snake pill in the forest of death. He stayed in place, his eyes widened, and he didn't say a word with a small mouthful of Wang Qian's. I like the way you look now, the expression of this inferior creature seeing the superior creature. Uchiha Rin smiled condescendingly. In the next instant, Uchiha Ling Ran shouted, "Ah-ba!" When Yao heard this, he raised the twin knives in his hand high. There is no Daejianhao's exclusive hegemonic sword pressure, no Jianhao's flying slash, and even the flying slash that is the threshold for Jianhao's entry. It is simply using brute force and slashing down fiercely. God avoids. Not only is the overlord color entangled, but this time Shanks is filled with a piece of cherry blossom color. Whether it can be compared with his Captain Roger is unknown, but even if there is a gap, it is not much different. Fist bone impact. Carp didn't have the heart to worry about anything else at this time. After tightening Shanks, he made a big move. And then Raleigh, or Akimaru. Under such destructive power, the kind of pirated yellow ape laser of pacifists is not even worthy of playing assist. Bang! The mighty costume of the Hong desolate demon Susayao, holding two swords and chopping down. At this moment, it was as if the space was about to be cut off. The land slopes and the sea rolls. If there is a person who can fly, look down from the sky and look down at the Chambord Islands. You can see that the corner of this circular island has been cut abruptly. Fall into the sea. Maydette didn't see it clearly. I didn't think it was cutting a birthday cake. In a trance, whether it was the Navy or the red-haired pirates. I only felt that there was only a blazing white in heaven and earth. Then, with the perception of seeing and smelling, the breath of death rushed to his heart. By instinct. Several Emperor-level powerhouses present urged the armed colors in their bodies to use the strongest defensive moves to resist. Boom! The terrifying explosion shook up. At least tens of miles away from Area 60, Xia Qi's ripping off wine. Xia Qi, who had been the former emperor of her daughter's country, stumbled and fell to the ground. Bottle after bottle of famous wine in the wine cabinet. Falling smashes. And tens of miles away. Originally used as the headquarters of the Navy, it has now become the old Marin Fander, which is the G1 base of the Navy. Sea waves as high as 100 meters high rushing towards Crescent Bay one after another. The admiral candidate in charge of guarding the place, Peach Rabbit, drew his sword. Unleashed the world's top sword Chi. Split the crashing waves in two. Wow, even wielding a sword is so beautiful. Jun Chan, please marry me. Another middle-aged man with a slightly bloated figure came up with a look of licking dogs. Also one of the candidates for the general, the T-Porpoise is added. Get out. Peach Rabbit put away his sword and scolded mercilessly. Again, I failed again. It's already the 95th time. Why don't you accept my confession? Cha Yun shrunk to the side and fell into a state of autism. And the Peach Rabbit was too lazy to care about this licking dog, and his enchanting and heroic eyes looked straight in the direction where these waves came, and secretly said in his heart, the direction is Chambord Islands? What happened? In other words, Capson seems to have passed with his troops this morning, and it will be fine, right? Chambord Islands. After a long time, the smoke 520 dispersed. Area 60. No, I'm afraid at least a third of the island. It is full of holes, and not a single place is intact. Did he do it on purpose or carelessly? Santa Sonia, the second eldest of the three Gorgonian sisters, who was still preparing to rush off the boat just now to rescue the eldest sister. At this moment, I only felt a burst of warmth below, and my voice trembled sharply and asked myself, no wonder she was scared into this. Because it's right on the right side of the perfumed snake. The sea surface is like a pizza, split in two from the middle. There is no end in sight at all. And the seawater on both sides continues to pour into the bottomless ditch in the middle. All the members of the 9 snake pirates had no doubts. Just the childish teenager who kidnapped the queen who kidnapped them just now. Move the direction of the attack slightly by half a meter. The 9 snakes pirates are about to become history. Ahem! A violent cough sounded. As the number 1 king of pirates in the world, the red-haired Shanks, the owner of the face fruit, knelt on one knee. A wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Snap pop pop. Seeing this scene, even Uchiha Rin couldn't help but applaud. Powerful, it is worthy of being the last facade of the 4 Emperor's pirates, and he actually only received this level of injury. Shanks seriously suspected that the kid was mocking himself. But this time Uchiha Rin's exclamation is indeed from the heart. The difficulty of his 8-tailed version of the beast, to be honest, is indeed not comparable to the 9-tailed version of the peak spot of the first battle of the Valley of the End, although ranked first and second among the 9-tailed beasts. In reality, however, the gap is not small. What's more, Uchiha Rin used an ordinary kaleidoscope to forcibly use Susa in full body mode, but Shanks actually suffered only this level of injury under this knife. Gee, it's worthy of being the embodiment of Oda. Say you're so awesome. How can that hand break? Whew. Call. Phew. Beckman gasped. The flesh on his face twitched continuously, and red blood spilled from his forehead, cut across some vicissitudes of the face. The muzzle of the large caliber musket that had accompanied him for decades turned into crumbs in the first half like an explosion. He is the same red-haired pirate group as Shanks. Just now, together with the captain, he helped his subordinates block most of the attacks. Little 8. An exclamation sounded. Everyone turned to look, only to see Renly, who was dressed in rags and bloodied on his right arm, who had been holding the sword, kneeling on one knee in front of a broken arm. Pink complexion, inside the elbow and suction cup organs of the ichthyoid octopus. If you search the battlefield more carefully, you can also find octopus legs, octopus heads. As long as you are not blind, anyone can recognize whose hand it is. Obviously, the aging Rayleigh cannot do the kind of Shanks and Beckman to protect the weak behind him. He couldn't stop Susayao's sword just now. At least not completely. As a result, Ziohachi was directly cut into octopus sashimi. Gee, it's the same root, why is it too urgent to fry each other? Uchiha Rin couldn't help but chant 2 sentences. Octopus kills octopus, right? Is this guy still human? At this time, Barumber poked his head out from behind Karp and saw the heavily armored octopus in front of him that looked like an ancient weapon, and a chill that resounded in his soul surged in his heart. And Kabi walked out from behind Karp with trembling feet on the other side. At this moment, he seemed to dream back to the top war of Marin Fander. Well, I really want to escape. After a year and a half. The original thought came back to mind. But the next second, Kirby slapped himself in the face. No, it's not right. How can I have such an idea? I'm not the same person I was. Kirby, Barumber, how many more people are alive? Karp, who crossed his hands in front of the two, took a deep breath to relieve the pain in his whole body, and asked with his back to the two. When Kabi heard this, he sensed it with his still slightly rookie sight, and replied, alive, there are about 20 or 30 people alive, brought 1,000 people over. That's all left. Get on board at once, return to the headquarters and report this to Sakazuki. Karp immediately decided. Mr. Karp, what about you? Barumber shouted incredulously. Young people are the future of the Navy, just like I taught you guys before. When you meet a baby and an old man who ask you for help at the same time, you should not hesitate to choose a baby. Karp shouted resolutely and rushed out. Fist bone impact. Karp wrapped his domineering spirit around his iron fist and threw out a punch. The air made a crackling sound, forcing the mighty Yao back more than 10 meters. Let's go! Karp roared. Bob, Uchiha Rin did not rush to fight back. In fact, whether it is the Navy Pirate Revolutionary Army, he does not have any special feelings for these forces. After all, he came here with a tourist attitude. How to be happy, how to come, read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. See Karp's decision. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but wonder what the rest of the Navy would do. Deserter King, how are you going to deal with this situation? Sonia, Mary, come on. Han Cook, who was standing nearby, also shouted to the sisters of the perfume snake on the other side. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin waved his hand twice with one hand. Indicate the distance point. Sanda Sonia and Marigorid looked at each other in amazement. After a few seconds of entanglement, he immediately ordered the helmsman to turn around. I don't want to escape. Kabi clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth. He had already escaped once a year and a half ago. That kind of humiliation, I really don't want to experience it again. Don't mess with Kabi. Do you think that this level of battle is something we can participate in now? Don't you still want to be an admiral? Do you want to die here in vain? Mr. Karp ordered us to go. This is just a retreat, not an escape. Barumber grabbed Kabi's shoulder and dragged him in the direction of the warship. But it's not so much to persuade Kabi. How does it feel more like giving yourself a step down? Although I think it's good to keep you guys to play slowly, but I feel disgusting that people can hang up with Momonosuke 1, there should be no need to come to another one. Uchiha Rin pinched his chin and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a Susa bone hand rose above the head of the mighty Yao, and condensed a chakra large knife. When even thrown at the warship that had just sailed to sea, halfway through the flight, a white light sword chi suddenly attacked, hit the blade of the chakra knife. The attack trajectory was changed and streaked diagonally over the warship. Are you addicted to saving people? Uchiha Rin looked at Rayleigh, who was wielding his sword, with a strange expression. If memory serves, you seem to be from the pirate camp, right? Can't let you do anything to these young people again, their era is only beginning now. Renly looked solemn. Rin Uchiha, people in this world have brain problems. After a brief silence, Rin Uchiha concluded. Although the Konoha elders give people the feeling that the brain circuits are not normal, but carefully studying the reasons for their various strange operations, in the final analysis, it is to protect their own interests and power. And pirates are different. A lot of times you really don't understand what the purpose of these people is in doing certain things. For example, Mitsuki Ota can obviously find foreign aid lottery Whitebeard Roger and chop Kaido into sashimi. TMD is going to jump the gods. For example, Roger can obviously entrust his son to Rayleigh, the deputy, but he has to give it to Carp, who is in the Navy. For example, the 5 old stars can obviously take advantage of Juan Luffy's awakening fruit to slaughter him. I had to wait until he opened the plug-in before I realized it. Made, a group of neurotics. Oh. Well, then give you a ride, remnants of the old times. Uchiha Rin nodded. Whitebeard : He felt offended. Uchiha Rin's words fell, and Yao, whose head was also covered in silver-white armor, opened his mouth wide, condensing the high-density chakra that destroys the heavens and the earth, condensing the energy into a sphere. Tailed beast Jade. The atmosphere of heaven and earth changed abruptly. The dark red near-black energy ball shot out and frantically slammed into the frontal battlefield. Beckman, do it. Shanks shouted. Strike with Beckman. Carp followed. The 3 royal-level powerhouses were domineeringly entangled, using weapons and iron fists as fulcrums to support the lower end of the tailed beast Jade. Ha! A hint of interest rose under Uchiha's eyes. Shanks, Carp and the others let out an angry shout. The tailed beast Jade turned back in a direction of 180 degrees. Seeing this, Yao wanted to swing his sword Cos Lu Solan splitting shell operation. However, Rin Uchiha made a gesture at this time. Seeing this, Yao suddenly tilted his head. Let the tailed beast Jade wipe the armor on the side of his face. And Shanks, Carp and others who just blocked this move had their faces fused, because the direction where the tailed beast Jade flew back. It is a warship that has been driven several kilometers away. Don't. Carp reached out to say something, but one word is spoken, and the next word has not yet been blurted out. Carp's head was bruised. In order for Kabi to successfully escape, to be honest, he was ready to die on the island. And now it's like that. How can he accept it? Calm down, Mr. Carp. Shanks raised his only remaining right arm and stopped in a deep voice. Don't lose your mind, or you'll be finished. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but laugh. The Navy and the pirates are in one breath. The last time this happened, I am afraid it was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, right? However, the relationship between Carp and Roger's pirates is inherently delicate. It is clear that he is a mortal enemy, and in the end, he also fights with feelings. Senju and Uchiha called the insider. Roger even entrusted his son to Carp and did not give it to Riley. There is no point in continuing to fight. Everyone scatters and retreats to the island. Shanks immediately ordered. Apparently Shanks is a pirate with brains. If you choose to escape by boat, ships that lack mobility will only become live targets. The warship that Kabi and the others were riding on just now and was destroyed by that energy ball was a lesson from the past. Not to mention, even compared to speed, Shanks also didn't think his Red Fours could swim faster than the big octopus in front of him. In that case, it is better to run to the island. At least people have a lot of eyes. Captain, go first, after we break. Shanks gave an order. Sniper Jesus Bulletin, Swordsman Lem Jones, Martial Artist Kabu and several others quickly stepped forward, block in front of Yao. However, Uchiha Rin had no intention of rushing to chase and kill at all. Instead, he looked at the red-haired pirate group of Jesus Cloth with interest, and said with a strange smile, "Oh, remember, Straw Hat's gang of Usopp's daddy, huh?" Jesus was stunned when he heard this, as if he did not expect that the other party would mention his son's name at such a time. "I heard about your glorious deeds, abandoning your 6-year-old son and terminally ill wife to become pirates." Uchiha Rin's words came out. The eyes of the lowly trio beside him who looked at Jesus Bulletin also changed instantly. Is the groove really fake? That's too scum, right? I don't have to worry about your business. Jesus Bulletin shouted angrily and fired a pitch-black bullet covered in armed color at Uchiha Rin, who was standing on the head gate of the mighty Yao. However, the bullet he fired could not penetrate the Susa helmet on top of Yao's head at all, and was completely isolated. Of course I'm not interested in care, after all, it's not my wife and children. Don't say abandon my wife and children. I don't bother to care if you cook them and eat them. While waving his hand to signal Yao to start attacking the red-haired pirates, Uchiha Rin gossipfully chatted with them. I just think it's funny. I feel that all the pirates from your Roger pirate group have a tradition of abandoning their wives and abandoning their children. I think Roger the Pirate King also did this kind of thing, right? Uchiha Rin's words came out. Eston, who was originally eating melons silently in the dead man's chat room, his face fused. What do you mean? Shanks, who was originally directing his men to retreat, heard this, and his face also showed obvious anger. He can tolerate people knocking himself on the head with a wine bottle, but never tolerates someone insulting one's partner or slandering one's beloved Captain Roger. Isn't it? When he got involved with Portkar di Luyu, Roger was already a dead old man with less than a year left in his lifespan, right? Uchiha smiled and said, knowing that his life was imminent, he also went to hook up with Portkar di Luyu, a good family woman aged 20, and let the other party give birth to him. Then before the baby was born, he ran away, completely ignoring the life and death of mother and son, and also took the lives of countless pregnant women and babies. Carp, I'm really curious, as a Navy, How can you cherish this kind of person, not to mention how many people were killed in the era of sea thieves that he started? This incident alone does not know how many women and babies died at his hands. I thought I was scummy enough, but compared to Roger, I feel like a saint. Dead man's chat room. The whole staff was silent. In the past few days, Ace and Whitebeard, as tour guides, have introduced them a lot of basic information about this world, but Ace's background is not yet known. I didn't expect it to be like this. Kazuma Sato, this is too scum. Even if he is the same as Uchiha Rin, the ghost beast male protagonist who aims to open a harem, he can't help but complain. Kazuma Sato admits that he is not a good thing. I want to stick to beautiful women all day. And like Rin Uchiha, he robs when he sees a beautiful woman and then opens a big harem. But he was asked to do something like abandoning his wife and son. He really can't do it. Ace, Roger. And Ace was even more angry and eager to be resurrected in place. Roger's grave was then found for whipping. He has never had a good impression of Roger, because in his memory, I don't remember that my old son had any nurturing grace for him. That's why he changed his name to Portkas when he grew up. Because Ace knew that he was a mother who was 20 months pregnant and gave birth to her own at the cost of her life. Grace is as heavy as a mountain. But Ace didn't know that TMD Roger actually hooked up with his wife with only 1 year left in his life. Maid, it's enough for you to hook up with a 20-something in your 50s. And you yourself know that you yourself will not live long. It also harms the women of other families. This is too beastly, right? The other skirters in the skirt were also speechless for a while. How can there be such scum? Dior did not dare to speak for a while, because he seems to have given birth to children just like the Lord. But Dior felt that he was better than Roger. After all, it is different from Roger, who wanted to keep an heir shortly after his life at that time. Dior, who thinks that he will not grow old or die, will rule the world forever, has no idea of having children at all. He just doesn't like wearing small umbrellas. In the real world, Rin Uchiha turned his attention to Shanks again. Speaking of which, Shanks, you seem to be a master who abandoned his wife and son. As soon as these words came out, Shanks's face, which was originally angry, also changed drastically. Only to hear Uchiha Rin speak again. What is the tavern lady in Windmill Village? It seems to have given birth to a baby, right? It's yours, right? You deserve to be Roger's good apprentice, just like him. After giving birth, you leave people mother and son alone. Is this a good tradition of your Roger pirates? I don't know if abandoning his wife and abandoning his son is a traditional virtue of Roger's pirates. Roger, Shanks, Jesus Bulletin. All three are lords who have abandoned their wives and sons. Roger's kind of knowing he was going to die. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. But it is to leave a seed for yourself before you die. If you don't want it, is it so difficult to wear an umbrella or let the woman eat Yuding? Of course, if that baby wasn't yours, it wouldn't have been Carp's, would it? Ha ha ha. Speaking of the back, Yubbo couldn't help but gloat out laughing. Suddenly it felt more exciting. Bastard. Shanks, who had a good temper, was instantly furious. For men, after all, other insults are bearable. But there are two things that must not be tolerated. One is that he is small. The other is the green hat. A majestic overlord color like the sea erupted from his body, shining with dark red thunderbolts. Fused with sword chi, it is enough to split a mountain. Gee, you can control thunder and lightning without eating the thunder fruit. I feel that after the Phantom Beast was born, the nature department became more and more clowned. Uchiha Rin suddenly felt that his ability to burn fruits was a little unable to keep up with the version. It's no joke, yes, no. The kaleidoscope of human shape in Uchiha's eye spun extremely fast. Yao raised his right hand, and the fire tornado like Amaterasu covered the large knife. Don't waste your energy on this fearless battle, Shanks. Beckman, the brain of the red-haired pirates, stopped sharply. Shanks' face changed suddenly when he heard this. Immediately changed the direction of the attack. Slash hard at the position between himself and the Yao. The fierce wind caused pain in the faces of everyone present, and the Yaoi also lost his balance at once. Fall into the sea with the earth under your feet. Haha, play this trick. Uchiha smiled dumbly. Actually ruined Yao's foothold. Roar! Yao roared. With his left hand, he pulled the dirt on the shore of the cut. But even so, most of his body fell into the turbulent sea. Rin Uchiha, who was bent on playing, didn't feel anything, but Yao said he couldn't bear it. After Mater put on Susa armor, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The smelly fox of the 9 tails can only roll down to be the second oldest. It was actually pitted by a man from another world using this trick. Bastard stuff, he actually insulted my 8-tailed cow ghost master with this kind of rotten trick. In anger, Yao fell completely into the sea. Throw out the chakra knife in your hand. The red-haired pirate swordsman Lem Jones draws his sword to fend off. But it's just like Lu Solon wants to stop Kaido and Ant from joining forces to dominate the sea. A sword wrapped in his own arms just collided with the chakra sword. The whole person was shot out like the Rocket Teen trio. Chakra's great knife continued to rush unabated. Captain, come on. Jesus was covered in arms and shielded in front of the moon with his sniper rifle. The chakra knife rushed up. Jesus' body barely resisted for a second or so. The body is pierced. Jesus. Shank's eyes split. And Beckman has put his grip on his boss's shoulder. The other hand waved suddenly. Lead the rest of the crew and quickly retreat deeper into the Chambord Islands in the rear. The other side. Yao, who had disarmed Susa, climbed ashore again from the sea. Goodbye, come to the new world to play with us when you have time. Rin Uchiha stands on the lion's head of the sunny. As if possessed by the way Feng Shui gate, with a sunny and cheerful big boy's expression, he smiled and beckoned to the perfume snake on the opposite side. On the perfume snake, a group of female pirates led by Sanda Sonia and Marigorod of the three Gorgonian sisters. He showed an expression of worry and fear. Because of their captain, Boyahan Cook was kidnapped. Uchiha Rin's left rear, Konan, Nohara Rin, and Sunset Red three little lowly although they don't know each other at all. But in politeness, he waved his hand as a farewell. And Han Cook in the right rear, that gorgeous and beautiful face stinks to death. Looking at the back of Rin Uchiha standing at the bow of the ship. I can't wait to strangle each other. But she didn't dare. Her men did not dare. As for the reason, just look at Chambord Island behind. From the front, nothing is wrong with it. But if you look down from above, at that glance, you can see the difference. The spherical island that originally had an O shape has now become a D shape. That's right. Chambord Island, the end of the Sea of Paradise and the beginning of the New World in the first half of the Great Voyage, cut in half. Last time Hancock experienced this helplessness, or when he was imprisoned by 1-4-3 in Mary Joya. In the face of this overwhelming force, no matter how proud Hancock is, they can only temporarily yield to each other. Let his sisters and crew return to their daughter's country. As for what to do next, Hancock himself did not know. After all, her biggest background is probably only Riley, who is the deputy of One Piece, and not like Wang Luffy, Laozi, grandfather, righteous brother, master, guide. Take one out at random as a giant who stomps his foot and the sea trembles. What about yourself? A Lois buried neck Rayleigh is the biggest background. The gap is too big. Cool. Rin Uchiha jumped back onto the deck of the Sunny, stretching as if Charlotte possessed him. You're thinking about how to assassinate me right now, aren't you? Uchiha Rin asked Hancock in a playful tone. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened like glowing light bulbs. Don't worry, you can try whatever trick you want, I don't mind playing with me. Rin Uchiha strolled past Hancock, and as he passed by Hancock's shoulder, he stuck to her ear again and added, but it's best to just come at me. If you want to do something to these three girls, then I can't guarantee the consequences. Suddenly, Hancock couldn't help but give goosebumps. Teacher Rin, where are we going next? Rin Nohara asked. Let's go to the New World first. Although I don't mind the Sea of Paradise in the first half of the Great Voyage now, but it doesn't feel exciting enough. Or is the New World full of freaks suitable for you? So how do you get there? Sunset Red asked. Although in the past 2 days, I have learned a little about the world through videos, telephone bugs, newspapers and other means. But it's not just fur. To enter Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea, and then belch. Uchiha Rin was halfway through his words, and he was also aware of the problem. Although he knew that to go to the New World, he had to coat the ship first, and then enter Fishman Island. But which road to take after going into the sea, which direction to go? The specific operation plan is another matter. You pirate group won't even have navigators, will you? Hancock, who had been silent until now had a mocking contemptuous smile on his face, as if to say no, 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 bang. Uchiha Rin didn't be polite to this lady at all, and slammed her on the head. Hancock covered the slightly bulging part of his head, and his eyes were almost staring at Uchiha Rin. Treat concubines like this. You guys wait for me here. After Uchiha Rin said a word to Loli, dance the air and fly to the coast of the Chambord Island Peninsula, which has been cut into the distance. The anger on Hancock's face instantly turned into consternation. Will it fly? Chambordi Peninsula. Of the nearly 80 districts it originally had, only half remained. But fortunately, Xia Chi's bamboo bar in Area 13 did not shrink the other half of the island and sank into the sea. Groove, it kills me. Hongo, you guy tap, you want to kill me? Our Redford, can it still be repaired? The next time I see that kid, I must make him look good. Bastard, bastard, he actually gave Jesus that you must not let that kid go. The main hall of the small bar was packed. All of them are the main cotters of the red-haired pirates. At this moment, one of them is either wrapped in bandages or hanging bottles. And as the shopkeeper, Xia Chi, and the red-haired pirate group ship doctor are the hometown, medical treatment is being carried out for everyone. Thanks, man. Glancing at the tight bandage that wrapped his moon, Shanks raised his eyes to cast a grateful look at Hongo. It's just my job, Captain. Hongo waved his hand. Where's that kid monster from? I've never heard of it, it's like falling from the sky. As the chef of the red-haired pirates, Rikilu scolded and cursed. It shouldn't have fallen from the sky, Sora has never heard of this figure. Xia Qi responded with an indifferent tone while wrapping a bandage around Renly's brain. Madam, I am an adjective, and I am not saying that he really came down from heaven. Lachiro said with a wry smile. If you fight that kid, you have to gather at least 2 royal regiments. Beckman held the hanging bottle in his left hand, took out a cigarette in his right hand, and lit it for himself. Also, there's no need to be an enemy of that kid, right, Deputy Captain? We don't have any conflict of interest with him. And Mr. Riley has also been rescued, hasn't he? As a rookie pirate, Rockster swallowed his spit and tried to dissuade him. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. In fact, not only him, but most of the middle and lower-ranking crew members of the red-haired pirate group were scared stupid today. They really didn't want to have anything to do with that monster. Apprenticeship, don't forget that our companion is dead. If nothing else, Jesus was killed. It was enough for Rin Uchiha and the red-haired pirates to take over irreconcilable beams. The entire cotter fell silent, and Rocksta and others fell silent en masse. When I fought with Kaido a year and a half ago, many people also died. It's just a grassroots crew. I haven't seen you fall out with Kaido. In other words, Roger and Whitebeard seem to have a good relationship. Haven't there been deaths on both sides when they fought before? When fighting, are they all up to the point? Well, it's fascinating. Poof. At this moment, the bar door was slammed open. Excuse me. A voice that sounded like a nightmare to all the members of the red-haired pirate group. In an instant, whether it's Shanks, Beckman, or Riley, or Xia Qi, they all looked towards the gate with a living expression. I saw Uchiha Rin walking into the house as if he were walking, as if he didn't see a room full of red-haired pirate group members, and said to himself, I'm tired of looking for half a day, Grandma, have a Coke, sugar-free with ice. 0 click. Rakuro was the first to react, picking up the sniper rifle placed next to the sofa and cocking it at Rin Uchiha. Do you still want to hunt us down? Uchiha Rin glanced back. In an instant, Lakilu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the focus in his eyes spread. In the next second, Lakilu's wrist twisted, aiming the muzzle of the gun that had been aimed at Rin Uchiha towards his own brain. I'm about to pull the trigger. Road, what are you doing? Many red-haired pirate group cotters around exclaimed in silence. Shank's face also fused, and he grabbed his saber Griffin and flung it out. Griffin instantly pierced the body of the musket, nailing it into the opposite wall. Bang! But even then, that bullet was fired. However, the luck in misfortune is that it did not penetrate Lachilu's brain. Shank's sword just now changed the trajectory of the gun's attack. Let the bullet pass against the scalp of the side of the head when Lakilu is fattened, although a bloody stain was shed. But at least it's much better than having the brain door pierced. Road, what are you crazy about? Sneak, the navigator of the red-haired pirates, scolded. Why did you suddenly hit yourself? Shanks, on the other hand, saw something strange. The pupils of his eyes froze, and the invisible overlord aura rushed towards Jesus. In the next second, the originally godless eyes under Rakuro's sunglasses regained their brilliance. Hadatme, what happened to me just now? My head, how did so much blood be shed? See Lakilu with such a big contrast before and after. Everyone in the red-haired pirate group was dumbfounded. Oh, crack the illusion with the overlord-colored spiritual impact. Uchiha Rin smiled with interest. How did you come up with this method? I also had a crew member on board who was good at psychic attacks before, and I used this trick to crack it. It hasn't been used for 10 years. Shanks looked solemn. Oh, it seems that I underestimate the world a little, then. Rin Uchiha lifted his thumb slightly and leaned into his mouth. Seeing this scene, the red-haired pirate group turned extremely pale. Do you want to use those 4.1 again? Guys, can you stop making trouble in my shop? At this time, a cup of iced Fat House Happy Water was placed in front of Uchiha Rin, just to lighten the atmosphere. Uchiha Rin picked up the happy water with his right hand and took a sip. Alas, that octopus man seems to be dead too. Reelison wouldn't blame me, would he? Uchiha said with a smile. Being involved in a battlefield of that level, it is strange that a pirate of Zyoba's level can survive. You think this is fairy tale? Just turn on the stereo and shout "We are fairy tale" to get an undead buff? At the mention of this, Renly's face darkened. This guest, you won't come here just to joke with this group of disabled people, will you? Xia Qi spoke again. Xia Qi's face immediately changed. Her intelligence network also covers the empty islands. It's just that the delivery of news did not come to Qinghai so quickly, but it's been a year and a half since the war at the top. Xia Qi also heard that in the kingdom of Visalia on the empty island, a little girl with a talent for learning appeared. Xia Qi guessed that 9 times out of 10, that person was Nami, the navigator, little thief cat of the Straw Hat Pirates. And this time, this boy with his own strength, his strength is comparable to 2 royal-level pirate groups, said to go to Visalia. Xia Qi naturally thought of Nami. You should know, right? Seeing that Xia Qi fell silent for a short time, Uchiha Rin had a bottom in his heart. They are all thousand-year-old foxes, so don't play chat. Xia Qi was silent for more than half a minute. Finally, a white paper with a bad appearance and a large palm is placed on the bar. Life card to Visalia. Xia Qi continued to smoke calmly on the surface. As a matter of fact, Rayleigh, who knew her best, had found out. Xia Qi's fingers holding the cigarette were trembling at an almost invisible frequency. Oh thanks, it turned out to be called Visalia, I forgot everything. Rin Uchiha picked up the life card and walked straight away. He was not worried about Xia Qi deceiving himself with fakes, not to mention that Xia Qi's true identity is the former emperor of her daughter's country. Han Cook, the junior, is in her own hands, and she will never dare to mess around. Just seeing the current state of everyone in the red-haired pirate group, she should also understand in her heart, she is not an existence that she can fool. 10 After Uchiha Rin left, the middle and lower crew members of the red-haired pirate group who originally did not dare to take a breath sat on the ground. Scare them to death. I thought I was really going to die this time. Siaki-san, is there something wrong with Visalia? When that Uchiha Rin said the name just now, your face changed. Shanks said angrily. This is a place in Visalia, where he had been to the Sky Island before. But it doesn't feel interesting. It's where a bunch of old men study weather forecasts. How could that extremely dangerous brat want to go there? If you want to go, you should also go to the Golden Township. Xia Qi was silent for more than a few minutes. It wasn't until he finished smoking that he slowly spoke. That's where Monkey Boy's navigator, Little Thief Cat, practiced. As soon as these words came out, all the members of the red-haired pirate group had strange expressions. Shanks even showed the expression of a red dog and said, first the ship, now it's the navigator, this kid is catching Luffy hard, right? The rest of the red-haired pirate group also felt that what their captain said made sense. Mad grabbed the ship first, and then set his sights on the navigators. This is not counting Han Cook, who can't tell what kind of relationship he has with Luffy now, so what will you have to rob people next time? You simply robbed people's mothers. The official Rin said no. Yuan Luffy is not surnamed Kudo or Maori, why should I rob your mother? Shanks, as the deputy captain and strategist of the red-haired pirates, he is also a man with the wisest mind of this sea. Beckman said with half-empty eyes, let's not get involved in that kid's business for now, at least not before he and Luffy fight. Whether it's Uchiha Rin's abilities or his purpose, there are simply too many mysteries. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying, Beckman felt before things figured out. It's better not to mess around. I understand. Shanks nodded inside, but even if we could stand still, if Luffy knew about this, it would be impossible for him to sit idly by and watch his companions. Rin Uchiha rushed in the direction pointed by the life card with a dance technique, and at the headquarters of the Navy, the new Marinfander, located in the New World, a scene similar to Xia Qi's bar also happened. It's not funny. There was more than a few minutes of silence before the red dog could barely hold back this sentence. Across from him, Karp, who had resigned from his post as lieutenant general and replaced Zifa's recruit instructor, had just relayed to the new marshal what happened yesterday in the Chambord Islands. However, after listening to Karp's narration, Chi Inu's first reaction was, mad. A little imp less than 15 years old, almost wiped out your Karp's troops and the red-haired pirates? Do you think he's rocks resurrected? Sakaski, do you think the old man is a joker? Did you know that Kabi died in this war? Karp's face was extremely cold. Isn't it? I kinda really wanted to ask a rhetorical question like this, but still gave the naval hero a face. He used to hate Karp for making those low-level jokes. Every time something happened to the Straw Hat Boy, this old man still said with a heartless face, it is worthy of being my grandson. But this time. The red dog glanced at the document he had just received about the death of the Navy in the line of duty, plus the report I heard from my subordinates that the total area of Chambord Island was cut in half. The red dog also felt that this old urchin should have no skin this time, especially seeing Karp's grim expression, and Kaba's report with Chinese written in large characters, status, killed in the line of duty. Chi Inu couldn't help but show Xiao Sa's same smiling expression. Hold on, you can't laugh yet, although knowing that it shouldn't. But I kinda still couldn't help but shout in his heart for this kid named Uchiha Rin. Mater has long wanted to crush this kid who stopped him from chasing and killing the Whitebeard pirates in the Top War. But this kid hugged Karp's thigh. Not only did not go to a military court, it was also promoted 7 levels in a row after a year and a half of the war. They all look stupid for the red dog. Maid, you can't go too far in the back door, right? Akainu took a look at the picture of Rin Uchiha. An inexplicable feeling of sadness welled up in my heart. I know me best is the enemy. Jin has vodka, read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. And where is my red dog's vodka? Issue a warrant for his arrest immediately and notify the Navy of all divisions to keep an eye on him. Converge your inner schadenfreude. After a short contemplation, Akainu made up his mind. If that kid's strength is really as exaggerated as Carp said, then he is not just the next Shanks, it's the next Rocks. But if only Rin Uchiha knew what Akainu thought. Will definitely spit on the other party, you also underestimate me, right? Less than an hour later. Morgans, who received the news, couldn't help but wonder for a while whether he was dreaming when he stepped on the horse. It's only been a few days since Maid? That little ghost made such a big deal again. Then I looked at the numbers below the new bounty order that had just been faxed from the headquarters of the Navy. Morgans nearly fainted. There is simply no one before, and I am afraid that there will be no one after. This kid simply exists for big news. I thought that the Straw Hat Kid was already invincible in the world, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Where did this demon come from? I have to give him a domineering nickname, Red Eye, Black Fist, Octopus Kid. No, it's so ugly, he will find me to settle the account later. Little ones, overtime, don't think about closing your eyes tonight. It turns out that this life card is yours, Uncle. Do you know Xiachi? Visalia, Rin Uchiha threw the life card that Xiachi gave him in his hand to the short old man in front of him who seemed to have walked out of the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale set. When Xiachi was a pirate before, she used to come here, and then. Herdis took the life card and explained. He is also one of Visalia's leading meteorological researchers. At the same time, he is also the teacher who taught Nami knowledge for this year and a half. Thanks, Nami is in this room, right? Uchiha Rin didn't plan to talk to the other party more, walked to a hut made of green clouds, and pushed the door in. Uncle Haradas, they all said that they would knock on the door when they entered the house. As soon as I entered the house, I saw an orange-haired beauty with long hair and waist and a figure that even the world-famous model of Uchiha Rin's previous life was ashamed of herself and cursed with shark teeth. However, Nami had just finished scolding and saw that it was a boy she had never seen before. Subconsciously stunned. That you are. It's been a year and a half since she came here, and it's the first time she's seen someone of her age clothes. After all, Visalia is basically an old man. First meeting, Miss Nami, I am your new captain, Rin Uchiha, just call me by name or captain. Saying that, Uchiha Rin stretched out her hand and made an invitation gesture towards Nami, who had evolved into an orange and had a more mature and seductive temperament than 2 years ago. Okay, it's time to go, companions are still waiting for us. The two words made Nami stunned for a while. About half a minute later, Nami let out a playful chuckle. Little brother, I'm sorry, my sister is already someone else's navigator, you better go find other navigators. If you play pirates, my sister can accompany you for a while after reading the book. Nami completely treats Rin Uchiha as a normal child. Not surprising though. Although Uchiha Rin's height is basically the same as Nami's, but his face was still a little tender. When Tsunade sat on it before, he still felt a lot of guilt. Aren't you just playing pirates? Uchiha Rin was amused inwardly. The whole sea is a relative of your captain. Everyone else went to work in teams. As far as you are the rich second generation, experience the life of the people in the 843 township, also say that it's not a pirate who has passed the house? I'm afraid it's not up to you. Uchiha laughed wickedly and stepped forward as if replicating what he had done to Hancock before. Holding Nami lazy over his shoulder, Nami strode out the door before she could react. In Herda's bewildered eyes, he jumped off Visalia and flew to the other side of the night sky. Visalia on the empty island stared at Uchiha Rin's back with wide eyes. What's going on? Feeling the howling storm, Nami couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll fly faster when I'm excited. Uchiha Rin slowed down and changed Nami's posture from a shoulder hug that seemed like a bandit robbing a civilian daughter to a more romantic princess hug. But he seems to be robbing people's women. You don't really want to rob me as your navigator, do you? Namami's eyes widened incredulously. It's all come to this point, you won't see it yet, right? Uchiha Rin said with a smile. They have all experienced so many things with the Straw Hat Pirates. Still so naive. Oh no, the Straw Hat Pirates seem to have always been quite naive. I'm already a navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Anyone who gets married can leave, but the crew can't change jobs yet. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates also jumped to the Roger Pirates. Don't you know that strong twisted melons are not sweet? I don't care if it's sweet or not, I can quench my thirst. I, in this life, am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and death is their ghost. Even if you get my people, my heart will always be with them. I don't care if the car has been used by others, as long as it is washed, not to mention I don't think you should have been used, or I will open it and take a look. You stop me. After flying for a while, Uchiha Rin looked at the waist-length hair that had grown in his arms. Nami, who faded the greenness of a year and a half ago, exudes more mature charm. Wrap your left hand around the other party's slender waist, and with your right hand you hold the chin-cost drum washing machine and say, with you and Nicole Robin on the boat, no one has been making a move. Could it be that for most of the 6 months you have traveled together, the male crew members on your ship have been self-beeping to vent their stress? Rin Uchiha said he was curious. Shut up, you little brat. Nami pursed her pink lips and scolded in shame. I warn you, hurry up and send me back, otherwise, I must have called Luffy Solon and they will teach you a hard lesson. I have to say that compared to Han Cook, who wants to kick his brain, Nami, who was also kidnapped, appeared unexpectedly gentle. Even harsh words are just teaching you, not killing you. Not surprising though. After all, in addition to greed for money in the original work, Nami's character is originally a bit of a virgin. Forgive Xia Ziobagu, who was an accomplice in the killing of his adoptive mother. In the theatrical version of The Golden Emperor, she forgives a former teammate who betrayed her and nearly killed her at the hands of a bounty hunter. Rin Uchiha felt that if Nami went to the Hokage world, I will definitely be able to get along with Na Duo. They all like to forgive their mother killers. Ouch, I'm so scared. Uchiha Rin looked exaggerated. The angry Nami gritted her teeth fiercely. She was a fool to not see that this kid was deliberately teasing herself. If they really have that ability, they will snatch it back, but before that, you will be my navigator. In Xiaomi. After Uchiha Rin said this, in Nami's incredulous gaze, he lowered his head and blocked her chattering mouth. Woohoo, woohoo. How dare he? Nami was stunned for a few seconds. Immediately, the powder fist slammed into Uchiha Rin's moon chest. Then he felt something pour into his mouth and move around. I just felt numb all over my bones. The force of the fist became lighter and lighter. His eyes became more and more confused. Just when Namato was about to close her eyes, Wang Luffy's bright smile suddenly appeared in front of him. No, I can't do this, I'm Luffy's navigator. Nami used her last bit of strength to push Uchiha Rin away with difficulty. He gasped for several breaths before he barely regained his senses. You. Nami glared at Uchiha Rin viciously, her expression angry and shy. It's good to say the words but don't know what to say. In order to redeem Caucosia village, she also crawled at the bottom of society for many years. Eloquence is also considered sharp. But that's it. It may be of some use to the honest people of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's not enough to tickle Uchiha Rin. I heard Hair to say, you have learned almost the same knowledge of Visalia, haven't you? Anyway, staying in that kind of ghost place can't continue to improve. It's better to come to me first, maybe get other unexpected growth. Face Han Cook's kind of woman with a strong personality. Then you have to be stronger than her to be able to calm her. Nami, on the other hand, prefers a resignant personality. Uchiha Rin used the method of boiling frogs in warm water. Soak her slowly. How do you say it? If she is not deeply involved in the world, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If she has a vicissitudes of mind, take her on the carousel. So the male readers in front of the phone learn a little. Different methods are used to deal with different types of women. Do I have any other choice? Nami asked with a pretty face. Nope. Uchiha Rin didn't hide either. The main thing is a reality. What's more, do you know where the rest of the Straw Hats are? Instead of running around like a headless fly, you might as well follow me, wouldn't you? Uchiha Rin responded with a combination punch. Nami angrily wanted to force this rogue boy. But I also have to admit that what he said really makes sense. There is still half a year before the Straw Hat Pirates reunite. She can escape from this pink-eye boy now. What can you do in Chambord? Wait silly for half a year there? It seems that you have figured it out. It is comfortable to communicate with smart women. Oh, you should still be a girl. Incredible slip of the tongue. Uchiha Rin shrugged. I tell you, even if you take my people away, my heart will always be with Luffy and them, Nami said with a dead duck mouth. Her line is inexplicably like the classic lines of the heroine in many NTRs, whenever the heroine is rolled by the yellow hairy eyes. I will keep silently saying in my heart, I'm sorry, XX, I like you, but my body doesn't listen to the call. Yes. Kamaji, okay, whatever you say. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to argue with Nami about this breakdown, and after nodding his head to say, yes, suddenly the corners of his mouth raised a bad smile. Then you continue to think about Wang Luffy in your heart, but before that, let the labor and management kiss the two. Amaro, a private chat room, Kazuma Sato, excessive, it's too much. Why is it not me who crossed into this world? I also want to rob the people's daughters. I also want to bully men and women. Uchiha Rin, big guy, please find a way to revive me. Leave me some soup to drink. Ichimaru Jin, there is a turtle immortal left, and there is a skirt clerk who smells like Uchiha Rin. The problem is that before you can do that, you have to be strong enough to be at the bottom. Thousand hand pillars, lying groove. This young man lies in the groove. Uchiha Senna, this kid Rin, his temperament has changed greatly after feeling this world Senjima. It's not so much a big change in temperament, but that he just showed his original nature. Hulkwira, still incomprehensible. Diablando, hahaha, brat, Lord Bendio loves you. That's right, if you meet the woman you want, grab it. What kind of love? Just grab it directly and let them give you a baby. Aki Hayakawa, what a scum. How did I come to such a ghost place when I died? Dior is pleased with Rin Uchiha's recent performance. He saw in the other party the shadow of his youth. Alas, I don't know if my son has inherited the fine tradition of this cock. Before fighting Jotaro, he heard that several women he had before were pregnant. Before he could take a look, he was forced into plastic by Jotaro. Hopefully, they can inherit the will of the Ben-D. Duo opened up for our Brando family. Uchiha Rindio Brando, don't fix all that useless. If you really want to support it, brush me a rocket. Oh no, brush a smash valuado. Uchiha Rin, who was out of breath for Namekin again, glanced at the chat room. He expressed contempt for his behavior of only watching the play and not coin in it. To be honest, the strength of the cock and the skirt also bullied Kazuma Sato, the bottom skirt of Hayakawa Aki's level. Even Aki Hayakawa, if he turned on the demon form of the gun, maybe he won't be able to beat it. But people are still very capable. And very much in line with men's dreams. After all, that man doesn't aspire to a stand-in or a belt? What teenager watched JoJo without shouting Euler Aura or Ki Oi Dai when he watched JoJo? After receiving Uchiha Rin, the face of the dick who was originally watching a good show and his skirt suddenly collapsed. Mad didn't give him face, the savior of the wicked, right? But Dior himself also understood that in front of so many big guys in the skirt, his own strength is really not enough. Even if he always prides himself on being the boss before he dies, he can only rank second in the sky. Who would have thought that after death, he would see how vast the world of the strong is? But Rin Uchiha, the little rabbit cub, wants his own stand-in. This made Dick Ya briefly entangled. And people who want to use the hand of a living person to complete the regrets of death by the hand of a living person, there are many people in this skirt. For example, the Senju brothers who want to protect Konoha, Ace, who is obsessed with his brother, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku, and so on. But he was not among them, although he was blown to death by Jotaro. But to be honest, he didn't want to take revenge on Jotaro by the hand of Uchiha Rin. Dior's mentality is also quite generous. The winner wins everything, the loser can only shut up. He's not someone who can't afford to lose. And even if you want revenge, Zhao, Hidaya Blando will only report in person. There is no need to borrow the hands of others. So Dio didn't have anything to do that Rin Uchiha could help him do. But you have to say give your own stand-in to this kid for nothing. He was a little reluctant. After all, he is not a philanthropist. Usually in the house in rent, even can't pay the electricity bill. The first goal of his debut is to seize the property of the Joestar family. Children from poor families, no way. Seeing that Dior did not answer, Uchiha Rin excited him. At this moment, Dior is as comfortable as changing into new underwear on the morning of the new year. Uchiha Rin's words reminded him of a teenager he considered his best friend before he rented an apartment. This wicked savior could not help but give birth to a feeling that there is one in the world who understands me. But in fact, Uchiha Rin's words are not foolish. Although Dior is indeed a full-fledged bastard, but it can't be denied that this force does have a charm. Light can do it to the end on the word bad. It's better than many whitewashed villains who don't know where to go. Yes, it's Leap Earth, Caesar, Bucky and everyone who scolds. If you want to be bad, you will be bad. What is it to jump back and forth between black and white? Isn't it disgusting? Diablando Uchiha Rin, ahahaha, brat, well said, Ben Dick recognizes you. Diablando, my the dot world will be used for you. In this way, you are the king of the world. After speaking, the system's prompt tone sounded. Ding, Skirt Keeper Dio Brando sends an exclusive red envelope the dot world to Skirt Man Rin Uchiha. Rin Uchiha was overjoyed. Let's be honest though, the king of the world is exaggerated. The big guys in Dragon Ball don't say anything. You brag about this bull batch. Have you asked the current combat power of the skirt to be the old man Yamamoto Motoya Nagisai? But even so, he couldn't help Uchiha Rin from being in a good mood. It's the same as when I went to Union Village to catch Yao. It is true that these things do not increase his strength much, but I can't stand him handsome. Uchiha Rin glanced at the beauty in his arms, and he couldn't help but lower his head and nibble twice, laughing, Nami, you are my lucky star. Oh, you, what crazy you guy, I'm telling you, someday I'm going to kill you. Nami 537, who was attacked by a hat trick, scolded. Bastard, she felt her lips swollen. When Rin Uchiha returned smoothly, the next day's sunrise was almost rising above the horizon. Girls, rise up and welcome our navigators. Landed on a deck covered with artificial turf. It was found that the three little ones were shrinking next to the mast, curled up together and asleep. Rin Uchiha patted the three of them's little heads. Not for a while. The three lowly rubbed their slightly hazy eyes and gradually woke up. Zionin, hey Rin-san, we waited for you for a long time yesterday. Rin Nohara, I'm sorry, I can't help but fall asleep. Sunset red again, here comes the oversized. It feels like it's comparable to Tsunade-sama. Lori looked at Nami with her eyes open. The three people combined, and Lori, who was not a few years older than Nami, mainly focused on those two groups. They couldn't help but think of the woman who had gone back to the bedroom. Also super exaggerated. What's going on in the world? Is every woman's nutrition so good? Lori feels that she must live in this world during her development. The world is definitely more conducive to its own growth. This is USS Sunny, you. Nami, on the other hand, was in no mood to care about the three of them staring at the little things in her cafeteria. I looked at the ship under my feet in shock. After a year and a half, I saw the love ship of my own pirate group again. She should have been happy. But when you see the imprint on the sails, different from the skull symbol that used to wear a straw hat, in its place is a new skull with the ping pong racket logo on the back. It's good that Nami fainted without breath. You. Nami pointed at Uchiha Rin and couldn't say a word for a long time. Scolding? If the scolding was useful, she would not have been forcibly taken here. Hit right? That's going to have to be beaten. It is said that the Straw Hat Pirates have 3 major combat powers. Others don't know what the hell they have cultivated in the past 2 years. Not even domineering. You must know that others do not have special cultivation at all. As long as they enter the new world, they will get a domineering gift, right? Isn't that nice? As a navigator on the ship I know best, I worked hard to take care of Nami-chan's feelings to get this ship back from the Navy. Heard Uchiha Rin's. The trio of Xionin are a little stunned. You must know that when he grabbed the ship, he didn't think about the navigator at all. It's all about what to do. Just then, the door of a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Sunny was pushed open. Hancock, still as stinking as yesterday, walked out of the house. You didn't actually run. Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow. Hancock secretly rolled his eyes. Is it useful to run with a heart? I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the concubine's front foot just running, you would go to your daughter's country to arrest people on your hind foot. Maybe he arrived earlier than the concubine, and Hancock didn't want to affect the ordinary citizens of his daughter's country. At this time, Hancock on the 2nd floor and Nami on the deck looked at him. Hancock, you. Nami, are you that one of the 7 Marshalseas, the rumored pirate female emperor? You are also his crew. It's not, the concubine was only kidnapped by him, Hancock said angrily. Nami doesn't know that Hancock has assisted Luffy Wong, but Hancock knew very well that the woman in front of him was Luffy's crew. Therefore, she has always regarded the other party as a love rival. Originally, Hancock didn't want to deal with each other. But hearing Nami say that she was Uchiha Rin's crew, Hancock couldn't help it. You guy is really powerful, Kaiwahai dares to tie it. Nami sneered and glanced at Rin Uchiha, without waiting for Rin Uchiha to answer. Rows of newsbirds flew above everyone's heads. See the boats below, one of which threw down the newspaper from his satchel. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Free distribution. Nami was stunned when she saw this. In the Straw Hat Pirates, she is not only a navigator. He also served as the chief of intelligence. After all, in the Straw Hats gang, only she and Robin are the ones with brains. We'll follow the world pattern through news. Of course, you also know that newsbirds distribute newspapers for free. There must be something big enough to change the world. However, when opening the newspaper, see the logo above. Nami's delicate face turned completely white. The most terrifying newcomer in history harnessed the mysterious Sea King class to single-handedly damage the red-haired pirate group and kill the sniper Jesus Bulletin. Dark god of destruction Rin Uchiha, with a bounty of 2.28 billion berry, rap-loving octopus Yao, with a bounty of 1 billion berry, paper angel Xionin, bounty of 33 million berry. The newspaper also contained 3 bounty orders sandwiched inside. The first picture is of Rin Uchiha carrying the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes with a human shape. Look at the shooting camera with an evil look on your face. The second one is Yaoi, who twists his neck and opens his blood basin and growls. The third Xiao Nan spread his paper wings and soared above the sea, as if entering a state of elementalization. You give Usopp's dad. Nami was just silly, although she was captured by Rin Uchiha, but the other party's childish face is too deceptive. Nami feels that no matter how strong the other party is, how strong can it be? It's Luffy Solin's level at the top, right? However, who would have thought that the red-haired pirate group, as Luffy's guide and one of the 4 emperors, would actually die, and it's still Usopp's own father who died? How is this possible? This picture was not taken. Instead of answering Nami, Uchiha Rin was upset with the bounty for his photo. Mad's posture always reminds himself of the tiger brother who glanced at 10,000 years. And what the hell is Dark Destroyer nickname? Why aren't you called Lich King, or Deathwing? Why does Sister Xiao Nan have a bounty, but exclude me and Lin? Sunset Red raised his small mouth in displeasure. She didn't care about the bounty order. But the problem is that Rin Uchiha, Konan, and even the octopus of Yaoi have it. Not myself. There is a feeling of being left out. Don't be angry, Red, didn't we pass out? When she mentioned this matter, Nohara Rin was also ashamed. After all, he fainted before he participated in the battle. It's a bit humiliating. In that case, you should try to become stronger. Uchiha Rin touched the heads of the two and encouraged, "It is also appropriate that Xionin can take a bounty of 33 million. Although she basically did not participate in the fighting, but unexpectedly, the Navy mistakenly thought that she was a natural ability. This alone is worth tens of millions." Poof! At this time, the sea next to the Sunny splashed hundreds of meters of water. "Rap-loving octopus, I love this nickname," Yao said excitedly. What is this?" Nami was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Rin Uchiha said that this woman really has long hair and short insight. "I've seen Oz, whose body size is comparable to half a tail, and I'm so surprised to see Yaoi." Uchiha Rin pulled Nami up and said with a proud face, "Yo West, then from today, the Uchiha pirates officially set sail." Sunset Red pointed to the ruby-like eyes that were the same color as Uchiha Rin's chakra-eyed. "This name is really arbitrary, or is it called the Red-Eyed Pirates? Xionin Rinison is a man who can become a god in the future. It is better to call it the Kami Pirates." Rin Nohara, "Let's stop arguing, we should unite. It's better to call it a blind date and love family pirate group." "What is the amount of the first reward for these sea emperors who are now in the new world?" Not many people remember. But no matter how much it is, it will definitely not reach the horrific figure of 2.2 billion. Don't talk about them. Even Roger, who was once known as the three legendary pirates, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, the first bounty does not reach this height. Today, however, a teenager was born, single-handedly inflicted heavy damage on the red-haired pirate group, one of the emperors of the sea. If it weren't for the fact that this is the New World News Day, plus a bounty order issued by the world government, no one will believe it. A visual indicator no more than 15 years old, a little ghost. Using the red-haired pirate group as a stepping stone, do you want to join this battle for supremacy? Naval hero, Carp's deflated content has not been reported. It is also an old tradition of the government. But even so, the redhead gang alone failed miserably. It's enough to sensationalize the world. Even the news that Boyahan Cook, the world's #1 beauty, was kidnapped. All are on the 3rd page. It's enough to see how much this matter has been. Krakena Island. Hey, kidding, right? This ship, I remember, was the Straw Hat Kids. At this moment, Hawkeye was sitting on the seat, hanging Erlang's legs, frowning slightly and looking at the newspaper sent today. Perona, who floated behind him, was staring at a photo on the 2nd page. It was a photo of Rin Shiha leaving after the battle. Perona recognized. That's the ship of the Straw Hats. After all, when Mariah and the Straw Hats and gang fought, Perona was also ready to steal the Sunny and run away. "I just met the Basalomi bear." Hawkeye was slapped in the face, and this came. It seems that the future of the Straw Hat Pirates will encounter unprecedented setbacks. Hawkeye put down the newspaper and glanced through the window at Solon, who was practicing with the orangutans outside the castle. He thought about it, but still didn't tell Solon about it. Otherwise, with the character of this kid, I learned that the ship of my pirate group was robbed. I don't know what will be done yet. And the situation is similar. And Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army. They are responsible for teaching Yameji of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ivankov, who is in the kingdom of Kamabaka, the Shemale kingdom, when he sees the Sunny at the feet of Uchiha Rin. I also think it's good not to tell Yameji for the time being, although he has seen the government falsify the news more than once. But the initial bounty is more than 2 billion, which is too scary. It's better not to act rashly. And on the other side, one of the branches of the Revolutionary Army. Was the Sunny taken away? Robin, who acts with Saab and Kara. It can be said that he is now the only crew member in the Straw Hat Pirates who has learned that the Sunny was taken. After all, this year and a half. She is in addition to cultivation. He also participated in the actions of many revolutionary troops. It's not like Wan Lufiai and Lu Suolan who don't listen to things outside the window, and they only know cultivation. Miss Robin, what are you going to do? Saab asked with a frown. He was also a little scared. What if Robin loses his cool and wants to take back the Sunny? Although he did not witness the battle with his own eyes. But being alone has severely damaged the reputation of the red-haired pirates. It's terrifying. Please both of you train me more severely. Robin put down the newspaper and said with a determined look. Apparently, she did not lose her cool. As the head of the Straw Hat Pirates, as early as when he made a 2-year contract with Luffy, Robin had already expected that the Sunny, which had been left in the Chambord Islands, might be snatched or destroyed. So in a way, this thing is in a way. It was something Robin expected, but it was expected. The robbery must also be snatched back. All she has to do now is find a way to become stronger. Be fully prepared for the later recapture of the Sunny. No problem, Sister Robin. Kara next to him said with a smile. She was afraid that after Robin read the report, he would be enthusiastic and want to find that Uchiha Rin. As the man with whom Robin had the best relationship in the Revolutionary Army, Kara naturally didn't want Robin to do such a thing that would never return. However, what everyone does not know now, Nami, who is a navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, was also brought over by Uchiha Rin Oxen along with the Sunny. If only they knew about it. Even Robin. It is difficult to stay calm. As for the matter of Jesus Bulletin. Robin could only secretly pray for his teammates in his heart. Usopp shouldn't be that stupid, right? Don't go it alone. In the deep sea, the Sunny, wrapped in bubble film, is under Nami's command and is moving deeper and deeper along the current. That's what a good navigator does. You know, Roger's pirates have suffered losses when they entered the deep sea, and the Straw Hat Pirates are all over in the original. Although she is not good at fighting, Nami's credit is undoubted. No wonder the evil dragon, Golden Lion, and so many other evil people in the original book want to rob her. How am I going to explain it to Luffy in the future? Standing on the Sunny lookout, Nami wanted to cry without tears. She is not going now, and staying is not either. Burmel, please bless me. It's so beautiful since childhood, the daughter of Rinji Nohara who has lived in the land of fire, which is characterized by dense forests. I am completely fascinated by the sea kings that swim in front of you from time to time, and all kinds of beautiful scenery that you have never seen before. Among the women, Hancock is undoubtedly the most calm one. She was originally a sea thief who often traveled between the Sea of Paradise and the New World. Moreover, the Nine-Snake Pirates' perfume snake also relies on 2 sea snakes as the main driving force. So whether it's the 8-tailed boat or the underwater scenery, to her, none of them have any appeal. Hancock, come here, I have a new move I want to test, you accompany me to practice. Uchiha Rin suddenly beckoned to Hancock. It attracted the attention of the other 4 women. Hancock, who was sipping black tea, paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he still sat in place, not responding. It's worthy of being a pirate female emperor, and she doesn't give face at all. Nami thought with some schadenfreude in her heart. Although she was forced by Uchiha Rin to be the navigator of the other party, she was naturally unconvinced in her heart. But just like Hancock worries about Uchiha Rin's anger at his daughter's country, Nami is also worried about finding an opportunity to escape. Will the other party destroy the Sunny, which is important to their Straw Hat Pirates, in a fit of anger? Therefore, at present, we can only obediently accept our fate. But if someone can make Rin Uchiha this bad boy deflated, Nami is also happy to see it. Hancock ruffled his hair, unmoved. Her philosophy of life is that a concubine will be forgiven no matter what she does, because the concubine body is so beautiful. Then, Miss Emperor, you hurry up and confess your mistake to Riney-san. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. At this time, he noticed a slight change in Uchiha Rin's expression. Xiao Nan hurriedly shouted. As the person who has followed Rin Uchiha the longest, it is no exaggeration. Uchiha Rin stretched his legs, and Konan knew which way he was going. Lift down the leather drum and know whether he is going to shit or fart. And now, through the micro-expression change on Uchiha Rin's face, Xiao Nan could see that Uchiha Rin's mood was rapidly turning cloudy. Cloudy to torrential rain has even begun. Yes, Miss Hancock, don't make Mr. Rin angry. Rin Nohara also hurriedly stood up as a peacemaker. Her personality is the good old man type. Even Rin Nohara knew that Hancock and Nami were forced to board the ship. But everyone looks down and doesn't see what they look up. She also hopes that everyone can get along as harmoniously as possible. Zero asked for flowers. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Seeing the 2 girls who were nervous, Nami couldn't help but muttered in her heart. Because of the impression of Rin Uchiha currently in Nami's heart, it's a tough but very astringent Shota. Other times it's pretty talkative. Right? Yet the next second, the scene that made Nami lose her eyes happened. Rin Uchiha silently closed the chat room. Then he quickly walked to Hancock, who deliberately turned a deaf ear. Screw the collar of the other person. Followed by SHH. Hancock's purple cheongsam was torn in its entirety from the neckline. As if finally freed from his cage, Duendang jumped out. The faces of the women who watched turned red. This figure is also too explosive, right? However, the atmosphere did not last long, because Hancock subconsciously kicked and attacked. He was knocked to the ground again by Uchiha Rin's rough punch. Back up. In a terrified scream. The first thing Hancock did was not cover his front like the average woman did. It's the back. Which is, Nami's face changed slightly. For some reason, she always felt that the logo was familiar. When I was in the Evil Dragon Pirates before, it was like, don't look at the concubine. Hancock, who was just arrogant as if his tail was about to be cocked to the sky. At this moment, she looks like a girl who has been by a bow girl. One more look will explode. Hancock desperately used his palms to cover the scars on his back. But the huge imprint that occupies almost half of the back, where can those 2 slender palms cover it? His Majesty the 7 Martial Seas, the world's #1 beauty, pirate emperor. Uchiha Rin reported Hancock's series of titles one after another, and finally turned into a sneer. Isn't it just a loveless slave girl after all? But if someone gives you a little love, you will be entangled like a dog, and even if you gain great power, you dare not do the slightest unruly behavior to Draco. It's like a circus animal that was collared as a child and watched and whipped. Even if one day you grow up and take off your collar, servility is already planted in your genes, which is why you repeatedly reject the signs of the world government, because you are still afraid of Draco. Hancock knelt on the ground, picked up the torn Chongsam fragments, barely covered the hoof mark of the Tianxiang dragon on his back, and said in a trembling voice, "Don't say it." However, Uchiha Rin did not mean to stop at all, and continued to speak, using pride and ruthlessness as a mask of vulnerability, but in fact it is a porcelain doll that breaks when touched, as can be seen from washing the algae and driving the whole country out of the city, and making up lies that have been cursed on the back to deceive his subordinates. The reason why you admire Straw Hat Luffy is because for a woman like you whose servility is rooted in her genes, he has done something you never dared to dream of, to strike at Draco. What kind of pirate female emperor? It's just a vase that only dares to play majesty in front of the weak, and becomes a dog when she encounters hard bones, and only knows how to attach herself to the second generation of officials. Uchiha Rin sneered. I told you not to say it. The dignity of more than 10 years was completely trampled under the feet of Uchiha Rin. Hancock looked up suddenly. Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, when he saw that Hancock was only left with a hood and rushed towards him, the scene of the two fat rabbits was about to come out. Uchiha Rin had to admit that this picture of children could not withstand awe. In other words, I am still a child, right? After all, it will be months before his 15th birthday in this world. Hancock's slender left leg was straight, exuding a domineering aura. Amazon Lily Island was originally full of martial arts, specializing in domineering. Hancock is one of the best. It can be said that in addition to the few who master the bully, even in the 7 martial seas, her domineering spirit belongs to the best practice. Rin Uchiha was unmoved. When Hancock's raised kick was about to kick him in the head, bang! For a moment, Hancock seemed to kick an invisible wall of air. It stopped abruptly about half a meter away from Uchiha Rin's brain. I just can't advance by half a point. What's wrong? Why did that pirate female emperor suddenly stop? Nami's expression changed from shock to puzzlement. And Zionin, they also have similar expressions. How? Hancock's tear-stained face was also full of disbelief. Nami and others don't know, but she could feel it herself. Something is blocking his fragrant feet. And in the vision of Uchiha Rin 687, a stout arm stretched out from his right hand, blocked Hancock's kick. Immediately after that, under the control of Uchiha Rin's mind, the owner of this arm gradually revealed the full picture. It was a man covered in gold armor and had bronzed skin. Strong muscles seem to be a macho man who will burst his skin at any time. Diablando's stand-in, the dot world. Stand-ins, only the stand-in messenger can see, but by sight, smell, and color perception, Hancock can roughly sense it. Uchiha Rin crossed his waist with one hand and leaned slightly at the waist. Make a merger with a domineering and coquettish Jolie. Would big boxers. See the contemptuous smile on Uchiha Rin's face. Hancock's pupils narrowed. This disdainful look reminded her, when he was once a slave in the Holy Land, the eyes of those world nobles. In the next instant, Hancock's legs were wrapped around color. Boom, whew. When he threw his legs out again, there was even a howling sound of a storm. Seeing this, the dot world punched his backhand and resisted it with the back of his hand. The moment the two sides collided, invisible fluctuations erupted. Xiao Nan and the others who were watching subconsciously took 2 steps back. Poof! The skin on the back of Uchiha Rin's right hand was broken, and blood spilled from it. Teacher! Lulilin and Lolihong shouted in silence. They had no idea what was going on. Why did Rin Uchiha get hurt? Ha! I saw, the dot whirled a wound on the back of his hand that was exactly the same as himself. Rin Uchiha couldn't hold back a laugh himself. Close combat doubles have this problem. Once the stand-in is injured, it will also be reflected on the stand-in messenger. But I didn't expect that a Han cook who didn't even master the bully could make the world hurt. It really is white gold of blacksmithing, the world of plastic, but it can't be too dark world. After all, it is JoJo's comprehensive combat power level. You just bring the platinum star. Whether it can reach the level of the 7 martial sea is difficult to say. Don't worry, after following me for a while, you will become stronger. Rin Uchiha laughed at the invisible world of Rin Nohara and the others. After all, he just took the world from his dick. After that, you have to practice for a while. But speaking of it, Dior is also an axis. Always let a mage of the world face off with the warrior platinum star. Ha! Hancock's stormy assault continues. However, the next kick is out. Just less than a centimeter from Uchiha Rin. Hancock's face turned stunned. Because of Rin Uchiha, who should have been in front of him, disappeared. Seeing and hearing the color, Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. Turn your head and look. He found Rin Uchiha standing behind him. How? What's going on? When? Why don't you know when you see and smell? The moment Hancock turned around, Hancock only felt an iron fist hit her in the side of the face. It was clear that Yusaibo Rin didn't move himself. There is no mercy for Jade. Hancock was knocked straight into the plank wall behind the Sunny and fell into the first-floor infirmary. Wryyyyyy Rin Uchiha didn't know why. I just inexplicably want to shout. The corners of Hancock's mouth turned bruised, and blood dripped out of the hole in the wall to barely crawl out. Call! Rin Uchiha raised his right index and middle fingers. A wisp of flame burst out at great speed, turning into a flame whip. Syllable. A whip falls. Before he could wipe the blood from his mouth, Hancock hurriedly dodged sideways. Rumble. Where the flame braid hits, the wall is split in two, and the broken joint ignites flames. Nami held her face in her hands and shouted with a pale face. Oka, wash. As soon as I hear the woman arguing, I get annoyed. Wait for the Fishman Island to ask someone to repair. Uchiha scolded. Nami shut up instantly. Hancock just put on a face. What is the end now? She didn't want to suffer such senseless flesh and skin. Syllable. Hancock finally didn't dodge. First, he was whipped in the ankle. Fall to the ground like a rabbit with an arrow in the leg. Syllable, syllable, syllable. Immediately after, the second whip, the third whip, the fourth braid. Lolihong whispered that's almost enough, right? Shirihong admitted that she also thought that this tall and big woman was annoying at first, but the two whips should be about the same. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Isn't that a little more? Xiao Nan shook his head and said Rinison should have his own ideas. How? Have fond memories of being in Mary Joa. Rin Uchiha pumped Hancock while maintaining the strength of the wounded skin, while asking in a mocking tone, or I'll be a Draco, put a collar on you, put it in a cage, and then take it back to my daughter's country to show your people and tell them look, this is the true face of your female emperor. Like a wounded rabbit, Hancock, who shrank in the corner of the wall, with his hands interlaced and weakly protecting the moon, heard this like a lightning strike. Shouting in a crying voice, you kill me, you kill me. Crying a fart, Manchu slaves cry until night, and cry until dawn at night. Can they cry to death, Draco? The strength on Uchiha Rin's hand increased a little more, and he scolded, I'm really curious, do you really have feelings for Wang Luffy, or do you just pin your hatred for Draco on him? Because you don't have the guts to make a move on Draco, you put this wish on him. I think it's funny to watch. Since you hate the world government so much, don't put your hopes on others and clean them up yourself. Hearing Uchiha Rin's contemptuous and disdainful curse, the expression on Hancock's face also changed from a courtship of death just now to confusion. My feelings for Luffy are not real feelings. Instead, pinned your wishes on him? Hancock's first reaction was not to believe this madman. But, however, the concept was like a nightmare, swirling around her mind. The sharp pain from his whole body caused Hancock to fall to the ground. For the second time, the hoof mark of the Tianxiang dragon hidden behind his hair and his back was revealed. Rin Uchiha walked over and raised his right hand. The entire palm ignites a flame. The next second it suddenly snapped. A Hancock's screams of pain resounded in the deep sea again. Half a minute passed before Rin Uchiha took his hand away. Hancock fainted in pain. This new mark is for you, Uchiha Rin said condescendingly, replacing the hoof mark of the celestial dragon on Hancock's back. It was the same mark as the flag that now flies on the sails of the Uchiha Sunny. I don't know how long it took. The hazy sight in front of Hancock's eyes gradually became clear. Yay, Miss Female Emperor, you are awake. A childish girl's voice flooded into her ears. After these days together, Hancock already remembers. It was the voice of the girl named Rin Nohara with a purple tattoo on her face. Me, how long have I passed out? Hancock, who found himself lying in bed, asked as he barely stood up. Looking down, I found myself on my upper body except for my head and two arms, all covered in thick bandages. It's been 2 days and 1 night, and we've just landed on Fishman Island. Miss Emperor, trouble, raise your hand, I'll remove the bandage for you. Hancock was silent and raised his hand as Rin Nohara said. It's like Rin, a young girl next door who is good to everyone. It's really hard for anyone to really hate her. This is, through the changing mirror in Robin's room, Hancock also noticed. Your own change in the mirror. The devil figure that made Tianu probably have to be ashamed of herself did not change in the slightest. After such a vicious whipping, it didn't even leave a trace of scars. But what shocked Hancock? It is still a new symbol that replaces the hoof mark of the Tianxiang dragon on the back. Of course she did. This is the sign of Rin Uchiha. Rin-sensei said you would love this, Nohara Rin said hard. Through the experience of the day before yesterday, Nohara Rin also saw that the horseshoe mark definitely symbolized some of the hidden past of the stunning beauty. but Hancock won't like the new logo. That's not necessarily. After all, judging from the relationship between Rin Uchiha and Hancock in the past 1.3 weeks, Hancock is unlikely to like this new tattoo. However, Hancock was not furious, let alone ecstatic, just stared at himself in the mirror blankly, and did not say anything for a long time. Then I'll go out first, Miss Female Emperor, you should also come out quickly. Nohara Lin really couldn't stand this embarrassing atmosphere, just found an excuse to slip away. Woo-hoo! When there is only one person left in the room, Hancock turned his back to the mirror, turning his head to look at the new mark on his back. The expression gradually changed from silence, to trembling, to strange laughter. In the end, I finally couldn't suppress my inner emotions anymore. Covering his face with his hands, he cried bitterly, "How are you feeling now?" I'm afraid Hancock himself can't describe it, but at least one thing is certain. Liberation, yes, liberation. After making sure that his demeanor was nothing unusual, only then did he pluck up the courage to walk out the door. At this time, the Sunny was slowly passing through the official entrance and exit of Fishman Island. Because the Cheongsam before was torn to shreds, plus temporarily on board, there are no spare costumes for Hancock on the Sunny. When Hankook was seen walking out wearing only a hood on top, the three lowly, who had not yet entered the development stage, secretly swallowed a mouthful of spit again. How can you eat something to rise to such an exaggerated volume? Rin Uchiha directly untied the white coat on his body and threw it over Hancock's shoulder. Then he sat back without saying a word, as if everything had happened, and said flatly, "What did you just say?" Hancock squeezed his men's coat draped behind his back. "If you change to just get on board, it will." She would absolutely shout disgusting man taste while throwing her clothes into the sea. But this time, after a few seconds of lowering his head and clenching his teeth, Hancock silently put his slender hand into the cuff and put on the clothes. Faced with Rin Uchiha's question, Sunset Hong raised her hand like an honor student and responded, said to find a powerful devil fruit for Rin. But now Uchiha Rin's identity was originally her mentor Shinobu. Although it really counts, Uchiha Rin is just a shinobi. But as we all know, the combat power level ranking of the Hokage world is the lower Shinobi 6 Deo Super Shadow level. Hancock fastened the clasp one by one. 11. I only heard Uchiha Rin discussing the topic of devil fruit with the little girls. I couldn't help but secretly glance towards this side. Even Nami was attracted to it. In addition to having fun on this trip, finding a plug-in for Lin is also one of the purposes. After all, being a human pillar is not a good choice, Uchiha said with Jiro's leg cocked. The devil fruit is the strange ability of Miss Female Emperor, right? Nohara turned her eyes to Hancock. Well, Superman's sweet fruit. Uchiha Rin nodded and gestured at Hancock. I don't want to waste saliva, you come and explain it to them. When he said this, Rin Uchiha also glanced at the new imprint behind Hancock twice. Aha, it fits. For a woman of Hancock's character, it was necessary to find a way to make her lower her haughty head. For detailed methods, book lovers can refer to Arcane Naneo, Aili Yujutsu, and the princesses of the dead country in those miles. Maybe you can use it when you cross it later, but you can't be too ruthless at first. Otherwise, it is easy to bottom out and rebound. Hancock clenched his pink fists, and after a few seconds came up and sat down with a stubborn expression on his face that was unwilling, but had to give in. Tell the story. There are 3 types of devil fruits, the natural line, the animal line, and the superhuman line of concubines. Well, that's a good start. I believe it won't take long. Don't say brand on her back. Even on the legs, that's fine. Branded with a few positive characters. Hancock begins to show obedience, explaining the principles of the devil fruit to the 3 little ones. News of the Sunnies landing on Fishman Island. It was also learned by King Neptune, who was in Dragon Palace City, the god of destruction who has been famous lately. What a headache. Neptune apparently also learned about Uchiha Rin's deeds in the past few days. Even if he knew Roger, Whitebeard and many other big people who stomped their feet and the world was excited. But after hearing what Uchiha Rin had done, Neptune was so frightened that his jaw almost fell to the ground. This is no longer the level of audacity. He stabbed a hole in the sky, right? I only hope that he just passed by Fishman Island to enter the new world, and don't make trouble here. Neptune prayed silently. For the arrival of Uchiha Rin, he really couldn't think of any way. Jinping, who is the peak of Fishman Island's combat power, now works for the Ant Pirates, and is not here. But even if it is very flat, Neptune also doesn't think that this Seaman can pose any threat to the monsters that forced Karp and Shanks, 2 royal-level powerhouses, into a corner. In addition to asking the Bodhisattvas to worship the Buddha, Neptune really can't do anything else. Mermaid Bay. Rin Uchiha motioned for Yao to dock the Sunny here. The beauty here is as if the scene from a fairy tale world has come to life. The dreamy scenery, coupled with the gathering here, all the faces of the mermaids are beautiful and moving. Let a few hillbillies from Konoha Nikko look dumbfounded again. Let's go shopping, meet at night. Uchiha Rin's words came out. The three Nizai were like wild horses whose reins had been untied, cheering and galloping towards the surroundings of Fishman Island. Ha, aren't you going? Noticing Nami and Hancock who remained on the ship, Uchiha Rin asked sideways. Kidnapped, how can you be in the mood to go shopping? Nami held her cheek with one hand and said sullenly with her small mouth. Originally, she also wanted to take advantage of the absence of Uchiha Rin, drive away on the Sunny. But unexpectedly, Rin Uchiha let this minotaur named Yaoi guard the side of the ship. Nami's plan fell through. What's the mood to be entertained? And Hancock's mood is more complicated. Initially Puashi is in a state of being very confused about everything. Life is like a bow, although a woman can't resist, then go and enjoy it. Such a beautiful body, don't you dress up well, isn't it a pity? Rin Uchiha walked up and pinched it. Want to die, you? Nami's face smoked, and she picked up the weather stick and shone it at Uchiha Rin's brain, wanting to give him a blow. It's a pity that it was avoided by Uchiha Rin's understated side brain. Joke. He is not one Luffy, but he has no hobby of being beaten by women. Attacked twice in a row. No matter how embarrassed Nami was, she didn't dare to act rashly. The devil knows how this little bastard is going to toss himself. Nami huffed and walked quickly towards Marin Shopping Center, the most famous shopping street on Fishman Island. Me off. In that case, I'll try to spend all your money, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. However, NA may seem to have forgotten. She just bought the street. I'm afraid I can't spend the more than 3 billion that Uchiha Rin got by capturing Renly. Let's go, buy you some clothes, or say, do you like my taste? Uchiha Rin asked Hancock, who was wearing his coat, maliciously. Who likes it? The depressed Hancock couldn't help but roar. Then let's go. Uchiha smiled, took Hancock's hand and walked down the boat ladder. Although it is taboo to have physical contact before a girl has developed a crush on you, but such a beautiful body, if you don't get started, is it still human? He is not a close master of a certain Chu surnamed Schoolflower. Niang's readers are not Chu Nan, he himself is. Uchiha Rin even suspected that his son would not be a Chu man in the future. That Lin someone is still. Feel the sensation of the palm of your palm. Hancock glared viciously at Uchiha. But I just can't break free. Don't resist, you know my skills. If I am angry, I will take revenge on Wang Luffy. Uchiha said with a smile. Hancock, you don't want Luffy Wang to lose his life either, do you? Crooked mouth. Hancock, my patience has a limit. Insidious. Hancock, you seem to be very embarrassed. Hancock, you haven't done it with Luffy Wang yet. Hancock, I'm going to drive to maximum gear. Hancock, can't hold on? Thanks for the hospitality, Hancock. Hancock, I recorded it with an image phone worm. If I don't want Wang Luffy to know, please take care of it next time. Well, the perfect winning equation. Rin Uchiha dragged Hancock to a clothing store in the Marin Mall. I have to say that 533 good-looking women really look good in everything. After buying several cheongsam that soaked the figure of Hancock, Rin Uchiha also threw several fat bars in front of the checkout counter. When you see two fat times that are too ahead of the curve, Hancock couldn't contain the urge to strangle this bastard. You don't pretend to be it, do you? Hancock, what type of devil fruit do you think is suitable for Rin? As he came out of the clothing store, Rin Uchiha asked Hancock. The two walked side by side, and the fairy appearance of handsome men and beautiful women seemed to be really a couple. However, the premise is to ignore Uchiha Rin's obviously underage, childish facial features, and the height difference of nearly 20 centimeters between the two. Skill class. Hancock's temperament is also slightly smoother, but his attitude is far from good. Among the Uchiha Rin foursomes, Hancock's favorability for Rin Nohara is the highest. After all, this kind of character of a little girl is really difficult to annoy, although only known for a few days. But Hancock also observed that Rin Nohara was not a frontal combat type. Therefore, many powerful onslaught fruits such as tigers, cheetahs, superhuman shocks, momo, or natural wind, thunder and fire are not very suitable for Nohara Rin. On the contrary, it is similar to his own superhuman line sweet fruit, Moria's shadow fruit, and the nine-tailed fox of the phantom beast species that can be attacked, defended, and assisted in the animal line, is the most suitable for Nohara Rin. Then according to your words, the immortal bird fruit of the phantom beast species with good attack power and healing ability is the most suitable for linear. Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow. Recall the battle style of the bird, fruit, phantom beast species, and the form of the undead bird. Uchiha Rin felt that it was indeed quite suitable for Nohara Rin. Originally, this Nikko was a medical ninja. It is very suitable for the healing flame of the immortal bird. And the reason why Uchiha Rin did not let Tsunade take Nohara Rin as an apprentice, imitating the development route of the original Sakura brother, It is because Nohara Rin's fighting style is not suitable for the violent hand-to-hand combat of Tsunade or Sakura. This Nico's battle is more inclined to the skill type, the offensive and defensible type. The immortal bird fruit fits this point just right. And originally quite cute a soft girl, Brother Ying has a kind of the feeling of violent destruction. Whitebeard Uchiha Rin, stinky boy. What do you want? Whitebeard, who has also been in the skirt for several years, growls in the chat room. All the while, no matter what Rin Uchiha did, Whitebeard basically maintains a wait-and-see attitude of eating melons. It is in stark contrast to Yoshiko, who has been begging Uchiha Rin not to kill Wan Luffy all day, but this time, Whitebeard said he couldn't bear it. Maid, don't speak again. This kid is afraid to send his other favorite son in. Uchiha Rin, oh, joke, we're all old acquaintances, how could I do anything to the skirters' relatives? Hearing Uchiha Rin's teasing tone, Ace, who was in Huangquan, and Whitebeard didn't look very good. Talk to this kid Uchiha Rin. It's hard to guess what he really thinks from his superficial attitude. This reminds Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikoku of another man who inflicted heavy damage on the corpse soul world before Yuhabak. Blue dye right sook. Hot, why are there so many people over there? Uchiha Rin noticed the commotion coming from the direction of the right-hand side of the street, and subconsciously turned his eyes to look. A large number of fishmen and merfolk gathered there. I don't know what I'm watching. However, at this moment, the voices of the onlookers came into the ears of Rin Uchiha and Hankook. Look, Big Dot, the people from the Mom Pirates are here again. I remembered that today is the day to offer dessert to the Big Dot Mom Pirates every month. I heard that last month a dessert made by a country was directly destroyed because it did not meet the taste of Big Dot Mom. It's terrible. It would be nice if Whitebeard were still alive, otherwise we wouldn't need to seek refuge under the banner of Big Dot Mom. SHH, small, you're dead. Hear Big Dot Mom Pirates' words. Uchiha Rin's eyes suddenly lit up. Turning around, I saw the top of the main entrance of the factory diagonally opposite the shopping street. A skull with lipstick printed on it hangs. The corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth rose wildly. Ha! How did you forget her? Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin pushed away the onlookers, walked towards the gate of the dessert factory, and Hankook, who saw the change in Uchiha Rin's expression before and after seeing the flag of the Big Dot Mom Pirates, was completely in his eyes. A strong sense of foreboding surged in my heart, and a guess also gave birth to a guess. So, that bastard shouldn't be thinking. Hancock thinks that Rin Uchiha is simply a madman. Just offended the redhead and the naval hero. Now you want to fight with the world's strongest female pirate? Hurry up, Mom loves the desserts of Fishman Island, and if you delay, you will all die. Standing at the front, giving orders to the crowd was a middle-aged man with a long beard on his chin and armor made of biscuits. Many fish people watching from afar have already pronounced his name Charlotte Creek. Big Point, one of the main crew of the Mom Pirates. The bounty is over 800 million, yet few people know. This gesture is not his true face. Rather, it is a shell made with the power of the biscuit fruit. Just as the cookie soldier form Chris was giving orders to a group of Big Dot Mom Pirates, the onlookers saw only a teenager striding towards each other. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Several gentle mermaids kept whispering reminders, don't go over, come back quickly. That's a dangerous pirate. Oops, that kid will be killed. When Hancock also cut through the crowd to catch up, I saw that Uchiha Rin had already walked behind the Krigi. Hey, Uchiha Rin shouted. When the Krylid in the cookie soldier mode heard this, he subconsciously turned his head to look over, but before he could see who it was, I only saw a silver-white afterimage magnifying sharply in front of him. Boom, and in the eyes of outsiders, I saw a huge skeleton arm suddenly appear next to Uchiha Rin, and smashed the Kryrack into the wall of the dessert factory next to him with a punch. The wall of the dessert factory was torn open with a big hole. Whether it's Big Dot Mom Pirates who are carrying desserts, or the onlookers of the Fish Terrans, they were all stunned by this sudden change. What do you see for yourself? Yes, someone hit the Kelly stand of the senior cotters of the Big Dot Mom Pirate Regiment. Hancock's expression was no better than that of the surrounding civilians, because Uchiha Rin's behavior is equivalent to declaring war on Big Dot Mom, one of the four emperors. Well, it hurts. At this time, the other side of the hole in the wall, a hand poked out of the ruins. A figure also slowly crawled out of it. It was a man with a strong figure, fierce facial features, and triangular braids on his head. This is the true face of Klee. Which bastard sneaked up on Lao Tzu? Kryrack cursed while coming out, rubbing the brain door of the trick. Soon, he locked his gaze on Uchiha Rin, who only reached his abdomen. You boy, it seems that you are in a hurry and want to die. Actually broke my cookie soldier, made me feel the taste of pain again after many years, ready to die. Rin Uchiha was too lazy to take care of this goods. Just reach out and make a take gesture to the acrylic stand. Big Dot Mom's son, Hub, discuss something with you. I also want to go to Totland, can I ask you to lead the way? See what Rin Uchiha did through the live broadcast. Ace of the dead man's chat room grunted and swallowed a mouthful of spit, and said in a trembling voice, Rin, this guy Rin, shouldn't it be thinking? Whitebeard, goo la la la, did you fancy the ability of that guy Lingling? That's really a good ability. Whitebeard's tone was full of schadenfreude. After all, as long as Uchiha Rin's attention shifts to Big Mom, then his son Marco would be much safer. I'm sorry La Lingling, although we are old friends, but for the life of the old husband and son, you can go with peace of mind. Also relieved was Ace. After all, he was his guide, the man who brought him into the Whitebeard Pirates. It's Marco. It can be said that Marco is among the people who are now alive. In Ace's heart, it is second only to the existence of Juan Luffy. Naturally, he didn't want Marco to have an accident. See Rin Uchiha shift his target from Marco's immortal bird fruit to Big Mom's soul fruit. Ace also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ace Whitebeard, hey, no, daddy, even if he defeats Big Mom, how is this guy going to snatch the fruit ability? He doesn't seem to have the ability, was reminded by Ace. Whitebeard and many other skirt clerks also came back to their senses. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Oh, yes. The reason why Uchiha Rin was able to obtain various abilities of the heavenly worlds, that's because their gang of dead people gathered in the skirt. After reaching an agreement, the ability was given to him. But Big Mom's capabilities, how is Rin Uchiha going to get it? Kill Big Mom, and then wait for him to come to the skirt? But not to mention whether Big Mom can be successfully entered into the skirt after his death. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if that crazy woman got into the skirt, he gave him the ability again under the foolishness of Uchiha Rin. That ability will only fall into Uchiha Rin's own hands. Nohara Rin's little girl can't catch anything. Whitebeard can do this kind of thing. Only Tiki that guy. After a brief contemplation, Whitebeard spoke again. Ace's pupils shrank dramatically. To be honest, he was interested in killing his own red dog. There was no such strong hatred. Still, that sentence. If you want to be a pirate, you should have the consciousness to die at any time. If you can't afford to lose, don't come out and mess around. But to the Tiki guy, Ace is really hating Itchy Teeth. After he was killed, Tiki seized the matter of Daddy's ability. Ace also heard about it from Rin Uchiha. At that time, Ace was furious at the same time. I also fell into deep self-blame for my stupidity. When he dies, he can only say that he is stupid. But it hurt Daddy. And it also let Tiki's bastard rob Daddy's ability. Ace, who heard about this at that time, was ashamed and wanted to apologize on the spot. Uchiha Rin Whitebeard, it's really worthy of the old Jianyu. I guessed it so quickly. This matter really needs to use Blackbeard, although the demon fruit of the pirate world is the same as the tailed beast of the fire shadow world. All after the death of the host, after a period of time, will be randomly reborn. Therefore, after killing the ant, the soul fruit will naturally be reborn. But Rin Uchiha didn't have the leisure to wait that long, so you need to use Blackbeard's ability. Ace Uchiha Rin, hey, you're kidding, right? You're going to work with that jerk Tiki? Rin Uchiha, I admit that Blackbeard is a personal scumbag, but I don't want to be friends with him. I just want to use his ability, and unlike Ace, I don't hate Marshal Tiki so much. Uchiha Rin's words are really not lying. He himself admitted that Blackbeard is an out-and-out scumbag. But the problem is that the peers of some people in the pirate world are set off. I unexpectedly felt that Blackbeard was not so disgusting. That's right, it's the Mitsuki Ota family. Compare it to Momonosuke. Uchiha Rin and even Blackbeard unexpectedly have some advantages. Plus the openly open Deserter King and Wang Nika. Rin Uchiha felt that Blackbeard was a model for their grassroots working people. You think, a bitter persecution without any background, dormant on a ship for more than 20 years. It is to wait for a devil fruit that I don't know if I can meet it. This is directly two extremes with Wang Luffei, who has eaten the strongest phantom beast seed fruit since he was a child. However, for the sake of a sign of tough subordinates, Blackbeard designs to become Nanabukai, provokes a top war, and takes the opportunity to fall into the undersea prison to recruit LV6 top criminals as his crew. Finally, run back to Marin Vando and snatch Whitebeard's abilities. Step by step, a slight mistake. It is about to fall into a land of irreparable disaster. On the other hand, Wang Nika helped people along the way. All over the world have their own relatives. The Rogtown Daddy Gang, the Shamboard Island's second uncle and master gang, the Advanced City Daddy's gang, the pirate gang on top of the War Brother. In the end, when I arrived at Ghost Island, I really couldn't beat Mr. Kai. The strongest phantom beast species awakens. Oh my god. In this comparison, it feels that Blackbeard is even more pitiful. Everything depends on yourself. On the other hand, look at the King Nika. It feels like nothing has to be done. It was as if the world was all revolving around him. Even Momonosuke's kind of dog thing has a group of masters who swear to the death. Not to mention that he also gained power comparable to Kaido overnight. Kriji asked with a frown, then removed the saber pretzel on his back and slashed it down. Although I don't know what you are crazy about, but sneaking up on my Lord Kelegia will doom you to death. Whoops! Just when the blade of the pretzel and Uchiha Rin's eyebrow were less than 5 centimeters away, countless palm-sized white pieces of paper flew in, wrapping the body of the clitter like rice dumplings. Rin-san, Lori hurried over. Everyone also had large and small shopping bags hanging in their hands. It's enough to imagine how crazy they have been playing these hours. Ugh, the sharp sword chi cut off Xiao Nan's flying paper. Looking at Xiao Nan in the elementalized state, Krifrain glared and scolded, "What's going on? Another strange little ghost, is it natural?" Sunset turned her eyes to look at Clay. "Who is this ugly uncle?" The clay rack rushed again. Seeing this, Xiao Nan wanted to mobilize his ability as a defense. "Zionin, you are not his opponent now," Rin Uchiha reminded. "I know, but you can't play all the time in this world, can you? I also have to work hard to cultivate." Zionin's words made Sunset Hong and Nohara Rin a little ashamed of themselves, because they really kept playing for 2 days. After all, this world is much more interesting than Konoha. "We'll come too." Nohara Rin, Sunset did not show weakness and stood behind Konan. Well, just use him as a sandbag for the 3 of you on your first mission. The first main task of the 7th class is still 3 small strong fights and no more cuts. These 3 in your own family can't be bad, right? As one of the 3 stars of dessert, the clay rack is barely qualified, isn't it? But the ideal is plump, the reality is skinny. Although fighting the doppelganger, low-level illusion art, these Klee framed these unheard-of abilities. Temporarily dragged each other .870, but the gap in strength is too big. When the Kree rack released domineering energy, it dispersed Sunset Red's insignificant low-level illusion. Sanlalai has no chance. Waste so much of my time. The Kree rack slashed the pretzel again and attacked Zionin, because she was mistaken for a natural relationship. The sword body is also plated with armed color domineering. However, in the pitch-black blade, it was only half a centimeter away from Xiao Nan's heavenly spirit. Bang! Sudden. Clay only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as if his internal organs had been displaced. Looked down at the last moment of flying upside down. I saw that Uchiha Rin appeared between himself and the blue-haired girl at an unknown time. His own love sword pretzel also ran into each other's hands. Pierce your own waist. So, what's going on here? Why, is my sword in his hand? And why didn't I perceive anything at all? Again! The onlookers Hancock were also stunned. Same as my own situation before. It is understandable that the speed of the other party is far above their own, but the sight and smell were completely uncaptured. I don't even know how I got hit. Hancock was completely incomprehensible. Even if the speed is as fast as a yellow ape, it's impossible to do that. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. And at this moment, the small is the clay frame that even the injection is afraid of. There was a scream that resounded through Fishman Island. "Okay man, don't bark, it's not fatal." Uchiha Rin slapped Kristan and asked, "Can you give me a ride to Totland now?" Xiao Nan came up and blinked his eyes. "Rini-san, it seems to have passed out." Pouting, Rin Uchiha reached out and dug in the pocket of the Kree frame. After a while, take out a permanent pointer. "Well, no need to hitchhiker," Uchiha said with a smile. Permanent pointer of Universal Totland. What's going on? At this time, Nami, who was carrying a large bag and a small bag, also heard the movement and rushed over. When I saw the scene in front of me, my eyes were as huge as a copper bell. How could this happen? How are we going to explain to Big Mom? At this time, an old man of the Fish Terran tribe wearing a Chinese costume and a beard on his chin trembled when he saw this situation. He was a left minister under King Neptune. "Old man Fishman, can you help introduce your king?" Rin Uchiha played with the permanent pointer in his hand. After throwing it to Nami, who had not yet figured out the situation, he smiled at Minister Zo. And Minister Zo obviously knew Uchiha Rin's identity. In the face of the other party's request, he naturally did not dare to refuse. Stiff-necked nodded. Inside the Dragon King's palace. After listening to the report of his subordinates to the incident that happened at the dessert factory half an hour ago, Neptune nearly fainted. A super newcomer who beat the red-haired pirate group, Big Mom Pirate Group, one of the 4 emperors. Who would have thought that these 2 groups of people actually came to Fishman Island on the same day? Come on, and fight. Hit it. The problem is that they still fought on Fishman Island. Whether it's the Big Mom pirates or the Uchiha Rin, he can't afford to mess with it. At this moment, Neptune once again missed the time when Whitebeard was still alive. "Don't be so sad, Your Majesty." A joke reached Neptune, who had doubts about his life. Looking up, I saw Uchiha Rin waving to him as he walked into the royal hall. "Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network." Seeing this, Neptune quickly collected the sadness on his face and barely showed a smile. "First meeting, Your Excellency God of Destruction. Just call me by name, I don't like this title at all. Uchiha Rin was followed by 3 small ones, as well as Hancock and Nami. And Nami's expression was even uglier than Neptune just now. She already knew what happened from Rin Nohara. After learning that Rin Uchiha intends to attack Big Mom, Nami almost didn't cry. What kind of madman was he tied up? 2 days ago, the newspaper also said that he killed Usopp's father, Jesus Bulletin, which can be described as uniting with the red-haired pirate to die unceasingly. Today, BBBC is playing with another 4 emperors. Nami felt like continuing at this pace. The remaining 2 4 emperors and the world government should also be put on the agenda. Don't worry that Charlotte Lingling will anger you, because she will disappear from this world completely. Uchiha Rin soothed Neptune and said. Neptune was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. Instantly understood what Uchiha Rin meant. Originally, he thought that Roger, who had just entered the new world and fought with the Rocks pirates, was fierce enough. Unexpectedly, 40 years later, another ruthless person who was not inferior to Roger was born. Before entering the new world, he united with the red-haired pirates, now ready to kill the Big Mom pirates. Neptune really wants to ask at this moment, I thought Roger was invincible in the world, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Whose general is this? Then, that Zhu Rin is successful. Neptune didn't even know what to say. I can only send my blessings with an embarrassed but polite smile. But Neptune immediately thought of another question: if Big Mom really died, whose flag will Fishman Island borrow to seek refuge in the future? Thinking of this, Neptune couldn't help but set his sights on Rin Uchiha. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was even greater. Of course he knew what Neptune was thinking about. But he can't learn from King Luffy or Whitebeard, and use people as an umbrella for nothing. There is no benefit. Big. The territory currently occupied by the Mom Pirates, Universal Totland, is a large piece of land, and if Charlotte Lingling dies, that land will also be vacated. Uchiha Rin looked up at Neptune with a smile and said, King Neptune, I heard that you Fishman Island has always wanted to go to land to live. As soon as the words came out, the faces of many fish in Dragon Palace City fused. Me, I'll go. This means waiting for Big. Mom after death. Just give them the land in Totland. Also, there is this kind of good thing. Neptune also looked incredulous. Pie in the sky? No, it's just falling gold. Is this little brother so generous? After more than 10 seconds, Neptune exhaled several times, barely calmed down and said, Your Excellency Rin is so generous. I don't know how much we want to pay for Fishman Island? Just borrowing the flag of Big. Mom, you have to give 10 tons of desserts every month as a protection fee. Neptune didn't believe Uchiha Rin would be so generous. Directly give them a large piece of land as Totland. I heard that Ling Qinjin was threatened by villains and has been living in seclusion in the hard-shell tower for 10 years without leaving the door. I hate this kind of villain who bullies weak women the most. King Neptune, we can't let White Star suffer such grievances anymore. We must make Vanderdyke 9, a slut, pay the price. Uchiha Rin said with a look of indignation. Neptune. Well, the co-authorship is aimed at the pearl in the palm of his hand. But to be honest, if Uchiha Rin can really help kill Vanderdyke 9, then he has no reason to refuse Uchiha Rin to approach his daughter. The main problem was that Vanderdyke 9's abilities were too difficult. Jinping couldn't help him. In desperation, Neptune had to build a completely enclosed bedroom for his daughter. 10 whole years, 9.5 years to be exact. Bai Xing never left the room for half a step. Neptune's father also blamed himself for this. However, Rin Uchiha is not as possessive of Heikushi as Hancock and Nami. After all, he doesn't have a hobby of toothpicks stirring up vats. In addition to looking at Bai Xing, this little girl is indeed a little pitiful. There is another important reason. It's that he really doesn't want to leave something for one Luffy. It doesn't matter if it's women or opportunities. Originally, Uchiha Rin even planned to grab one Luffy's Nika fruit together. Do you want to give Tsunade? Both of them use fists anyway. Nika Tsunade? However, Uchiha Rin remembered the characteristic of Nika fruit, which smiled stronger and stronger. Rin Uchiha thought it was better to forget it. It's so spoof. Reverse Super Saiyan, huh? The angrier others are, the stronger they are. The more you laugh, the stronger you get. Rin Uchiha was a little curious. In the original book, Wang Nika heard that Carp was killed, whether he cried or laughed. It feels like Kakarot laughing when he sees Kling's death and playing a super race. That picture is so beautiful that I dare not imagine it. Here is Neptune to ensure that his daughter is not protected by the power of Daikin 9 persecuted, and the dormitory built for her alone. The long corridor is surrounded by all kinds of weapons. There is no doubt that this was a good thing done by Vanderdyke 9. Although the strength of this product is weak, the ability is quite troublesome. Even Sea Hero, Jinping is helpless target fruit ability. At this moment, it is being screwed in the hand by Neptune with one hand. Your Excellency Rin, this is the little girl's room. Neptune on the road stopped and said hello to Uchiha Rin's group. Thanks, King Neptune. Next, can we talk to Princess White Star alone? Uchiha asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Neptune glanced at the beast in his hand that had killed his daughter and couldn't go out for 10 years. Without hesitation, he directly agreed to Uchiha Rin's slightly ambiguous request. To be honest, until now, a frightening chill remained in Neptune's spine. 2 hours ago, Rin Uchiha asked him to send someone to call Hody Jones and his group of the new Fishman pirates entrenched in Fishman Street. Then Rin Uchiha glanced at the group. Hody Jones and the others were like puppets, their eyes were blank, and Uchiha Rin asked what they answered. Steal the secret medicine hidden in the secret room of Dragon Palace City, and secretly collude with Vanderdyken 9, intended to assassinate King Neptune and once again stir up hatred between humans and fishmen. The explanation is clear. Then he picked out Vanderdyken 9. When he knew these things from Hody Jones, Neptune was directly shocked into a cold sweat. I didn't think of it. Under his nose, the gang of the new Fishman pirates. So much has been done. If only Uchiha Rin came for another 2 months. I am afraid that I was really carried to the execution rack by this gang, and Vanderdyken 9 and Hody Jones' gang. Naturally, it was swept up. Uchiha Rin was too lazy to make a move. Take it all to make practice sandbags for 3 lowly. Let Han Cook watch the dot from the side. Originally, the strength of the gang of Fishman Island in the original book was difficult to say. If it weren't for the buff blessing of the murderous medicine, Rin Uchiha even suspected that they couldn't even beat Clockdar's agents. And after the 2 gangs were settled, Uchiha Rin naturally became the great benefactor of Fishman Island. Don't talk about entering White Star's room. If White Star agrees, Neptune can let his baby daughter go to the cave room with Uchiha Rin. The premise is that they don't mind toothpicks stirring the vat. The door slowly opened. The amazing aroma was the first to come from inside the house. Uchiha Rin and several people stepped into the room. A huge bed of shells is the first to come into view. In the dim light, the lower half of a long pink fishtail was pulled at the end of the bed and looked further up. Only a beautiful face with some tear stains on the sides of his cheeks, even if he has developed a little resistance to Hancock's peerless face. But when seeing this face, Zionin, they still couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There is such a beautiful person. Anno. May I ask you? The sound of footsteps woke the mermaid princess up. Obviously facing Xiao Budian, who was more than 10 times smaller than herself, she was so scared that she hugged the pet shark beside her. The beautiful eyes like sapphires showed a mixture of horror and curiosity, and on the same gorgeous face as Han Cook, there was no arrogance of the pirate emperor. It looks more delicate and simple. Xiao Nan, it's so beautiful. Rin Nohara, it's so big. Sunset Red, it's so cute. Nami, the rumors of the mermaid princess are actually true. Han Cook. Cut. The other 4 girls were amazed by the beauty of Princess White Star. Only Hancock snorted in displeasure. How confident she is in her appearance is that she can be seen from her mantra that no matter what a concubine does, she will be forgiven. Now I see an existence whose appearance is not inferior to my own. And how can you be happy? Hello, Mermaid Princess. Uchiha Rin took the lead in walking forward, revealing the same gentle smile as Lanran Yusuk. My name is Rin Uchiha, and after hearing your thoughts about your mother, I specially crossed over from another world to help you fulfill your wish. The Kominami trio, also from another world, heard Uchiha Rin's statement. Suddenly revealed the same shocked face of the husky. Groove. You didn't say that before you came. They still remember the 4 words robbing people and women. When did your purpose in this world become so high? Who would believe such nonsense? Hancock muttered disdainfully. I've been together for more than half a month. Hancock and Nami basically figured out the urine nature of Rin Uchiha. Mad is a lawless, astringent little bastard. Really, did the Queen Mother hear me? Is she okay, Queen Mother? Can you help Bai Xing tell her that Bai Xing thinks about her every day? Upon hearing Uchiha Rin's words, the panic in Bai Xing's eyes instantly turned into surprise. His hands pulled the end of the bed, his eyes shone, and a pink fishtail flicked like a golden retriever. And when he kicked his mother, his eyes flashed with faint fluorescent tears. I actually believe it. Hancock had a look on his face, thinking that there is such a stupid woman in this world. However, Hancock forgot. Although he experienced the death of his mother, he always faced the attacks of Vanderdyken 9. But Bai Xing lived in the hard-shell tower at the age of 8. She can't be complicated if she thinks about it. Princess Otohim also misses you, little princess. That's why she asked me to fulfill your wish. Rin Uchiha reached out to Heikushi and gestured invitingly. So, let's go to the sea forest. Didn't I say, I was entrusted by Princess Otohim to fulfill your wish, little princess? Aha! The White Star chicken nodded madly like a rice pack. Watching Shirihong and Nohara Rin, the 2 5-year-old lowly, were stunned. This is also too easy to deceive, right? The main thing is that they overlooked how tempting it was for Bai Xing to go to Haizomori to mourn his mother. It is easy for the elderly who want to be terminally ill to be deceived by some gods, because they really don't have any other way. but let them see a little hope. Will also not hesitate to make a desperate bet. UMI no Mori, alias Ship's Graveyard, against the backdrop of fireflies that emit golden light on their tails. Princess White Star clasped her hands together, slowly closed her eyes, and made a prayer gesture in front of a stone tablet. It forms a beautiful but more sacred picture. No one would disturb White Star ignorantly at such a moment. Neptune, who witnessed this scene, rubbed the tears that welled up in his eyes, and whispered to Uchiha Rin, "Your Excellency Rin, are you going to attack Totland next? Originally, I wanted to go alone, but such a fun copy, it's a pity to play alone, it's better to let those three Nizai also come to practice together, so find some to hang for them first." Uchiha Rin glanced at Milalai, who was accompanying Shiro Hoshi, and made a bowing gesture to Princess Otomihim's tombstone. Originally, Uchiha Rin planned to do it himself and Yaoi. But think about it. All come to the pirate world, isn't it interesting to fight group battles? And he is now considered to be the guidance of the three of them. This kind of brush experience war. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? However, the strength of these three girls obviously did not reach the height of being able to participate in the royal level team battle. The most convenient and effective way is to find a hanging. Although the soul fruit has already been given to Nohara Rin, but Xiao Nan and Sunset Hong's hanging can also be arranged for them. Anyway, there are so many hangings in this world. What's wrong with taking a few more? To this end, Rin Uchiha decides to meet the most famous fruit seller in the pirate world first. Neptune nodded. After a short silence, he remembered something again, and after casting a reluctant look at his daughter, he asked Uchiha Rin in a low voice, "I wonder if Your Excellency Rin can get married?" Uchiha Rin was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled lightly. "There is a well, count the fiancé." For the relationship between the two, Tsunade is also relatively open at the moment, even if the two have negative distance behavior. She also didn't ask Uchiha Rin questions like, "What are we in a relationship now?" Highlight a good cool. So that's it. Neptune thought thoughtfully, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Father. At this time, White Star also completed his condolences to Princess Otohim and returned to Neptune's side. White Star, come Neptune, who was a circle smaller than his daughter, took White Star's hand, pushed her in front of Uchiha Rin, raised it in front of White Star with one hand, and said to Uchiha Rin, "I want to give my little girl to Your Excellency as a concubine, but I wonder if Your Excellency can her." By Sing's fair and pretty face turned into apple red. And Nami and Hancock, who have been watching from the sidelines, are dumbfounded. Although it took less than 3 hours to know White Star. But the thought of the White Star, who was as pure and flawless as a blank piece of paper, was actually promised by her father to Uchiha Rin, an evil party that did nothing evil. Nami feels that this is no longer a flower on cow dung. I can describe it. It's just a flower thrown into a dung pit. Hancock is also in the same mood as Nami at the moment. Neptune is not a brain problem. However, to see whether a person is bad or not, it is to be judged from different angles. It's as if Roger is an idol to pirates, but for ordinary civilians, he is a beast who can't wait to cut it by 1,000 cuts. Luju, this, here. Roger, oh, what's the situation? There's nothing around, but there's a strange little box in your head. Huh, what is this skirt file? It feels very interesting, click in and see. Ellie's good dad, haha, I'm also a good dad. Sato and Akimi Mayano, this young lady, can you explode photos? In Shimosato, Kazuma, an energetic 16-year-old high school student, although he is now dead, as the #1 horse boy of Rin, he will always resurrect me. Sato and Mabatoka's Deliu, I don't know if this is a sister or a sister. Can you take a look at the photos? I think your surname is a little familiar. Is it a fate forged in a past life? In the first 16 years of his death, don't talk about breaking the male body, even the number of times he talks to the opposite sex is only in single digits. Kazuma Sato. When I saw that the two skirters who were new to the skirt were obviously female names, instantly entered dog licking mode. Before the other skirters could react, just sent more than a dozen messages to Luyu and Miyano Akimi. I don't know why he worked so hard to lick a dog without a body. Is this the two spiny apes? I like to lick my wife who can only see but can't touch. But the problem is that Sato and Makoto are dead two spiny apes, and they can't even generate electricity for themselves in 393. Port card D. Sato Kazuma, roll the kafue. Dare to say such things to my mother again, I will kill you. Luju, old mother, are you? When Luju saw the line Portkas D and Ace's display name prefix, her face suddenly changed, and she shouted in a lost voice, Ace. Yes, is it Ace, my child Ace? Ace, woohoo, it's me, Mom, I miss you so much. Luju, oops, child, don't cry, Mom is there, Mom has always been, but it's a pity that Mom doesn't have a body now, otherwise I really want to hug you. How are you doing? Have you ever eaten well and not been a picky eater? Have you made any friends? Listen to Ace crying in her skirt. And Luju's motherly intention. Whether it is Kazuma Sato as the male protagonist of the Ghost Beast, or only the scumboss Diabrando, none of them opened their mouths to break this poignant but warm atmosphere. Even Dior is the same as Blackbeard. It's a crumb that is bad to the bone. but the word mother. It still represents the softest piece of his heart. Unfortunately, not everyone has emotional intelligence. Roger A. Silaju, wow, are you really my wife Liu and my son Ace? Luju, you are really angry, you really gave me a son, Ace, did that guy from Carp teach you well? Didn't fool you into being a pirate, did you? In other words, why is your surname Portkas, shouldn't it be Gore? Whitebeard Roger, you idiot still can't understand the atmosphere as always. Whitebeard was simply speechless. He had previously felt that Roger's emotional intelligence was low enough. I didn't expect to die and not change at all. Compared to Whitebeard, he was just a little speechless. Ace showed unprecedented anger. If only he was given a Asian blood. I'm afraid I don't have to transform on the spot. Ace Roger, shut up. Let's put on a daddy look in my face. I'm telling you, even if I inherit the surname of Portkas, which is very dear to me, I will never recognize the blood of the other half of your scum. You killed Mom, you should be glad you're dead. I'm dead too, otherwise I will find your grave. Dig up your corpse and whip it. My dad was only a Whitebeard from beginning to end. Ace's bloody scolding made Roger and Luju, who had just entered the skirt, stupid. They didn't understand at all why their son had such a grudge against his old son. Roger didn't even doubt it. If you stand in front of your son, he will not hesitate to slash himself to death. The others in the skirt expressed understanding. After all, after the Battle of the Chambord Islands, they also learned about Ace's background. At the same time, I have to admit it. One Piece, Gore D. Roger, both as a husband and father. It's all scum, it's indescribable. In reality, Uchiha Rin glanced at Ace, who had entered Zeon mode. Silently enable group message blocking. According to this momentum, Ace may have to scold for 2 or 3 hours to finish. After all, more than 20 years of resentment have been accumulated. It's not that simple to vent. 10 minutes later, dragged by Yaoi, the Sunny slowly sailed into the exit passage from Fishman Island to the New World, and Shira Koshoshi, who was sitting on the back of Yaoi, also waved goodbye to the relatives and people who came to see him off by the port. Father, big brother, and everyone from Fishman Island, bye, I'll come back to see you. Uchiha looked at this scene with a smile. In fact, there is no need for the White Star to come back. The next meeting is likely to be when Totlan is captured and the Fish Terrans relocated over. However, Uchiha Rin would not have low emotional intelligence enough to say such things and disturb this warm scene. Hey, just as the Sunny was gradually ascending to the surface, Nami suddenly came to Uchiha Rin's side. What? Uchiha Rin asked sideways. You have such two beautiful beauties, you shouldn't need me as an ugly monster, right? When I get to the New World, can you let me disembark? Navigator is such a thing, with your strength, you can recruit a new one at any time, right? Nami proposed to Rin Uchiha with a glimmer of hope. She was also open-minded. In order to let Uchiha Rin release himself, he even did not hesitate to belittle himself as an ugly monster. The main thing is that Nami feels that now Captain Uchiha Rin already has two peerless beauties, Hancock and Heikushi. 9 times out of 10, you have lost interest in yourself, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing Nami's words, Uchiha Rin couldn't hold back his laughter. Yes, what's so funny? Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Nami couldn't be angry. Nami, you seem to have been working on the underground black market since you were 10 years old, right? I didn't expect to say such naive words. Uchiha Rin looked mocking, then spread out his hands and said, a man doesn't think his women too much, a man will not think his harem is too big. When he has a small harem, he wants to have a big harem. When he has a big harem, he wants to have a bigger harem. Uchiha Rin opened her arms and squinted at Nami, who was stunned as she listened. Human desire, like the rolling stones of a mountain, once it starts, it can no longer stop. Nami was silent for a long time. Well, she understands all these truths. Isn't the evil dragon gang who once committed evil in the village of Caucosia the best case? At first, a protection fee of 10,000 berry a month. Then it gradually rose to 50,000, 100,000. In the end, my family of 3 was really unable to bear it. Belmer will die at the hands of the dragon beast. Maybe it's because I've been staying with the idealists of the Straw Hat Pirates for a long time, and I'm having a good time. Nami felt that she had unknowingly forgotten how cruel the world was. So many women, I'm not afraid of kidney loss, Nami muttered softly. To be reasonable, she really couldn't say anything about Uchiha Rin. You can only use this kind of rhetoric to get by. Uchiha Rin glared. He picked Nami up and walked to the second floor. Then let you see, what is serious kidney deficiency? You stop me, stop it, Nami exclaimed in a lost voice. When Hancock saw this scene, he silently snorted in his heart. This guy is also too moody, right? You let me go. I know it's wrong. 10 minutes later, Nami, who was swollen again, gulped and greedily breathed in the fresh air, and then her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and begged for mercy. Is there anyone you like in the Straw Hat Pirates? Rin Uchiha asked rhetorically. Nami didn't know how to answer for a moment. Could it be that if she said yes, she would spare herself? Dream. If this guy was really that reasonable, he would still be tied up here? But if you say no, will he possess himself more unburdened? For a while, Nami was anxious and afraid. I don't know how to answer at all. To tell you the truth, haven't you also seen my ability? Uchiha Rin brightened the three-hooked jade in his eyes. It suddenly reminded Nami of when she was just on Fishman Island. He used those eyes to control the scene when Hody Jones. No, no. Nami whispered the words from her heart. For the Straw Hats who saved themselves from the hell of the dragon pirates. If in order to repay the favor, Nami is even willing to give her life. But to talk about the love of men and women, that's another story. Otherwise, most of the year in the days of adventure together. It's been together for a long time. Isn't that enough? You are now when the two of us are ordinary lovers, ready to do something that should be done between couples? This is not a bow girl, but two people who love each other are about to merge into one, Uchiha said with a smile. Ooh, Gitzler, Nami thinks it makes sense. What a fart. You think I'm by seeing stupid by Tien, who didn't go out of the gate for 10 years and didn't take a step at the second door. 1.3 Not to mention that you robbed the ship of our pirate group and killed my teammate, his father's enemy. And the old lady and you are not lovers. Who wants TMD to fall in love with you? The old lady can't wait to smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces, right? Nami, although the Straw Hat Gang saved you from the evil dragon, you, as a navigator, have saved the Straw Hat Pirates from fire and water several times, right? Whether it's on the empty island or in the battle with the Golden Lion, the Straw Hat Pirates rely on you to survive all kinds of natural disasters, don't you? Rin Uchiha hugged Nami's ear from behind. Pua, even if you want to return the favor, you should pay it back, right? Now do what you want to do. You don't owe the Straw Hats, do you? What I want to do. It's an adventure with Luffy in them. However, then help Luffy become one piece. You provoke less between us. Nami's expression wanted to cry and laugh, and she responded with difficulty while swallowing spit, and slapped Nami on the face, glancing out the window at dusk. When I went in, it was morning, and when I came out, it was already dusk. Nami snorted and let out 2 breaths. I tried hard to get up, but eventually fell weakly. He could only stare at Uchiha Rin with resentful eyes. What do you say? Although he is full of resentment, he surprisingly does not have much hatred. Let's go, have lunch. Oh no, it's a meal. Rin Uchiha bent down to pick Nami up. Are you good at joining the Straw Hat Pirates? Nami suddenly whispered. Uchiha Rin suddenly revealed the face of the subway old man. Who UTM is teasing me? Nami suddenly became excited, and one hand pulled at the neckline of the other party, and suddenly got close to the distance between her and Uchiha Rin's face. Don't you think it's the best of both worlds? You yourself said that you are not interested in the position of One Piece, are you? You don't have a conflict of interest with Luffy either, and, speaking of the back, Nami's voice became smaller and smaller. And I don't have to suffer like this. Uchiha Rin continued to carry Nami out, and after putting it down in the restaurant, he said leisurely, don't make trouble, not to mention the matter of Jesus Bulletin. It is already equivalent to uniting with the Straw Hat, not to mention Wong Luffy's worship of Wong Shanks. Will he let a red-haired pirate group of enemies on board? Uchiha Rin left Nami a little thin face when he spoke. After all, I just took away the most important thing of the girl. Rin Uchiha himself doesn't care about power issues like being the boss or the second. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly expressed no interest in Hokage's position and gave it to Tsunade. 11. But even if you want to get yourself a cheap leader, Uchiha Rin is looking for such an unjust breed as a Red Dog or Jinsaki. Nor will he look for Wong Luffy. If nothing else, just because he likes the heroic good boy Mitsuki Ota, he can't stand it. Mad Mitsuki Ota is a pure fool, right? Anyway, Uchiha Rin didn't understand why he could let Roger kneel for him, and Whitebeard recognized him as a brother. In other words, aren't all the people who join the white group can only be Whitebearded and his son? Why can Mitsuki Ota be a brother? Rin Uchiha felt the need to open the chat room and ask, so what do you want me to do? Nami cried as Pear Blossom shouted with rain. It's okay, don't cry or cry. Uchiha Rin took Nami into his arms and comforted. Didn't I say it all? I don't have any problem with Wong Luffy. If you want to be One Piece, just go and be, as long as you don't mess with me. Don't say One Piece, East One Piece, North Piece, Pacific One Piece. Hearing Uchiha Rin's mixed speech, even though she was still in tears, Na couldn't wait to roll her eyes. Don't mess with you yet. You robbed other people's boats and took other people's navigators. How do you see that you provoke others first, right? Seeing that this comfort was useless, Saibo Rin changed his strategy again. Anyway, it's still half a year before the agreed time of the Straw Hat Pirates, isn't it? In the meantime, let's not think about the future, just enjoy the beauty of the moment, okay? What kind of scum is this stalking? Nami felt that she didn't force this little bastard to be fine. He also said that Usopp's father, Jesus, was a scumbag. I don't think you're much better than him, are you? Poof! At this moment, I saw Xiao Nan, who was wearing an apron, with a black face, throwing a casserole in front of the two. Inside is the goji berry pork liver soup. This is the second time she has made this soup. The last client was Tsunade. Well, don't think so much, drink the soup first. Uchiha Rin patted Konan's little brain melon with an upset look and pushed the casserole in front of Nami. You will be taken to the chat dress. It's been hours. Ace is almost finished scolding, right? Liu mom, it's my daddy who told me that no matter what kind of life it is, everyone is a pirate in the sea. Although I died, my life is without regrets. You can talk to my dad more in the future. He is a good man, of course. I'm talking about the white-bearded dad, not Roger's beast. What is an opening lightning strike? Rin Uchiha, who had just entered the chat room, said that this was the opening lightning strike. I feel that Ace's tone is a little strange. Is this to make up a pair of his old wife and Whitebeard? Have you considered your own father's feelings? Even if you can't see Roger's expression at the moment, all the skirters could also imagine Roger's already angry green face. The white beard in the netherworld also rubbed his chin numbly. It's almost muddy. He understood the truth of living long and seeing more. But I didn't expect to encounter such an abstract thing when I died. Reborn Whitebeard, Green Roger at the beginning? Let's be honest though, if you can really snatch Roger's woman. Inexplicably excited, is there any? Whitebeard was suddenly able to understand Uchiha Rin's actions. Originally, he was more disdainful of Uchiha Rin's robbery of Nami, but after experiencing it for yourself, I think it's really emotional. Questioning Uchiha Rin, understanding Uchiha Rin, becoming Uchiha Rin belongs to yes. Luju, Ace, don't be like this, your mother only loves your father alone in this life. Ace, why, mom, that guy is a beast. Take the old mother the person who ran away after that, did not fulfill a little responsibility as a husband, and obviously knew that he was dying and harassed you. I have never seen such a beast person. Rin, that guy is a good guy compared to him. Rin Uchiha? Official Rin said that your family is engaged in family ethics. Why are you pulling labor and management into it? Luju, child, you have to understand that when a woman falls in love with a man, she often does things that seem unimaginable to outsiders. Good. Rin Uchiha couldn't help but applaud Luyu. Luju's words reminded Uchiha of the Empress Dowager of Dakin. For a big lover of a cow thief, the woman who almost killed the Emperor of the Ages. This sentence is also apt to describe her. Ace, mom. Alas. Ace only felt as if he had punched cotton, no matter how indignant he is. But the mother who is the party is fine. What position do you have to scold Roger? Uchiha Rin. Ace, the love brain is like this, but you should also thank you for the scumbag dad. After all, if he doesn't scum your mother, he doesn't have you, right? Seriously, compared to domineering and swordsmanship, Rin Uchiha really wanted to ask Roger about how to cheat women, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. It would be nice to see if Nami or Hancock could be transformed into such a woman. Robin felt unlikely. The woman was so sane. Ace, ghost, I'd rather I hadn't been born. Roger Uchiha Rin, I heard about you kid from Whitebeard. You told Ace about me, right? He also killed one of Shank's crew members for 6 or 7 hours in a row, and was scolded by his son like a grandson, and almost greened by this guy with a white beard. At this moment, Roger's mood was extremely depressed, but he did not dare to vent to his son. After all, it is their own loss. So he targeted Rin Uchiha. Rin Uchiha, what, dare to do it or dare not let people say it? Don't say Jesus Bulletin, it's Shanks himself. If you dare to mess with me, I will still kill it. If you are not happy, I can go back to the Chambord Islands, kill Riley first, maybe you can let him come in to accompany you. Roger's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. This kid is even more horizontal than expected. White-bearded Roger, gula la la Roger, I advise you to be polite when talking to this kid. He has no other advantages, but he must do what he says, and he has never dropped the chain. Uchiha Rin vaguely felt as if he had forgotten something. I went through the list of skirt members again. Just slapped the door of the brain. Mother, why did you forget her? Uchiha Rin Mayano Akimi, welcome newcomers to the skirt. Akimi Mayano, hello, I'm Akimi Mayano. Please advise. Akimi Mayano seemed to be a little transparent, who was suddenly named by the class teacher in the class. A stirring spirit, tongue is knotted. She and Mr. and Mrs. Roger entered the skirt at the same time. However, no one paid attention to her at all. After Sato Kazuma knew that Liu was a personal mother, he sent her private messages to ask for photos. Akimi Mayano, who has been silently peeping at the screen, also roughly figured out the situation she is facing now. And then I didn't dare to speak. Medea is all big guys. All of them are lords who can dominate a country and even destroy the world. Akimi Mayano feels that her current self is a husky thrown into a wolf's den. The only one who is like himself is Kazuma Sato, who does not have any special abilities. Still a perverted high school student and heat 24 hours a day. Oh my god, it's better to be collapsed by gin wine and never wake up. Uchiha Rin chatted with Akimi Mayano without a ride. To be honest, in a group of combat skirt friends earlier, it was quite interesting to suddenly blend into a daily fan. 777, but is Conan a daily fan? Reaper schoolboy kicking satellite with football. A unicorn that measures speed and dodges bullets. A karate black-skinned man who splits a stone pillar with his bare hands. This is if placed in the Hokage worldview, more or less a special ninja level, right? Uchiha Rin didn't talk to Akemi Miyano for too long before he came out. After all, Akemi Miyano does not have any special abilities that help herself, and she can't give her sister to herself as a commission reward. Grandpa Rin, a natural utilist, did not bother to waste time on her. In other words, this woman's love brain seems to be no worse than Luju. Knowing that Akai Shuaki has been using himself to investigate the organization, he has not turned his face. At night, on deck on the Sunny, a crowd gathered around the campfire to chat. When he heard the name Don Quixote do Flamengo from Uchiha Rin's mouth, Hancock's face changed slightly. In the Seven Martial Sea, although the strength is not the top, but definitely the most powerful one, the monarch of a country like himself, but the influence of Amazon lilies and Dressrosa, completely incomparable. Well, in addition to the identities of Nanabukai and King Dressrosa, that guy is also the largest black market operator in the New World, human trafficking, devil fruit, weapons of war. Engage in everything. Land of love and passion and toys, Dressrosa. Located in the middle of the kingdom, in the castle of King's Heights, which served as the base of the Don Quixote family. The cotters of the Don Quixote family all gathered here. Violet, a high-ranking member of the family, transmits the lilac light reflected in her eyes on the video phone worm. It is then projected on the wall by the image phone worm. In the projection screen, it is the Sunny. Over here is Violet's ability to stare at the fruit. Clairvoyance that can detect everything within a radius of 4,000 miles. You can also use the video phone worm to broadcast the scene she sees to others. I didn't expect that even the pirate female emperor was tied up by him, and this guy definitely had a very bad time every day. Diamanti, the supreme cotter who symbolizes the square, is envious. If you want to, you can try it, Diamandi. Toripole, the top cotter representing Plum Blossom, said with a strange smile. Diamanti did not answer. If only he had that ability. Will still sit here. 30 years ago, he knew how many pounds he had. If it weren't for holding Doflamingo's lap, can his strength gain a foothold in the new world? The direction that guy is going is indeed Dressrosa, right? Doflamingo, sitting on the throne, was not in the mood to be as giggling as his subordinates, and he had no heart or lungs. As the largest black market speaker in the new world, Doflamingo did not rely most on brute force. It is the judgment of judging the situation. As early as last week, after hearing about Rin Uchiha's deeds, Doflamingo kept an eye on it, and after hearing that he entered the new world, it also makes Violets with clairvoyance stare at any time. He had to figure out what this monster wanted to do in the first place. Join the four emperors in the fight for historical topography with the goal of becoming one piece? Or did you simply unite with the red-haired pirates to cut the grass and remove the roots? When it was concluded that the direction of the Sunny's advance was its own territory, Dressrosa, Doflamingo couldn't calm down either. A freak who single-handedly defeated the four emperors. He didn't feel like he could block it. Dover, that guy. Just then, Diamante's shouts awakened Doflamingo from his musings. Doflamingo looked ahead. I saw that Uchiha Rin, who was still lying on the legs of the blue-haired little girl just now, suddenly stood up. The muscular body slowly turned to the Violet's clairvoyant glasses. The right hand is on the cheek and the index finger of the left hand is cocked, pointing to the entire Don Quixote family before the projection. Doflamingo, you guy, you're looking at me. The sharp tone is like a sharp knife. Instantly pierced the heart of all members of the Don Quixote family. Violet's face turned pale, and she hurried to clairvoyance under her instinctive reaction. The next second, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Large beads of sweat continued to fall from the beautiful side face, and the faces of the other cotters of the Don Quixote pirates. It's no better. Dude, Dover, what now? Diamante swallowed his spit and asked Doflamingo for instructions. Although the Red Dog is the leader of the world's first unjust species of pirates, but Doflamingo wasn't much better than him. His subordinates are still undercover in the Navy. Virgo and Monet, who is a natural snow fruit, more reliable. Everyone else is basically waste. From the original Virgo and Monet die in punk acid. This can be seen in Dressrosa's chapter Du Flamenco with 10 pits. Yes, do you want to put up an honor guard to greet you? Torrible also asked with a trembling voice. I'll go in person. Doflamingo strode out of the palace and rushed into the clear sky with the help of the ability of the thread fruit. Just a moment was enough for Doflamingo to realize the horror of Uchiha Rin. He had to show the same deference as he did with Kaido. Otherwise, the fate of the Daizo named Cubby on the report is his future. Originally from Uchiha Rin their position. Even if the weather is stable, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. But under Doflamingo's all-out running, it only took a few hours to arrive. The behavior just now was rude, Your Excellency the God of Destruction, mainly because the pattern of the new world is extremely unstable, so I asked my subordinates to check the situation around Dressrosa more, and I didn't expect to see you. Doflamingo's explanation is clearly a lie. You've seen thousands of kilometers away, right? I have experienced a lot in the past few days and saw Doflamingo fall from the sky. The three little ones who followed Uchiha Rin were already surprised by these freaks with strange abilities and unusual figures. At most, evaluate in his heart that his clothes are so ugly. After looking Doflamingo up and down with the eyes of examining a cargo, Uchiha Rin looked Lolihong sideways and said, Threadfruit, M.Red, are you sure to harness this force? The eyes behind Doflamingo's sunglasses instantly glared at the boss. What do you mean? Inexplicably, there is a feeling that the rabbit is being targeted by a tiger. In the next second, Doflamingo's face fused under the perception of smell and color. Because Rin Uchiha didn't say a word, the index finger of his right hand suddenly ignited a fire whip and drew it towards him. Seeing this, Doflamingo's face fused, and his right hand made a beast claw, colorless line. Poof! 10 minutes later, Doflamingo, who was more than 3 meters tall, fell violently on the deck of the Sunny. He was beaten by Uchiha. No, it's not so much beaten. Rather, it was slipped. Doflamingo this just 10 minutes inside. Rin Uchiha had at least 10,000 chances to kill himself, but he has been staying at the most critical moments. Until Doflamingo was forced to take out the 16 divine murderous bullets in the awakened state. Uchiha Rin ended the battle with a move of the Suset Amaterasu. Do you see clearly, Hong? What do you think of his abilities? Uchiha Rin asked after landing. Doflamingo guessed right. Uchiha Rin didn't fight him at all. At first, Rin Uchiha just wanted to teach the newspaper king a lesson, who told him to dare to peep at himself. But after cleaning up this 2 minutes, Uchiha Rin suddenly felt that Doflamingo's line fruit was insufficient compared to the top, and more than the bottom. Maybe it's quite suitable for Sunset Red. So the purpose changed from teaching Doflamingo a lesson to forcing him to show the ability of the devil's fruit. It doesn't feel very strong. Lori pointed at her chin and blinked her vermilion eyes. The ribs were stabbed, and Doflamingo, who was in a state of collapse, almost didn't hold back a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Mad, you are a stinky imp who doesn't even offer a reward, and you actually dislike Lao Tzu, who is the largest black market talker in the 7 Wuhei and New World. Bang! Uchiha Rin directly rewarded Sunset Red with a violent chestnut. The main thing is that this girl followed herself for a while. It seems that there are too many super shadow level battles. Therefore, Doflamingo, whose strength is about above and below the high level of the film level, is still a little disdainful. This is similar to many dead fat houses. After feeling the beauty of the two-dimensional wife, I always feel that the three-dimensional is not worthy of my own reason. Well, a dead fat house like a dog author is like that. And now the problem of Sunset Red is the same as these dead fat houses. Watched a lot of battles with top masters. I have the illusion that I will grow to this realm. The fruit ability you can control is also this grade. Uchiha Rin pinched Sunset Red's side face again, and said with a look of disgust, if you want to divide the devil fruit into 3, 6, 9, etc., the fruit of the thread is probably in the upper middle class. You say he's bad. It's certainly not bad. It is 108,000 li stronger than what the Renren fruit common people's form is, but you have to say it's strong. Compared with the Nika fruit and the green dragon fruit, I don't know how much worse. It belongs to the height of not bad enough. And this is also the reason why Rin Uchiha uses the thread fruit as an alternative ability for Sunset Red, because Sunset Red's talent is also at the level of not bad, okay. I really want to give her the shock fruit, the top fruit of the shining fruit. She couldn't handle it either, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. If she could refine the thread fruit to the level of Doflamingo, that's already the ancestors burning high incense, right? Me, can I think again? It feels like this ability is a bit insidious, and I don't like it very much. Lolihong rubbed the red side face that was pinched by Uchiha Rin, and said aggrievedly, okay. Anyway, there are many strange abilities in the pirate world. There is no need to rush either. Rin Uchiha then crouched down in front of Doflamingo and placed one hand on his wound. Yang attribute fairy chakra launched. When the blood that was dripping from Doflamingo's side wound stopped. You're also a devil fruit ability hunter? Doflamingo, who had recovered a life, asked in shock. The ability hunter was on top for a year and a half after the end of the war. The people of the New World gave the Blackbeard pirates a nickname, because for more than a year, Blackbeard has been using his dark fruits abilities, hunt powerful devil fruit powers, then transfer them to your own subordinates. Hence the nickname. Barely count, but I don't have the ability of Blackbeard. Rin Uchiha doesn't deny it. Doflamingo's face darkened. Maid, if that little girl just now saw her own ability, I'm afraid I'm going to be slaughtered. What do you want to do to me? After just 10 minutes of dog-walking combat, Doflamingo already understood how far he was from this bastard with a harmless face but was actually insidious and insidious. Please help do what you do best. I heard Rin Uchiha answer like this. Doflamingo simply wanted to curse. Mater wants to ask labor and management to do things, and just met and fight? Uchiha Rin then quickly described his intentions. I want to borrow the power of Doflamingo to the black market to help find 2 demon fruits suitable for these 2 of his subordinates. When Doflamingo heard this, he thought that Uchiha Rin was looking for Rin Nohara and Sunset Red. After all, many people in the pirate world now think that Xiao Nan is a natural ability. If I help you find it, can you guarantee not to seize my abilities? After a short thought, Doflamingo asked in a deep voice. Although the smelly girl with red eyes said that she couldn't see her own abilities, but who can guarantee that she will not regret it in the next second? Okay, no problem. Rin Uchiha agreed without hesitation. Doflamingo's eyes widened. That's too fast, right? There will be no fraud, right? Uchiha Rin also saw Doflamingo's doubts, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the only good thing about me as a person is that I do what I say. There may really be no other way out." Doflamingo could only obediently give information. Recently. Tetsalo, that guy gets the inheritance of the Golden Lion. Tetsalo? The new lowly trio and the White Star who could only sit on the back of Yao because of their size were puzzled. Gilder Tetsalo, nicknamed Golden Emperor, is the richest man in the world who controls 20% of the world's berry and dominates the entire sea underground world with money. Nami walked down from her room on the 2nd floor. As a money junkie, how could she not have heard of the name of Tetsalo? This guy is the one from the Straw Hat Pirates. After seeing Nami, Doflamingo was shocked in his heart. Since the war, he has also paid great attention to the whereabouts of the Straw Hats. I recognized Nami's identity at a glance. But why is this woman here? Doflamingo then noticed Nami's thief opening and trembling legs slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Uchiha Rin, the only handle on the ship. Also, as an old driver, he guessed an approximate idea in an instant. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth outlined a slight arc, although a trip before the ghost gate closed. But I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. Carp's grandson, son of the dragon. I was actually wearing such a big green hat. This era is becoming more and more interesting. The legacy of the Golden Lion. Oh, its fluttering fruit. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was also a little strange. He also read the relevant reports. Before about a month before the Top War, the official release of the world government, it is announced that the Navy has successfully arrested the first sea thief, Golden Lion, Shiki, to escape from the prison of Advanced City. After 20 years, it was reinvested in Impelton. Then, before the war arrived, the Golden Lion fell ill and died in the advancing city. The government said it was caught by the Navy. But Rin Uchiha, who is a traverser, knows very well. That's what Wang Luffy killed. It's just that the Golden Lion flew to the branch base of the Navy. Then it was picked up by the Navy side. But this may still be a good thing for the Golden Lion. After all, being defeated by the Navy is better than being defeated by a little imp who debuted less than a year ago and has not yet dried up, right? But seriously, the regression of the strength of the Golden, good, Lion is too exaggerated. The villain is listed as the 3 legendary pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Lost to a Wang Luffy, who didn't even master the most basic tricolor domineering. This comedic effect is comparable to the second pillar reincarnation. I being stabbed blind by Grandpa Bo fluttering fruit. It feels more suitable for you than red, Zionin. Uchiha Rin looked sideways at Konan. Doflamingo was once again incredulous. What's the situation? Isn't that blue-haired little girl already an ability? How could you give her the fluttering fruit? As an additional gift to tell you, the Golden Lion is dead, and the rebirth of the fluttering fruit has been known by many big people, and many forces want to use the strength of this fruit to improve their strength. Doflamingo said coldly, whether it is the Royal Level Pirate Group, the High Level Navy, or the secret forces of the government. Will Draco come too? Before Doflamingo finished speaking, he was told by Uchiha Rin's rhetorical question. Why did you suddenly ask about Draco? Hankook, who was standing on the other side, trembled. But because Doflamingo's eyes were all focused on Uchiha Rin, I didn't notice the strangeness of this colleague. However, Hancock seemed to have a changed expression in a PTSD patient, but he was completely seen by Uchiha Rin. He felt that this time he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can it snatch the fluttering fruit, it can also allow Hancock to complete the transformation completely. Let her heroine's heart completely from Wang Luffy, the bitter lord. Transfer to yourself this yellow hair 3. Alas, since the opening of the pirate world, I've been doing other people's things. Do you want to try dyeing yellow hair? Uchiha Rin muttered in his heart. After thinking about it, forget it. But won't eating the devil fruit turn into a dry duck? And I am very afraid of water. Will it be dangerous to encounter water in the future? Xiao Nan said with some worry. Don't worry, what is prepared for you is the top superhuman line, and there are many ways to resist escape. The ability to burn fruits that Uchiha Rin received from Ace is not afraid of water. If Xiao Nan eats the devil fruit of the pirate world, they will also have the weakness of fearing seawater. But to be honest, Rin Uchiha felt that this drawback was harmless at all. But those who have the fruit ability of the general level and the imperial level, which one puts such a buff as seawater? If nothing else, just the soul fruit and the fluttering fruit will fly. It is enough to solve most water escape attacks. If Xiao Nan and Nohara Lin can cultivate to the imperial level, there is no need to worry about this kind of problem. The soul fruit is given to Lin, and the fluttering fruit is given to Zion, and that you are really big, so what is the red one? Wouldn't it be the shock fruit? Nami complained on the side. She was completely intimidated by Uchiha Rin's big hand. Top fruits and no money stuffed into the mouths of these girls. That's not it, Red can't control the top fruit. Uchiha Rin shook his head. Lolihong suddenly puffed up her face angrily. But sulking is useless. That's the strength of your Sunset Red. It seems that he shot once in the original work. It was the one who was abused by his filial piety. To be honest, this dead girl Lolihong actually has the audacity to look down on Doflamingo? If you can cultivate to his height, it is not enough to be tricked by a phoenix man to give birth. Then he was widowed just after turning 30. In other words, Nami wants any ability. You're welcome though. Uchiha Rin asked with a smile as he put his arm around Nami's shoulder. No, I don't want to be a dry duck. Nami quietly pulled the other's trotters off. However, his inner impression of Uchiha Rin has changed a little. 327. To be fair, this guy is really good to his own people, and there is nothing to say. However, in stark contrast, it is cruelty to the enemy. Whether it is the Royal Level Pirate Regiment or the General Level Combat Power of the Navy, I really don't blink my eyes when I die. Uchiha Rin shrugged with some regret. To be honest, Rin Uchiha was still a little looking forward to transforming Nami into a stronger, and then turned his head to help him deal with the Straw Hats. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. After all, Zhao Ji can be conquered by Zhao Ji to deal with his own son brother Zhang. When a woman falls in love with a man, it's no wonder that anything can be done. Rin Uchiha thinks that his charm should still be higher than that of Kyoji, right? Doflamingo, whose wound had been healed by the Yang attribute immortal chakra, also got up from the deck and forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart. He originally thought that Uchiha Rin had just debuted and offended the red-haired pirate group to death, which was arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, not only did he set his eyes on the fluttering fruit now, but he didn't even plan to let go of the soul fruit. You know, the ability of the soul fruit is not dead yet. In other words, Rin Uchiha wants to give Big Mom to. A layer of goosebumps gushed uncontrollably from Ayaksha's skin. Originally regaining his ability to move and wanting to quickly escape, he temporarily changed his decision. Fufertai Zolo's lair Gulantai Zolo I have been to several times. If you don't mind, let me show you the way, right? Tetsalo also had business dealings with him, but at the moment Doflamingo did not hesitate to sell it. In a new world ruled entirely by the four emperors, the non-royal pirate group wants to gain a foothold here, and must have a skill. Doflamingo relied on the vast network of connections he had built through the underground black market. With a shrewd businessman mind, the arrival of Uchiha Rin, BCAF, will 100% break the situation that has lasted for more than 10 years due to the four emperors in four parts of the world. Whether he can really slaughter Big Mom or not, there is absolutely no loss in building a good relationship in advance. Oh, that's good, but I'm not used to having men on my boat. Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow. The disgusted Doflamingo was not angry, or did not dare to be angry, and laughed. If you don't mind, can you stoop to dress Rosa? My boat is there to show you the way. Seeing Doflamingo's doglegs, Hancock was amused in his heart. In front of Sengoku, he jumped up and down like a monkey. It's actually so instigated. But Hancock doesn't seem qualified to laugh at Doflamingo. Wasn't she quite unruly before? Isn't it the same now? After the two parties reached an agreement, Doflamingo's ability to cast the thread fruit flew away. The Sunny continued its voyage toward Dressrosa. 2 days later, they arrived at Doflamingo's lair. Rin Uchiha does not intend to stay in this land of love and passion and toys for long, although the island is also quite interesting. Bullfighting arenas, toy factories, little Terrans hidden in Grimbit. It's also good to be a sightseeing spot. It's just that now Uchiha Rin can't wait to take Hancock to Gurintazalo, completely transform her body and mind into her own shape. Don't want to waste time here. After the ship landed, Uchiha Rin took out the phone worm and prepared to dial the number left for him by the newspaper king before. Rin-san, there's someone over there. At this time, Xiao Nan, who was standing on the side of the ship, suddenly pointed to the pier and shouted. Uchiha Rin stopped the dialing motion on his hand and turned his head to look. I saw a person wearing a light gray cape. completely wrapped his whole body, only vaguely revealing half of his chin, as if walking out of the Assassin's Creed set, walked to the Sunny and said in a loud voice, "Is it the Uchiha pirates?" Violet, the cotter of the Quixote family in the lower hall, was ordered by the young lord to welcome Lord Uchiha Rin to the palace. With that, the visitor took off the hood on his head, showing a face that is not inferior to Nami in the slightest, and even has a little more mature and feminine feeling. The word seems to be tailored for this kind of woman. Although he calls himself Violet, Rin Uchiha is clear. The real identity of this woman is Violet, the second daughter of the former king of Dressrosa. Isn't that right? Rin Uchiha chuckled. I have already agreed with the king of newspapers to leave for Gurintazalo immediately after the meeting with Dressrosa, but I didn't say that I would go to the island. When Violet heard this, her eyes flashed unnatural for a moment, but she quickly hid the strange look under her eyes and explained, yes, it is the young master who has something important to report to Lord Uchiha Rin temporarily, so I want to invite Lord Uchiha Rin to the island to talk. So, there's no need to go into town, I'll call him over. Rin Uchiha said and tried to dial the number on the phone. Don't read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. At this time, Violet really couldn't hold back. The wheat-skinned face turned pale, and he reached out to make a blocking gesture to Uchiha Rin. Rin Uchiha snapped the microphone back onto the phone's back shell and put his hands on the side of the ship. What the hell is you here for? There is something to say. Violet bit her lower lip hard, and after a few seconds tangled, yes, can I talk to you alone? After Uchiha Rin and the women glanced at each other, they hooked their fingers at Violet under the boat and walked into Juan Luffy's room. Nami was a little worried. After he and Rin Uchiha got up from that room this morning, it seems that they haven't cleaned it yet. It won't leave a taste, right? Forget it, as long as Luffy can't smell it in the future. After Uchiha Rin entered the house, the salty smell in the air that was somewhat similar to that of the sea made Violet look a little strange. They are all adults who understand everything. After forcibly curbing the agitation in his heart, Violet spoke again. Actually, Violet is just my code name in the family. My real name is Violet, Riku Violet. After revealing her true identity, Violet told Uchiha Rin everything that happened 10 years ago in Dressrosa to their Riku royal family. It took 10 minutes for Violet to tilt the nightmarish time he had spent 10 years on himself. It feels like I'm about to think of Rin Uchiha as a psychiatrist. However, when Violet looked up at Uchiha Rin, but he found that the other party's head was hanging down, as if he was drowsy. Finished? Noticing Violet's expression of anger and dare not speak, Uchiha Rin yawned and asked rhetorically, So what, do you want me to sympathize with you? When Doflamingo came back the day before yesterday, he held a family meeting to mention your affairs, and I could feel that he was afraid of you. Violet clenched her pink fists and plucked up the courage to look directly into Uchiha Rin's eyes. So, I want to ask you, help your Riku clan retake this country? What's in it for me? Uchiha said lazily, you learned about the landing site of the Sunny with the help of the ability to stare at the fruit, so you secretly came to see me without Doflamingo. No wonder you were so nervous just now, but I'm really curious, where do you get the basis that I will help you? Seeing that you have also understood what I have done in the past, in what way can you see that I am a helpful person? Violet heard the words and gathered around the words. Just silently remove the purple and white spotted sleeveless shirt buttons on the upper body. Free the killer who may be a number larger than Hancock in front of Rin Uchiha. Uchiha Rin is not helpful, Violet does not know, but she knew this man was absolutely good at this mouthful. The abduction of the female emperor who is the king of the seven Wohei is already big news known to everyone in the world. It's only been a few days. There are also little thief cats from the Straw Hat Pirates and the legendary mermaid princess on board. Even before today, Violet had seen Rin Uchiha with his own eyes, but more or less from these clues to find out each other's interests and hobbies. Unfortunately, this time, Violet misjudged. After admiring for a few seconds, Uchiha Rin leaned back in his chair and said calmly, put it on. Violet's pupils shrank sharply, like a lightning strike. No, it's not. This is different from what she thought. Why? She is very confident in her conditions. Just secretly compared it. That pirate female emperor is probably 1 or 2 models younger than herself. Not to mention that little thief cat. As for the white star, that's naturally incomparable. You think of yourself too expensive. Seeing Violet's increasingly desperate expression, Uchiha said coldly. Violet, who had originally looked desperate, suddenly looked up. It is as if it were a victim trapped in the desert, in a matter of life and death. Finally saw an oasis. Rin Uchiha gestured downwards at Violet and pulled his belt. The other party gritted his teeth and hesitated for half a second, but still kneeling in front of Uchiha Rin. Half a minute later, the throat makes a sound of purr. Even a battle-hardened Rin official. I also took a few deep breaths for a while before I got used to the rhythm of this battle. So there's no end to learning. After gradually adapting, Uchiha said leisurely. About half a year, or a few months later, there will be a group of Thunder Peak pirates. I'm sorry, there is no Lei Feng in this world. There is a pirate group that likes to help others recover the country. The most will come to Dressrosa. When the time comes, you will come to see me today, repeat what you just told me to them, and they will definitely help you. And without you paying anything, they will help you unconditionally, and if nothing else, they should be able to kill Doflamingo and return this country to your Riku family. At this moment, Violet, who was speechless, looked up with difficulty. He looked at Rin Uchiha with incredulous eyes. She couldn't believe that there really was such a virginal pirate who did good deeds without leaving a name. Noticing Violet's eyes, Uchiha Rin laughed. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. This gang likes to help people recover the country the most. Count it carefully. Since the Straw Hats gang entered the Great Voyage, he has been helping the fallen royal family to restore the country. For example, help Vivi retake Alabaston from Clockdar. Help Koiba retake the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Later, he helped Momonosuke recapture Wano country. It feels like this has become their passive skill. Dressrosa is no exception, and she is currently only Kao Nami over. It should not have much impact on the plot of the Dressrosa chapter. After all, the MVP of this battle is Usopp, and then down the row is Wang Luffy, Lu Solon, and Wang Luffy's group of relatives. There are really connections everywhere. And Nami, from beginning to end, did not enter Dressrosa. Scatter. Okay, get up first. Oh yes, you seem to be able to dance, right? Then you like this. Rin Uchiha recalls the technique in the House of Washing and takes the rope out of the drawer. More than an hour after Violet left, Rin Uchiha dialed Doflamingo's number. Let him come to the coast to meet. While waiting, Rin Uchiha recounted the conversation he had with Violet to the women. Of course, there is no need to say exactly what was done. There are also children here. But this is true, which is a bit of a cover-up. The lowly trio all listened to the corner a few times. I'm afraid they can't remember the exact number of times. After learning about Violet's life, the women's attitudes were different. Bai Sing said with sympathy on his face, that sister is so pathetic. Rin-sama, can't you help her? Bai Sing, in this era of sea thieves, countless people die every day. Help can't help, we just need to protect what should be protected. You protect your people, and I protect you, you know? Uchiha Rin looked up and stroked Hakuhashi's forehead and instructed. Although the goodness of the White Star is not a bad thing, it is troublesome to evolve into the Virgin. Although he seemed to understand, Bai Sing nodded obediently. Now she is like a blank slate, can be dyed any color at will. The cheap let you take advantage, but Luffy has to clean up the mess, right? Nami said with disdain. Just now she went back to the room and glanced at it. As soon as I stepped inside, I was washed back by the smell inside. My God, how much did this come out? Looking back now, when Violet walked, she stumbled and felt like she was going to fall at any moment. Nami concluded that the bastard had just been forced to die. Even if I don't, they'll care, won't they? Uchiha Rin's rhetorical question silenced Nami. And really, according to what she knew about Luffy, when he heard about what Doflamingo did, Luffy would never sit idly by. Helping people to rehabilitate the country and helping them become addicted belongs to yes. Bar Fufer. I'm sorry, everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. Just when everyone expressed their opinions about Violet's affairs, a familiar strange laugh came into my ears. Turning around, I saw a ship with a pink color and a flamingo as the bow. From the other shore, it has driven diagonally opposite the Sunny, and the one who stood above the flamingo greeted them. Not who is Doflamingo. This ship really knows who it is at a glance. Sunset Red compared the appearance of the flamingo of Don Quixote pirates with Doflamingo himself, and secretly complained in his heart. On the deck of the ship behind Doflamingo, Pika, Diamante and other family officials were followed by the same dress. Yoshi, don't waste time, let's go. Rin Uchiha was still very satisfied with this trip to Dressrosa without going to the island. I didn't expect to have a windfall. The only regret is probably that Violet, who is a sister-in-law, did not bring Rebecca, who was a niece. If your aunt and niece work together, attack Grandpa Rin together, then don't say Doflamingo, even the 5 old stars can help you kill too. Woo. A few days later, the rumored world's largest entertainment city, Gurintazalo, is even more exaggerated than I thought. The bathroom made a noise of running water. It took half an hour before Nami came out of it. Another overnight passed. Nami only felt that her bones were about to fall apart, and she was tired enough. By the way, do you know the purple-haired singer you saw on the projection screen today? Seeing that Nami was in a bad mood, Rin Uchiha changed the subject. Nami still didn't speak. We're already in this relationship, it's okay to open up and talk, right? Uchiha Rin put his arm around her shoulder and said, obviously you forced me. Nami growled. But after drinking angrily, the mood was also relieved. After pursing her lips, she told Rin Uchiha about her and Califa's past. When I was in the East China Sea, they were once a famous pair of thieves, but in a theft operation, The two missed and were caught by a bounty hunter with a high reward. Karina said that she could leave Nami behind and go back to the secret base of the two to retrieve all the treasures she had saved to redeem Nami. And then she never came back. It can be said that this is the closest to death in Nami's theft career. For a long time, Nami didn't believe her. It was also influenced to a large extent by this experience. She also betrayed the Straw Hat Pirates once, and for this reason. How about you make a big fuss here anyway? Do you want me to help you finish her off? Uchiha Rin didn't hold back, and while asking, he lowered his head and nibbled on 2 more bites. Nami, who gradually got used to this kind of thing, did not answer. Ordinary people if this attitude. 687 That's the default. Nami, on the other hand, is the opposite. Generally she is silent. That would be tantamount to rejection. Rin Uchiha stretched and picked Nami up and let her lie on top of him. Nami, do you know why I tied you in Hancock and did this with you first? Hearing this question, Nami couldn't wait to give Uchiha Rin a big mouthful. How thick-skinned are you to ask this kind of question? A dead bow although a female offender. How do I know? And I'm not interested in knowing. Rin Uchiha took the initiative to give an answer, because your heart is too soft. Speaking of this, Rin Uchiha hooked Nami's snow-white jaw and explained, if it's Hancock or Nicole Robin of your pirates, if they don't completely empathize with each other, 9 times out of 10, he will use the sweet beam to turn me into stone while I am output, or use the ability of flowers and fruits to grow a hand on my stomach to trick and sneak up on my 15-year-old little brother, because no matter how strong the strength, this time is the most lax moment for men, but anyone with a handle cannot escape this law. Lin Yi, really? I don't believe it. Uchiha Rin's hand shifted from his chin to Nami's pink embroidery, and said with a bad smile, you are different, although you have been in the bottom house for 10 years, you are still so naive. Even Zyoba, who is one of the mother-killing enemies, can forgive, and the same is true of the singer named Karina. In other words, I have already unloaded them into 8 pieces. So you will never attack me when playing poker with me, so girl, don't be too kind, people are good to be rid. Saying that, Uchiha Rin turned over a lot, did what he said, and began to ride. Bastard, you have no end. Nami was frightened by the sudden attack and flinched. After being unable to resist, Nami could only accept her life. But halfway through, something suddenly came to mind. Wait, you just said Robin, you bastard has a big appetite. Robin won't be as easy to cheat as I am. How about you help me? Pull her off the horse so you have one more sister? Go. I don't care about you. A blink passed. The auction site of Gurintazalo. The Golden Hall is encased in half-circular stepped seats, like a supremely enhanced version of the Chambord Island slave auction house of yesteryear. It's ridiculous to say. Once a Draco slave, he originally hated Draco the most Gilda Tetzalo. Now he has become a Draco. The main entrance to the hall opened again. The astonishing momentum attracted everyone who had already taken their seats to turn their heads and look. It's so luxurious, even the toilet in this place is made of gold. Sister, by seeing, this door is a little small, you be careful. Thank you, Lin. Are these people all for that fruit? 6-year-old Rin Nohara, Sunset Red. 11-year-old Zionin. 15-year-old White Star. 20-year-old Nami. 30-year-old Han Cook. Beautiful women of almost all ages. Not to mention the 2 women who are at the peak of this world, the Pirate Emperor and the Mermaid Princess. But even so, their limelight could not cover the man who walked in the front, Rin Uchiha. In the pirate, this height does not break 2 meters and 5 meters, and he is not worthy of being a general. However, 5 meters is not worthy of being the world of the 4 emperors. Uchiha Rin, who is not yet 15, really looks a little weak. However, none of the people present dared to raise the slightest contempt for him. That guy is, who was unexpectedly promoted to general during the Great Conscription of the Navy before Green Bull Araki. Hancock looked at a burly man sitting in the corner with a sunglasses temperament. Arashi? Why don't you add a Hirahiko? Uchiha Rin smiled inwardly. Directly found a seat nearby. Sure enough, the Navy did not intend to let go of this top-level superhuman demon fruit. After all, decades ago, the Golden Lion played the Navy with its ability to fly in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited grand auction is finally about to begin. Suddenly, the lights of the entire venue suddenly went out. The spotlight on the ceiling beams completely shrouded Gilder Tetzalo, who suddenly appeared and stood in the center of the stage. Don't be Rory, why we are here, you should know very well, hurry up and get your stuff out. Pizarro, the 4th captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, shouted without giving face at all. At present, neither he nor Shiru are capable people. Both of them also took a fancy to the fluttering fruit that once belonged to the Golden Lion. Tetzalo's face darkened. There are not many people who don't give him the face of the Golden Emperor, but people like this sit in a whole room today. No way, after all, Tetzalo wanted to sell this devil fruit to the highest price. Don't have to summon all these big guys. Tetzalo barely contained the irritation in his heart, and said with a dry laugh, haha, it seems that you can't wait, then bang. However, he did not wait for Tetsalo to finish. The doors of the venue, which had been closed, were opened again. Sure enough, here, I wanted it at first sight, oversized mermaid. With a funny figure-8 step, the funny-looking man had snot in his nostrils and walked towards the white star with a greedy face. See the iconic oxygen mask and bloated white costume. Hancock's eyes were filled with unprecedented anger, but the body trembled uncontrollably. It's like a keyboard warrior who punches the internet, but once offline is sent to the line, it will be sent as a dog. Although this description is a bit excessive, read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. But it really fits Hancock's attitude towards Draco. On the one hand, she hates Draco and the world government more than anyone else. But on the other hand, her fear of both is more exaggerated than anyone else's. As Rin Uchiha said, Hancock will like Wan Luffy is also the reason for this did what she didn't dare to do. Uchiha Rin looked at the snotty Draco with a malicious smile. Isn't this the fool who was knocked down by Wan Luffy's punch a year and a half ago? Remember when the original White Star followed Neptune to the World Conference? Also met this pig. I didn't expect to bump into it here. However, fortunately, originally Draco was also his second main goal besides the fluttering fruit. Quick, get her back to my castle, then build a huge cell in my back garden and put her in it. Under the order of Charo Saint, an attendant who was comparable in size to Kaido Big Mom, reached out and grabbed White Star. A white light flashed in front of his eyes. Blood splatter. The faces of everyone at the scene fused. I saw the giant attendant who stretched out his hand to the White Star. The position of the front of both wrists has been completely cut off. The giant attendant rolled all over the ground in pain. You guy, do you want to rebel against the great me? Charo Saint Chong Uchiha shouted angrily. The same is true of the garbage in the straw hat before, and so is the guy who is popping up now. Dare to oppose the venerable Saint Charos. Then go and die. 2. This is a special administrative region approved by the government. Can you give face? Don't make it difficult for me. Tetsalo, who had a black face, walked up with a smile that was uglier than crying. Maid, if this happens normally. He had long controlled the gold dust in the target's body and turned it into a gold sculpture. Before, Uchiha Rin, the king ate calves, played with his hands to prevent his gold dust. And Draco can't afford to offend himself. Tetsalo can only bite the bullet and come out as a peacemaker. Uchiha Rin stood up from his seat and shook his head. Difficult, then don't do it. As soon as the words fell, the roaring silver-white ghost god giant suddenly rose from the surface of Uchiha's body. The chakra knife in his hand fell violently, splitting the giant slave who had been cut off his hands 10 seconds ago and rolled all over the ground. Hancock, now I, as your captain, give you the first order. Uchiha Rin stretched out his finger to Charo Saint, who had been frightened. Go, slaughter him. Hancock's mouth opened slightly, unable to say a word for a while. A few seconds passed, still hesitant, afraid to move forward. In the end, he stumbled and fell to the ground under great pressure. I was so disappointed. Uchiha's disdainful eyes made Hancock dare not look directly. As Rin Uchiha said, she is like a circus animal that is freely collared and whipped by the trainer. Even if he grows up, he has more power than a tamer. But seeing the whip in the other party's hand, it will still tremble with fear. Forget it, I'll show you mercy and watch it well. Susanoo, who had not dissipated, raised his sword again and slashed down at Charo Saint. See this scene. Whether it is Rain no Hiru and Pizarro of the Blackbeard Pirates, or Katakuri, Owen and others of the Big Mom Pirates, it's all face fusion, with their status in their respective royal pirate groups. Although he is not afraid of Draco, he will definitely not take action against him if he has no last resort, not to mention a dead hand. And this guy Uchiha Rin doesn't have the slightest hesitation at all. It's time for a minute. A huge vine rises from the ground. Holding the holy protector of Charos in front of him, he turned into a huge arm and grabbed Tsunade. Draco is the god of this world. What God wants, people should obediently offer. Tens of meters away, the green bull whose right arm was elementalized and connected to the vine giant fist that blocked Susa's great knife shouted coldly, "This is the law of this world." Hearing this, Hancock, who knelt on the ground, secretly clenched his pink fist. The 0.0 rule? What a bullshit rule. Just because of this, myself, will I have to endure such humiliation? Hear that? This is the attitude of the Admiral Draco, ostensibly saying that he is upholding justice, but in fact he is a lackey of the Draco and the government? The punch that Wan Luffy helped you throw a year and a half ago made you very relieved, right? But what has changed anything? The Draco are still tyrannical as the masters of this world, and the world government still acts as their umbrella to help cause abuse. I can do more things than Wan Luffy. Let them taste 100 times, 1,000 times more pain than you endured at the beginning. As Uchiha Rin whispers in his ear, the gasping sound from Hancock's lips became more urgent. This is the story that you started by Han Cook. Uchiha Rin's words whispered like a serpent that lured Eve into eating the fruit of the wisdom tree. He also introduced Hancock step by step into the beating king he knitted. Collapse. No, it should be said that the shouts of the commentary came from Hancock's throat. In the next instant, many powerhouses of the Imperial and Deputy levels on the scene saw Hancock suddenly explode. The slender jade legs were raised, and the heel of at least 10 centimeters of sky-hating high heels was extremely close to the ugly face of Charos Shang. All said, Draco is the god of this world. Those who disobey God are not worthy of the protection of the law. Under the control of the Green Bull, Fujiki's giant hand, which was still entrenched on the floor of the venue, twisted his wrist and grabbed Hancock. You don't really think you're strong when you step on a horse, do you? Uchiha Rin smiled teasingly. The dark immortal flame rose violently and blocked the perimeter of Hancock. As soon as the wooden hand touched it, it turned into ashes like a moth to a fire. Just now, Uchiha Rin attacked Draco himself, allowing the Green Bull to block Susadeo. This was what Rin Uchiha expected. He didn't mean to kill Draco with his own hands at all. This guy is the key that Rin Uchiha uses to make Hancock's heart completely fall towards him. It's like a lot of minotaurs in the plot. Yellow hair put the heroine after that. The heroine's heart is still on the bitter lord's side. At this time, in order to complete the complete evil of the heroine, Huang Mao must take advantage of the victory to chase and use his big bull to make the heroine completely submit. And halfway through, the bitter lord must be degraded as worthless. Madam, tell me which is more powerful than me or your husband. And this is what Rin Uchiha is using now. 13 Yu Hancock fell in love with King Luffy before, not because he hit Draco. Did you do something you wanted to do but didn't dare to do? And then what? What else can he do? It's just a punch, and the scum of the family of 3 in the back still has nothing. Still alive. Labor and management directly let you kill Draco with your own hands. Isn't this much better than Wong Luffy? Amaterasu's flame blocked the gap of the wooden hand created by the Green Bull Mori fruit. The sharp heels of Hancock had kicked the center of Charos's face. The sound of rocks shattering sounded. In the next second, everyone saw the bloated body of the holy pig of Charos being kicked and flew into the wall on the left side of the venue. The ugly abstract face, most of the mask has been petrified and shattered. It's really done. Hiru took a sharp sip of his cigar. He served the world government as the wardens of the great undersea prison, but he knew quite well what it meant to strike at Draco. Not to mention a dead hand. Kill so simply? There's a lot more you have to learn. Uchiha Rin shook his head and said with a look of regret, if it were me, in my hometown, there is a talent cultivation base called the East Factory, and it is more important to make him an indispensable talent in the East Factory than to let him die so easily. Concubine body does not know. Hancock lowered his pretty face, as if he had done something wrong and was afraid of being blamed by his elders. Highlight a well-behaved. Well, her current state. It's very similar to being forcibly possessed by yellow hair. But after experiencing the strength of the yellow hair, he began to dislike the mentality of the little earthworm of the bitter master. Finally into the arms of yellow hair, leaving the bitter lord to kneel on the ground and weep bitterly. Nami, who was also kidnapped by Rin Uchiha, saw Hancock like this. I was so scared that my jaw fell to the ground. No, your attitude has changed too much, right? The picture of Hancock throwing a face at Uchiha Rin before. Nami still remembers it. Of course, he was only severely cleaned up by Uchiha, and it is branded with a new brand. However, it was less than a month before and after. Do you want to be so fast? Rin Uchiha said it was all slow. Hancock flew from knowing Wang Lu to liking each other. That's probably not more than 48 hours. Alas, his rank as a scumbag is still too low. You look at how awesome Wong Luffy is. Not to mention Hancock, the future blazing angel snake, can fall in love with him in less than 2 hours and then turn against the water. Alas, wait. Now bring Hancock over himself. After that, will the blazing angel snake also be a piece? Fireproof forest. The golden floor of the venue was pried open by countless vines, and the vines mixed with dirt rose abruptly. Although it cannot extinguish the Amaterasu flame, it can rely on its numerical superiority to press it to the bottom. How dare you do this to God? You are still the first in 800 years. The Green Bull raised his elemental index finger and pointed at Uchiha Rin's group. Boya Hancock, I thought you were kidnapped by Uchiha Rin and coerced, so the government has never deprived you of your title of Nanabukai. But it's different now. Just by what you just did, not only will your title be stripped away, but a new bounty order will be issued to you. Faced with this trial of the Green Bull, Hancock responded with a cold snort of disdain. Now she has overcome her inner demons with the help of Rin. Already fearless. Is this man really an admiral who flaunts justice? How does it feel more like a dogleg? Sunset Red said with a strange expression. Came into the world for a while. Following Rin Uchiha, they also met many pirate navies. Although Uchiha Rin's evaluation of the navy is that of a government lackey, but there are indeed many navies that are willing to petition for the people. Therefore, in the face of the navy's pursuit, the 3 lowly will be more or less lighter than when facing the pirates. However, Green Bull completely broke their stereotype of the Navy in the past 2 months. That's too licky, right? Is the shame of the great general a waste of fame? Rin Uchiha couldn't help but laugh too. Look at the generals before the Green Bull. Which one didn't come out full of packs? One move freezes the sea, killing the green pheasant of the 3 major combat forces of the Straw Hat Regiment in seconds. One bite is so terrible, 1 foot is a supernova monkey D yellow ape. Top War MVP Red Dog, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network, and the Vine Tiger who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. As a result, when it came to the green cow, he pulled his crotch. I was almost scared by the red-haired overlord color. He can actually eat up on Momo's assistant. I'm dripping mommy. Uchiha Rin seriously doubted that this product recognized Akainu as his righteous father? How else would you sit in this position? Hands on. Uchiha Rin suddenly spoke. What after the order, endless white papers flew up and floated throughout the venue space. Xiaonan suddenly entered the angel form and a pair of white paper flying wings popped out from both sides of his spine. Hancock crossed his waist with one hand and glared coldly at the Green Bull. Apparently, among all those present, what she wanted to kill the most. It is this parallel goods general who worshipped Draco as a god. Hancock, there are many Draco, some have a chance for you to kill, now it's better to help Xionan and them find the fluttering fruit. Rin Uchiha gestured. Yes, the concubine body knows. Hancock's eyes lit up. Xiao Nana in the angel mode is not polite at all. Endless pieces of shredded paper wrapped Tasalo's henchman Bakura like a mummy, and asked in a cold voice, where is the fluttering fruit? Rin Uchiha, the fluttering fruit is an auction item, and the highest bidder is available. What do you mean now? Seeing that Uchiha Rin had lifted the table, Tetsalo didn't bother to pretend to be polite anymore, and scolded angrily. Your own golden fruits are all snatched, so you are allowed to eat black and black, and we are not allowed to eat black and black? Uchiha Rin really felt that the people of this world, especially the people of the pirate forces, were the double standard of Janima. Wasn't your Tetsalo's gold fruit stolen from an auction held by Doflamingo? What? Only you are allowed to play yin, and I am not allowed to play? Tetsalo scolded angrily. The right fist smashed to the ground. Bang! The golden floor turned into golden water and rushed towards Uchiha Rin in the form of a blast. Sweet and sweet. A silhouette suddenly landed in front of Uchiha Rin. Pale pink peach heart-shaped beams rushed through the blast gold water towards Tetsalo behind. Seeing this, Tetsalo could only take back the move. Hurriedly retreated to dodge Hancock's attack. Under the stage floor, in the golden safe made by Tai, Lord Tetsalo, wrapped in a mummy by Xionan's paper, Bakura, who was almost suffocated, finally couldn't bear the torture and responded with difficulty. Hearing this, the members of the Imperial group who had been silently eating melons on the side suddenly got up. The dispute between Rin Uchiha and the Green Bull, what old feud does the female emperor and Draco have? They don't care about these things. But fluttering fruit, that must be fought for. What's the matter, still want to grab it? Uchiha Rin turned his eyes maliciously and looked around. The hands suddenly came together. Feel the familiar energy of nature. The Green Bull fused when he landed. Birth of the Mewtwo Tree Realm. The perspective shifts to the streets of Gurintazalo. A group of people wearing white suits walking on the street is very eye-catching. He was rushing to the auction venue. It's another time for Draco to clean up the mess. Can't you arrange some tasks that are more suitable for agents? Carafa 843 complained. Now that she has become a member of CP0 under the leadership of Lu Chi, she feels that her life is not as good as when CP9 was now. Wipe the Draco's ass every day. It's better to lie next to the iceberg. At least the iceberg is much more normal than Draco. That's why CP0 is here. It was because Charo Saint had been coveting the mermaid who followed Uchiha Rin for a long time. After hearing that Uchiha Rin came to Gurintazalo, immediately rushed over non-stop. After the government learned about this, it quickly sent CP0 to protect it because it was worried that something would happen. After all, they all know it. Now Gurintazalo has gathered a large group of dangerous people. These people are not afraid of Draco. CP0 hands the strongest shield of the Draco. It is our responsibility to protect them. Don't say anything extraneous, Califa. Lu Chi, who is now the commander of CP0, walked in the front and said in an indifferent tone, "Arrived." Next to him, Stussy, who wore a fox iron mask and only showed his red lips and jaw, reminded. Lu Chi was just about to lead someone to push open the door. Boom! Don't wait for your hand to touch the doorknob. The floor in this area cracked. On the roaring earth, countless giant trees rushed out from the cracks in the ground, at a rate faster than any plant in the world. Crazy, sucking the energy of all living beings in this area. Lu Chi and his group were shocked, and quickly jumped into the sky with moon steps to dodge. The auction hall collapsed. CP0 and his group were also shocked to see it. Those government agents, naval soldiers, and pirates of the Four Emperors pirates who were sucked into jerky. Keiku, who floated in midair with the help of moon steps, was stunned. Green Bull's attack range is not so large. Stussy's eyes behind the mask were slightly pursed. As far as the eye can see, almost everything in the visual range is covered by these huge vines underneath. She didn't think Green Bull had that kind of strength. Ugh! A sharp sword Chi cut Fujiki off. Lu Chi and his group turned their eyes. A dark shadow with a knife was found rising from the bushes and falling onto the roof of a building. Captain of Blackbeard Pirates number 2, you know Hiryu. Khalifa reported the other person's name. But now Hiryu. It feels like the whole person has lost weight. Phew. You know Kairu, who had lost weight, stuck his love knife on the ground and used it as a crutch to support his body, and he couldn't catch his breath. Is that Pizarro guy dead? I didn't like him either. Bastard, bastard. An extremely weak voice sounded from the trees below. Look in the direction where the sound came from. I saw that he was sucked dry, as if Pizarro, who was 50 years old overnight, trembled his voice, and reluctantly raised his hand to give you know Hiru a middle finger. Yes, there is time to say cool things. No, it's better to hurry up and save Lao Tzu. And on the other side, a milky semicircular canopy pulls the huge vine aside, and slowly opened from the middle, revealing the people inside. It is Katakuri and Owen of the Big Mom Pirates. Thanks, Katakuri. Owen patted the other man's shoulder and said, "It's a real hit." Katakuri was also a little shocked. Although a temporary barrier was built with sticky fruits, but Katakuri was vaguely aware. The reason why he can block this move is not because of strength. It's that the other party is not focusing on himself. And in the deepest part of this ancient forest, Rin Uchiha and his party gathered on the shattered stage of the venue. Endless vines completely block the surroundings and prevent people from getting in the way. It should be here. Xiao Nan walked to the center of the stage according to the information that Bakura had confessed before. New done, this trick is really convenient. Rin Uchiha also walked leisurely. Unleash the tree realm birth of this map cannon level ninjutsu. Since the unexpected did not consume too much chuck, the reason is that Mu Dun can absorb the energy of the target and transform it into the caster. This is very perverted. That is to say, as long as there are many people, they can completely fire map cannons one after another. Let the concubine come. Hancock concentrates domineering on the solace of his feet. The tip of the heels at the bottom is bumped. Directly break a big hole in the ground. A golden treasure box was lying quietly inside. Rin. Hancock took out the gold box and handed it to Uchiha Rin. Rin Uchiha is satisfied with Hancock's current attitude, but I don't know if Hancock is willing to fight with Juan Luffy for himself. Just like those heroines after the evil fall, while fighting with the yellow hair in front of the Bitter Lord, they mocked the Bitter Lord Xiao. Zionin, this is yours. Uchiha Rin rewarded Hancock from behind, and after the other party shrank shyly to the side, handed the box to Konan. Rin-san. Thank you. Konan, who has a lot of thanks to say to Uchiha Rin, but in the end, it just turned into a thank you. Eloquence is not her specialty. You can only swear silently in your heart. Be sure to give everything to the other person. Upon learning that the previous owner of the fluttering fruit was the legendary Golden Lion of the Sea Pirate, Xiao Nan also consulted a lot of information about this person during this time. I also know what an incredible fruit this is, and Uchiha Rin did not hesitate to give it to himself. Xiao Nan felt that he would pay it back even with this life. It's not over yet. Slowly open the treasure box. A devil fruit shaped like a cantaloupe, with a gray skin and a pattern like a cloud, caught in everyone's eyes. Hiss in an instant, a deep purple beam of light struck, cut into the canopy formed by the giant wood above the heads of Uchiha Rin and his group. Divide everything as sharp as a cake into two. Hancock and the other women looked up. One is 8 points similar to Tetsalo himself, but his body is covered with deep purple stripes, and his body size is comparable to that of the golden giant of the giant race. He was looking down at his group. That's not for a little girl like you. Also, dare to make trouble in my kingdom, you must die today. The roar of Tetsalo came from inside the golden giant, and the golden giant on the opposite side just finished speaking. There was another vibration behind Uchiha Rin's group. Turn your head and look. I saw a wooden hand comparable to a giant race breaking the vine on the surface. A giant tree giant with human facial features and a body size that could also be separated from the giant race suddenly stood up. Don't think about it, just look at his face. It's Admiral Green Bull Arama. Forbidden, giant. The Green Bull in the form of an elemental giant shouted sharply, the devil fruit is a necessity that the world government is preparing to use to strengthen the Knights of God, never be eaten by pirates, not to mention pirates who rebel against God. Surrounded by two giants nearly 100 meters tall, one after the other. Anyone is more or less nervous, right? However, both a shinobu who had just graduated less than a year, Yuri Hong and Nohara Rin. The original book was jokingly called The White Star of Cowardly Star by Juan Luffy, or Nami of the former Straw Hat Pirates trio. At the moment, his expression is calm. Strange, why aren't you afraid at all? Nami, who was holding a weather stick, muttered softly. Because I protect you. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. A sudden chuckle drew Nami to the look. No matter how much Nami tells herself in her heart, she is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. At the moment, I have to admit it. Rin Uchiha gave her a huge sense of peace of mind. Not at all something Luffy could compare to. After all, Wang Luffy always likes to engage in some bizarre operations, and then scare her half to death. And Rin Uchiha likes to make things happen too. But he also has the strength to solve things. Love playing big, huh? Uchiha Rin laughed and clasped his hands together, which was comparable to the majestic chakra of the tailed beast. Even more exaggerated than just now, giant tree vines rose up and lifted Uchiha into the air, and quickly converge and fuse on the way, and quickly form a human form. The art of new done Nurin. Less than 5 seconds before and after. The one who used to look down has become the one who looks up. I saw Rin Uchiha standing on the door of the giant wooden man's head. The elemental giant's green bull and the golden giant's Tetsalo's face was extremely ugly. If they're giants are giants. That Uchiha Rin, this is Oz. The pirates of the Imperial Regiment who barely escaped from the ground forest, and Zero, who had just rushed over and did not know that Charo Saint as the object of protection was dead. It's all stupid at this moment. The movements made between the Green Bull who originally took out the killer tool and Tetsalo are exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect Uchiha Rin to be like a weapon of cause and effect. Inflict a cross-dimensional blow on them. You like big ones, don't you? Lao Tzu is bigger than you. Don't think you'll win like this. Tetsalo was the first to come to his senses. Control the golden giant and wave his right arm. The gold on the surface of the giant's right arm boiled like boiling water. His golden fruit not only controls the shape of gold, but also the temperature gold industry fire. After being the emperor of the earth in this kind of place for a long time, you really think that you are very strong, don't you? Uchiha Rin mocked, mobilized the chakra in his body, and his hands turned into seals. The wooden dragon entrenched on the surface of the wooden body hissed and roared, instantly broke away from the wooden man and flew towards the fist of the golden giant. The moment the two sides lifted, the wooden dragon is like a tarsal python, instantly entangled the golden giant. What can this kind of thing do? Tetsalo tried to pull the thing off with the golden giant's other hand. However, the wood dragon grew extremely fast in less than 2 seconds. The rough dragon scales and dragon horns grow a large number of branches, and the forest shade squeezes the golden giant inside. Make it immobile. Ha ha ha, this is a wooden dragon that even the 9 tails can't break free. What can you do with a toy like yours? A mocking voice full of malice came. Everyone turned to look. The CP0 expression on behalf of the government side is even more ugly. Reward for a billion-berry, rap-loving octopus, Yao. Since the First World War in the Chambord Islands, Yao has basically not returned. It really likes the world. As an octopus, it loves water. And there are also a variety of different islands to adventurous. It even learned the pirate song, The Wine of Binks. At this time, Xiao Nan on the ground had taken out the fluttering fruit, opened a small mouth and was ready to bite down. It's all said it's not for you to eat. Seeing this, the green bull was furious. A punch covering the armed color slammed down. If you change to a pheasant or a vine tiger, maybe they will have some scruples because of the youth of Xiao Nan and the others. But Green Bull doesn't. His philosophy of life is that only those who support the world, Chien, Li Zhao, government and the Draco people have human rights. Others, no matter how they kill, do not violate the law. However, the Green Bull in the form of an elemental giant has not yet fallen. He was pinned to the ground. Immediately afterwards, like a hunter carrying a rabbit, the wooden man uprooted the green cow in the treeman pattern and dragged it to his hand. Strange, is it because I have no face-fruit relationship, you actually dare to attack my people again and again in front of me? Uchiha Rin thought it was really strange. In his eyes, Green Bull is a mischievous who is beaten by a pirated hot breath by Momonosuke, and Shanks, a tyrant who is scared of a fart and a watery general. In front of yourself, you still dare to do it? Could it be that his loyalty to the world government suppressed his fear of himself? Like Wang Wang crushed ice, it was split in two by the wooden figure. Bang, bang. Before he could react, Hiru saw the two bodies thrown in front of him. Hiru stared at the Green Bull in front of him in two equal parts. After a few seconds, he suddenly came back to his senses like a dream. Look up at Rin Uchiha, who looks like a god and stands on top of the wooden man's head. That do you still want this thing? In the top war, in the face of the red-haired pirate group, Hilyu, who did not change his face and did not beat his heart. At this time, he couldn't help but snort. It may be different from Shanks and Luffy Wang, who like to play pirates, defeat the enemy at most, and will definitely not kill the other party. Rin Uchiha is a true pirate style. Kill when you say it. Really without blinking. Just be on his list. Even Draco or Admiral is no exception. Ha! Uchiha Rin, who was standing on the bridge of the wooden man's nose, looked slightly sideways. Seeing the other party looking down at him, Kairos secretly swallowed a mouthful of spit to relieve the tension. Oh, thinking about it, they were also hunting devil fruit abilities. Uchiha Rin remembered something and said, "Fancy this guy's abilities, huh?" Yes, Kairu took a deep breath, not daring to look directly into Uchiha Rin's eyes. The military cap on his head covered the upper half of his face, so that his face in cold sweat would not be seen at the moment. But the slightly trembling voice still betrayed his true thoughts at the moment. "You who have a stronger power to control nature, you should not be interested in this low-level devil fruit. If you can trade, you can open a price." Rin Uchiha thought for a moment. Killing Green Bull was purely because he didn't see the goods well. I really didn't think about the ability to ask for this goods. And now since the people of the Blackbeard Pirates want. You're right, it's true that 233 is not interested in this third-rate ability, but a pair of underpants and a toilet paper should also play his role. Rin Uchiha spoke again. "You take the body back, but after that, let your master Tiki come to Totland immediately to join me." Totland? Hear those 3 words. The expressions of all the forces present were shocked. Isn't that Big Mom's turf? How could Rin Uchiha meet Blackbeard there? And Katakuri and Owen, who were the high-ranking members of the Charlotte family, suddenly changed their faces. They have already heard about what happened to Clay on Fishman Island. I thought that it was just the stinky temper of the Kelly frame that provoked Uchiha Rin's head and was cleaned up. But now it seems that things are not that simple. What do you want to do to your mom, that guy of Destroyer? Ming, I see. Hiru arched his body and held the 2 green bulls, one left and one right, under the armpits of his hands, ready to take them away. "Hey, here you guy, did you forget Lao Tzu?" Pizarro, in the form of a mummy, yelled at Hylia twice. "My hands are already full, you can figure it out yourself." There is no emotion between the crew of the Blackbeard Pirates. Not to mention that Hilyu is still eyeing the Green Bull's ability now. What he has to do now is to quickly return to Beehive Island with the corpse of the Green Cow. Let Blackbeard transfer the abilities of the Mori fruit to himself. Leaving Pizarro here is even more beneficial to yourself. After all, this goods is also currently incapable. Take him back together. What if you rob him with yourself? Damn it, Hiryu, you bastard, I won't let you go. Seeing Hiru, this realistic doesn't matter if he turns his head and leaves. Pizarro cursed angrily. Can't let him take the body of the Green Bull. Lu Chi, who had always maintained a sideline attitude, also knew at this time that he could no longer sit idly by. The death of a general would have been a huge loss to the Navy and the government. If the ability still falls into the hands of a vicious party like Blackbeard, things will be worse. Lucky quickly caught up with Hylia with moonsteps. The other party had just been sucked away a lot of energy by the Tree Realm birthday. The speed is reduced a lot. He was immediately blocked by Lucky. Give that to me. After Lucky landed, he instantly entered the leopard form. Can't cure Uchiha Rin, can't cure you? Shiryu's face darkened. The lackeys of politics are really shameless. It's kind of waiting for Lao Tzu to recover. Boom. Just as Hiru was thinking about whether he should put down the corpse, draw his sword to resist, or turn around and run, the earth beneath your feet shook violently, and so did the world in front of you. Suddenly the world is spinning. What's going on? Lucy in orc mode turned his head and looked around. Shocked, I found that this giant ship comparable in size to an island was slowly rising into the air. That girl. Hilyu also noticed. At the moment at the feet of Uchiha Rin's wooden figure, Xiao Nan was crawling forward, his right little hand attached to the floor of Gurintazalo. The fluttering fruit, which had obviously taken a bite, was falling aside. It's a good fit. Uchiha grinned with satisfaction. Just like Sob can make a fire fist just after eating the burnt fruit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nan just ate the fluttering fruit. It can control a giant ship the size of Gurintazalo. It was enough to prove that the decision to give the fluttering fruit to Xiao Nan was correct. After all, Xionin itself is of the flight department. Ha! However, at this moment, Xiao Nan, who was testing the fruit's ability, stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Nami's eyes were quick, and she held her in her J-class cafeteria. Boom! Gurintazalo, which was comparable in size to an island, suddenly fell after rising tens of meters. The impact can be imagined. Waves hundreds of meters high roll in a loop and take off into the sky. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network, combine, and the splashing waves are also like a dome of the sky, covering the sky of Gurintazalo, as if the sky has been pierced a hole. The light blue waters shade the sunset. The art of new done list. Rin Uchiha clasped his hands together. The earth trembled violently. 2 wooden shields the size of a football field rise from both sides of the casino streets, and handing together in mid-air, BDFA, form a hideous ghost-faced shield. Protect everyone below. Hug, sorry, Rinison, I don't seem to be able to master this force yet. Xiao Nan, who was sweating profusely, said apologetically. it's already amazing girl. Uchiha Rin, who jumped from the wooden figure, lifted her sleeves and helped her wipe the sweat stains. It would have been inappropriate to compare Nan and Sob. First of all, the physical requirements of the fluttering fruit and the burnt fruit for the ability are not an order of magnitude, and a 12-year-old junior high school girl is required to immediately master the power of the top superhuman line. It's too hard for strong men. Captain Rin, this group of lackeys of the world government want to snatch the corpse of the green bull you gave me. Can you please raise your noble hand to clean up this group of lackeys? At this time, Noki shouted at Shiha Rin. To be honest, as far as his murderous maniac uses this kind of crepe tone, he is inexplicably a little chilly. Looky said very much. Maid, if you can't beat it, you can shake people, right? Wow, I didn't see it just now. Is it the government's number 2 licking dog Looky after the green bull? Uchiha smiled and walked up. If the green bull is a brainless advocate of world government, then Looky is even more heavyweight. After the First World War on Justice Island, the government issued a hunting order against them. Finally, he escaped with CP9 and his group. Just when everyone thought they were going to set up their own portal and set up a pirate group to take revenge on the world government, or when you switched to the Revolutionary Army, they actually ran back and continued to serve as watchdogs for the world government. Your master doesn't want you anymore, and it's still so fart and upside down, wagging his tail and going back to lick. Of course, I chose to forgive him. Lu Chi had a dark face and did not dare to refute. The reason why he dares to stand on the head of a red dog, and that's because hitting the dog depends on the owner. Although the red dog is rigid, it is not so rigid, as long as he does not dare to do anything irregular to his master, the world government. And this one in front of you is different. Dignified admiral, say kill and die. Lucy had no doubts. If you talk to Uchiha Rin about your attitude towards Akainu, in the next second, it will end up with the green bull in Kairu's arms. Cat fruit leopard form, cow fruit giraffe form, canine fruit wolf form, bubble fruit. Uchiha Rin swept his gaze over the CP0 members and pronounced their respective devil fruit names. Finally, his face was full of disgust. It's all waste capacity. Also the strongest shield of the Draco? To be honest, when he saw that the world government had defeated Lu Chi's gang of Wang Luffy's subordinates, he would be recruited as the party of the highest spy agency. In the heart of Uchiha Rin, the gang of the 5 old stars is already equated with the word clown. What do you want to do with us? The look in Rin Uchiha's eyes that seemed to look at a rat on the ground that could be trampled to death at any time made Looky both angry and terrified. Choose to bite the bullet and open your mouth. Instead of being like fish on a chopping board, it is slaughtered. It is better to fight for the right to bargain. However, Lucy apparently thought too much. They are already fish meat. Who is qualified to negotiate with people? I don't have any problem with you, so there's no reason to kill you. Rin Uchiha said truthfully. The sound of fierce fighting continued to sound. Arashi foot. As CP9, no, Khalifa, who is now one of the members of CP0, has beautiful legs with stocking boots under her body flicked. An azure crescent-shaped blade broke a cut in the floor of the street and struck straight at Nohara Rin on the opposite side. Lin, come on. Bai Sing, who was standing on the side of the street, held his hands in front of the small mouth and shouted as a cheerleader. Facing the oncoming Arashi foot, Nohara's hands also emit blue light. In an instant, it turned into a sharp blade and rushed forward towards Arashi's feet. That's a chakra scalpel. On the other side of the street, Keiku, also a member of CP0, has transformed into a giraffe form. The slender neck suddenly elongated, and the square neck slammed into the Sunset Red like a billiard cue. Seeing this, Sunset Red put her hands in front of her, wanting to resist, but it was knocked off in one fell swoop. Not an order of magnitude at all. If this isn't a life and death battle. Under this move, Sunset Hong has long died in battle. But, lighten up, you ugly giraffe. 8 Quacks Road, Kolo Road. Yaoi's huge fist fell from the top behind. Pound Keiku's back. The faint sound of bones shattering was heard. Keiku knelt on one knee, only feeling a sweetness in his throat, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's right, the current samurai really can't stand fighting CP0. Really fight a life and death battle. They will surely die. But there were bodyguards watching. Once Xiao discovers that this group of zoo-capable people will be life-threatening, give them an elbow right away. Among the 3 women, the only one who can match each other. Only Xiao Nan, who had just eaten the fluttering fruit. Viper. Even if he doesn't enter the paper dance form, Xiao Nan can now float in midair. The grim-looking lowly raised her hand slightly. Boom! A naval warship that could accommodate 1,000 people rose blatantly from behind Xionin. It smashed into Lu Chi's group like a meteorite from the sky. That was Golden Lions. Nami, who was standing on the other side as a cheerleader, suddenly changed her face. How could she forget this trick? That's the move of the Golden Lion. Fought with the once legendary Sea Thief. Definitely the closest the Straw Hats came to death. At that time, the people defeated Mariah and encountered the Golden Lion on the way to the Chambord Islands. The situation was quite similar to what it is now. The Golden Lion wants to kidnap himself as his navigator. Exactly the same thing that Rin Uchiha is doing now. Looking back now, Nami feels incredible. Luffy actually defeated the sea thief who was on a par with the Golden Lion Roger. However, he was later abused by yellow apes on Chambord Island. That's fascinating. Rin Uchiha said normal. The theatrical version of Wong Luffy is invincible. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even Broly will be slapped twice. 6 styles of mystery and 6 king's gun. The Orc State Lucky jumped upwards. The arms of both hands were open and clenched into fists, and a huge impact erupted. Blow the falling warship in two. The Leopard Man guy is indeed stronger than before, no wonder she can be promoted from CP9 to CP0. Nami sighed in a low voice. Yaoi, who was the assistant teacher, yawned and said to himself, Rin, that guy doesn't know how much time it will take, but if this group of guys runs away, should I chase it? Hear Yao's grumbling. Nami's eyes were filled with resentment, and she looked diagonally opposite a resplendent hotel. An hour earlier, Rin Uchiha had led Boyahan Cook in. Then leave a sentence for the CP0 gang. I'm going to be busy for about 5 or 6 hours, and you have the ability to escape during this time. So now the CP0 gang is like a chicken blood. After all, once Uchiha Rin is busy, they really can't live. However, it is not so simple to run. Yao is staring at it. And, although the 2 little lolis, Rin Nohara and Sunset Red, are a little dragging their feet, but a certain big loli, CP0 hands don't dare to underestimate the art of the paper of God. Xiao Nan still took out his unique stunt paper. It was like the awakening of the superhuman lineage. The tall buildings on both sides of the street disintegrated the moment she raised her hand. It turned into countless pieces of shredded paper and began to float around CP0's body. And in the middle of these pieces of paper is a word written, burst. That's right, this is Conan's move against Uchiha Obito in the later stages of the original book. Of course, not as exaggerated as 600 billion detonators, but with the blessing of the ability of the fluttering fruit, even if it is slightly inferior. It's not much far. Xiao Nan and his group of 3 fought diagonally across the street in a high-end hotel. Boom boom boom, a deafening continuous popping sound came from outside the window. Destroy the beautiful atmosphere that has just been cultivated in the house. Uchiha Rin's face was full of black lines. He suspected that Zionen's Nico was intentional. After all, before making blood soup for Nami, her face stinked. Looking at Hankook, who was sitting next to him, with a pair of small hands nowhere to rest, Rin Uchiha reached out for a princess hug, jumped from the window at Hancock's exclamation. Fly to the sunny docked in the harbor area, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. In Wong Luffy's room, Rin Uchiha himself didn't know why, he loved the room. Especially here to do something that can't be written in too much detail. The only regret is that there is no photo of Wong Luffy here. Otherwise, you can also let Nami and Hancock look at the photo while shouting lines such as, I'm sorry, Luffy, but he's really great. Rin Uchiha originally said it would take 5 or 6 hours, but for the whole day, he stayed on the sunny and never came down. It was mainly the woman Hancock that gave Rin Uchiha a taste of a new version of the ship that she had never experienced before. Really pull the big car. That's right, although the women that Rin Uchiha has played poker so far are all older than himself. But neither Tsunade nor Nami, or Violet, who only had one experience. They are actually about the same height as themselves, even a little shorter. But Hancock, he is a man in his early 1.9 meters. It is nearly a head taller than Rin Uchiha, who has only turned 15 in 2 months. In this way, when galloping with her on the battlefield, there is a very special desire for conquest. You know, right? Early morning the next day, Rin Uchiha put the last horizontal mark on the 3rd positive character, rubbing his waist and walking out of the house. Ouch, I'll have to let Xiao Nan also make some medicated supplements for himself later. What a big loss this time. A mocking voice with a bit of resentment came from behind. Rin Uchiha knew who it was without looking back. After all, he had only said this to one person. Ouch, isn't this my little cute Nami-chan? When did you come back? Uchiha took Nami's little hand shamelessly. I came back earlier than you, but some people's energy at that time was all focused on the Pirate Emperor, and they didn't notice me as an ugly woman. Nami sneered. Hearing Nami's words, instead of being embarrassed, Uchiha Rin showed a strange smile. That's really strange. Since you came back before me, why don't you just drive the boat and leave directly? Until I come with Hancock, you'll be alone on this ship, won't you? Nami's face changed slightly, and after a few seconds, she forcibly pretended to be indifferent and said, Do you think I don't want to? It's not because I don't know where Luffy is, and even if I escape, I don't know where to go. Sundara has retreated from the environment, straight ball is king, to be honest Nami. Uchiha Rin looked directly into her eyes and said with a smile, You like me, don't you? Impossible. Nami is like a fried cat whose tail has been stepped on, but the more excited she was, the more she seemed weak-hearted. Okay, what you say is what you say. Uchiha Rin shrugged and did not force Nami to take a stand. However, in my heart, I am more and more looking forward to what the scene of Nami and Straw Hat reunion will be in the future. At this moment, a row of newsbirds passed over the heads of the two and threw down a few cents of newspapers. It's free again. There are 4 pages on the report, and each page can dominate the front page for several days. Today, however, it's all packed into one story. It is enough to imagine what an exaggerated aftermath today's report will cause in this sea. First page, the new Admiral Green Bull Arama, who has been in office for only 1 year, was killed by the strongest newcomer in history, Rin Uchiha. Page 2, in 800 years, the world's noble Draco was killed for the first time, and the pirate female Emperor Boya Hankook was officially removed from the ranks of His Majesty's 7 Wahei. The third page, Blackbeard Pirate Group No. 2 Captain Hiru took away the body of the Green Bull, and the Uchiha pirates are suspected to have reached an unknown agreement with the Blackbeard Pirates. Fourth page, once owned by the legendary sea thief Golden Lion Shiji, the Fluttering Fruit changed owners, the Paper Angel Zionin showed Big Mom Charlotte Lingling level potential. The 4 pages, each of which is enough to change the world pattern, is enough to change the world. Admiral and Draco were killed. 2 royal level pirate groups hooked up for some reason. The top superhuman Devil Fruit has a new owner. What a pervert than a pervert. And the protagonist in it is naturally Rin Uchiha, because these 4 reports are different in content, but each one is inextricably linked to him. The Green Bull was killed by him, not to mention this. Hancock, who was stripped of the title of Nanabuki and killed Draco, and the little girl who ate the fluttering fruit. They are already members of his pirate group. And Hiru was able to take the Green Bull, and he must have obtained his consent. Although the vast majority of people have never seen Rin Uchiha with their own eyes. I don't know what kind of person he is, but he would never give such a gift to Blackbeard's gang for nothing. One is that even the generals in Draco dare to kill, which can be called the most arrogant rookie pirate group in history. One is secretly planning the top war, becoming the biggest beneficiary of the big war 2 years ago, which can be called a hunter organization that weakens the ability of the Rocks pirates. What exactly are the 2 gangs of madmen plotting? For a while, people around the world felt as if they were about to start a war 2 years ago. They had a sense of despair that the world was going to be destroyed. And now, this fear has returned. This compares to the above 4 heavyweight reports that have attracted the attention of 99.9% of the world's people. Arranged in the corner by Morgans, I felt that the most inconspicuous report about the little thief cat, Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates jumped to the Uchiha Pirates, which did not cause the slightest wave at all. After all, compared to the previous 4 reports, this little thing is too trivial. Originally, when she was in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, as a non-combatant, did not have a high sense of existence. Unless Lu Solon jumped ship, that can make a little wave. However, it still attracted the attention of some special people. This group of people is the Straw Hat Pirates, and related people related to them. The first half of the Great Voyage, Sea of Paradise, Alabaston. How is this possible? How could Nami be? Princess Vivi saw a report in the corner of the newspaper about Nami's job hopping. Slurred speech, stumbling tone. Shambordi Islands, oh no, Shambordi Peninsula. Area 13. Xia Chi's bamboo bar is in the bar. Renly flipped through the newspaper, his face dark. After a long time, he silently put away the newspaper and raised his eyes to Xia Chi and asked, Do you think Hancock was forced or? Xia Chi slowly exhaled a breath of smoke, and said with half-empty eyes, Before this report, I was sure she was forced, and now. It's hard to say. Former Emperor of the Amazon Lily. She even beat Charo Saint when won Luffy. It was expected that as soon as Hancock saw this report, he would definitely feel good about it. She knew Hancock too well. However, it is precisely because of this understanding. At this time, Xia Chi could also conclude. The current Hancock mentality must have changed dramatically. At this time, the talking worm behind Xia Chi suddenly sounded. After turning around and picking up the microphone, the phone worm emitted the voice of an old woman. The caller is the former emperor of the Amazon Lily, Guruliosa. Nicknamed. I see. After listening to the other party, Xia Chi nodded and hung up the call. Then he turned to Riley and said, Amazon Lily decided to relocate her family to Totland in the New World. Now he is being robbed of his title because of Hancock. Plus the Sea Lushi warship developed by Vegapunk. The situation in the daughter's country has become very precarious. Ethnic migration is necessary. Hearing this, Renly's eyes changed again. Is the next target Ling Ling? Xia Qi took the last puff of cigarette in front of her lips, and the second-hand smoke she spit out made Renly frown subconsciously. Don't mess around with your retired old bones, I've never seen such a reckless pirate. As in Carp, Roger was a man of an era. Xia Qi said that she had never seen a pirate like Rin Uchiha. Even that Rox D. Jaibeck is not as crazy and reckless as Rin Uchiha. Even Locks. Before acting, more or less weigh the consequences. Then choose not to shoot. And Uchiha Rin really didn't have any concerns about this at all. It's really just doing what you want, killing if you want. I didn't expect what he wanted to do next. Rin Uchiha said that TMD looks at people accurately. Anyway, labor and management are here to play. To put it ugly, it is the kind that shoots and leaves. Why do you care so much? The most important thing about traveling is to have fun. Riley didn't answer. Just silently picked up his saber and walked out of the tavern. He wasn't going to seek revenge on Rin Uchiha, just got to go to Ruskayana. The original plan was to wait a few months later to reach the agreed date of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Hydra Pirates send Luffy back to Chambord Island. But now the whole country is moving to the new world. Of course, I can't care about one Luffy. Only Renly could pick up someone. Don't tell Monkey Boy. Xia Qi shouted at Renly's back. If only one Luffy knew about Nami, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. You can guess what happens with your toes. And at Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Robin is once again the only one in the Straw Hat Pirates who saw the report. Because Hawkeye, who was responsible for teaching Solon and Yameji, and Ivankov after seeing the report, they all silently chose to hide the matter. Same as Xia Qi's thoughts. If at this time let them know about it, they will definitely desperately go to find Uchiha Rin, a person who can kill both the general and the Draco. Can you show mercy to their subordinates? In such cases, Robin became the only insider of the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, she is now acting with the Revolutionary Army. You need to be in touch with the outside world at all times. Sister Robin, N.A., Miss Nami must have been forced. Kara swallowed and gave a smile that was uglier than crying in an attempt to calm Robin's emotions. And Hawkeye, Ivankov, they are the same. Kara is also afraid that Robin will not be able to think about it for a while, and go to find Uchiha Rin. Don't worry, Kara, I'm sure Nami. Robin smiled. But you can see it from her trembling hands. Robin is definitely not as calm as he seems. Yes, is it? That's good, huh, hee, Kara laughed. However, Robin's next words made Kara laugh. We're going to investigate Gilder Tetsalo next, aren't we? Is Rin Uchiha still on that ship? Kara's already bulging eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. No, it's not. You don't really want to go to him, do you? Noon. The blazing sun poured on the giant ship of Gurintazalo. It was originally the largest and most luxurious entertainment city in the world. At this moment, it is empty, like a dead city. The reason for such a tragic situation is simple, because Rin Uchiha, this crazy man, has not left. Yikes! On the side of the street, Rin Nohara almost avoided Keiku's Arashi foot on the opposite side. Swinging a chakra scalpel, he swooped in, split a hole in front of the other party that is more than half a meter. Oh boom, finally dried out. It's almost half a month, it's not easy. As if watching a sketch, Yao clapped his hands excitedly. After being tortured for half a month, I see almost the same in the future. Nami complained. That's right, half a month has passed since the Fluttering Fruit incident. CP0 is the gang during this period. It is to practice sandbags for Zionan's 3 daughters. And for 2 whole weeks without eating or drinking. No matter how strong the strength of both sides. Looky, they can't hold it. What's more, on the 3rd day, Uchiha Rin, who had exhausted the last drop on Hancock and Nami, returned to Gurintazalo from the Sunny. For the first time, he performed his duties as a guide to Shinobu. While watching the battle of the 3 lowly at the scene, they were given instant guidance. There was a demon like Rin Uchiha watching from the side. Compared to physical stress, the mental pressure endured by Lu Chi and his group was even more exaggerated. It's the kind of exam where your homeroom teacher stands next to you. Just a supreme enhanced version of the feeling of staring down at you. And after a few hours of fighting, Rin Uchiha will let Killua 3.0 come back for dinner. Then use Amaterasu to lock up CP0. Wait for the lowly to eat and drink. Lift Amaterasu again and continue fighting. Maidken used them as cattle. It felt like half a month, and Lu Chi and his party had not yet had a nervous breakdown. It's a miracle. Boom boom boom, continuous blasting sounds resounded from high above. The body is still a humanoid silhouette, but the surface is full of yellow skin and black dots. Lu Chi fell from the sky and slammed into the ground. The black clouds surrounding the body surface also dissipated. Obviously, it is an awakening form. However, Rin Uchiha also couldn't understand why an animal line would have the same flame cloud as the Nika fruit after awakening. I don't even understand why Wang Nika, who can hang Mr. Kai up and fight, will be defeated by Lu Qi, a subordinate, half a month later. Xiao Nan also slowly floated down from the sky. Although the strength has left the two teammates of Nohara Rin and Yuri Hong far behind, but Lolilin and Lolihong are only dealing with a CP0, and Xiao Nan took over all the remaining agents, led by Lu Qi. Therefore, the pain suffered in this battle is no less than that of the two little sisters. Xiao Nan, how does the fluttering fruit feel? Uchiha asked with a smile. Very powerful. I think even in our world, there are very few top blood succession realms that can match it, but unfortunately I have not yet mastered this power. During this time, she rummaged through many reports about the Golden Lion 20 years ago. Based on the opponent's fighting style, developed the ability of fluttering fruit. I also learned a lot about that man from Nami's mouth. The Pete Golden Lion more than 20 years ago, Xiao Nan really did not dare to think about it at present. Let's start with the battle-lost Golden Lion that was defeated by Wang Luffy 2 years ago. Very good. In this way, there is no need to continue to stay here. Uchiha Rin clapped his hands and beckoned everyone. Next is Rin's soul fruit. Hearing Uchiha Rin's words, either they were beaten half to death, or they collapsed tiredly, and the CP0 agents, who fell to the ground, showed incredible colors. Maid, a professional in trouble. A month ago dried the red-haired pirates. Killed the general and Draco half a month ago. Now it's eyeing Big Mom again. 40 years ago, rocks didn't have anything to do with you. Sunset Red, I feel like I'm excluded. Lolihong nodded her small mouth and muttered with resentment. This half-month of battle practice has already allowed Shirihong to see how powerful the fluttering fruit Xiao Nan got, and it is said that at present, Xiao Nan has only developed the power of this fruit. What heights can be reached in the future is completely beyond imagination. Point 14, and the next thing to get is the soul fruit that is planned to be given to his best friend Nohara Rin. Although Sunset Hong has not yet seen what specific abilities it has. However, it is said that the current owner of the fruit is the existence of the four emperors along with the red-haired person who was in the Chambord Islands. Shank's strength is something I have seen firsthand. At least Sunset Red has lived until now, except for Rin Uchiha. I haven't really met anyone who has the ability to win Shank steadily. Big Mom, as the owner of the soul fruit realization, can hold the same name as him. How bad can her fruit ability be? Counting up, only their own plugins are still in a distant state. Do you want the abilities of these people? Nohara pointed to the CP0 agents lying on the ground and suggested to his girlfriend. Don't. Sunset Hong did not hesitate for a second. Another leopard, and a wolf, and a giraffe. What about a zoo? And as a beautiful girl who has always wanted to be beautiful, how can Loli Red allow her ability to be so ugly? Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth turned up. Although the Sunset Red in the original book is also quite miserable, but compared to Nohara Rin and Konan, it is really good. And as long as you don't get together with Asma's Phoenix Man, living an ordinary but happy life is 99% fine. Therefore, there is no need to be in such a hurry to find her a hanging. Even if the world really doesn't find a suitable one, it's a big deal to find it in a different world. Dragon-slaying magic, legendary elves, the four eggs are afraid of me. There's always something for you. Rin-chan, what about these guys? Hancock pointed to a group of white-clad licking dogs lying on the ground. It's useless. If you don't like it, kill it all. Although he is defined as a pirate by the government, Rin Uchiha does not really want to be One Piece. He did not intend to recruit his subordinates to expand his power. In addition, he did not have a good impression of Lucky and his group. If you die, you die. And their deaths can make Hankook happy for a while. Why not? Thank you, Rin-chan. Hancock took Uchiha Rin's arm and rubbed it twice on the side of his face. But this face is a bit of a contradiction. After all, a woman of 1 meter 9 to a man of 1 meter 7. Children at least look like boys. It's a bit weird indeed. Not to mention that Hancock is now ripe like a ripe peach. And Uchiha Rin's facial features also reveal a hint of childishness. There is also the illusion that a mature big sister seduces minors. Hey, wait a minute, pirate female emperor, I was forced. In fact, I have always hated the world government, and the reason why I obeyed them was because I wanted to lie down and try my luck and seek revenge on them. At the moment of life and death, Gabra in the form of canine fruit wolf once again shows his talent for bragging and not playing drafts. However, it is a pity that his also fools the little white of Usopp. Sanji can't fool him, let alone Hankook. What's more, Hancock, who has now got rid of his demons, has already made up his mind in his heart. But everyone on the side of the government, she will kill them all mercilessly. It doesn't matter if you're sincere or not. Hankook's legs were slightly raised, and the tip of his slender high heels pierced Gabra's throat directly. Plug all his second half of nonsense back into his stomach. Never say it again. And then the owl, Snuggle. Then, there is Stussy with a fox mask. Wait, I'm not CP0, I'm another force planted undercover inside the government. It has to be said that Stussy is quite loyal to Vegapunk. At this time, her relationship with her own maker was not exposed. Hancock was startled when he heard this. For a while, I couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. I had to turn my head to look at Uchiha Rin and ask the other party's meaning. Is that what you're talking about? To be honest, I don't have any affection for your master. Vegapunk this person. Uchiha Rin was unimpressed with his senses. I thought it was a crazy scientist like the Big Snake Pill or the Big Snake Pill who believed that science and technology were the first productive forces. As a result, the artificial weapons you created cannot be controlled, and the doppelgangers want to replace you. This is also too pulling. Seeing that Hancock did not intend to let go of the woman wearing the fox mask in front of him, Hancock's right hand pointed to his lips, just ready to petrify it and kick it into the sea. When Stussy heard this, he hurriedly changed his words. Wait, I also know of a big event that the world government is planning. The world government recently discovered the survivors of Amikilo Island. You release me, I will find out the treasure hidden in Amikilo Island and give it to you. Amikuro Island. What's the thing? After so many years, although the general plot of Uchiha Rin remembers, but there were many details he really couldn't remember. Amikuro Island, legend has it that 200 years ago, a genius scientist was born on that island and invented a gold that could buy the world's top gold, pure gold. Nami's eyes turned into Barry's symbol, and she almost flowed out of the hara to explain, read violent novels, just go on Fila Novel Network. But this island has been gone for 200 years, has it been found? What kind of treasure is it to be able to buy pure gold from all over the world, was reminded by Nami. Uchiha Rin remembered. It is a treasure that can make people immortal. No, to be precise. It is a special metal that makes people stop the growth of the body. It can extend human life expectancy to hundreds of years, even thousands of years. Come to think of it. Uchiha Rin gestured at Hancock. Seeing this, Hancock lowered his finger aimed at Stussy. Running errands is enough for one person. Just when the few remaining CP0s were relieved to think that they had finally escaped, Uchiha Rin's next words kicked them into hell for the second time. Hancock's legs are wrapped in armed color. Stomping mercilessly, piercing the abdominal cavity, heart, head of Bruno, Keiku, Spenham. Tough enough. Squatting on a tall building, Doflamingo's heart couldn't help but speed up. He prides himself on being a ruthless person. When compared to Rin Uchiha. Simply a saint. After all, he kept one member of the Rika King clan. Slaughter the Rika family early. It won't give the Straw Hats a chance to steal chickens. Wait, killing them all is too easy to arouse the suspicion of the top government officials. At least keep one more to go back with me. Stussy dissuaded. Just leave her to go back alone. The 5 old stars will definitely get tired. After all, Stussite's strength can only rank in the middle of the CP0. Looky, Keiku's strength is above her. However, she was the only one who came back alive. It's hard not to suspect that she made some unknown agreement with Rin Uchiha. Makes sense. It's too high to come to Pirate World. Almost overlooked such an obvious flaw. Rin, which one to keep? Hancock looked at the remaining Lucky and Carafa. Uchiha Rin did not hesitate for a second and waved his right hand. The iconic black flame is like a bloodthirsty beast, devouring Lucky. I know. Nami was surprised and whispered. Lucky screamed in pain 693 while glaring at Uchiha Rin with unwilling eyes. Your master will be with you in that world soon, you dog will go down first. Waving goodbye, Rin Uchiha turned his head to look at the other survivor beside Stussy Bubble Fruit Ability Califa. Want to die with him, or help me get the pure gold back? Uchiha asked with a smile as he bowed his waist and smiled. Just let them go, Rin, looking at the warship that was gradually leaving, printed with the cross emblem of the world government. Yao said with an incredulous look, aren't you afraid that they will turn around and sell you when they go back? At the very least, they should be given a confinement charm or something, right? The so-called confinement spell is a technique that is buried in the opponent's heart. Moves to manipulate the actions of the magician. In the original work, Madara's old Yinbai used this trick on Rin Nohara and Obito. They wouldn't dare, and I prefer to use this. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face was filled with strong confidence, and flicked a piece of toilet paper folded in half. Inside were the nails of Stussy and Califa. Use this to make a life card. Unless they die, don't try to escape their control. This is much better than the confinement charm. What a surprise, I thought you would prostitute them and let them go. Nami sneered. Rin Uchiha. Although labor and management are not the kind of cat with millions of words, Yangwei is still the male protagonist of Chu. But it's not the kind of sperm male protagonist of P Company who has nothing but social security, right? An hour later, the Sunny gradually sailed away from Gurintazalo, and Uchiha Rin and his group just walked on the front foot. A middle-aged man's voice with a thick voice suddenly sounded. The tattoo on his face seemed to have been slapped by slippers. It is the head of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long. There are not many tasks that can allow the boss of the Revolutionary Army to personally take action, but the importance of Gurintazalo is self-evident. Same as Doflamingo. Tetsalo is also an imperial figure who informs the underground black market of the New World. It is also one of the key targets of the Revolutionary Army. Originally, the Revolutionary Army did not want to strike at such a big target so early, but now Uchiha Rin tortured Tetsalo and his gang half to death. The top officials of the Navy and the world government are also anxious about the deaths of Green Bull and Charo Saint, and discuss countermeasures. So the dragon made a quick decision, personally led the team to Gurintazalo, prepared to receive it under the command of the Revolutionary Army. At least a large amount of military money can be obtained. Mr. Ryu, I hope to at least figure out what Nami really thinks. Robin's expression revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Although she believes that Nami will not change the court, but right now that the Lord is in front of him, how can Robin endure it? According to the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army, at present, there is no news from the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. That is, most of the companions do not know about this yet. Otherwise, with Luffy's character, it would have already made a fuss. Robin hopes to settle this matter before the 3D2Y agreement arrives. Even if you can't bring Nami back, at least find out what Nami herself thinks. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse. Even the Straw Hats fell apart. After the Battle of Justice Island, Robin, who has completely recognized the Straw Hat Pirates as his belonging, this possibility cannot be tolerated, looked directly into Robin's determined eyes. Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, also made a mistake for a while. Although the woman in front of her is not very strong in combat, her personality is solid. But I really can't ignore it. Because Nicole Robin is the only one in the world who can decipher ancient texts and expose the blank 100 years, the key to the shocking secret that the world government has hidden for 800 years. In any case, the dragon can't let Robin get into danger. After being entangled for a long time, Long Shensheng ordered, "This operation is commanded by Sob, and I will take Robin to the Sunny." "Mr. Long, you personally." The faces of the surrounding cotters changed suddenly. "Chief, I'll go anyway." Raven stood up and said, "Once a clash breaks out between the two sides, you are not fast enough to escape." The dragon gave his explanation solemnly, looked at Robin and said, "There is absolutely no chance of taking back the ship, and the best outcome is to escape with you and your navigator, and maybe even her. Are you willing to accept such an ending?" "You're in trouble, Mr. Long." Where else did Robin dare to ask? If only she acted alone. "I'm afraid that before I touched the Sunny, I was pinched into meat sauce by the bullhead octopus." "Mr. Long, I go too." Kara raised his hand and offered himself. "You." The dragon turned to look at Kara. Kara patted Nami and Robin, but it was definitely a cafeteria above H, and said resolutely, "Isn't that legendary mermaid princess a crew member of Uchiha Rin now? If the two sides fight, I can help persuade the fight, and you and Sister Robin are both capable. If there is a case, won't I, a strong swimmer, be able to play a role? No matter how fast you swim, can you be faster than that big octopus with $1 billion reward? Not to mention that there is also a fluttering fruit ability under the other party. Can you swim faster than others? Besides, is Uki Rin a person who is willing to listen to advice? It's been less than a month since my debut, how many things have happened?" Sob and other cotters muttered inwardly. As a decision maker, the dragon was silent for a long time, and finally nodded and agreed to Kara's proposal. If it really fights, he is responsible for attracting Uchiha Rin's attention. It is also a ploy to let the incompetent Kara escape with Robin. Of course, it is best not to fight. Once you've identified the members of your tracking squad, the dragon suddenly lifted. A strong wind roared. It was like an invisible big hand holding up the dragon, Robin, and Kara together, and chased to the other side of the coastline, which was about to disappear, leaving only a Sunny the size of a sesame dot. Is it really okay? As the commander of the Northern Army, the crow's heart became more and more worried. It's not that he doesn't believe in his own chief. As long as it's Uchiha Rin, that kid is too perverted. Leave it to Mr. Long over there, we just need to deal with things here, let's go, Crow. Sob put down his gloves and jumped onto the harbor dock in Gurintazalo. Sob, of course, was worried, but he thought about it, but he still didn't say anything to stop it. The reason is simple. Because it's not just Robin's business. It's also a matter for the Straw Hat Pirates. It's even more about his younger brother Luffy. Sabo concludes that if Nami is allowed to stay in the Uchiha Pirates, then Luffy and Uchiha Rin will have a conflict is a sure thing. If you can take this opportunity to fish Nami out, it should be possible to reduce the possibility of friction between the two groups. Well, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a younger brother, and everything is from the perspective of the younger brother. But it feels like Sob forgot something. That is, even if the dragon successfully retrieves Nami this time. But one Luffy, they don't seem to be able to keep Nami. Can't Rin Uchiha grab it once and grab it a second time? Then when the time comes, your Revolutionary Army can still protect him for the rest of his life? A few hours later, an unknown island on the beach. Uchiha Rin used the wooden dun to build a temporary boudoir for the White Star, which was 3 times larger than the Sunny. I chatted with each other in the house for a while. Only then did he turn around and return to the Sunny. I have to say that this pure girl like white paper really pokes the XP of straight men, just like Rin Nohara, the girl next door. Not to mention that the White Star itself also has the appearance of the 3 major beauties in the pirate world. The only regret is that it is a little too big. When I kissed, I didn't feel anything at all, but by Sing breathed, and he was almost swallowed in. Damn, I have to call the people of the Akimichi clan when I go back. Ask them if they are not Shuudaists and can learn the art of multiplication. Well, Grandpa Rin is so gentle. Other traversers want to make the White Star smaller. Only he thinks about making himself bigger. When you encounter a problem, first look for the cause from yourself. I cried to death. It's hard to see and not touch, right? Nami, this Nico, really never missed the opportunity to taunt Uchiha Rin, especially this topic with color. Dare to provoke Rin officials. There must be a price. Originally, he also wanted Hankook, a woman who was obedient to him, to wear Pikachu's tail. Now labor and management have changed their minds. Not only do you want to wear Pikachu's tail, but you also want to call me Xiaomao. Read violent novels, just go to Feel Fiction Network. In the early hours of the morning, 3 figures landed on the deck of the Sunny. I never thought that I would return to the Sunny in such a form. Everything around makes Robin feel familiar and welcoming, but hanging from the pole, the back of the new skull emblem of a ping-pong racket is stamped. It brought her endless strangeness. There is no time to sigh, hurry up, I'm here to give you the wind. The dragon lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, as the leader of the revolutionary army, he is like a little fur thief. But there is no way. The snoring octopus lying on the beach next to the boat. The sense of oppression is too much. Sister Robin, over here. Kara had slipped in the direction of the bedroom, not to mention Robin's familiarity with the ship. It's just that when she opened the girls' dormitory on the 2nd floor that belonged to herself and Nami, it was found that only 3 little girls with an average age of less than 10 were sleeping inside, so he silently withdrew. Sister Robin, the light is on below. Kara lowered his voice and pointed to the 1st floor. Robin nodded and tiptoed down the stairs with Kara. Soon, Robin and Kara heard shouts that seemed to be crying and laughing. That was Luffy's room? Robin was stunned for a moment, and then activated the ability of the flower fruit. In the corner of the room on the other side of the wall, an eye and an ear stick out of the corner with the petals. 10 seconds later, Robin outside the room froze. The mind is full of Nami's Pikachu cries, and the shock of how did that thing fit in. Sister Robin, how's it going? Is Miss Nami inside? It has to be said that the shipbuilding skills of French and Iceberg are indeed the first in the world. Through a wall, Kara couldn't hear Nami's voice of the root fluctuations. But, Robin didn't even know what to say. After holding back for a long time, he said, Rin Uchiha is also inside, so we can only wait for the man to fall asleep before acting. All right. Kara nodded in understanding. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Nami to come out of the room and walk to the bathroom. Still holding a fluffy yellow zigzag tail in his hand, he cursed and muttered, Dog man, asking for so much. Who is Aunt Hanako, and why do I call him Dr. Oe? Robin and Kara exchanged a look. After the two nodded in tacit understanding, Robin quickly followed. Kara quickly stood guard at the door to determine if Uchiha Rin would come out. However, just stood in the crack of the door. The smell that comes out of it. It left Kuratan feeling overwhelmed. After all, people in their early 20s, which may not guess. Can you persuade? Kara begins to worry about whether Robin will succeed in convincing Nami to leave with her. After all, this happened. Nami's mentality will more or less change, right? Toilet. Nami just opened the shower and saw Robin, who suddenly walked in. Nami was so frightened that she subconsciously wanted to scream loudly. Erwan Hua. Fortunately, Robin was prepared. Nami grew 2 arms on her shoulders and covered her friend's mouth. After Nami calmed down, Robin took the initiative to remove the ability. The hands that grew out of Nami's arms also turned into petals and floated away. Robin, why are you here? Nami said with wide eyes. I'll explain this to you later, go, I'll take you away first. Robin grabbed Nami's wrist and pulled her out. And not only because time is running out now, and because Robin thought it would be better not to ask the question. That will only make the atmosphere more awkward, because after what I just observed, Robin found that his companion did not seem to be forced. Pikachu, Dr. Oe shouted that is called a joy. Hearing Robin's questioning, Nami was also speechless for a while. Until now, she is still willing to repay Luffy for his kindness in Caucosia village. Die in place of the other person. But in the face of Robin's question, have you changed your mind? Nami really couldn't give an answer for a while. Robin exhorted Nami, you are very similar to me on Justice Island now, and I didn't want to involve you at that time, and chose to die by myself, but you, Luffy, and everyone still came desperately to save me and make me realize myself, I want to live. So don't worry about those, no matter how difficult it is, we will definitely overcome it together. Even if we overcome the world government, are we still afraid of a single person? But Rin Uchiha alone is more terrifying than the world government, Nami retorted in her heart. The longer she followed Uchiha Rin, the more Nami could feel the horror of this person. Beckman, the deputy captain of the red-haired pirates with the brightest mind in the sea, once deduced, to defeat Uchiha Rin, it is necessary to gather 2 imperial groups. This reasoning is not correct. Uchiha Rin, who wants to pretend to be a beast, the 2 imperial groups are indeed almost the same. But who said that Uchiha Rin of Morning Shamboard Island at that time was his full strength? Nami suddenly recalled that it was daytime today. When leaving from Gurintazalo, the conversation between Rin Uchiha and Stussy was overheard. At the time, Rin Uchiha was talking to Stussy, who had returned to marry Joa, through a phone bug. Stussy said she had escalated CP0 to the hierarchy about her and Califa. The 5 old stars were very angry at this and began to discuss his plan, and Uchiha Rin disagreed. It means that the fruit of the sunset red has not yet landed. You can let the 5 old stars send more powerful ability people over. Several more options are available. Hearing Uchiha's contempt for the world government in his tone, Stussy instructed over the phone, you better not underestimate the heritage of the world government. According to rumors within CP0, they are ordering Vegapunk to develop a 637 secret weapon that is comparable in power to ancient weapons, and once developed, it is powerful enough to destroy a country in an instant. Destroy a country in an instant. Hearing this, Nami, who heard this, was so frightened that she almost fell off her ass. When she thought that no matter how much Uchiha Rin was, he was so daring. When you hear this kind of thing, you will more or less show fear. Unexpectedly, Uchiha laughed even louder, and said even more disdainfully, dare to be so arrogant to destroy a country, come to me when they can destroy a planet. If it were someone else, including if Luffy said something like that, Nami will only treat him as if he is nervous. But if it comes from Uchiha Rin's mouth, Nami was surprised to find that she didn't have much doubt, because after this time of getting along, Nami found out that this guy stinks a lot. But one thing is indisputable. That is to do what you say. Seeing Nami's delay in answering, Robin's face became more and more gloomy. Nami, did you really betray Luffy? This time, he didn't wait for Nami to answer. Another voice was already ringing. It's not a betrayal, she just fell in love with a man who didn't like her captain very much. The sudden response frightened the 2 women in the room. I saw that Uchiha Rin didn't know when, but he had already appeared in the bathroom, calmly walked past Robin and came to Nami's side. The switch handle of the shower is opened. Crash, running water spills. Rin Uchiha holds the nozzle in his left hand and lets the water spray fall on himself and Nami. The right hand twisted out Mu Yalu and wiped it on the sticky place of himself and Nami. You, stop me, Robin is here. Woo. As soon as Nami was halfway through speaking, the rest of the words were blocked back into her throat by Uchiha Rin. However, Uchiha Rin did not bully Nami excessively. After all, he has no interest in performing for others to see, unless Robin is willing to join in. Robin has been in the dark world for 20 years. I don't know how to do it. Suddenly she remembered something and shouted at Uchiha Rin, Dragon, power Mr. Dragon and Kara. Uchiha Rin continued to wash himself and Nami's bodies with the nozzle, and said calmly, wouldn't you know if you went out and took a look? And then looked down. Well, although I am not interested in performing for others to see, I still can't control myself. Robin didn't bother with the dog man and woman either. Hurriedly turned around and snatched the door out. I saw the dragon and Kara standing on the deck of the Sunny. In front of him, floating in Zionin, 10 meters above the ground. He was looking down at the 2 condescendingly. Hancock stood at the back, his small resentful eyes glancing towards the bathroom from time to time. On the beach next to the side of the boat, Yao stared at the 2 with big white eyes and stared unkindly. What, when was it discovered? Robin said with a grim face. Do you know what the abilities of Heikushin's mother, Princess Otohim, are? Uchiha Rin walked out of the rear health room with a towel, wiped the water stains on his hair, and said leisurely, innately powerful insight and hearing, and even the ability to meet people's hearts. As a daughter, her talent in this area can be described as better than blue. Hearing this, Robin suddenly turned his head. Look at the mermaid princess on the beach with big eyes as pure as white paper. Ju, it will actually be like this. Rin Uchiha walked past Robin's shoulder and said, of course, even if there is no white star, I have a way to find you. Immediately, Rin Uchiha turned his back to Robin and smiled at the 2 revolutionary soldiers who were under siege. Thank you 2 for sending Nicole, Robin, but it's so late, so let's get off the boat. As soon as the words came out, Dragon, Robin, and Kara face color fusion. And immediately after Uchiha Rin, Nami, who walked out of the bathroom, sighed with a sure enough expression. After all, in Gurintazalo before, I heard this guy personally say that he wanted to pull Robin into the water. No wonder this guy often says that the thing he is most proud of is that all the bragging bulls have come true. Sure enough, it does what it says. Do you want me to be your prisoner like Nami? Robin said with a grim face. No, I like Nami very much now, just like she likes me, and for you, I'm just gluttonous. Uchiha Rin turned his head and shrugged. Although at the beginning, Uchiha Rin was only interested in Nami, but in the process of getting along later, Rin Uchiha also likes this little thief cat who seems to be a fan of wealth and is actually the virgin. More importantly, she felt that way about herself, too. For girls who love themselves, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Rin Uchiha has never been at a loss. Otherwise, how could Rin Uchiha feel at ease to let Nami meet Robin? For Robin, Rin Uchiha has no emotion in this regard. Robin's face darkened. Good guy, and sincere. She really couldn't understand how Nami could be attracted to such a person. Don't talk nonsense, I don't have that idea about you. Well, someone is still dead duck with a hard mouth. You let us go? And hearing Uchiha Rin's words, Kara was also stunned for a moment, pointing at himself incredulously. No, it's not. This is different from the information she got. Feeling surprisingly good to talk. Of course, after all, you sent Robin from far away, so that I don't have to go to the trouble of finding it, and I have to thank you. Uchiha smiled and said, of course, this big-eyed sister wants to stay, and I welcome it, but my ship doesn't like men. Mr. Monkey D-Long, please disembark in 3 seconds. Who's the sister? I'm at least 5 or 6 years older than you. Kara muttered in her heart, feeling that it was really a surprise to be able to retreat with her whole body. But seeing Robin behind Uchiha Rin, he still asked out of worry, what do you want to do with Sister Robin? I tell you, she is the only person in this world who can read ancient texts, and is an indispensable key to liberating this world. She is not the only one who can interpret ancient texts. Uchiha Rin's answer made the faces of everyone present fuse. Robin looked at each other incredulously. In addition to yourself? Hard, could it be the survivors of O'Hara? Yes, who is it? Kara also looked incredulous. Come here, I'll tell you quietly, don't let anyone else hear. Uchiha Rin beckoned and smiled wickedly. Kara blinked his eyes twice, hesitating. Stop talking nonsense, O'Hara has been wiped off the map, and there is no one who can decipher the words of history except Robin. Monkey D. Dragon finally spoke. Believe it or not, in short, for the sake of you sending Nicole Robin to me, I don't care about you sneaking in. Uchiha Rin didn't bother to continue talking nonsense. Now, hurry up and get off my ship, my patience is almost at its limit. It's not your ship, it's Luffy's. Long Shenshang retorted. Boom, so what are you going to do? Is the old father of the beloved son going to snatch back the property for his precious son? Uchiha said with a smile. He really didn't expect that he would have a rare show of mercy, and people still didn't appreciate it. Mr. Long, please don't mess around, don't forget that you are the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kara quickly moved to the dragon's side and kept discouraging. Uchiha Rin actually allowed them to leave, which was already a blessing in misfortune. Although Robin was lost, listen to Uchiha Rin's tone. He didn't seem intent on hurting Robin. And if it is really the same as Rin Uchiha said, there is another person in this world who can read ancient texts. The Revolutionary Army was perfectly capable of looking for this man as a substitute for Robin. In this way, the losses of the Revolutionary Army are infinitely close to zero. This made Kara, who was still surrounded just now, and was about to die here, feel that it was simply pie in the sky. She didn't want the dragon to have a fatherly attack at this time. With Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin looked at Kara with interest. I feel that this girl is more suitable than Long to be the boss of the Revolutionary Army. After all, Kara has nothing to do with Wan Luffy. She's not like Dragon or Sob. But if something happened to Wan Luffy, he rushed over to help like Sun Wukong saving his master. Kara, who is also a slave, is really bent on overthrowing the world government and engaging Draco. As for how is Wan Luffy, she wasn't interested in care. Even think that if pirates die more, it will only be beneficial and harmless to the world. After all, ordinary civilians are persecuted. Pirates and the government are basically separated. However, no matter how much Kurla persuaded him, the dragon still didn't choose to leave. I saw Nami and Robin, 2 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, standing behind Rin Uchiha. The dragon can tell. With his own son's character, once he knew about it, will come to Uchiha Rin recklessly. And this boy in front of him who is a few years younger than Luffy, will it be returned obediently? Do you still want to do it? What a good dad who cares for his son. The corners of Uchiha Rin's mouth turned up, and a black flame immediately ignited in his arm. Boom! And yet, in this instant, with the dragon's body as the center, the roaring hurricane that makes people unable to open their eyes spread around. The deck of the Sunny collapsed, and Zionin, floating above the front, Hancock, who was standing behind, was directly blown up by the fierce wind. And Nami behind Rin Uchiha, Robin. It was also blown into the night sky tens of meters high. Go! The dragon drank a word low. Himself and Kara also rose like kites in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it flew hundreds of meters away. Although Monkey D. Dragon gave his son to his own labor and management from an early age, Wang Luffy grew up not even remembering the face of his labor and management. But the dragon was mainly because the work of the Revolutionary Army was too dangerous. In order to avoid suspicion, he deliberately distanced himself from his son. This is very different from the trio of Roger, Shanks, and Jesus Bulletin, who voluntarily abandoned his wife and son. From his initiative to see off Wang Luffy in Rogue Town, he secretly sent Revolutionary Army cadres to protect his son's safety. You can also get a glimpse of his concern for his son. This is indeed 108,000 miles stronger than Roger, who shot away and left without giving birth. However, this fatherly love is now going to be his talisman, because the dragon heart who understands Wang Luffy's character is very clear. If Nami and Robin are left to stay on the Uchiha Rin, wait 2 months, when the Straw Hat Pirates 3D2Y appointment date. Luffy, who has returned from practice, will definitely find Uchiha Rin. The dragon, who knows everything that Uchiha Rin has done so far, would rather Luffy mess with admirals like Yellow Ape. I don't want him to be on the same page with Uchiha either. This person really doesn't play pirates. Once the target is confirmed, the target is your own enemy. We'll kill him mercilessly. After some struggle, the dragon still decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take Nami and Robin away. Although 9 times out of 10, Rin Uchiha will come to arrest people again. But after all, the world is so big. It's not easy to find someone specifically. At least it's better than Luffy taking the initiative to send it to the door, right? Dragon, Mr. Long, what is the situation? How, what's going on? I remember not being blown into the sky by a strong wind just now. Me, am I dreaming? Kara, Nami, and Robin looked around in confusion, because they found themselves standing on artificial turf on the deck of the Sunny. What's going on? What's going on? But he clearly remembered that they were blown high into the air by the storm caused by the dragon just now. In the blink of an eye, it flew hundreds of meters away from the Sunny. How did it come back to the Sunny in a flash? The dragon himself was confused. His face turned his head incredulously. I saw Uchiha Rin sitting on a public bench by the pole, looking at the 4 with a smile on Erlang's legs. As Nami, who has been with Uchiha Rin the longest of the 4, the surprise on her face is the least. She had seen too many bizarre operations from Rin Uchiha, from the gaze of Konan, Yao, and the others who passed around. Nami judged. They don't know what it is. A bead of sweat fell from the side of the dragon's face. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, who did not believe in evil, once again set off a storm. Let yourself and the other 3 women ride the wind like heroes in martial arts novels. He escaped the Sunny again in the blink of an eye. Yet again, it was a blink of an eye. Nami and the others saw that they were standing on the Sunny again. The familiar scenery, the familiar lawn, and the familiar Uchiha Rin sitting on a bench with Jiro's legs cocked, playfully looking at them. What is this ability? 2 consecutive recruits made it difficult for the boss of the Revolutionary Army to remain calm. If Uchiha Rin just showed overwhelming strength, then he won't be so flustered. But the problem was that he didn't even know what was going on. That's scary. Uchiha Rin didn't mean to answer the dragon's question at all. Yuya got up from the bench and said with a smile, is nature a wind and wind fruit, or are they weather fruits that can control various climates? But either way, it's an excellent fruit. As soon as Uchiha Rin's words fell, the dragon and his group only heard the breaking waves of the ship behind them. Turn your head and look. I saw 2 large ships consisting of huge logging on the sides of the ships coming towards this side at great speed. That was Blackbeard's pirate's Jaibeck sword, Kara exclaimed in a lost voice. As another pirate on the sea who does not play pirates in addition to Rin Uchiha, the Blackbeard pirates can be said to be the pirate gang that has clashed with the Revolutionary Army the most in the past 2 years. Sure enough, what agreement was reached with the Blackbeard pirates? The dragon said in a deep voice. Previously, Uchiha Rin transferred the body of the Green Bull to Hiru, captain of the Blackbeard Pirate Group No. 2, which caused many people to speculate. Good stuff like that. Rin Uchiha couldn't have given it away for nothing. He must have reached some agreement with the Blackbeard pirates. Red, your devil fruit has fallen. Uchiha Rin still didn't answer the dragon's question, and smiled at Lori who was already standing behind him. Uchiha Rin's words made Kara's face fuse again. Nearly 2 years after the end of the war. The name of the Blackbeard pirates' ability hunter can be described as shocking, but now Blackbeard's gang is coming this way, and Rin Uchiha said such things again. Does he still need to guess what he wants to do? Rin, he's Luffy's dad, Nami shouted in a lost voice. I killed Usopp's labor and management, and did you send King Luffy his father? Uchiha Rin didn't care, but to clarify, Jesus Bulletin was killed by Zyoba, and I just provided the weapon. As soon as the words fell, the arms of the Monkey D dragon entered the looming spiral storm form, elementalization, and Kurla also raised his hands to the moon. With the left hand in front and the right hand in the back, make the starting pose of the fishman karate. Big-eyed sister, don't be nosy, I still like your selfless personality, as long as you don't make a move, I won't do anything to you. Uchiha Rin chuckled. Almost instantaneously, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Rin Uchiha and Ryu punched at the same time. The cyclone air cannon that was like a pillar of heaven collided violently with the raging black flame in midair. The Sunny will be destroyed, Nami exclaimed. However, in the next second, Nami and the others felt a violent tremor under their feet. It was discovered that the Sunny actually flew out of thin air without anyone at the helm, and quickly fly off the battlefield. Nami, who reacted quickly, turned her eyes to look at Konan, who raised her right hand. There are so many big things happening this evening. As a result, she actually forgot that there was also a fluttering fruit ability on the ship, and in the distance, wind and fire collide fiercely. The wind wave dispersed in all directions, causing the air to appear unnaturally distorted. Hey, what's going on over there? Who's fighting? On the other side of the two ships of the Sword of Jibek rushing towards this side, Blackbeard on the bow on the left side looked up and shouted. Lafitte, the captain and navigator of Blackbeard Pirates No. 5, took out a telescope and looked at it and replied, Captain, it's Rin Uchiha and Monkey D. Dragon. Originally, the name written on the world government's wanted warrant for dragons was only Dragon. However, after his relationship with Carp and Juan Luffy was exposed, the whole world also knows his real name. Oh, that is the ability of the boss of the Revolutionary Army, which is really good. Blackbeard touched the beard on his chin and smacked his lips. Do we have a chance to take him for ourselves? I advise you not to mess with the prey that Uchiha Rin's eyeing is targeting. Rain no Hiru, who had met in Gurintazalo before, came up from behind. Wan Nian held a cigar and squinted. Walking on the surface of water by releasing chakra from the soles of your feet is a basic skill of ninjas. Therefore, the two fought on the sea, which can be said to be unhindered, and the position of the battle site in the bureau is about 2 kilometers away. See the hurricanes and flames that keep converging on the sea in the distance. Kara held his head in his hands, and a pair of long legs wearing high heels stomped his foot in a hurry. What to do, how did it become like this? Although before the action, the consequences of detection were taken into account. But at the time, Kara felt that even if he couldn't beat it, with the dragon's fruit ability, it should not be a problem to escape. After all, here is a world where boats are the main means of transportation. The power of wind is too good to use, because boats are such a means of transport. It is mainly relying on manpower and wind power to return the trend. Once the dragon launches the ability, the ships of the Revolutionary Army also run at a speed comparable to a supercar. The Navy and government warships can't catch up, probably second only to the flying fleet that was previously able to fly in the air, the Golden Lion. However, I didn't expect that this time the car overturned. Until now, Kurla has not figured it out. The previous 2 times Long Ming flew out hundreds of meters with himself and Nami Robin. How did it come back to the Sunny in a flash? It's useless, hurry up and prepare for the funeral of the tattooed man. The advice given by Zionin made Kara almost cry. This little girl's mouth is too poisonous, right? However, Xiao Nan really told the truth. Originally, Rin Uchiha really planned to release the Monkey D dragon, although it was not the intention. But people traveled thousands of miles to deliver Nicole Robin to their doorstep. There is hard work without merit. Just killing like this is a bit unkind. But who let Long, a good father, have to give his son a head? Then don't blame Uchiha Rin for being ruthless. What's more, the sunset red hanging has not yet landed. It just so happens that at this time, you have shown a powerful fruit ability. This cooked duck is brought to the mouth. If you don't eat it, isn't it sick? It's like thinking that a heroine was drugged by the villain. Men are mainly not promiscuous, is that still human? Of course, there are also many strange people who choose luck to help the heroine force Sabeki medicine out. Or even more bizarre, directly let the heroine solve it with her hands. Mater really couldn't understand the brain circuitry of these people. Storm Dragon Clawfist Hurricane Dragon King. At this moment, everyone on the ship raised their eyes and saw the dragon's right hand waving. The high-density turbulent hurricane converged into a roaring wyvern with its open mouth open. Blow Amaterasu's flames away and cover Uchiha Rin's whole person. Kara, who was originally crying in mourning, clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, "Win, win." Robin was also pleasantly surprised. Truth be told, if the dragon just brought himself and Nami back to the Straw Hat Pirates, that will also face Uchiha Rin's endless pursuit in the future. That's going to be endless. If you can defeat him directly, of course it's best. However, on the entire ship, only Robin and Kara were smiling. Even Nami didn't show much surprise on her face. It's not that she doesn't want Monkey to win. In fact, Nami's current mentality is very tangled, or rather a little rotten. It's the kind of person who stays here or escapes back to the Straw Hat Pirates. To her, it seemed acceptable. Even Nami felt that it might be better to stay here. After all, as long as he stays by Uchiha Rin's side, he can at least stabilize this man. Let him not think about cleaning up the Straw Hats. Well, it's definitely not because I have that kind of thought about him. And see Monkey D. Dragon prevail. Nami didn't show much change in her expression either. It was because Nami felt that the man could not have been defeated so simply. Poof! Uchiha Rin, penetrated by the roar of the hurricane dragon, fell to the bottom of the sea like a broken kite. The dragon turned and shouted at Kara on the sunny in the distance, "Kara, walk." He was equally not carried away by the victory, because the dragon himself felt that it was too easy to win. 9 times out of 10, there is only civilian personnel like Kara and Robin who have not seen Uchiha Rin's strength with their own eyes can have the misunderstanding that Uchiha Rin is easy to deal with. Poof, however, before Kara could respond, the dragon only felt a sharp pain coming from the moon. A second ago, he was pleasantly surprised. Kara and Robin, who had won the victory with the dragon, suddenly widened their eyes as huge as their age. I saw a white bone raise his hand to hold a silver-white big knife, slowly protruding from the seawater below the back of the Monkey D. Dragon. Uchiha Rin was standing in the center of the silver-white giant, and right in front of the dragon. Uchiha Rin, who had just been knocked into the bottom of the sea, slowly floated to the surface of the sea. It gradually turns into a wooden stake with a humanoid silhouette. Divide, doppelganger? Robin muttered with a small mouthful. She will also do this trick. It's just that once attacked, it will immediately turn into petals and disappear. And the strength is also far from the ontology. It is absolutely impossible to achieve this effect of Uchiha Rin. New done doppelganger, this thing is really convenient, even Madara's old yin ratio has suffered on him. Uchiha Rin slowly touched Susanoo. The chakra knife also dissipated. The Monkey D. Dragon, who opened a large hole in the mouth of the moon, also lost his footing and fell into the sea. Uchiha Rin, who stood on his feet on the surface of the sea, bent over and twisted the back collar of the dragon. Xiao Nan tacitly controlled the sunny and flew back. So as Rin Uchiha jumped back to deck. Mr. Long. When Rin Uchiha dropped the dragon, Kara and Robin quickly rushed up to surround each other, shouting anxiously. Rin Uchiha hooked his finger at the 2 ships of the Sword of Jibek, who had been watching the play in the distance. The meaning couldn't be clearer. I'm glad I listened to your advice, Hiryu. Blackbeard waved his men to pull the boat over. Then he turned his head and smiled at Hiru. He can actually walk the man who made the world government anxious like a dog. Even Blackbeard, who has the most evil nature and the strongest superhuman line, does not think that he can do it. Hiru did not answer. Suddenly remembered what Whitebeard had said to Blackbeard before when he was in the war. Arrogant, underestimating the enemy, this is your greatest weakness, Tiki. You won't die on these 2 points in the future, right? Hixie muttered in his heart. Mr. Long, you can't die in .ge. What should the Revolutionary Army do in the future? Kara was so anxious that tears rolled in her big eyes. Put your hands on the wound of the Monkey D. Dragon, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. But it was big enough for Kurla to stuff 2 hands in. And where is it blocked by hand? Uchiha Rin was too lazy to care about these broken things, and beckoned to Lori Hong. Red, get ready, your hang is coming. Lying on the ground, the dragon only felt that the scene in front of him became more and more blurred. The cries of Kara and Robin kept ringing in my ears. When Half a Foot stepped into the ghost gate, Monkey D. Dragon spoke with difficulty. Graham, Kara, go back. After returning to the Revolutionary Army, Sue, tell everyone, no, don't help me take revenge. This time, was my mistaken judgment that led to such an ending. Never because of my death. Influence the great cause of the Revolutionary Army. You must continue to walk. Hearing the dragon's words, Uchiha Rin also glanced away in surprise. Oh? I didn't expect to be so clear and righteous when I was dying. But that's true. The death of the Monkey D. Dragon this time, it was largely due to his short-term protective behavior. There is nothing inherently wrong with short-guarding. Rin Uchiha himself is also short-sighted, but the point is that you have to have that strength. And Monkey D. Dragon is the negative textbook. Instead of protecting it, he put himself in it. When he was dying, he was most worried about the future of the Revolutionary Army. Or rather, he feared that Saab, who would inherit his throne, would make the same mistake as himself. After all, Saab cared about Luffy. Compared to myself, that's even better. Yes, I understand. Kara had tears pouring down her eyes. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, listed by the world government as the world's most dangerous criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. It was actually the first encounter with Rin Uchiha, just beheaded by the other party. Mr. Long, if only you were willing to leave at that time. Although it is not appropriate to say such things at this time, but Kurla Benlao felt that this operation, his own leader misjudged. When Uchiha Rin hasn't moved to kill, isn't it over if he runs early? After seeing the assurance from Kara, the two hands dragged the queen of the Monkey D dragon who fell to the ground. Nami grunted and swallowed a mouthful of spit. This is already the second family member of the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates to die at the hands of Uchiha Rin. Your own loved ones won't be fine, right? Nami couldn't help but think of her righteous sister Nakajeo, who grew oranges in the village of Caucosia. But in the next second, Mei gave up the idea. Although inferior to himself by 3 points, but Nakajeo is definitely a rare beauty, and Nakiko has no possibility of offending Uchiha Rin. If these two people meet, it will be good not to dry firewood. The likelihood of conflict is slim. Thief hahaha. After the red-haired pirate group Sniper, Admiral and Draco, is it the boss of the Revolutionary Army? At this time, Blackbeard's demonic laughter sounded. Several people on the Sunny turned to look. I saw Blackbeard dragging the bloated body and jumping from the sword of Jybek to the Sunny. You must know that in the past 2 years, I have not clashed with the Revolutionary Army, and you have done me a big favor. Blackbeard cracked his big mouth with several missing teeth, laughed strangely, and suddenly noticed Kara kneeling next to the dragon's body, squinting his eyes and saying, "Oh, this little girl film, I remember, was a little ghost who followed Saab and used fishman karate. She is also a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. How is it, God of Destruction, do you want to finish her off?" As soon as these words came out, Robin quickly got up and protected in front of Kara. Rin Uchiha looked amused. It is obviously the intellectual responsibility of the Straw Hat Pirates, but sometimes the brain circuitry is quite strange. You're not as strong as Kara. Still want to protect each other? Are you teaching me to do things, Blackbeard? Uchiha asked with a blank eye. Feel the deterrent power exuded by Rin Uchiha that is more powerful than that of Shanks in the war above. After a short silence, Blackbeard shrugged and laughed. Thief hahaha, don't be so serious, just give a little advice. Uchiha Rin ignored Blackbeard and looked sideways at Kara and said, "Get up." After Blackbeard turns the ability of Monkey D Dragon, you will take his body back. Kara's eyes widened in amazement. I think Uchiha Rin is strange about this. Are you really willing to let yourself go? He killed Mr. Long. It should be clear that it is completely connected with the Revolutionary Army. Shouldn't we take advantage of the victory to pursue and completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army? Why are you so surprised? I originally had no opinion about the Revolutionary Army, and today you also saw it, but I plan to let you go directly. Isn't it that the dragon himself does not know how to be a villain? Uchiha Rin crouched down and said to Kara with a smile, and in a sense, I still have the same purpose as the Revolutionary Army, and I also hate the world government in Draco. But compared to Saab, I think you should become the new leader of the Revolutionary Army, and you like your selfless style. Kara opened his mouth in amazement, and after a few seconds, he tangled and said, I can't. Saab's real 5.8 force is stronger than me. Being a leader does not have to be the strongest, the important thing is the ability to command. Just like a leader in my hometown, although he is weak, it does not prevent him from becoming the head of a village, Uchiha said with a smile. Rin Nohara and Yuri Hong looked strange. I always felt that Uchiha Rin was pointing at Sang and scolding why. Oh yes, I have a few talents who recommended to you, which should be able to make up for the combat power vacant after the dragon's death. Uchiha Rin then leaned his head over and whispered 2 words in Kara's ear. Halfway through the hearing, Kara first grew his mouth in amazement. Then the pretty face turned inexplicably red. Work, Blackbeard. Uchiha Rin got up and pointed at Blackbeard at the remains of Monkey D Dragon. Blackbeard was a little curious about what Rin Uchiha said to this Revolutionary Army girl, but at the moment, I don't dare to talk more casually. Begin to unleash the ability of the dark fruit. Extract the storm demon in the body of the Monkey D Dragon and inject it into Loli Red's body. You're in Pua again, aren't you? Nami saw the opportunity to come to Uchiha Rin's side. 10 minutes later, Loli Hong opened her little hands. In an instant, an uncontrolled force rushed out from the body. The whole army emitted a whoosh wind whistle, blowing the slightly curly black hair behind the red head of the sunset upside down. Wow! Loli Hong exclaimed. In the next second, the petite body flew upside down uncontrollably.